Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time. Written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. During the holidays, you'll be greeting many old-time friends and acquaintances, and a real way to show your hospitality is to serve the foods they like. So spread good cheer among your guests by serving fresh bread rolls and muffins with delicious Parquet margarine. This nutritious spread for America's bread, a favorite in millions of American homes, has a fresh, delicate flavor that's sure to satisfy. Parquet margarine is a spread you'll want to serve your family every day in the year, because Parquet is so high in food energy value, so dependable for vitamin A. In fact, Kraft guarantees every pound of Parquet to contain 9,000 units of vitamin A. So tomorrow, buy this nourishing spread that's so delicious and satisfying. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Kraft makes this nutritious spread for America's bread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now, how do we find the Great Gildersleeve at this merry Christmas tide? Well, not so merry. While all the rest of Summerfield is giddy with good feeling and holiday cheer, over the Gildersleeve household hangs a pall, the threat of a lawsuit, a suit for breach of promise by a lady he once admired, prosecuted by a friend he trusted. Oh, the infamy of woman, the ingratitude of man. So heavily do they weigh upon him that he's been unable to give a single thought to Christmas, which is only 2 days off. This seems to be a matter of some concern to Leroy.
What do you think he's planning to do, Marge? Just skip Christmas this year? He wouldn't do that.
I don't know. Eat your breakfast, Leroy.
Gosh, 2 days before Christmas and we haven't even got a tree. You don't think he's been buying a lot of stuff on the sly and hiding it someplace? Nah, I know all the hiding places.
Who wants Christmas anyway? It won't be any fun.
Gosh, you're as bad as he is, Miss Gloomy Puss.
Well, if you ever worried about anybody besides yourself, you'd be worried, too.
What good is it going to do to worry? She's going to sue him, she's going to sue him.
Leroy, here comes your uncle. Now, let's all see if we can't cheer him up.
Yes, let's. Don't do anything to annoy him, Leroy.
Me annoy him? Are you kidding? Yep, as I was saying, it's only 2 days till Christmas. Now, Marge, only 2 days till Christmas. Oh, hi, Unc.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Unky darling.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what would you like for breakfast? I'll fix you anything you like. We're in a position to offer fried eggs, boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, poached eggs, shirred eggs. What would you like?
It better be eggs.
I also got oatmeal.
Well, it doesn't matter, Bertie, anything. Few prunes, maybe.
Prunes? Is it like that?
Yeah, prunes and a little tea and toast. Things aren't sitting too well with me these days, Bertie.
Poor Mr. Gildersleeve.
Unky, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't mind me.
Well, only 2 days till Christmas, hey, Unc?
Leroy.
Oh, I'm only trying to cheer him up.
2 days? Is that all it is?
Yep, 2 days. What do you know? I got all my Christmas shopping done, too. Great me. I got a present for everybody. I wonder what I'll be getting this year.
Christmas. Well, I suppose it's time I was doing something about it. Only somehow I can't seem to get up any enthusiasm.
Oh, don't let's bother about Christmas this year, Uncle Mort. We know how you feel.
Well, you're a very sweet girl, my dear, and very understanding.
Me, too. I'm not asking for anything special this year. Anything at all will be okay. Any little thing. Anything.
Front door.
I'll go. It might be a package.
You sit down. It might not.
I'm coming. Oh, good morning, Judge.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve in, Bertie?
Well, just a minute. I'll ask him.
Judge Hooker, how can he have the nerve to come over here?
Now, my dear.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's the judge out there. Shall I tell him you ain't in?
No, Bertie, I might as well face it. Well, children, I guess this is it. At least when this is over, we'll know the worst. Show the judge into my study, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
No, wait a minute.
Yes?
First, I think you children better run upstairs, out of the way.
I won't say anything, Unc.
Well, I will. If I see that Judge Hooker, I'll tell him exactly what I think of him.
I'll handle the judge, my dear. Think you better run along upstairs. You too, Leroy. This may be a little unpleasant. Now, Judge.
Gildy, I suppose you think it a little strange of me coming over here like this.
Nothing you could do would surprise me anymore, Judge. Nothing. And before you do it, I want to say this. You got me into all this.
I know.
You came over here and asked me to help you propose to that girl.
I know.
You gave me a lot of talk about how a friend should help a friend, how John Alden helped Miles Standish with Priscilla.
I know.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Priscilla turn around and sue John Alden? Did she? And did Standish help her?
Well, I'm afraid the sad fact is, Gildy, that our little friend Dolores is no Priscilla.
And you're no Miles Standish. Well, let her sue. Go ahead. Draw up the papers. Hire the witnesses. Bribe the jury. I don't care. She can't hang anything on me. Can she?
Gildy, believe me, this whole episode has been most distasteful to me.
Sure. This hurts you more than it does me. Baloney. You'd sue your own grandmother.
Oh, Gildy, I'm your friend, remember? All these years? Why, we played golf together.
Never mind the crocodile tears.
I mean it. Why, I'd cut off my right arm.
You're left-handed.
Well, I'd cut off both arms before I'd accept a case against my old friend.
Oh, sure. Huh? Say that again, Judge. You didn't take the case? You turned her down?
Well, Gildy, she has no case.
Oh, what do you know? No case. Woman's got no case. This isn't a trick, Judge. This isn't a booby trap.
Oh, Gildy, how can you say that?
You sure she's got no case?
You think I'd have turned it down if she had?
Horace, you're a friend. I want to take this opportunity of wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Throckmorton.
By George, it is a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Horace.
Merry Christmas, Gildy.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year.
Unc, what's happened?
Merry Christmas, my boy.
Well, you woke up just in time.
What do you mean?
Christmas is only 2 days off, and the stores are closed on Sunday.
Oh, my goodness, and I haven't done a thing about it.
Uncle Mort, where are you going?
Leroy, me lad, bring me reindeer. Yeah.
Will there be anything else, sir?
Isn't that cute? A regular little train.
Will there be anything else?
Well, let me see. We got the magic set, the wood-burning set, and the bomb sight, and the... Careful with that pop gun, Sonny.
That will be all then?
Let me think. Have I got enough for Marjorie? That Marjorie's my niece. Say, I'd like to show you something I bought her. I'd like to get your opinion. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all. Oh, there's a lady calling you.
Huh? Who?
Martin, of all people.
Well, I was just showing this young lady here what I bought for Marjorie. This sweater.
Oh, it's adorable.
Pink. It's got buttons, too. You can wear them up the front or up the back, the girl said.
Oh, she'll love it. Well, I'll be right back with your parcel, sir.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again, Throckmorton. I could swear you've been hiding.
Well, I'm back in circulation again, Leila. And by George, Leila, I've never seen you looking better.
Why, thank you.
Yes, sir. Christmas has put color in your cheeks or something. And sparkle in your eyes.
Oh, I love Christmas, don't you?
It's the greatest day in the year, bar none. Say, how about coming over to my house tomorrow night, Christmas Eve? We'll celebrate. Just the family. You know, popcorn, candied apples and stuff. And I'm getting in a whole ton of mistletoe.
Why, Throckmorton, whatever for?
Yeah. By George, if there's any of it around here, I'd show you what for.
Oh, Throckmorton. Here's your parcel, sir.
Oh, thanks, miss. Well, got to be going. Million things to do. Don't forget tomorrow night, Leila. Come early. We'll have more fun and more down mistletoe. Greetings, Floyd. Greetings of the season.
Well, if it ain't Father Christmas. Hi, Commissioner. Come right in.
I can't stay, Floyd. I'm in the midst of my Christmas shopping.
Yeah, well, I ain't even got around to mine. Keep putting it off, you know what I mean? Got nobody to take care of but the wife, anyway.
Well, Christmas comes once a year, Floyd. I think we ought to make
not that I'm complaining, you understand. She's okay, Ruthie is. Just got her little ways, that's all. Now, you take like last year. I was sore about something. I forget what. So I wasn't going to get her nothing. Well, sir, the day before Christmas, didn't a Salvation Army band have to set up in front of the shop here and play hymns all afternoon? On the way home that night, I laid out $11 for an electric iron. Of course, the next day, I could have kicked myself. That's the trouble with me. I'm soft-hearted.
Floyd, the only trouble with you is you're human. I wouldn't be ashamed of it. By the way, if you're not doing anything tomorrow night, I'd like to have you drop over to my house. You know, say Merry Christmas, just the family.
Oh, thanks, Commissioner. I'd like to do that.
Glad to be on my way now. Don't forget your wife, Floyd. Get her something nice. You know, women are sentimental about Christmas.
Well, I guess I'm kind of sentimental myself. Like this morning now. She got up before I did and cooked me a nice big breakfast of kippered herrings. You know, on the way down to the shop, I had half a notion to stop in somewhere and buy her a bottle of perfume. I might do it yet.
Oh, I think she'd like that, Floyd.
Yeah, I might even buy one of them sets, you know, where they got the perfume and the bath powder and the... Oh, there I go again. Just a sucker for kippers. Well, so long, Commissioner.
Yeah, so long, Floyd. Hey, Peavy, what are you doing Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve? Well, Mrs. Peavy and I usually just spend Christmas Eve together, you know. Sort of a family custom.
Well, I don't want to upset any family customs, Peavy. I just thought if you weren't doing anything...
Well, we don't do anything, really. We just sit there and listen to the radio. We like to hear the Christmas programs, and we usually go through our Christmas cards together. You know, all the friends who've been kind enough to remember us. People we haven't seen for a long time, a lot of them. And Mrs. Peavy has a little drink she makes. Mulled cider. Very good. That's about all we do. Not very exciting, but it's kind of nice. And along about 10 o'clock, we just hang up our stockings and go to bed.
Peavy, you still hang up your stockings?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but who fills them?
Mr. Gildersleeve, who do you think fills them?
Peavy, you're not going to tell me you hear jingle bells in the night.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, no. No, I wait until after Mrs. Peavy's asleep, and then I sneak downstairs and fill her stocking myself. And she gets up before I'm awake in the morning and fills mine. It's just a little game we play.
By George, Peavy, I'll bet you have more fun than anybody.
Well, now, I don't know. Maybe I do.
Well, try to come round to the house if you can, Peavy. We'll be glad to see you.
Gildersleeve, anybody think you was the American Express?
There they go.
Oh, my goodness, all them packages.
Well, I got them home anyway.
I'll pick them up. Mr. Gildersleeve, it sure looks like Christmas around here all of a sudden.
Quiet, Bertie. I don't want the children to hear. That's why I came around to the kitchen door.
Yes, sir. I won't tell.
Well, I think I got everything. If I didn't, it's just too bad.
Sure looks like you got plenty.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, my goodness. Why didn't I remember? Of all things, why did I have to forget that?
Forget what?
Oh, that spoils everything. What good is Christmas without a turkey?
No turkey, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No turkey. I clean forgot it, Bertie. That was the last thing I said to myself. Get a turkey. Darn it.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, tell you what you do.
There's nothing we can do, Bertie. The stores are closed. It's too late.
You go look in the icebox.
What? In the icebox?
Uh-huh.
Bertie, how long has he been laying there?
Oh, for a couple of days. I had him sent over on approval. How's that for a turkey, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, that's not a turkey. That's a B-29. And when you get that Bombay stuffed with chestnut dressing, oh, brother, Merry Christmas.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If Christmas shopping has made a big dent in your family budget, you're probably thinking right now of ways to economize. Well, that economy can start right with your food budget. And here's a timely suggestion. Buy economical Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread that's made by Kraft. Parquet is a top-notch energy food, one of the very best. Parquet is fortified by Kraft with vitamin A, 9,000 units to every pound. And Parquet has a flavor that's truly delicious, a flavor that's fresh, delicate, satisfying. So for an economical spread that's both delicious and highly nourishing, buy and serve Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Remember to ask for the Kraft quality spread. And that's Parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It's Christmas Eve at last in Summerfield, and it couldn't be a prettier one. There's a beautiful, clean blanket of snow covering the streets and sidewalks and yards and roofs, and a few flakes still drifting down in the twilight. And in Gildersleeve's house, the family has just finished decorating the Christmas tree, and they've hung their stockings by the fireplace. A neat black sock for Gildersleeve, a pale rayon stocking for Marjorie, and a huge laundry bag of a golf stocking that Leroy had borrowed for the occasion.
Well. Looks Christmassy, doesn't it?
Oh, it's sweet. The tree always smells so good, too.
Yeah. Could I eat one of the candy canes, Unc?
You know the rule, my boy. No nibbling on candy canes till after breakfast Christmas morning. Start eating them now, we'll have no decorations left.
Well, I could just take a little bite off one at the back. Who'd notice?
Let's stick to our rules, shall we?
Okay. We got gingerbread for supper anyway.
Great. By George, you can't beat Christmas. The old Christmas spirit. You can feel it in the air.
Oh, I felt it all afternoon. It does something to people.
Certainly does. Happy little family. Stockings all hung by the chimney with care. By George, let's read that. What do you say?
Oh, Unc, that's kid stuff.
That's right, and I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve. Is the book still over here with the fairy tale?
That's where it belongs.
Now, Lee. Be nice. If Uncle Mort wants to read it, let's not spoil it for him.
Oh, for corn's sake, he reads it every year.
Never mind. Shut up and be nice.
Okay, I can be just as nice as you.
Oh, here it is. Same old book, same old pictures. Fellow wearing a nightcap. That shows how old this book is. Now sit down, Leroy. Marjorie, just about got time to read this before supper. All settled?
I'm fine.
Leroy?
Shoot the bunk to me, Unc.
All right, my boy. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The
Oh,
stocking...
excuse me, Unc. I just thought of something.
What is it, my boy?
If you couldn't get those skates at Hogan's, they're repaired down at Hoyt's. They're open till 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, I'll make a note of it. Let's see. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds. That's you and Marjorie, Leroy. While visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
Sugar plums.
Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap
That's the nightcap.
had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter.
Excuse me, Miss Gildersleeve.
What is it, Bertie?
I forgot to ask you, are you expecting anyone in this evening?
Oh, no, Bertie, just the family.
Yes, sir. I just thought I'd ask.
Now I think of it, I asked Mrs. Ransom to drop over after supper.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and I may have said something to Judge Hooker and Miss Goodwin.
Well, I'm glad I brung it up. I guess it'll be the usual Christmas Eve.
Well, Christmas comes but once a year, Bertie. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. Out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. By George, that's real poetry. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. That's Santa Claus, children.
Of course.
Who doesn't know that? Go ahead, Unc.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Dunder and Blitzen. To the top of the...
Oh, the phone. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, just a minute. It's Piggy, Leroy.
Tell him I can't talk to him now. I'm busy. Go ahead, Unc.
He'll call you back, Piggy. All right, Uncle Mort.
Let's see. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall.
Now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
Yeah, that's right. And then in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. There's a page been lost here.
Oh, that's okay. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
Well,
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow,
And the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of his pipe...
That's the next page. The stump of his pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a droll face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
just like you, Unc.
Well, you think so?
Look, Marge, see its shape?
No more than anybody else's.
Yes, thank you, my dear. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney, he rose. Be there in a second, Bertie. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team, gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he rode out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Well, by George, that's a great book. None better.
Oh, I love it.
What do you say, Leroy?
Well, great for kids.
Well, come on, kids. Let's eat.
Well, here they come. Shall I go to the door, Unc?
Let's all go, my boy. United we stand. Come on, Marjorie.
I'm coming.
How late can we stay up, Unc?
As long as you're good, Leroy. Or till 9 o'clock, whichever is sooner.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Come on in, Leela.
I'd better leave my galoshes here on the porch. They're pretty snowy.
You want me to hold those packages, Mrs. Ransom?
Well, now, that's very thoughtful of you, Leroy. But no peeking now, you hear? One of those is for you.
For me? Gee, thanks.
No shaking it either, Leroy.
Okay.
Come on in, Leela.
Thank you. Now, this package is for you, Marjorie. Oh, thank you. And this one's yours, Leroy.
That's what I figured.
And the other one is for you, Throckmorton.
Why, Leela, for me? Mm-hmm. Thank you. I got something for you, too, Leela. Come here.
Well, I can take it later.
Put these packages under the tree, children. I want to show Mrs. Ransom something.
Okay. Come on, Marge. Let's put them in piles. Be careful with mine.
Right here, Leela.
Where?
Look up.
Oh, you devil. You put it in a different place from last year.
Yeah. Leela, I've got it everywhere. There isn't a spot in the whole house where you'll be safe.
Throckmorton, you are simply terrible.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come over here and I'll show you, Leroy, dear.
Oh, no, you don't. You've got 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Shall I get the cider and donuts, Unc?
I think it's a little early. You just finished stuffing in that last piece of gingerbread not 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Here, take Mrs. Ransom's coat and hang it up.
Oh, my, you'll soon have a crowd.
The more, the merrier.
I'll answer it, Uncle Mort.
No, all of us. United we stand. Come on, Leela.
Come on, Leroy.
Here I come.
When I open the door, we'll all say Merry Christmas all together. Ready? Merry Christmas!
My goodness gracious.
Come on in, Peavy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I can't stay. Oh, good evening, Mr. Ransom.
Oh, do come in for a minute, Mr. Peavy. You ought to see the tree anyway.
Well, just for a moment. A little Christmas remembrance for your family, Mr. Gildersleeve. Box of chocolates, my best grade.
Well, that's fine, Peavy, but you shouldn't have told us. No surprise.
Yeah, pretty hard to fool anybody with chocolate.
Let's open them. What do you say, Unc? As long as we know what they are.
Leroy, you amaze me. You must be 90% stomach.
Oh, look who's talking.
Leroy.
Well, how about the chocolates? They're not getting any better in the box, are they, Mr. Peavy?
I think I'll stay out of this, Leroy, if you don't mind.
Mr. Peavy's pretty cagey. Go ahead and open them, Leroy, but only one piece for you, understand?
Okay, Unc. Hey, Marge, we can each have one.
Look here a minute, Mr. Peavy, won't you?
What is it, the tree?
Something even nicer. Look.
Well,
Merry Christmas.
Just a Happy New Year.
Leela, you ought to be ashamed of yourself brazenly kissing a married man.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. quite able to defend myself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's the spirit, Peavy.
I noticed he offered very little resistance.
My gracious, I don't know what to say.
Here's somebody else, Unc.
Come on, Leroy. Marge, united we stand. Peavy, just like we did for you. Now, all together when I open the door. Merry Christmas!
Well,
We're doing that to everybody, Eve. Come on in.
well, this is wonderful. Hello, Mrs. Ransom, Mr. Peavy.
It's awfully nice to see you, Miss Goodwin.
Compliments of your season, Miss Goodwin.
Thank you. Hello, Leroy, Marjorie.
Hi, let me hang up your coat.
Thank you.
Now, into the parlor, everybody, and we'll have some fun.
Oh, really, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've got to be running
I know,
along.
Peavy, but you can at least see the tree. Go on, look at it. Come here a minute, Eve.
What is it? I haven't... Oh, Throckmorton, I might have known.
Yeah.
I thought the fun was going to be in here.
Oh, she sees everything.
Come on, Throckmorton, let's join the others. I've got little presents for the children, but I thought I could bring them over tomorrow.
Anytime.
Pretty nice having vacation for a change, isn't it, Miss Goodwin?
Are you enjoying it too, Leroy?
Are you kidding?
It must be kind of nice to be a school teacher, though, sometimes. Just like having a lot of children.
It is nice.
You know, I wish Mrs. Peavy could have come over with me. This is the kind of Christmas we miss, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why don't you go get her, Peavy?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Maybe next year.
Oh, we'd love to have her. Maybe we... Hey, what's that?
Somebody's singing outside.
Oh, look, it's the Jolly Boys. Oh, they sure need us, Peavy. Oh, brother. Great Merry Christmas, Jolly Boys. Yeah, come on in, fellas. Hey, you're in great voice tonight, Judge. Well, Chief. Nice to have a friendly visit from the police.
Well, thanks, Commissioner.
Come on in, Floyd, letting in the cold.
Come on, Floyd. Don't stand out there so long.
Hey, fellas. Hey, mistletoe. Huh? Oh, look, there's some more over there and in the corner. Commissioner, you got enough mistletoe here to start a first-class brawl.
Now, let me catch you kissing my girl now, Floyd.
Okay, which one is yours?
Whichever one I catch you kissing.
Fine, pal.
Well, who's going to play the piano for the next carol?
I'll play if you want me to.
Oh, that'll be fine, lady.
Chief, this is Miss Goodwin. Chief Gates of the Summerfield Police.
Pleased to meet
How
you,
do you
ma'am.
do?
Where's that cider you're talking about, Gildy?
It's in the dining room, but let's sing one carol first. Which will it be,
How
folks?
about Joy to the World?
Yeah.
Joy to the World's a pip, and besides, I can sing alto.
Oh, I like that one. I'll just sing the air.
Good enough. Joy to the world, boys. You got it there, Eve?
Yes, yes.
Come on, Marjorie. You get in on this too, Bertie. By George, there's nothing like Christmas. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare his room. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing.
Second verse.
Now, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What is it?
Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone in the world could join in and sing with us?
What are you talking about, Commissioner?
Well, I know we can't really do it. Not tonight, anyway. But if you look and see how happy we all are here singing together, and then you think of all the people who can't get together this Christmas, well, the only excuse for the kind of suffering that's going on all over the world is if we can make sure it never happens again. What I'm trying to say is, let's all sing anyway. You people in Massachusetts, Virginia, Idaho, Iowa, Colorado, California, and everywhere in army camps and on ships at sea. Let's sing the way we used to when we were at home together. Let's hope that before so very long, all the peoples of the world will be able to join in with us. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas, and God bless you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Now, more than ever, America needs us strong. Even tougher jobs lie ahead in 1945, so it's not too late to make good family nutrition your special New Year's resolution. And to help your hard-working family replace some of that vital energy they use up daily, one of the best foods you can serve is delicious parquet margarine. This nutritious spread for America's bread is a top-notch energy food. And Kraft makes parquet an even more valuable food by adding 9,000 units of vitamin A to every single pound. And there's still another way parquet margarine aids good family nutrition. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor makes other wholesome foods taste better. Makes you want to eat and enjoy your full share of bread, rolls, and cooked vegetables. So make parquet a regular part of your family's daily diet. Buy delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join our friend the Great Gildersleeve as he winds up the year 1944. It's the day before New Year's in Summerfield, and Gildersleeve, after considerable pressure from Leroy and with considerable reluctance on his own part, finds himself at last on skates. That is, he stands nervously on his old rockers at the edge of Tolly's Pond, while Leroy and Marjorie cut fancy figures on their new Christmas tubulars.
Hey, look out, Leroy!
Don't worry, I'll never hit you. Hey, Marge, I'll race you down to the end of the pond and back.
No, I think it's mean to leave Unky here all alone.
Don't mind me, my dear. Just have your fun.
Oh, come on, Uncle Mort. Skate with me a little. You can hold my arm.
I don't like the looks of this pond.
It's a good pond. Safe, too,
Well, I don't know.
Come on, let's try it. I'll take one arm and Leroy can hold the other.
I want Leroy to keep away from me. I better try it alone first.
You're doing fine, huh?
That's not as bad as I thought.
Why, you're wonderful, Unky.
I used to be quite a skater in my younger days.
Did you play hockey?
No.
Why not?
It hadn't been invented. By George, this is fun. Come on, Marjorie. I'll race you down to the end of the pond.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Let's play I Got It.
You've got what?
I got it. It's a game like tag, only everyone chases the one that's got it.
Well, who's got it?
I have.
Well, you won't have it long.
Chase him over here, Uncle Mort, and I'll get him.
No, sir. I'm going to catch him myself.
Oh, yeah?
Why, you... Oh!
Uncle Mort, are you hurt?
No, I'm all right.
Here, let me give you a hand, Unc.
Thank you. Oop.
That's the whole line? Okay. Here. You okay, Unc?
Yeah, at least I think so.
Well, I still got it.
You can have it, my boy.
Unky, where are you going?
I'm going to find something nice and soft and sit on it.
You got it.
You almost finished, Floyd?
Pretty near, Commissioner. You getting fidgety?
No, my back's a little sore. Hurts when I move.
Sit still, then.
Hurts when I sit still too long.
Well, won't be long now, as the monkey said when his tail got caught in a lawnmower. You gonna make a little whoopee tonight, Commissioner?
No.
No whoopee?
No. Judge Hooker hooked me into an evening at the Lawyers' Club. You can just imagine the kind of whoopee goes on there.
How'd you happen to get sucked into that, anyway? Last I heard, the judge was going to handle that suit against you for that senorita.
Well, he said she had no case. In fact, he was so friendly about it that I thought I ought to spend New Year's Eve with him.
Oh, one of them things. Well, you should squawk. We got to spend the evening with the wife's folks.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah, they're pretty strict. Father ain't a bad guy. Probably like to sneak out with me if he got a chance. But her mother...
Oh? What's the matter with her?
Used to have money. Claims she did, anyway. To hear her tell it, she was practically an heiress, and the old man come along and married her when she wasn't looking.
Oh.
If you ask me, he's the one wasn't looking. Yes, sir, she's...
Ow!
What's the matter? Did I nip you?
Why don't you sharpen your scissors, Floyd?
I hone these scissors every day. Must have run into a tough hair.
All my hairs are identical. Just watch it.
I'll watch it. But as I was saying, the old lady claims she used to have money, so she always acts like everybody else was some kind of a bum from across the tracks. But if she was an heiress, her old man must have been a burglar, because her table manners never come from Park Avenue. Uses a knife and fork like a bulldozer.
Aren't you almost through, Floyd?
I guess so. Well, here comes another customer. Hi, Judge.
Happy New Year, Floyd. Well, Gildy, making yourself pretty, I see.
Just a haircut, Judge. Start the new year with a clean slate.
I hear you and Mr. Gildersleeve are going on a tear tonight, Judge. Is that right?
Mr. Gildersleeve is to be my guest at the Lawyers' Club. We have an annual entertainment.
I hear it's pretty wild, though. Women climbing out of pies and all that.
Now, take it easy, Floyd.
There'll be nothing like that on the evening's agenda.
Agenda? Is there going to be an agenda?
I was being humorous, Gildy.
Oh.
The program will consist principally of our annual mock trial.
Trial, huh? Who's the prisoner?
The year 1944 will be on trial for its life. I play the part of Father Time, and Judge Hofstadter is the prosecutor. Last year, he gave a summation of 1943. It was about as brilliant a piece of history as you ever heard.
History?
You'll enjoy it, Gildy. Some of the side remarks are very funny, too.
Well, it sounds great, Judge, but...
I never forget last year when Walter Irving, of counsel for the defendant, told the court that 1943 would go down in history as the year of sulfanilamide and penicillin. Hofstadter objected on the grounds this statement was drugged in. Was much funnier if you could have seen Hofstadter's face when he said it.
Yeah, look, Horace, this all sounds like a lot of good fun, but I don't know whether I'm going to be able to make it tonight.
Can't make it? Why, Gildy, I've arranged for you to be on the jury.
Oh, wonderful, Horace. I appreciate it, too, but, well, the fact is, I don't feel very good.
Oh, poppycock. Never saw you looking better.
No, I mean it, Judge. I'm afraid maybe I've got a little touch of sacroiliac.
Sacroiliac?
Mm-hmm.
I know just what to do for it. Had it all my life. I've got a special prescription Peavy makes up for me.
Oh, but this is different, Horace.
Oh, different, my eye. Come on, now. Peavy will fix you up as good as new, and you'll get in on all the fun tonight.
Oh,
come on.
All right. Don't push me, Judge. Here, Floyd. Happy New Year.
Thanks.
Have a good time tonight.
Same to you, Commissioner.
Brings you here?
Judge Hooker brings me here, Peavy. He claims you got a magic remedy for sacroiliac.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You know, Peavy, the stuff you gave me that time I had the accident at the carnival?
Oh, yes, that might alleviate it. I've got a bottle of it right here.
What was your accident at the carnival, Judge?
I fell off the merry-go-round.
Serves you right, you old goat.
Well, there it is, Mr. Gildersleeve. I make this up myself from a formula I picked up some years ago. Several of my customers have had very happy experiences with it.
Oh? You drink it or rub it on the place?
Oh, you rub it on. What's the nature of the injury?
Well, I was skating and I fell on the ice.
For that area, you'll need the larger bottle.
Now, see here, Peavy. You too, Hooker. This is no matter. I'm a sick man.
You just rub this on and lie quiet for a couple of days.
That's right. Lie quiet, Judge. That's the very thing.
That's ridiculous. I never had to lie quiet.
Yeah, and you never got cured. I'm not taking any chances.
Now, you're just trying to get out of going to the Lawyers' Club.
Why, Horace, how can you think that?
All right. If you don't want to come, don't come. Goodbye.
Goodbye yourself. Peavy, I'm sorry I had to start a row in here, but I couldn't just see myself spending New Year's Eve with a bunch of lawyers. What are you doing tonight, Peavy?
Oh, same as every year. Go to bed at 10 o'clock, and if the whistles wake us up at 12, we say Happy New Year.
Well, by George, that's the sensible way to do it. The whole idea of sitting up till all hours is silly.
Oh, it's all right if you feel like it, I guess.
No, Peavy, it's just silly. Sensible way is to get a good night's sleep and get a flying start on the new year. Jump into 1945 with both feet and start punching.
Yeah, I always clean out the cellar New Year's Day.
Well, I don't say I'll go as far as that, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mrs. Rancho.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Leila. Happy New Year.
same to you, Throckmorton, and a Happy New Year to Mr. Peavy, too.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Peavy and I were just talking about New Year's Eve, Leila. I bet you're going out on some wild party till all hours, aren't you?
Well, no, Throckmorton. I decided I wouldn't. Back home I would, but it's not the same up here.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, in Summerfield, the men don't dress, and there aren't any of the old traditions like the eggnog and all that make it such fun down home.
Oh, I guess you're right, Leila.
I suppose you'll be tearing around, though, won't you, Throckmorton?
No, I just about decided to go to bed early and get a flying start on 1945.
That sounds awfully sensible.
No, I wouldn't say that.
What?
If I were as young as either of you, I'd raise little Ned tonight, and that's fact.
Oh, you would, Peavy?
I certainly would.
By George, maybe you're right. Leila, how about it? Let's have some fun this evening. I'll put on my dress suit and make some eggnogs.
Oh, Throckmorton, but what about your flying start on 1945?
The heck with 1945. That's next year. Yeah.
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. You know, a Sunday night pancake or waffle feast is a welcome change from the elaborate menus you may have been serving through the holiday season. And to make your pancakes and waffles really sing out with appetite appeal, spread on some delicious parquet margarine for that crowning touch of flavor. Your family and guests are sure to enjoy parquet's fine flavor. It's so fresh, so delicate, and so satisfying. In fact, parquet margarine is enjoyed daily in millions of homes. Is one of America's favorite spreads for bread, hot toast, and rolls. And it's wonderfully nourishing, too. Parquet is high in food energy value, and Kraft guarantees every single pound of parquet margarine to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for good nourishment and real flavor enjoyment, buy and serve Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Back now to the great Gildersleeve, who is determined to show his southern neighbor that the holiday hospitality of Summerfield can be quite as gracious and festive as that of the Old South. With Marjorie going out for the evening with friends and Leroy spending the night at Piggy's, he figures he should have a free hand. Well, we'll see. Oh, here he comes down the stairs and all dressed up.
Holy smokes, look at Unc. He's got his waiter suit on.
His tails, Leroy. Uncle Mort, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
Oh, I love you in tails. You look so distinguished.
Well, you're looking very fit yourself, my dear. A regular little princess. Isn't she, Leroy?
Yeah, she's okay. When she gets dressed up.
Thank you, Leroy.
You like that thing she's got in her hair, Unc?
Very pretty.
I gave her that. Great me.
Well, who are you going out with, my dear?
A friend of Francie's. His name is Keith.
Keith. The only boy I ever knew named Keith I didn't like. I suppose it's all right, though, if you get home early. Want you in by 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, New Year's Eve?
Oh, have a heart, Unc. She's got to at least hear the new year come in.
Well, 12 o'clock on the dot.
Oh, Unky, it's New Year's.
All right, 12:30 then.
1 o'clock?
All right, 1 o'clock. But not a minute later. I don't want you up till all hours with anybody named Keith. And you, Leroy.
Don't worry about me, Unc.
Have a good time. Be a good boy if you can, but have a good time.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you don't mind, I think I'll be going. Oh, my goodness, don't you look grand?
Oh, you like it, Bertie?
I sure do. I ain't seen you wear that suit in years.
Well, the occasion has not arisen, Bertie. It's a little formal.
I didn't even know you could get into them clothes anymore.
Not only got into them, but there's room to spare. Look.
You must have shrunk.
Yeah. Weighed myself just before I came downstairs, Bertie, and I lost half a pound. What do you know, children? I'm going to finish 1944 a half-pound underweight.
You'll make it up when you see the midnight supper I fixed for you, Miss Ransom. Shrimp cocktails, chicken a la king with peas and shoestring potatoes, fruit salad, French pastry, and coffee.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie. Is that your idea of an intimate little supper?
Well, I fixed the supper, Mr. Gildersleeve. The rest is up to you.
Well, that's about time. 11:30. That's women for you. Oh, well.
Well, Throckmorton, you darling, you dressed.
What did I tell you?
Oh, that's just makes the evening. Men always look so handsome in evening clothes.
Well, let me turn on a little light here. Let me take... Leila, what have you done to yourself?
You like it?
Why, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Your hair, you've done something to it.
I'm wearing it a new way.
Oh, pretty.
You haven't mentioned my dress.
I was almost afraid to.
Oh, you. I declare you Yankees pay the prettiest compliments. Of course, you don't mean a word you say.
Don't you believe it. Oh, almost forgot. Here, for you.
For me? Bonjour, florist. Now, what could it possibly be?
Why don't you open it?
Flowers, a corsage. Oh, Throckmorton, this is too wonderful.
Nothing cheap about Gildersleeve.
I know. I'm going to be old-fashioned and wear 'em right here.
You need something there.
You're terrible. Oh, this is going to be such fun.
You don't know the half of it. The children are out. Bertie's out. We got the whole place to ourselves. Bertie left us a little supper. You know, intimate.
Oh, how romantic.
What do you say we eat it right now? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
Oh, not yet, Throckmorton.
Yeah, but I'm starved. I went easy on dinner so I'd be able to handle it. All we have to do is warm it up.
Oh, not before midnight, Throckmorton. That would spoil it.
All right, 12 o'clock then. Well, shall we go in the living room then?
Let's.
Ladies first.
Oh, you've still got your tree up. I'm so glad.
Well, the children hate to let it go.
I know. Let's turn on the tree lights and turn out all the others. It's more romantic that way, don't you think?
Yeah, and more fun, too.
Oh, it's like fairyland. Makes me feel like a child again.
Me, too.
Let's just sit here hand in hand and look at it for a while, shall we?
Okay.
I said hand in hand.
Sorry, Leila. You know, I thought you'd never get here, Leila. 11:30, just sitting here in my dress suit. I balanced my whole checkbook.
Oh, well, I'm sorry if I kept you waiting, Throckmorton, but I thought you'd want me to be pretty for you tonight.
Yeah, that's all right. I guess you had a lot to do.
Besides, down home things never really got started before midnight New Year's Eve. Just think, a year ago at this time I was in Savannah visiting.
And 2 years ago, you were right here.
So I was. And 3 years ago, I didn't even know you, Throckmorton. Think of that.
Tempus Fugits.
Oh, it was all so short. We met, we were engaged.
And your husband turned out?
Poor Beauregard. It was such a shock after believing he was dead all those years. And then to have him go the way he did, kicked by a mule.
Yeah, I know.
I'll never know which was the greatest shock, his coming or his going. Oh, and after that, what happened to us, Throckmorton?
I don't know, Leila. We just drifted apart, I guess. You went in the morning, and I buried myself in my work.
You went chasing after Eve Goodwin.
No, Leila, there was never anything like that. I liked Eve, and I admired her. I still do. But we were never right for each other. We found that out. You're the girl for me, Leila.
You mean that?
I was crazy not to know it all along.
Oh, then what about this Miss Del Rey? Dolores, is that her name?
Oh, nothing in that either, Leila. Never was. No, that was strictly Judge Hooker's mistake.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Throckmorton.
Yeah, forget Dolores. I have. Let's just talk about you.
Oh, let's talk about the first time we met.
Hey, it's getting on toward midnight. How about eating now? We got shrimp cocktails, chicken...
Oh! Not yet, Throckmorton. Not till 12 o'clock.
All right, 12 o'clock. What'll we do then?
In the South, Mr. Gildersleeve, a man doesn't have to be told what to do on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Shove over.
Throckmorton, you're so sudden.
Well, gosh, I thought you said, huh?
Let's just hold hands for a while, shall we?
Well, that's where we started. We aren't getting anywhere.
Silly. Lean back and put your head on my shoulder. Oh, I remember the first time I met you, Throckmorton. It was during a blackout.
About time we had another.
I came to the door, and there you stood, so handsome in your helmet and your flashlight. My gallant air raid warden. And the next day you came back, and there wasn't any blackout, remember?
Uh-huh.
Why did you come back the second day, Throckmorton?
Because I was full of the old Nick.
That was the first time I ever heard you sing. Would you do a thing for me, Throckmorton? Would you sing for me again, just the way you did then?
Well, seeing it's New Year's Eve, if you'll play.
Of course I'll play. You know, you really ought to have this piano tuned sometime, Throckmorton.
Tuned? Why, Leila, that's a Wembley.
It is. Now sing pretty, yeah?
Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Speak to me of love and whisper these words to me, dear. I adore you.
Listen, a whistle.
Oh, it's the old tack factory.
Throckmorton, it's 12 o'clock. It's midnight.
So it is.
Well?
Let's eat.
Happy New Year?
Oh, sure. Happy New Year, Leila.
Happy New Year,
Tea. By George, it's 1945 and I like it already.
Throckmorton, you look so silly.
Happy New Year, Leila. Happy New Year.
Oh, that awful horn.
I found it in Leroy's room, left over from last year. Have another pastry, Leila. Can't let him go to waste.
Oh, I couldn't possibly.
Well, I might just take care of one more. Another eggnog?
Oh, no. Not that they aren't wonderful, you understand.
Old family recipe.
Oh, honestly, Throckmorton, I haven't had such fun since Mardi Gras.
Since what?
Since Mardi Gras. Haven't you ever been to Mardi Gras in New Orleans?
Never been south of Youngstown.
Oh, you'd love it. And if you ever go, you must look up my cousin, Tupper Hathaway. He belongs to all the clubs, and he knows just everybody.
Oh, Cousin Tupper. Well, I'll make a note of that.
Oh, you'd love Mardi Gras, Throckmorton. It's so gay. All they do is have banquets and dance in the streets and blow horns and make love to strange girls.
Ooh, that sounds great.
They all wear masks, you understand, so nobody can prove anything.
Well, not a bad idea. I got a horn. Wish I had a mask.
Silly.
Pretend you don't know me, Leila, and I'll give you a big kiss.
Throckmorton, I'm trying to tell you about Mardi Gras.
I'm listening. Go ahead. They wear masks.
Those are the mummers. That's what they call them.
Mummers, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Honey child, come kiss you the old mama.
Oh, I declare you'd be a riot, New Orleans.
I'm a riot right here in Summerfield.
Oh, it's such fun down there, Throckmorton. Everybody is everybody's friend. That's what's so wonderful about it.
Great.
You run into a perfect stranger on the street and you invite him right into your house for an eggnog or whatever. It's perfect. Oh, that's what I miss about the South. That friendliness, that gaiety and hospitality.
Listen, we can be just as friendly and hospitable right here in Summerfield as any place in the South.
Oh, but people never do.
That's a challenge. Come on, Leila.
Where are you going?
Get your coat on. We're going out and get hospitable. We'll whoop it up. We'll blow horns and ring bells.
You're not serious.
I mean it. Grab your coat there, Leila. We'll wish everybody a Happy New Year. If we see any strangers, we'll invite them in for an eggnog. If we run into any girls, they better look out.
Throckmorton, what's got into you?
Mardi Gras, the spirit of carnival. That's me. Yippee! Come on, Leila. You get to kiss all the men, and I get to kiss all the girls. Woohoo!
Throckmorton, you're not...
Don't hang back now. now, Leila. Come on. I'll show you how we do it in the old suit. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. What a town. You try to make merry, and there's not a soul in sight. Oh, wait a minute. There's somebody.
Where?
Coming up the block. Hail to thee, blithe spirit. Good evening.
Throckmorton, it's nobody we know.
Who cares? Hail, friend, which tarry within these humble portals, and exchange the greetings of the season, and perchance partake of a tankard of eggnog? Wouldst?
Throckmorton Red.
By golly, I'm glad to find somebody up. Maybe you can help me.
Gladly, brother, gladly. Step right in. Welcome to Liberty Hall.
Oh, what a day. I'm telling you, since 9 o'clock this morning, and I still got one more to deliver.
Brother, consider your last delivery made. Fie, out upon it, for it's the season of feasting and good cheer, egad.
Huh?
Have an eggnog.
Well, thanks. I don't care if I do. I don't know who you are, but Gersh is my name. I'm,
Brother, we care not who you are or whence you came. You're welcome here.
Well, gosh, thanks. I didn't get the name.
I am the king of the carnival. This is my attendant nymph, the fair Leila. Leila? Meet Mr. Gersh.
How do you do? You mustn't mind Mr. Gildersleeve. He's just, you know it's New Year's.
Hey, wait a minute. Gildersleeve, did you say?
Yeah, that's right.
Throckmorton P?
Oh, the very same.
Well, here's the paper for you.
Oh, what's this?
Notice of civil action in the case of Dolores Del Rey versus Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh!
Breach of promise, looks like. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year? Here, give me back that eggnog, brother. Listen, everybody. Your army needs nurses. And they need them badly. Thousands of wounded men are being returned to this country every day. And in order to take care of them, the Army needs 10,000 registered nurses at once. If any of you listening happen to be nurses, or if you know any, pass the word along. The Army nurse is the heroine of our armed forces. Our wounded fighting men look to her for help. The best doctors in the country are already in the Army. And the Army nurses working with them are handling new drugs, applying new treatments, and gaining experience years ahead of their civilian opportunities. Nurses go into the Army as second lieutenants, with pay equivalent to $226 a month. They're also eligible for veterans benefits. Any nurse can now get reclassified for military service. For information, you may either contact your local Red Cross or send a wire collect to the Surgeon General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. If you've been thinking about this, but putting it off, do it now, please, because now is when the Army needs you. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter, speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Having a package of delicious golden Pabstet cheese food in the refrigerator easily solves the problem of how to entertain in a hurry. Pabstet, you see, is the cheese food of 100 different uses. It spreads, melts, slices, also toasts to perfection. So there's really no end to the many grand ways you can serve Pabstet. Toasted finger sandwiches or crackers spread with Pabstet make a tempting addition to a tray of appetizers. Fruit salads take on added appetite appeal when served with Pabstet. And it goes without saying that a smooth, luscious cheese sauce made with Pabstet and poured over macaroni, vegetable, or chicken dishes will be a hit at any meal. So buy delicious, nourishing Pabstet for cheddar cheese flavor at its best. Don't forget, ask your dealer for Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. He's already tried 3 times to get his old friend Judge Hooker on the telephone.
Hello, Judge. About time you got up. Listen, get over here right away, will you? I'll tell you what it's about when you get here. I'll tell you what it's about when you get here. I'll tell you what it's about when you get... Dolores Del Rey is suing me for breach of promise. Well, all right.
Oh, so that's what he thinks.
Oh, Uncle Mort, is she really going to sue you after all?
Well, I'm afraid so, children. She realizes that a public trial will probably ruin my career, and she's using it to shake some money out of me.
Are there really women like that?
I'll say.
You know nothing about it. I'll thank you to remember that. If you hear anybody discussing this case, you too, Marjorie.
Okay.
Whatever we know about this, we'll keep in our little family. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now get out of here so I can be alone with Judge Hooker.
You mean go skating?
No, I mean go write your letters. There's the judge. Listen, Hooker, take a look at this.
What is it?
The fella handed to me last night.
I'll just get my glasses on here.
Oh, take your time, Jags. Just a man's good name and reputation at stake, that's all.
Now, let's see. What have we here? Yeah. Willfully and with intent to deceive. All seems in good order.
Well?
Gildy, do you know what this means?
No, Judge, what?
You're being sued.
Ye gods, I don't need a lawyer to tell me that, Judge. What am I going to do about it? That's what I want to know.
Well, in the first place, you have to file an answer.
Look, Judge, you told me yourself only 1 week ago that the woman has no case. How about that?
Well, that was my personal opinion, Gildy. I merely gave it to you for what it was worth.
Well, for what it's worth, you can have it back.
Furthermore, I was evidently not in possession of all of the facts at the time. If the charges here are true.
Oh? What do you mean?
Is it true, as it says here, that you and the plaintiff discussed the question of marriage?
Well, I told her she ought to get married, but...
Answer yes or no.
Yes. But I was proposing she should marry you, and you know that.
Maybe I do and maybe I don't. Is it true that following the aforementioned discussion of marriage, you kissed the plaintiff?
None of your business.
Now, Gildy, I'm your lawyer, and I have to know.
Well, I never would have kissed her if I'd known she was going to be a plaintiff.
But you did kiss her.
Well, when a lady throws her arms around you and hollers, "Kiss me," what are you going to do? You got to be polite.
That's bad. You propose to the lady she should marry someone else, and then you seal it with a kiss. It'll never stand up in court.
Well, that's what happened. What am I going to do, Horace?
Well, we'd better get hold of her lawyer, Waldo Barker.
Waldo Barker. What kind of a lawyer is he?
Well, they call him Weeping Waldo. Good man in front of a jury. I'll call him in the morning.
You'll call him right now.
But, Gildy...
You get a hold of him and tell him we'll be right over there.
Counselor, I'd like to have you meet my client, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve, eh? Well, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, sir, heard a lot. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, it's some time since I've had the pleasure of opposing you in court, Judge.
Yes, tis.
You lawyers, thicker than thieves.
Last time was in the Anthony case, as I remember. It involved a dog.
Yes. One of the best witnesses I ever had. Said nothing and did as he was told. I won that case, as I remember.
Miscarriage of justice.
And then we opposed each other again in Fadkin versus Summerfield Light and Power, remember? Manhole cover.
I'll never forget it.
I won that case, too, if you recall.
Another miscarriage.
Judge, didn't you ever win the case? Look, gentlemen, I don't like to interrupt your chummy reminiscences, but we've got a lawsuit here, remember?
Now, Gildy, all in good time.
The law has many fascinating angles, Mr. Gildersleeve, and one of the most fascinating is breach of promise. You recall the case of Bohack versus Gaines, Judge?
No, I can't say that I do. I'm not up on breach of promise.
Oh, fine.
The point at issue there was whether a cider jug thrown in the heat of argument, but without intent to maim or kill, constitutes an appropriate termination of contract to marry. I don't need to remind you that the woman won.
I might point out, however, Counselor, that the facts are a little different in this case.
Oh, I quite agree. I merely mentioned it because it was interesting. No. This is an open and shut case, if I ever saw one.
Hey.
Now, that we're not prepared to admit.
In fact, the whole thing is nothing but a frame-up, Counselor, and you know it.
Oh, now, Gildy.
Now, Commissioner, let's not get excited. I understand your feelings. You're a man of some reputation in this town, and a thing like this can be very embarrassing. It might even cost you your career, not to mention the cost of defending a long, drawn-out suit in court. But it doesn't need to get to court.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, if they're handled in the proper way, these things can be settled out of court.
How much?
Well, I haven't consulted my client, but I would imagine that a settlement of $5,000...
$5,000?
Well, you're getting off cheap.
I think you ought to consider it, Gildy.
Listen, you old goat. What did I hire you for? You're supposed to be my lawyer.
And as your lawyer, I advise you to settle the case.
Very sound, Judge.
You lawyers make me sick. Always getting together to cut up somebody else's money.
I take it, then, that you don't intend to settle.
Settle? I'll fight this case to the finish. I'll fight it all the way to the Supreme Court and back. I'll fight this case if I have to handle it myself.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now let's get back to poor old Gildersleeve. He spent the afternoon in the public library, reading the law on breach of promise and studying the rules of court procedure until he's completely confused on both of those subjects. A supper of fried oysters, baked beans, and dill pickles lies none too comfortably on his stomach as we find him now fitfully dozing on the couch in his parlor. Dozing and dreaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, oyez, oyez, oyez. The Superior Court of Summerfield is now in session. Let all transgressors be brought to the bar of justice to pay the penalty demanded by the law. And here is your judge for this afternoon's trial. That celebrated star of bar and bench, Carl W. Hofstetter.
Thank you, Clerk of the Superior Court, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First case.
Delray versus Gildersleeve.
Is the court stenographer ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's counsel ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendant's counsel ready?
I'm handling my own case, Your Honor.
You are.
I object.
Objection overruled. The court will now hear the opening statement for the plaintiff. Mr. Barker.
Your Honor, and my very good friends, the jury. This is an action in breach of promise instituted in behalf of the plaintiff, Miss Dolores Del Rey, whom you see sitting there before you. And by the way, did anyone ever look lovelier? Lovely, lovely. I shall prove to you before this trial is over that this little flower, this tender blossom, who sits here bathed in the dew of her tears, has been the victim of this designing monster.
I object.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
As my first witness, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you at this time the little lady herself, Miss Dolores Del Rey.
Oh, thank you so much.
Gentlemen of the jury, Miss Del Rey.
Oh, I love you all.
And now, Miss Del Rey, I'd like to have you meet Judge Hofstetter.
I am charmed. You know, I think I meet you someplace before, Judge, no?
Ooh, could be. You don't happen to know Kitty McClure, do you?
Oh, but she's one of my best friends.
Well, what do you know? Say, what are you doing after?
I object.
What? Oh, objection sustained. The court is out of order.
You're telling me.
Attorney for the prosecution will continue with the witness.
Miss Del Rey, we know how painful all this must be to you. But I'm going to ask you to try to recall for the jury. Is it not true that this man here, Mr. Gildersleeve, was at one time very dear to you?
Oh, please.
You see, gentlemen, simple and trusting. She came to him wide-eyed like a child. To him, it was just another conquest. But to her, it was the flowering of true love. Ah, love. What a world of tender meaning lies within that one word, love. Poets have written whole poems about it. Men have died for it. And this poor child, you see what it has done to her.
Has the clerk got a handkerchief?
Handkerchief for his honor.
Thanks. Proceed.
Miss Del Rey, I am going to ask you only one question. Is it not true that Mr. Gildersleeve on various occasions made to you protestations of undying affection? Is it not true that he begged you to marry him? Is it not true that he subsequently spurned you in a cruel and unusual manner?
Oh, please.
Her tears are your answer, gentlemen. I rest my case.
Help the lady down from the stand there, somebody.
Not everybody!
Jury, stay in your box. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, have you any defense?
I certainly have, Your Honor. I should like to introduce first the testimony of an old and trusted servant who's been in my employ for many years, Miss Bertie Lee Coggins. Bertie?
I'm coming.
Yeah. Just climb right up there, Bertie. Yeah, that's it. Now, will you tell these people what kind of an employer I've been, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve is a fine man.
Yeah, that's it. Tell them some more.
He's a fine man, that's all.
May I ask the witness a question?
Oh, certainly. Go right ahead.
Did you ever see Mr. Gildersleeve in a tete-a-tete with Miss Del Rey?
Mr. Gildersleeve is a fine man.
Answer the question.
He's a fine man.
If it please the court, the witness refuses to answer the questions put to her.
Answer the gentleman's question. Did you ever find them embracing?
I still say he's a fine man.
You want to be cited for contempt of court?
I ain't talking about the court. I'm talking about Mr. Gildersleeve, and he's a fine man.
The witness has obviously been coached.
That's a lie.
Next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. My next witness, ladies and gentlemen, is well known to Summerfield. Miss Eve Goodwin, principal of our local grammar school. Tell him the kind of fellow I am, Eve.
All right, Throckmorton. Your Honor, Mr. Gildersleeve is a very high-minded man, devoted to the public welfare. He's shown his loyalty to the community by his long service as water commissioner and as a member of the school board. I've always known him to be honest, upright, kind, and good.
Yeah. There. Tie that, Mr. Barker.
Is that all you want from this witness?
Well, who could ask for anything more?
You want a cross-question, Mr. Barker?
Just two questions, Your Honor. Miss Goodwin, were you ever engaged to marry Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, I was.
Did he marry you?
No, he didn't.
That's all.
I object! This wasn't the same kind of a situation.
Objection overruled. Have you any more witnesses, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. I'd like to call on an old friend and neighbor to say a few words at this time. Mrs. Leila Ransom. You'll step up to the witness stand, please, Leila.
Must I smile at the jury, Throckmorton?
I'm afraid you'll have to do more than that.
Leave it to me. Well, good morning, George. Tell me, are you related to any of the Virginia Hofstetters by any chance?
Nope.
Oh.
Proceed with the case.
Mrs. Ransom, how long have you known me?
Well, let me see, Throckmorton. It must be about 2.5 years. I remember because that was the fall Cousin Ellie had a baby. He's the same age as Cindy Lou's child, and Cindy Lou's child is 2.5.
Oh, great. You've known me 2.5 years.
Yes.
In all that time, have you ever known me to do a dishonorable thing?
Gracious, I should say not. Why, Throckmorton is the soul of honor. It's ridiculous, all the things they're saying about him here. Throckmorton wouldn't hurt a fly. He may go around kissing everybody, but he doesn't mean anything by it.
Will the witness please address the jury?
The jury? Oh, hello there. Nice y'all could come.
I give up. You're a witness, Barker.
Mrs. Ransom, were you ever engaged to marry Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, yes, I was.
Did he marry you?
No, he didn't, but
That's all?
I object.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor.
You can see this man has no witnesses. All he has is a long record of breach of promise.
That's not true. Peavy, come up here.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do for you this afternoon?
Peavy, just get up there on the witness stand and tell the truth, will you, Peavy? Now, you're a druggist here in Summerfield, are you not?
A pharmacist, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, then, a pharmacist. I come into your store quite frequently, do I not?
Well...
Objection. Defendant is leading the witness.
Sustained. You can't put words in the witness' mouth, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just ask him questions.
Oh, sorry, Judge. I'm a little new at this. Well, Peavy, am I a customer of yours?
Yes, you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Fine. Now, how often do I come into your store? Is that all right, Your Honor?
Yes, that's all right. How often does he come into your store, Peavy?
Well, now, that's a question. He was in yesterday.
Yes, but how often do I come in?
Hard to say.
Would you say he comes in once a month?
Well, some months he does.
Would you say I come in once a week?
Some weeks, yes.
Does he ever come in more than once a day?
Some days, yes.
Well, confound it. Then he comes into your store quite frequently, doesn't he?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Let it go, Peavy. Now, look, do you remember my talking to you about Miss Del Rey?
Yes, I believe I do.
Great. Did you ever hear me say anything about marrying her?
Marrying her?
Yeah.
Marrying her?
Yes.
Not that I remember.
All right. In your opinion, he's nothing but a woman chaser.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
By George, Peavy. As a matter of fact, I'm indifferent to women, am I not?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, you're the world's worst witness.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I give up. Your witness, Barker.
I pass.
Well, any more witnesses for the defense?
I guess not, Your Honor. I guess I'm through.
Is that all? Well, you've got no case whatsoever, Gildersleeve.
But, Your Honor, I never thought of marrying this woman. Nobody has proved I asked her to marry me.
Your Honor, may I recall Miss Del Rey to the stand?
Go ahead.
Now, Miss Del Rey, you say Mr. Gildersleeve asked you to marry him.
Oh, yes, he certainly did.
Do you recall the words in which he proposed to you?
Yes, I recall them very well.
Would you mind repeating them, please?
No, not at all.
Exactly as he said them.
Yes, sir. Bésame, bésame mucho.
I object. That's nothing but a song.
I intend to show, Your Honor, that Defendant Gildersleeve offered marriage to my client in the course of the song.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you sing this song to Miss Del Rey?
Well, yes.
Then you'll hold your peace until she's had her say. Proceed, Miss Del Rey.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You're so kind.
Proceed.
Bésame.
That means kiss me. It's Spanish. Proceed.
Bésame mucho.
That means kiss me plenty.
It does not.
Proceed.
Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine.
Well, now I ask you, if the defendant said that...
It's just a song.
Quiet. This is a musical treat the court seldom enjoys.
Bésame mucho.
Kiss me.
You too.
Yeah.
Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine.
I don't like to interrupt the court's pleasure, but I wish to call particular attention to that last phrase. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. There's the whole thing in a nutshell.
Let the lady sing.
This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you,
Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore.
Beautiful. Lovely.
And they call this justice.
Dearest one, if you should leave me, all of my dreams would take wing and my life would be through.
I call the court's attention to...
Shut up!
Bésame mucho, love me forever, and make all my dreams come true.
Ah, thank you, Miss Del Rey. Well, I don't know how you fellows feel about it in the jury, but that's enough for me.
What?
How about it, boys? Have you reached a verdict?
Wait.
Well, what is it you wish to say, you fiend in human form?
I want a lawyer.
Sorry you've had your chance. All right, gentlemen, you may give your verdict.
No.
Mr. Gildersleeve, wake up, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's it for?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you must have fell asleep. The judge is here.
What judge?
Judge Hooker. Who do you think?
Hooker, don't let him go, Bertie. Tell him to wait. Tell him I want to see him.
I'm not going, Gildy. Thank you, Bertie.
You're welcome.
Oh, Judge, am I ever glad to see you. That case. Listen.
That's just what I dropped in to talk to you about.
I've just been through it. I had a dream. Something tells me... never mind. We've got to settle it, Judge. Do anything but settle it.
But you can't settle it now, Gildy. He'll double the ante. He'll make it 10,000 instead of 5. No, Gildy, we'll do it your way.
What do you mean?
I'm going to fight.
That's the stuff.
Yes, by golly, they can't scare me. I'll carry this case all the way to the Supreme Court. I'll fight this thing through to the finish if it takes every cent you've got.
Well, still, that's less than $5,000.
Hey, Gildy, I just had a better idea. This way it won't cost you a cent.
Oh, what is it, Horace?
Why don't you marry the girl?
Why not? I better sleep on it. Good night, everybody.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore with music by Claude Slayton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. These cold weather days, families really warm up to hearty, sustaining energy foods. So be sure to serve them breakfast toast, dinner rolls, muffins, and bread with delicious, nourishing Parquet margarine. It's one of the very best energy foods you can serve, and so economical, too. Yes, Parquet margarine costs very little, yet it helps provide the food elements that are so important for winter's nutritional needs. In addition to its high energy value, Parquet margarine contains essential vitamin A, 9,000 units in every single pound. And that's just as true in winter as it is in summer. Each pound of Parquet you buy all through the year has 9,000 units of vitamin A added to it. So for a grand flavor treat and for energy and vitamin A, buy and serve Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve, who still has a breach of promise suit dangling over his head. In addition, he's just sent off a check to the Department of Internal Revenue, so he's feeling doubly depressed. We find him now sitting glumly in his parlor, chewing a cigar as Bertie enters.
Lunch nearly ready, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I just thought I'd straighten up the living room a little.
Oh, well, don't pick up those comic books, Bertie. Just leave them on the floor.
They've been there all morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know Leroy skipped out early. But if you don't leave him for him to pick up, how is he ever going to learn?
I've been trying that system for quite a while now, but he don't seem to catch on.
Yeah, well, I'll speak to him when he comes in. Just leave everything as is.
The skates, too?
Skates, too. I don't understand that boy. He seems to have the instincts of a pig.
He's just a boy, Mr. Gildersleeve. You got to expect him to act like a pig for a few more years.
Yeah, that's probably one of his little friends, too. Tell him to go away, Bertie.
Yes, I'll get rid of him. Leroy and... Oh, excuse me, Judge.
Morning, Bertie. Gildersleeve in?
Yes, he is, Judge, but he's feeling kind of mean.
Well, I gotta see him anyway. Morning, Throckmorton.
Hello, Judge. Take off your coat. Have a chair.
Thank you.
Well, have you done anything?
Well, yes and no. I did a little reading up on breach of promise last night.
Oh, that's nice. Did you find out anything?
Well, I found one thing that they...
Dirty guy! You dirty guy!
Leroy, what's the matter?
Oh, he's got a bloody nose. That's what's the matter.
He's a dirty guy!
You got a handkerchief, Judge?
You got one?
Come here, Leroy. Wipe your nose.
I'll kill that dirty guy!
Try not to dribble on the rug, my boy.
Okay.
Now, I've told you not to get into fights, young man. Who beat you up?
Nobody. It was a try.
What were you fighting about?
About you.
About me?
Yeah, I was sticking up for you.
Well, I appreciate your loyalty, my boy, but I can fight my own battles.
You weren't there. I had to do it.
Oh? Explain yourself, please. Who were you fighting with?
Whitey White.
The dentist boy.
Oh, yes. What was the exact cause of the quarrel?
He said you were an old chicken chaser.
Oh, he did, eh? And how'd you like a punch in the nose, you old goat?
Sorry, Gildy. Proceed with the case.
Yes. Leroy, I deplore fighting, as you know. Still, in this instance, I think you had good grounds. I've never gone out of my way to seek the society of any woman. I have never been involved with any woman, and I don't intend to be.
What a character.
I don't care for that expression, either. I'll pick up your comic books and skates.
Okay.
Not now. I'm busy.
Okay. Can I have a sandwich?
No, spoil your lunch.
Okay. Here's your handkerchief, Unc.
You may keep it, Leroy. Better go upstairs and wash your face a little bit. Lunch will be ready soon.
Okay. Gosh, I don't see why I have to starve to death around here.
Yes.
Fine boy, Throckmorton. Why don't you let the little fella have a sandwich?
When I want advice on raising the little fellow from you, I'll ask for it, Judge, and pay for it. Let's stick to the law.
Well, now there's one thing, Gildy. I'm convinced that if we had any kind of a defense, Del Rey's lawyer would drop the case in a minute.
Well, tell him we're going to fight. He'll drop it.
Oh, no. He'll think we're bluffing. He won't give up unless I can show him we have a case.
All right, dig up a case.
Well, I found one sort of a defense, only we can't use it.
Huh?
If you could prove that at the time you allegedly proposed marriage to Dolores Del Rey, you were engaged to another woman...
What do you mean?
Well, if you were pledged to another and Miss Del Rey knew it, she has no case.
By George. Horace, did I ever tell you that Eve Goodwin and I were engaged to be married?
Of course, you told everybody.
Did I ever tell you we'd broken off our engagement?
Well, no, but I understood.
Never mind what you understood. Eve Goodwin and I are engaged. We always have been, and we always will be.
Gildy, I don't like the sound of this. The law is a stern mistress, and
Now, don't go dragging ethics into this, Judge. The lady is a blackmailer, isn't she?
Well, yes, if your side of the story is true.
Don't you believe anything your client says?
Now, Throckmorton.
Well, if you do, you get that downtown and tell Del Rey's lawyer that you've got a defense, and you're going to fight.
But, Gildy, you'd have to be able to prove this. You'd have to have witnesses.
For the last time, Judge, I am engaged to Eve Goodwin. Just leave the rest to me.
All right, Gildy, I'll see what I can do. But let me ask just one thing. Does Eve know about this?
Don't worry about Eve. Have you children finished your lunch? I want to talk to you.
I'm all done. Marge didn't eat a thing. She's thinking about her boyfriend. She just wants to live on nothing but love.
That'll do, Leroy.
Love! Oh, shut up.
Marjorie, where are you going?
I don't care to sit here and be insulted by a drip.
She wants to go someplace and let a drip make love to her.
Leroy. Marjorie, wait a minute. I want to talk to you both about something important.
Is it about being neat? picking up stuff?
No, but have you...
I'll do it right after lunch.
More tapioca, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you, Bertie. Bertie, perhaps you'd better stay and listen to what I have to say to the children.
Yes, sir. More tapioca, Leroy?
No, thanks. Shoot, Unc, I gotta get going. So do I.
All right. Now, as you all know, I'm engaged to marry Miss Goodwin.
What?
Oh, my goodness.
What did you say, Uncle Mort?
I simply made a reference to my fiancée.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you sure is a hard man to keep track of.
Let's not be silly about this. I told all of you last spring that I was engaged to Miss Eve Goodwin.
Yes, sir, but it seems we ain't seen much of her recently.
I thought she gave you the air.
Nothing of the kind, Leroy. She's very devoted to me, as I am to her.
Whoa!
Leroy!
Just kidding, Unc.
Yeah, well, cut it out. I want all of you to understand that I'm still engaged to Miss Goodwin, that I've been engaged to her all the time.
Well, I don't know how it happened, but I think it's wonderful, Unky. I hope you'll be very happy.
Huh?
When are you going to get married?
Oh, it's nothing like that. I mean, nothing immediate.
This is too deep for me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Same here. Is you ain't engaged to Miss Goodwin.
I am. And if anybody should ask you, Leroy, you tell them so.
I'll answer, Miss Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve, President. Oh, yes, Judge. Just a minute. Judge.
Thank you, Bertie. Hello, Judge. Well, no, I haven't had a chance to see her yet. Well, I was going to do it just as soon. Oh, my goodness. You're right. I better do it before anybody else gets to her. Where's my hat?
Holy smoke, what's the rush?
Got to see my fiancée right away.
What for?
Got to tell her something. I mean, ask her something. Oh, pick up those skates, Leroy, before I get back here. Old wind isn't what it used to be.
Oh, Throckmorton, it's you.
Hello, Eve. Can I come in for a moment?
Oh, of course.
Thanks.
Well, what is it, Throckmorton? Is something wrong?
No, I just dropped in to pass the time of day.
You seem in a dreadful hurry. Won't you take your coat off?
I think I'll just sit down a moment and get my breath back first.
Oh, yes, for goodness sake.
Nice day we're having.
Yes, it is. Lovely.
It was cloudy at first, but then cleared up.
Yes, it's so good to see the sun again.
It could still get cloudy again, but I don't think it will.
I hope not.
Eve?
Yes, Throckmorton?
Nothing.
Well, do take your overcoat off, Throckmorton. It might help you to breathe. Unbutton your collar, too, if you like.
No, I'm all right. I'll just sit here a minute. That new picture you got there over on the mantel?
Oh, no. No, that picture's been there all the time.
Thought maybe it was new. Looks purpler. Eve?
Yes?
Nothing.
There's something on your mind, Throckmorton.
No, really.
I can tell. Come on, what is it?
Honest, Eve, I just happened to be passing by, and I thought, well, I'll just drop in and see Eve a minute.
Well, I'm glad you did. But I have a parent-teachers meeting very shortly, so if you have anything to tell me...
Well, you won't get sore.
Throckmorton, you're such a child. This seems just like old times.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, those were the days. Hey, Eve, what do you say we get engaged again?
Are you serious?
Serious? This is a matter of life and death.
I thought it was sudden the first time. But this...
Somebody at the door.
Yes, a friend is calling for me. I've got to go.
No, wait, Eve.
But my meeting, Throckmorton...
Let her wait a second. Look, we could pretend our engagement has never been broken. We could pretend we've been engaged all the time. We just put off the wedding, that's all. Why not?
Well, I can think of several reasons, but one of them is that I have to go now.
Oh, darn the Parent-Teacher Association. Wait.
Throckmorton, please.
Eve, this is mighty important. You don't understand. We wouldn't have to get married or anything. We wouldn't even be engaged, really.
Well, what would be the point?
Yeah, well, I'll explain later. Will you do it? Will you, Eve? We'd only be pretending. How about it?
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. That would be living a lie. Come in.
Oh, nuts. Do you mind if I use your telephone then?
Not at all.
Evie, darling, come along. We'll have to hurry if we're going to get to Coots Mill before sundown.
Be right there, just as soon as I get my things on.
Oh, parent-teachers meeting, eh?
It happens that he's a parent and I'm a teacher.
Talk about living a lie. Hello, Judge. Gildersleeve. Hold everything, Judge. It didn't work.
Throckmorton, really?
Don't ask me what happened, Judge. I got mixed up with a parent-teachers association.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. When rosy-cheeked youngsters get to playing outdoors these wintry days, they work up enormous appetites. And a good way to satisfy this healthy hunger is to spread slices of enriched bread, crackers, or hot toast with delicious parquet margarine. Children simply love parquet because it tastes so good. Adds such appetizing flavor goodness to bread, muffins, pancakes, and waffles. And it's extra good for them, too, because parquet helps provide energy fuel and an important vitamin that growing children need. In addition to being so high in energy value, parquet contains vitamin A. In fact, Kraft adds 9,000 units of important vitamin A to every single pound of this nutritious spread for America's bread. So please the children, delight your whole family. Buy and serve delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes parquet. Now let's get back to our friend Gildersleeve. His refusal by Eve Goodwin has left him only one course to pursue. Before pursuing it, however, he comes home to take in a little nourishment. Now, after supper, he calls in Leroy, Marjorie, and Bertie once more.
I didn't think I'd have to call another family conference so soon, children, Bertie. But, something has come up that makes it necessary. I thought I told you to clean up the living room, Leroy.
Those comic books? I'm reading them.
What about the skates? You been skating in here?
No, sir.
Well, kindly remove all this junk at once.
Yes, sir.
Not now. Wait till I've finished.
Yes, sir.
In discussing my fiancée this afternoon, I made one slight mistake. It's not Eve Goodwin I'm engaged to. It's Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, Unky. And he's the guy I got a bloody nose for. What's going on anyway, Unc?
There's nothing going on. Don't you remember that I was engaged to Mrs. Ransom some time ago?
But that was ages ago.
She's run through a whole husband since then.
It'll not be necessary to mention all the ins and outs of this affair, Bertie. Suffice it to say that Mrs. Ransom and I have been engaged for a long, long time. And we are now engaged.
But this afternoon you were positive you were engaged to Miss Goodwin.
Well, that was a slip of the tongue. If I said Eve Goodwin, I meant Leila Ransom, that's all. Ye gods, can't anybody make a mistake?
Uncle Mort, has this anything to do with all that lawsuit and everything, Miss Del Rey?
What makes you ask that, my dear?
I smell a rat, that's all.
So do I. Why don't you come clean, Unc, and then we'll play ball with you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on, Unky. We're not dopes. There's something fishy about this. You better tell us or we might mess it up for you.
What it comes down to is this. If I was engaged to somebody else at the time I was supposed to have asked Miss Del Rey to marry me, she has no case.
Hey, pretty foxy.
Yeah, there's nothing foxy about it. It's a perfectly legitimate arrangement, Leroy. Naturally, I thought first of basing my case on my most recent fiancée, Miss Goodwin. But, some reason she refused to be a party to it.
Now, ain't that strange? I would have thought she'd snap at you, Miss Gildersleeve.
She did. She almost bit my head off, Bertie. Anyway, I've decided to base my case on Mrs. Ransom.
Have you spoken to her yet, Unky?
No, but there won't be any trouble there.
You better be careful. What if she should turn you down?
Well, I thought I'd go over and see her this evening. Maybe I ought to take a few precautions now.
Don't take her no precautions, Mr. Gildersleeve. Take her a present.
Yeah.
Bertie's right, Unky. Flowers or candy or something.
Oh, maybe some of the chocolates she used to like. Women are sentimental, I guess.
Oh, darling, I've missed you so.
Leroy, I think you've taken enough chances for today. Now shut up.
Yes, sir.
How about a ring, Uncle Mort?
A ring? Oh, yes, I mustn't forget the ring. I've still got it, too, upstairs with my cufflinks. Oh, and another thing. I wonder. Can't tell how women are going to react.
What is it?
Well, The first time I ever called on her, I wore my air raid helmet. Maybe if I wore it again, by George, I will. She's always remembered that. Bertie, where is my helmet? Do you know?
No, I don't, Miss Gildersleeve.
I remember Marge grew some ivy in it once.
That was a long time ago. You were keeping guppies in it for a while.
Guppies? Leroy, that helmet is government property.
Well, if you weren't using it...
I might have needed it any moment. You find that helmet, Leroy, you'll need a helmet in a certain place.
It wouldn't fit there.
Get the helmet.
I think I know where it is, Unc. I'm sure I can find it.
Yes. Well, what do you think, Marjorie, with the ring and the candy and the helmet?
You'll do all right, Uncle Mort, if you'll be nice.
Oh, I'll be diplomatic.
You're the man that can do it.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Here's your helmet, Unc.
Yeah. Is it clean, Leroy?
Sure it's clean. Gosh, guppies are just about the cleanest fish there is.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hi, Peavy.
What can I do for... My goodness, what's that you got there?
Oh, that's my air raid helmet.
I thought it looked like an air raid helmet. Expecting a little incident this evening?
No, I just happen to have it with me. Say,
Going to a drill of some kind, I presume.
No, I'm not going to any drill. Say, Peavy, if you got...
Loaning it to a friend, no doubt.
I just happen to have it with me.
That's a wise precaution. Probably won't happen, but then again, who can tell? Stitch in time saves 9.
What won't happen?
Or, as the pharmacist would put it, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Peavy, what are you talking about?
It's in the paper there. Didn't you read it? They say we're likely to have these rocket bombs dropping in on it in any minute.
Oh, that.
As soon as Mrs. Peavy heard that, she decided we ought to move. And we asked ourselves where we'd go, so we're staying where we are.
Yeah, the only thing to do, I guess.
Well, we listened to Raymond Graham's swing that evening, and we felt better. Do you listen to him, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, when I'm at home, I do, whenever I remember it.
Well, as a rule, Mrs. Peavy retires around 8:30, but I usually set up for the final word from Mr. Swing. He had an interesting analysis there last night. Did you happen to hear him?
No, I didn't. I was out.
Well, he viewed some things with alarm, but on the other hand, he found some grounds for hope, too. Sensible man, Mr. Swing. He doesn't lose his head. What can I do for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Well, confound it, you've talked so much, I've forgotten what I came in here for.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little wound up today.
Yes, I remember. Oh, yeah. You got any of those chocolates you used to have with a cherry in the center? You know, they came in a little box.
Oh, you mean the ones you used to buy for Mrs. Ransom?
Well, since you mention it, yes. They were her favorites.
The box had a red ribbon on it and a picture of some cherries and a robin redbreast.
Yeah, that's it.
And some little tin sugar tongs to pick the candies out with.
Yeah, that's it. Have you got any of those?
No, I haven't. I haven't had any of those in 2 years.
Yeah, well, what have you got?
Well, my selection of candies is a little limited just now. Hard to get chocolate, you know. We have these candy bars.
Is that all?
That's all. It's called the Doodad Junior. Sells for 5 cents. The Doodad Senior's larger sells for 10.
Yeah.
But I haven't got any of those.
Doodad Junior. What kind of candy is that to give a lady?
It's guaranteed harmless.
Well, that's all you got. Give me a half a dozen of those.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can only allow one to a customer.
What? One doodad?
I'm sorry. It's in the interest of national defense.
Yep, all right. There you are.
Wrap it up?
No, I'll take it the way it is, in the interest of national defense. Goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope she enjoys it.
It's one measly little peanut bar. Doodad. A man's got to be a regular Casanova to get anywhere these days. Uh-oh. Got to get my helmet on here. Guppies. Phew. Smells like a low tide. Oh, well. Anything for a joke. Gee, either this chin strap has shrunk or I've expanded.
Gracious.
Warden Gildersleeve at your service. Like to inspect your sand buckets, ma'am.
Don't tell me there's an air raid.
Quick! Pull down your shades and turn out the lights.
Throckmorton.
Yeah. Don't worry, Leila. Just a little private alert.
Well, I don't think it's very nice you coming over here in your helmet and all scaring a girl.
Well, I thought you'd think it was cute.
Oh, silly, I'm only teasing. What's this all about?
Nothing. Hey, brought you something.
Oh?
There, for you.
For me? Why, Throckmorton, it's... Oh, it's peanuts.
Don't you like peanuts?
Down where I come from, they feed them to hogs.
Hogs, well, I tried to get chocolate.
Oh, that's all right. It isn't the gift anyway. It's the thought behind it.
Yeah, that's right. It's the thought behind it.
What was the thought behind it, Throckmorton?
Huh?
Never mind. Do take off your helmet before it strangles and come in and sit down.
Oh, thanks. You know, Leila, I've been thinking.
Have you, Throckmorton?
Yeah, I've been thinking. You remember New Year's Eve when you were saying about how we used to be engaged and what fun we had and all that? Those were the days. Hey, Leila?
Did I say that?
Sure you did. You were talking about the first time you ever met me. It was during a blackout. I came over here with my air-raid helmet and my flashlight, and you took a shine to me right off. Remember?
It's funny. New Year's Eve is just a blur to me now. There's only one thing I remember very distinctly.
Oh, what's that?
When that man handed you a summons for breach of promise.
Now, Leila, I don't want you to get the wrong idea about that. The whole thing was a mistake.
Yours or hers?
There was nothing in it, really. Nothing. It's all been settled. That is, practically.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'd hate to think of a man I'd once been engaged to being mixed up in any nasty old lawsuit. I don't know what I'd say to people.
Leila?
Yes?
Nothing. Say, how would you like it if I was to sing for you, huh? Speak to me of love.
Oh, Throckmorton.
I'll sing and you play the piano.
Not right now. I'm really not in the mood.
Not in the mood?
No. Let's just sit here and talk, shall we?
Leila, what's happened?
I don't know, Throckmorton. It's just life, I guess. Or maybe I'm growing up or something. But I've been thinking, too.
You?
I know. You think I'm just a silly little thing without a thought in a pretty head. But you're wrong.
Oh, I never said that, Leila. Gosh, you have some wonderful thoughts.
No, that's not true either. But there's one thing I've decided. It's about life.
What's that?
I've decided that love isn't everything.
You know, it's funny you saying that. Because I've just about decided the same thing.
Have you, Throckmorton?
You're darn right. Love can be a great big nuisance.
I read in a book once that lovers can never be true friends. Do you believe that, Throckmorton?
Oh, absolutely. Let's always be friends, Leila.
I've always been a friend of yours.
Do you mean that?
Of course I do.
Are you a friend of mine right now?
Of course I am.
Leila, would you do a friend a favor if he asked you?
You know I would.
Would you be engaged to me again?
Engaged? But you just said that...
Oh, don't worry. There won't be any love in it or anything like that. We wouldn't even get married or anything. Just be a friendly understanding.
Just a friendly understanding?
Yeah. I'd give you back your ring, and we'd just pretend that our engagement had never been broken. Simple?
Yes, but how long would this friendly understanding have to last?
Well, till this lawsuit blows over. Now, don't be offended.
You mean to tell me...
I didn't mean to tell you, but that's the way it is. Now, Leila, don't be offended, please.
I'm not offended.
You're not? Oh, will you do it then, as a favor to a friend?
I wouldn't be a very good friend if I refused, would I?
Well, Leila, you're true blue, by George. Yeah, some people do you a favor, and they tell you they have to go to a parent-teacher meeting. Now, don't go away. I got a ring right here in my pocket somewhere. The ring. There.
Other finger, Throckmorton.
Oh. Now, wait a minute. This doesn't mean anything, you know.
I understand.
And you don't mind?
Why should I? After all, it's just a friendly understanding.
Women are funny.
Just the same, I can't help thinking of the first time you put this ring on my finger. And you were so darling then.
What do you mean I was darling then?
And after you put the ring on my finger, you kissed it. And then you kissed my hand, and then my arm, and then my shoulder. You were so impetuous in those days.
I still am.
Throckmorton, let go.
Oh, Leila, just a little kiss.
No.
Come on, just one. Hey, where are you going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave now, Throckmorton.
Leila, don't get sore. Just a little kiss.
We had a friendly understanding, Throckmorton, but that was not part of it. Here's your overcoat.
Leila, if we're supposed to be engaged, we have to keep up appearances, you know.
You may kiss me in public, Throckmorton, but not in private.
What? Oh, now, Leila.
You've forgotten about our engagement. It means nothing. Remember? Absolutely nothing.
That's the trouble with women. They're so literal-minded.
You forgot your hat.
Oh! Gee. Gosh, if anybody saw us now, they'd think we were married.
Unc.
We had a very satisfactory interview.
She went for it, huh?
We had a satisfactory interview.
I guess she kind of liked the idea, huh?
She threw me out of the house. Now go to bed.
What a character.
Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Remember, there are delicious prepared mustards, too, in Kraft's famous line of quality foods. For more zestful enjoyment of salads, sandwich meats, hot-cooked vegetables, and deviled eggs, add the delightful flavor tang of Kraft Salad Mustard. This tangy, golden Kraft Salad Mustard is spiced just right for most everyone's taste, blends smoothly into cooked dishes, adds lip-smacking flavor to gravies and barbecue sauce. Your family and guests are sure to like Kraft Salad Mustard. It's so appetizing in so many tempting ways. You'll want to try this other delicious variety, too, Kraft Mustard with nippy horseradish added. It's just a bit sharper and oh so tasty when added to a sauce for shrimp or spread on cold meat cuts. Buy both of these grand flavor treats, nippy Kraft Horseradish Mustard and tangy golden Kraft Salad Mustard. Tomorrow, ask for Kraft Quality Mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. From the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Some foods may be scarce, but there's plenty of good, wholesome bread, thanks to America's hard-working farmers, millers, and bakers. So have your family eat plenty of bread at every meal, and be sure to serve delicious parquet margarine with it. Parquet is the quality spread for bread that's made by Kraft. And Kraft quality in margarine means flavor that's fresh, delicate, satisfying. Parquet margarine makes bread, hot toast, pancakes, and waffles taste extra good. And it's extra nourishing, too. Parquet margarine is actually one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, Kraft guarantees every pound of parquet to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So remember, the next time you buy bread, also buy the spread that adds such nourishing goodness to it. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes parquet. Now, let's join the great Gildersleeve, whom we find sitting quietly in his parlor reading the evening paper. He'd be feeling completely contented except for a slight pang of hunger, which makes him a little edgy with certain people. His nephew, Leroy, for example.
Hey, Unc.
I'm trying to read the paper, Leroy.
Yeah, give me the comic page, will you?
You may have the paper when I have finished.
Oh, gosh, you always read the real estate page and everything.
Supper's almost ready.
Leroy, would you mind getting your junk out of the living room, please? I'm expecting company this evening.
It must be. Look at her hair, Unc.
Huh? Well, something new, my dear.
Oh, I've tried it before, but not in public. Like it?
Very nice. Gives a very nice effect.
Would you please make Leroy move his junk?
Who's coming, for corn's sake? Major Bong?
Oh, he's married. Keith Kelsey's dropping in for a while.
Keith Kelsey? No kidding, Marge, is he?
What's so wonderful about that?
Well, he's the best hockey player they've had at Summerfield High in 20 years. Besides, I thought he was going around with Francie.
He was.
Gee, congratulations, Marge. Gosh, I never thought...
Just a moment, Leroy. May I ask who this young man is, Marjorie?
Leroy just told you. The coach says he's the best hockey player we've had in 20 years.
Just a minute. This fellow's named Keith Kelsey, you say?
Yes.
I don't trust any boy named Keith.
Keith, that's silly.
Oh, it's silly, is it? Isn't he one of the fellows that was mixed up in that mischief down at the high school last year?
What mischief?
You know what I'm talking about. That gang that kidnapped the Polish janitor so the school had no heat.
Yeah, he thought up the whole thing.
Oh, he did not think it up.
Well, chances are he did think it up, but that's not the question. Was he involved in it?
Well, they used his car.
Oh, he's got a car, eh?
Yeah, he had a souped-up Ford, but he couldn't get gas, so he had to soup it down again.
If it was his car, he must have been one of the ringleaders in the kidnapping. A very dangerous stunt.
Dangerous?
It endangered the health of hundreds of high school pupils and teachers.
Oh, nobody got sick. They all went home. It was perfect.
Well, I don't trust this boy. I don't want you seeing too much of him, my dear.
I don't see why.
I knew a fellow named Keith in college. He was no good either. Keith Robinson.
But Keith Kelsey is the best hockey player in the state, practically. I think it's a great honor if he wants to come here, even.
I don't care if he's the best hockey player in the world.
He has wavy hair, too.
Marjorie, you're talking like a lovesick schoolgirl.
I'm not lovesick.
Well, no boy is perfect, and you better understand that right now. You be very careful with this young man.
Oh, I will. Please make Leroy get his junk out of here, Unky.
Move your junk, Leroy.
Okay. Gosh, I hope you'll at least let me say hello to him.
Yes, but that's all.
Couldn't I talk to him a little?
No.
Hey, Unc, if I talked to him, I could kind of keep an eye on him and Marge.
No, my boy. If there's to be any chaperoning, I'll take care of it. I hope none will be necessary, my dear.
Oh, this is all so embarrassing. I almost wish he wasn't coming. But not really.
Marge.
Oh, no, I'll go. No, wait a minute. Maybe you better answer it, Leroy. I want to go upstairs and make sure my hair's all right.
Your hair is perfectly all right, my dear. Good enough for anybody.
Well, I want to look at it anyway.
Go on. Answer the door, Leroy.
Okay. Hi.
Hello. Is Marjorie...
Yeah, come on in. I'm her brother.
Oh.
My name's Leroy. I saw you playing the game against Riverton.
Oh, you did? That was a pretty good game. Is your sister here?
Yeah, she went upstairs to fix her hair.
Oh.
Take off your coat, why don't you?
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my skates? I just got them for Christmas. Look, tubulars.
Yeah. They probably wouldn't stand up very long in a game.
No, not in a real game. Well, they're just a cheap pair. Can't get decent skates these days. You want to see my stick?
Well, Oh, hello, Marge.
Hello, Keith. I thought you weren't coming. I was upstairs doing my geometry.
Oh, you were?
Here's my hockey stick, Keith. It's regulation.
Yeah. See, that's all right. You left-handed?
No, why?
Well, that's a left-handed stick. You'll never raise the puck off the ice with that.
So that's it. Well, for corn's sake, I want...
Leroy.
What? I'll go in a minute.
Well, Marjorie, is this the young man you were telling me about?
Oh, yes. This is my Uncle Mort, Keith.
Just call me Mr. Gildersleeve.
How are you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm very well, thank you. Suppose we step into the parlor for a moment.
Yeah, let's all go in the parlor.
Not you, Leroy. You go upstairs and get at your homework.
It's all done practically.
Leroy.
Okay. You know, I might talk to Piggy about trading hockey sticks. So long, Keith.
So long.
Now, young man, sit down. Tell me something about yourself.
Oh, Unky.
Well, there isn't much to tell about me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I wonder if I know your father.
It could be. He has the Oldsmobile agency there on State Street.
Yeah?
Right now, he's selling Venetian blinds made out of plastic.
Oh, I see.
You're the water commissioner, aren't you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes.
I'd like to see that pump sometime out at the reservoir. It must be quite a piece of machinery.
Oh, it is. If I didn't have a darn good engineer out there, it wouldn't run 10 minutes.
Is that a fact?
Yes, my boy, that's a fact. That's one thing I'm very good at. I know how to pick a good man.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. And don't you ever forget it. Well, I'll leave you young people now. Go in my study and do a little reading.
Okay. Glad to have met you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes.
Funny old duck, isn't he?
Oh, he's all right.
Sure. Say, you look pretty.
I'm glad you think so.
Come on, get your hat and coat and we'll go over and join the gang.
What gang?
Oh, the gang. They're over at Barney's Beanery. Pete and Sally and Henry and Grace and all the rest of the gang. Come on, we'll have some fun.
Oh, it sounds darling, but I'll have to ask Uncle Mort if I can go.
You want me to ask him?
No, I better. He's kind of funny.
He sure looks funny. Well, go ahead and tell him you're going out.
Okay. Be with you in a second. Oh, excuse me, Unky.
You haven't been talking very loud, Marjorie.
Haven't we? We didn't want to disturb you.
A quiet murmur would disturb me far less than complete silence, my dear.
It would? Well, I just wanted to tell you we're going out for a little while.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Now, Unky, I'm only going to Barney's Beanery. The gang's all over there.
What gang?
Oh, everybody.
In that souped-up car? No, sir.
It isn't souped up anymore.
Well, soup down, then. I don't know this boy, Marjorie.
I'm not asking you to go out with him.
Listen, if that young fellow wants to spend any time with you, he can spend it here, or I know what's going on.
Unky, not so loud.
Why can't I talk loud? This is my own house, isn't it?
But, Unky...
You tell Master Keith that I won't let you go out this evening. If he wants to see you, he can stay here.
Oh.
Well, all set?
I'm sorry, Keith. He says I can't go out. Couldn't you possibly stay here?
Well, I promised the gang I'd be over. I thought I could bring you naturally.
Naturally? Well, you promised them.
Yeah. Gee, that's too bad. If only I hadn't promised,
Sure, you have to keep a promise.
I guess so. Well, some other time, huh, Marge?
If you want.
Oh, you bet. Oh, here's my coat. Oh, so long.
So long.
Gee, now I've done it. Eat your prunes, Leroy.
I am. Shoot the cream, will you, Unc?
Cream is unnecessary on prunes, my boy.
Yeah, but it sure helps.
There's a war on. What's keeping Marjorie?
I don't know. Maybe she overslept. Maybe she was out late with Keith.
Don't talk so much and eat your prunes.
Okay, gosh, all I was doing was asking...
Eat your prunes.
Miss Gildersleeve, you ready for your egg?
Yes, Bertie. Egg, did you say?
Yes, but there's only one. The Eggman didn't come yesterday, and he's been acting kind of high and mighty lately, and I ain't surprised that he didn't show up.
If he comes back, be good to him, Bertie.
Yes, I'll bake him a cake.
Fine situation. You have to treat the Eggman like visiting royalty.
Those are the breaks, kid.
Yes.
Oh, here's Marge. Hi.
Hi.
Good morning, my dear.
Pass the sugar, will you, please, Leroy?
Here. Have a good time with Keith last night, Marge?
Wonderful. Uncle Mort practically kicked him out of the house.
What?
Now, Marjorie.
Keith had a date with a gang, and Uncle Mort wouldn't let me go along.
Gosh, Unc, you must be nuts. Keith's the best hockey player that ever came to see her. She's liable to wind up with somebody that can't even skate.
You stay out of this, Leroy.
Here's your lonesome egg, Miss Gildersleeve. Morning, Miss Marjorie.
Good morning, Bertie.
You feel like some oatmeal this morning?
No, thank you, Bertie. Just my grapefruit and some toast, I guess.
I'd offer you an egg, but there ain't any.
Would you like my egg, Marjorie?
You want your uncle's egg, honey?
No, thank you, Bertie.
Marjorie feels I treated her unfairly last night, Bertie. I refused to allow her to go to a nightclub with a young man I know nothing about.
A nightclub? He's talking about Barney's Beanery, Bertie. And there's nothing the matter with Keith Kelvey either.
I didn't say there was anything the matter with him, Bertie. I just don't want Marjorie running around with strangers.
He is not a stranger, Bertie. I've known him ever since the 6th grade, only he never noticed me before.
Yeah, I've seen him play hockey, too.
I told you to stay out of this, Leroy.
I'm leaving anyway. Cheer up, Marge. Maybe everything will be okay.
Thanks, Leroy. I don't think there's much hope.
Now, it ain't as bad as all that, child.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, no, it isn't. Keith is the nicest boy in the Summerfield High School, and he's always gone around with other girls like Francie and Eleanor Sloan. And now the first time he's even noticed me, you treat him like a criminal.
But
You cross-examine him. You practically tell him you're going to listen to every word we say, and then you won't let me go out to a perfectly innocent place with him.
Marjorie, please.
All my life, I've been waiting for just one nice boy. But if I know how you were going to treat him, well, it'll be your fault if I wind up an old maid.
You won't be an old maid, Marge. I'll stick with you.
You go to school. Confounded, Bertie. I'm just trying to do the right thing by the girl.
I know it, Miss Gildersleeve.
What she needs is a mother.
I expect you're right. You ain't making any plans along them lines, is you?
Oh, no. Must be Judge Hooker, Bertie. It's his turn to drive me downtown.
I'll let him in, Miss Gildersleeve. You finish the call.
Thank you.
Morning, Judge.
And a good morning to you, Bertie. Is the Lord of the Manor ready to fare forth on the highway?
Not quite, Judge. And he ain't feeling so chipper either.
Oh? Well, Throckmorton, what's eating you this morning?
I don't know, Horace. Marjorie thinks I'm scaring away her boyfriends.
Well, are you?
I don't know what to do. I don't know how anybody raises children. Heaven knows I'm no expert.
No, you're not.
I suppose what the child really needs is a mother. I don't want to get mixed up with any more women.
Well, there are plenty of women in the family. Children have several aunts.
Yeah.
Why don't you invite one of them for a visit? Better stay a few days and straighten things out.
Not a bad idea, Horace. Let me see. Catherine's got kids of her own. She couldn't come.
Hattie's a good, sensible woman.
Yeah, and may the Lord deliver me from good, sensible women.
What's the matter with Hilda?
Yeah, I always liked Hilda. Got a little bounce to her.
Shoot her a wire.
I might do that.
Quiet. Here comes Marjorie. Well, Marjorie.
Good morning, Judge.
You're looking as fresh as a bright May morning.
Thank you.
Well, my dear, off to school now, I suppose. Yep, off to school.
Ray Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. To help our nation's industries meet increased production quotas, we'll all have to pitch in and work even harder these next critical months of the war. Well, that's going to call for extra energy. And here's an economical food that provides energy galore. It's Parquet margarine. Yes, Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread that's made by Kraft. Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And besides furnishing food energy, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. Well, that's important, too, because every time you spread Parquet on bread, biscuits, rolls, and muffins, you add more nourishing goodness to these other wholesome foods. So, for food energy, for vitamin A, and for downright good eating, buy and serve Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Remember, Kraft makes this nutritious spread for America's bread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Well, let's get back now to Summerfield and see what's going on. And if you want to know what's going on in Summerfield, there isn't a better place to find out than Peavy's Pharmacy. Of course, the noon-hour rush is over, and the proprietor usually catches a short nap back in his prescription room during the lull that follows, but, well, let's drop in there anyway. Uh-oh, he's got a customer at the soda fountain, and it's Marjorie.
Do you find that milkshake to your liking, Marjorie?
It's fine.
That's good. Not too sweet?
Can't be too sweet.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Then it's a matter of taste, I suppose. I don't want to appear to pry, Marjorie, but shouldn't you be in school now?
I should, but I'm not.
So I see. You're sure that won't lead to trouble?
What do I care?
Yeah, that's hard to answer. Finished?
I'll have another.
Another chocolate malt?
Make it a double.
Oh, Marjorie, I'm afraid 2 of these would make you sick.
What do I care?
Well, you're the customer. 2 chocolate malts. I don't know what to say.
Mr. Peavy,
Yes?
were you ever in love?
Was I ever in love? Well, I guess I must have been. I'm married.
Oh, I mean seriously.
Oh, I'd say it. I'd say it was serious. People don't just get married for the fun of it.
Well, did you ever fall in love with someone who never paid you a bit of attention, never even looked at you, and you thought you'd just die if he didn't? And then all of a sudden he did, and you were so happy. And then your uncle came along and spoiled it?
No, I can't say that I ever found myself in exactly that situation.
Then you don't know how empty life can be. The complete futility of it all.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you wouldn't know. What good is life? What good is anything? What good is education? I asked myself that at lunch today, and during recess I just walked out.
And that's why you're here.
Yes. I thought you were the one person who'd understand.
Well,
I'm a little afraid to go back now. I'm a little afraid to go home. But why should I be? It's my life. And what good is it? Just tell me, Mr. Peavy. What is there to live for?
Well, you've still got a chocolate malt coming.
Mr. Peavy, I thought you were a friend. If I thought you were going to laugh at me...
I don't mean to laugh at you, Marjorie, but just think. You're how old? 16. You've still got a few things to look forward to. You've still got a few years left before you shuffle off. After all, there's always tomorrow, you know.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow goes on this petty pace from day to day. That's Shakespeare.
Yeah, I know. I forgot your chocolate malt. I want you to understand, Marjorie, the pharmacy accepts no responsibility for this. We usually serve only one of these to a customer. Oh, here comes your uncle.
My uncle?
Coming right across the street there.
Oh, I can't let him see me. Mr. Peavy, please, could I go out the back way?
Well, it's not customary, but I don't see any harm. Right through the prescription room there. You'll find the door.
I'll pay you next time.
That's all right. Oh, don't fall over the ash can in the alley. Don't mind a little hide and seek, but I don't want to be responsible for any broken bones here. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
What can I do for you?
Oh, give me a chocolate malt.
You too?
What do you mean?
Nothing. There's your malt.
Huh?
Right there in front of you. I just mixed it.
You must be a mind reader.
No, I mixed it for a customer who was just in here, but he was suddenly called out of town. I take it you didn't have any dessert for lunch.
I didn't have any lunch. Didn't feel like it. Didn't feel like working either. I didn't get a thing done at the office all morning. Confounded Peavy, one girl can be more trouble than 6 boys.
Is that right?
Now, you take Leroy. I have to holler at him a lot, but at least we understand each other. But Marjorie, do you know she hasn't spoken to me for 3 days? I ask you, is that any way for a girl to treat her old uncle?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, girls will be girls.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, maybe you're right.
Now, when a girl gets to be Marjorie's age, she's apt to get the idea that nobody understands her.
How do you know so much about girls?
Well, I happen to be married to one. And she still thinks nobody understands her. At times. And at times, I'm ready to agree with her.
What do you do about it?
Well, in Mrs. Peavy's case, I just go take a walk. But with Marjorie, it's a little different. I'd say what she needs is the companionship of young people her own age.
Well, you could be right. There's such a thing as seeing too much of Leroy.
I see Marjorie come in here with her Come in here with her young friends in the afternoon, and they giggle and gossip and talk nonsense. That's what girls want at that age. I guess that's what they want at any age.
Peavy, you know what? You give me an idea.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, you have, by George. You give me an idea.
You're not going. You haven't touched the milkshake.
Sell it to the next man who comes in.
I've sold it twice already.
If you play it right, you can run it up into a fortune. Peavy, you know what I'm going to do?
No, what are you going to do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm going to put an end to all this nonsense. I've thought of a way to make Marjorie forget her troubles.
Yes?
I'm going to give her a party, a surprise party.
Now, you're getting somewhere.
Yes, sir. I'll invite all her girlfriends over, and I'll just leave them there to giggle and gossip to their heart's content.
You mean you're only going to invite the girlfriends?
Yeah, only your girlfriends. It's strictly a hen party.
Well, but...
Plenty of good food, no grown-ups, no boys to spoil the party. She'll love it, Peavy. Well, so long, Peavy. Thanks for the idea.
I don't think he ever got the idea.
Well, that's 5 of them, Leroy. Penny, Linda, Martha, Virginia, and Francie. Can you think of any other girls I ought to invite?
No, but there's a couple of those you shouldn't invite. Francie, for instance.
That's ridiculous. Her father and mother are very good friends of mine.
Just the same, she and Marge aren't even talking to each other.
Well, that's nonsense, and I'm not going to encourage it. Uh-oh, here's Bertie. Well, what luck, Bertie?
Miss Gildersleeve, I've been to every market in this town, but I couldn't find no marshmallows, only in one place.
Oh, you got them then?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Because the man made me mad. He told me if I wanted to buy a box of marshmallows, I'd have to buy 2 boxes of bran and a bottle of no-good brass polish.
Why, the dirty crook. Well, never mind the marshmallows. We'll think of something else. Must be something girls like to do besides toast marshmallows. Oh, I know. Make fudge.
Oh, boy.
Now, here's what I planned. The girls will arrive at 8 o'clock. It'll be a big surprise. They all go down to the roller skating rink and skate there till 10. And they'll come home here and have a snack and make fudge. Don't you think Marjorie will like that, Leroy?
I suppose so. Girls are crazy.
It'll be a nice, wholesome evening.
You're not kidding.
Well, I better go and get started on the sandwiches.
Now, wait a minute. When Marjorie gets home, don't anybody say anything to her about this, you understand?
Oh, I won't say a word.
Just pretend that nothing's happened. Let her go on as she has been. If she doesn't want to talk to anybody at dinner, okay, let her alone. I want this to be a surprise. We'll have some fun out of it, eh, Leroy?
How am I going to have any fun out of it?
She'll be sitting there like a thundercloud all through dinner with no idea of what's in store for her. But we'll know, won't we?
It's her.
Evening, Miss Marjorie. Good evening, Bertie. Leroy, I saw your snowman outside. It's simply super. Unky, darling, you're wearing the tie I gave you. Oh, but you must let me straighten it for you.
Huh?
There. Now give me a nice kiss.
Huh?
How soon's dinner, Bertie?
Any minute now.
I'll be right down.
What's come over her?
You tell me.
Oh, Uncle Morris.
Yes, my dear?
I want to apologize. I guess I haven't been very nice these last few days.
Well, I guess I wasn't very understanding.
Well, it's all right now. Everything's all right. Everything's wonderful.
You just going to leave us guessing, or you're going to tell us what happened?
Leroy, would you be a dear, sweet boy and go away so I can talk to Uncle Morris?
Oh, for corn's sake. All I ever do is get sent away.
Never mind. You can stay. I don't care who knows. Guess what? I ran into Keith this afternoon, and he said he'd been looking for me. I wasn't looking for him. He was looking for me. And guess what he said about Francie? He said she was too old-fashioned. He said she was conventional.
I don't know that you can hang a girl for that.
But that's not all. I'm going to see him again tonight.
Well, now, my dear.
Oh, it's all right this time. It's perfectly all right. He's coming over here.
Over here tonight? Oh,
it's all right, Uncle Mort. We're going to do our geometry together.
Well, that's fine, my dear, but the thing is, I've arranged a little sort of a surprise party for you and some of your girlfriends. I told them you'd all go roller skating.
Tonight?
Yeah, the girls are coming at 8.
Yeah, Francie and Penny.
Francie coming here? Ye gods, Keith is coming at 8:30. Oh, this is terrible.
No, Marjorie.
Oh, why did you do it? Oh, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll take them skating myself.
Oh, Unky, would you?
Did I say that?
Don't worry, Unc. Roller skating isn't hard.
No, but the floor is. still up, my dear?
Yes. A telegram came. I didn't know whether to open it or not.
Oh, I know what it is. It's from Aunt Hilda.
Aunt Hilda, there's nothing wrong.
No, I wrote to her and asked her if she wouldn't come and stay with us for a few days. Don't you think that'd be nice?
Oh, I'd love it. Aunt Hilda's such fun.
Good old Aunt Hilda. I knew she'd come. It was only to get away from Hattie. Yeah. Now, let's see what she has to say. Sorry, unable to come. Frank home on leave. Hattie coming instead. What? Hattie coming instead? Arrived 7:45 Tuesday. Oh, my goodness. How did I ever get into this?
Aunt Hattie.
Well, those are the breaks, kid. Good night, my dear. Good night, everybody.
This program was directed by Claude Street. Mr. Sandy Carpenter, speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Remember, there are delicious prepared mustards, too, in Kraft's famous line of quality foods. For more zestful enjoyment of salads, sandwich meats, hot-cooked vegetables, and deviled eggs, add the delightful flavor tang of Kraft salad mustard. This tangy, golden Kraft salad mustard is spiced just right for most everyone's taste. Blends smoothly into cooked dishes, adds lip-smacking flavor to gravies and barbecue sauce. Your family and guests are sure to like Kraft salad mustard. It's so appetizing in so many tempting ways. You'll want to try this other delicious variety, too, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. It's just a bit sharper and oh so tasty when added to a sauce for shrimp or spread on cold meat cuts. Buy both of these grand flavor treats, nippy Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. Tomorrow, ask for Kraft quality mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's join the great Gildersleeve, whom we find for the moment at peace with the world and with himself. Alone at the breakfast table, he lingers over his third cup of coffee, enjoying that delicious moment of stolen relaxation which comes before plunging into the day's affairs. There have been interruptions. Piggy Banks arrived before breakfast, and he and Leroy are engaged in some enterprise down in the cellar.
Oh, dear, boys will be boys.
And Marjorie, she has a caller, too, Keith Kelsey. They've taken over the living room.
Oh, give me land, lots of land, neath the starry skies above. Don't fence me in.
Oh, brother.
Let me ride across the wide open spaces that I love.
Don't fence me in. Catchy.
Yes, Gildersleeve today is a happy man, rejoicing in his happy little family. There's only one cloud on his horizon, and that's Aunt Hattie. For this is the day Aunt Hattie Forrester is due to arrive for a visit.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to move.
Huh?
Got to clear away these dishes and get cleaned up here.
All right, Bertie. I'll just finish my coffee.
Don't like to rush you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I got 11 million things to do.
Oh, now take it easy, Bertie.
Got to have everything nice for Miss Forrester, you know.
Yes, but she isn't arriving till nearly 12.
12? Mr. Gildersleeve, you know what I got to do today? I got to wash the breakfast dishes, got to clean off the table, got the marketing to do for the weekend, got to iron my uniform, got to clean a whole house from top to bottom, and I got...
Oh, now, Bertie, it's nothing like that. After all, Aunt Hattie is a member of the family.
Family or no family, I ain't taking no chances. I'm sweeping under every bed and dusting behind every radiator. Ain't nobody gonna get nothing on me. Just the same, I don't know how I'm gonna do it all, and that's a fact.
Oh, don't worry. It's all gonna work out.
I don't know. I ain't been feeling so good lately, Mr. Gildersleeve. And Nehemiah's been giving me trouble again.
Oh, Bertie, everything's going to be all right. I'll help you with all the heavy work. We'll all help.
Well, I don't like to ask you to do that.
Oh,
but...
I insist. I'm at your service, Bertie. Command me. Just tell me what to do.
Well, that sure is nice of you, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's all them dishes there in the sink.
Oh, the dishes shall be done, Bertie. The dishes shall be done. Just speak to Marjorie. Tell her to give you a hand with them. Tell her I said so, Bertie. Meanwhile, I'll just run upstairs and see how things are coming there.
What a character. Oh, you still up here, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Just pause to read an old letter I happened to find in one of my pockets. But no time for such things now, is there? Let's see. What's to be done? Marjorie help you with the dishes?
Well, no, sir. I didn't like to ask her. She had a friend there.
Oh, you're too soft-hearted, Bertie. Too easy with us. I told you. Put us to work.
Well, sir, I am a little behind. If somebody could just give me a hand with the carpet sweeping here in the hall.
Think no more about it, Bertie. Just leave it to me.
Well, thank you, sir. I sure appreciate
Leroy!
that. If you're looking for Leroy, Mr. Gildersleeve, he's down in the cellar.
Oh, Leroy!
Leroy!
Don't you worry about the carpet sweeping, Bertie. I'll be only too glad.
Well, thank you. That sure is nice of you.
Leroy!
I'm coming!
He's coming.
Well, I guess the first thing is to move all your clothes and stuff into the sewing room, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Don't tell me I'm sleeping in the sewing room again.
Well, we can't ask Miss Forrester to sleep on that old army cot.
All right, go ahead. Move me. After all, who am I? I just pay the bills around here, that's all.
Yes, sir, that's about it.
Started right away, you have to do something else. What is it, Unc? Piggy and me are busy.
I want you to give me a hand here, Leroy, with the carpet sweeping.
But what about Piggy?
Forget Piggy. You can play with him later.
But, Unc, Piggy is my guest. I can't just go off and leave him.
You go off and leave him plenty of other times. Now do as I tell you. Here's the sweeper.
Well, I don't know what Piggy's gonna say.
Sweep the carpet, Leroy.
He'll think I've had a fine bringing up going off and leaving a guest like this. In the cellar.
Sweep the carpet.
Hate to think what his parents will think. I guess they'll certainly wonder where I got my manners. Yeah, I know what I think of anybody that went off and left me like that. I think they weren't very polite. Or their uncle either.
Sweep the carpet!
Okay.
What are you boys doing down there in the cellar anyway?
We're building something.
Building what?
Oh, a thing.
What thing are you building?
Well, it's a military secret.
I asked you a question, my boy. What are you building?
I promised I wouldn't tell, Unc. I promised my guest.
Leroy.
You wouldn't want me to break a promise, would you, Unc? To a guest?
I simply want to know what you're making down there, and I intend to find out. Now, what is it?
It's a booby trap.
You...
Oh, it's perfectly harmless, Unc. The way it works, the guy trips over the wire pulls the switch connects the spark coil, the coil makes a spark, and the paint bucket blows up.
Blows up?
Just carbide. You put some in the bucket and spit on it. Makes gas.
Yes.
Perfectly harmless, just blows up, that's all.
That's all?
Some kids would put rocks in it, but not us. Rocks would be dangerous. Pretty slick, hey, Unc?
There'll be no booby traps built in this house, Leroy. Is that understood?
Oh, Unc.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my land, have I got to sweep that carpet myself?
Leroy, has Bertie got to sweep that carpet herself?
Don't you realize, Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Foster's going to be here in an hour?
You hear that, Leroy? Your aunt will be arriving in an hour. Now finish up that carpet, my boy, and give Bertie a hand with the rest of the things here. I'll just run downstairs and see how things are coming there.
Land neath the starry skies above. Don't fence me.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, my dear. Keith?
Hi.
Doing a little harmonizing, I see.
Well, just trying to learn it.
Well, don't let me stop you. I got a few minutes before it's time to go to the railroad station. I'll just sit down here.
Let's try it again, Keith.
No, not right now, Marge.
Oh, don't let me stop you, children. I'll just sit here and read the newspaper.
We're getting pretty good, Uncle Mort. You ought to hear us.
No, we're not. We're terrible.
We are not terrible. We've got harmony and everything, just like the Andrews sisters.
Andrews sisters? Do I know them?
They're on the radio, silly. They sing the way we were just now.
And you say they're on the radio?
He doesn't believe us, Keith. Come on, let's show him. We're going to make a regular act out of it. Come on, Keith.
Oh, I think we ought to work it up a little first, Marge.
Now, don't be bashful. You take the melody and I'll harmonize.
No, you take the melody and let me
No,
do
you take it. It works better if you take the melody.
No, you take it because I don't know it very well, and
But
anyway...
you're the man. You ought to take the melody.
Well, I know, Marge.
Somebody take the melody.
Well, of course, if you don't want to hear it.
Well, I'm only joking, my dear. Don't let me interfere with your musical career.
Oh, you're not missing anything, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're really lousy.
Why, Keith?
I hear you're a real singer, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I used to do a little glee club work in my younger days. Baritone. I also had a little specialty I used to do with a pair of bones.
Now, don't get him started on that, Keith. Let Uncle Mort read his paper.
Yes.
If you don't want to sing anymore, what do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Well, anything you want to do.
Well, I'll do anything you like. You suggest something.
Want to go for a walk?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. Do you?
Marjorie.
Yes?
I wonder if I could have a word with you outside.
What for?
You'll excuse us, Keith. Little family matter.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, be right back. Now, my dear.
Uncle Mort, if you're going to tell me
No, Keith is a fine boy, and I'm glad to have him around. But clearly, you two aren't getting anywhere. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? You're in a rut.
Uncle Mort.
Besides, everybody's got work to do here. Aunt Hattie's coming.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
Shouldn't you be going? It's 5 minutes to Aunt Hattie right now.
5 minutes? Oh, my goodness. My watch has stopped. Come on, Leroy. Time to get Aunt Hattie. Get your things on, my dear, quickly. Say goodbye to Keith. Oh, I hope I can get the car started. Where's my hat? Oh, my goodness. Wait. What am I rushing around for? We're only going to get Aunt Hattie. Let her wait.
Shove over, Marge. Do you have to take up the whole front seat?
Listen, I'm sitting on practically nothing as it is.
Now, children, let's not quarrel. It's only a few blocks.
I didn't want to come anyway.
Marjorie, that's not a nice thing to say. Aunt Hattie would be hurt if you didn't come to meet her.
Maybe she would and maybe she wouldn't.
After all, Aunt Hattie was your father's sister, you know. We're very fond of Aunt Hattie. She's a fine woman. Very happy that we're going to have her with us. We hope that she'll be able to stay a few days. Several days.
Are you perchance jesting?
Leroy!
Watch it, Uncle Mort!
Well, we made pretty good time. I'm afraid her train's already come in.
How about Leroy?
Oh, wait a minute. Say, Unc,
Yes?
one question. When we meet Aunt Hattie,
Yes?
do we have to kiss her?
Naturally, you'll kiss your Aunt Hattie.
Are you going to kiss her?
I suppose so, of course.
You kiss her first.
Hop out.
I won't kiss her if you don't kiss her.
Listen, you little savage, you'll do as I tell you. We all have to do things in this life we don't like, and this is one of them.
Uncle Mort, coming down the walk.
Huh?
Uncle Mort, look.
Where? All the kissing is off, Leroy. Well, Hattie, by George, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He's at home with his family, finishing up a deluxe lunch, which Bertie has served in honor of Aunt Hattie.
Well, more rice pudding, Leroy?
Yeah, you got a hunk with lots of raisins?
I'll see. Oh, what about you, Hattie? A little more of Bertie's rice pudding?
No, thank you, Throckmorton. It's very good, but just a teensy bit heavy for me.
Well, I'm the one who should worry about that. Nobody minds a woman who's a little plump. And not that you're plump at all. Rice pudding, Marjorie?
No, thank you. May I be excused now, Aunt Hattie?
Certainly, Marjorie, since you asked so nicely.
Going somewhere, my dear?
Oh, just over to Penny's for a while.
Well, now, Aunt Hattie has just arrived. I should think you'd want to stick around and get acquainted.
Oh.
Just think, Marjorie, I haven't seen you since you were a little girl with pigtails and a big pink hair ribbon. My, but you were a pretty child.
And she's growing up very pretty, too.
Of course. But as a child, she had a radiant quality and the loveliest blonde hair.
I'm still a blonde.
But much darker.
The boys like it.
No, my dear.
You're much too young to be thinking of such things, Marjorie.
Let's all go in the living room, shall we?
I haven't finished my tea, Throckmorton.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, I'm all done. Can I beat it, Unc?
You mean you wish to be excused, Leroy?
Yeah, I'm going over to Pigs.
But Aunt Hattie has just arrived, my boy. She hadn't seen you since you were a baby.
Last time I saw Leroy, he had on nothing but his little underpants.
Yeah. Oh, cute.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Miss Foster, would you like a little more tea?
No, thank you, Bertie.
A fine lunch, Bertie. Fine, delicious.
Thank you, sir.
Wasn't it a fine lunch, Hattie?
Awfully good. Bertie, have you ever tried cooking the veal with onions?
Yes, ma'am, I have, but Leroy can't eat anything cooked with onions.
Why not, Leroy?
I just hate them, that's all.
Oh, such a big boy, too. Well, you can learn to eat onions while I'm here. That can be one of our military objectives. We'll just pretend you're a soldier, only instead of going over the top, your assignment is to like onions. How do you think that will work out?
I guess I'll just have to be shot at sunrise.
Oh, Leroy has a lot of Gildersleeve in him, hasn't he, Throckmorton?
50-50, I suppose. What do you mean, Hattie?
You Gildersleeves have always been stubborn.
Oh, I don't know.
There never was a man as stubborn as your father, Throckmorton. Do you remember how he swore Halley's Comet was a fake?
My father never swore anything of the kind.
Oh, yes, he did. Your father thought the whole thing was some kind of a money-making scheme.
It probably was.
Throckmorton. Halley had been dead for 150 years.
It still could have been a fake.
I saw the comet, Throckmorton.
Well, I didn't, and what's more, my father wasn't stubborn. Let's go in the living room, shall we?
Yeah, what can we lose?
Careful, Leroy.
Do you mind if I turn on the radio, Unc?
Yes, I do. This is a time for conversation, not entertainment.
I can turn it on very low and still hear the conversation.
No, Leroy.
What do you want to hear, Leroy?
Mary's struggle against life. It has the funniest commercials you ever heard.
I don't think that's the kind of program you should be listening to, Leroy. If you must listen to the radio, pick out some good music.
Yes, and Hattie is right. Good music.
There's a good band on WSUM right now. Jack Warren and his Hot Melody Makers.
That's not what I mean by good music, Marjorie.
You don't like Jack Warren?
I do not.
Put her there, Aunt Hattie. I think he stinks, too.
Leroy!
Doorbell, I'll go on.
You better. Very well, Leroy.
Good heavens, Throckmorton. These children behave as if you'd never given them any training at all.
Now, Hattie.
Well, hello, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello, Leroy. Your uncle doesn't happen to be home, does he?
Yeah, he's here. He's talking to my aunt.
Where?
Oh, my goodness. Old friend and neighbor, Hattie.
Oh. Excuse me for just running over like this, Throckmorton. I had no idea you were having company.
This is Miss Forrester, Leila, and Mrs. Ransom, Hattie. She's Leroy and Marjorie's aunt, Leila, on their father's side.
Oh, of course. I'm awfully happy to meet you, Miss Forrester.
How do you do?
Throckmorton and I are very old friends, Miss Forrester. Oh, I'd never have the nerve to come bursting in so unceremoniously.
I see.
Oh, but we've been so close, I don't mind running over here whenever I need help.
Yes. What can I do for you, Leila?
Do for me? Oh, yes. You know all about banking and things like that. Throckmorton, do they have a right to charge me when I overdraw?
Oh, yes, Leila.
But I only overdrew 4 cents and they charged me a quarter. That doesn't seem very fair.
Well, it's not the amount, Leila. It's the expense they have to go to, notifying you, the extra bookkeeping, and so on. They always charge a quarter.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I might as well have gone $5 over and got my money's worth. But if you're sure it's all right, I'll pay it. I've always been suspicious of bankers ever since my grandfather died. We opened his safety deposit box and there wasn't a thing in it.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's strange, Miss Forrester?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Well, anyway, Throckmorton, I'm ever so much obliged to you for straightening me out, you old darling.
Hey!
It's nice you can be here for a visit, Miss Forrester. Perhaps Throckmorton will bring you over for tea one of these days.
That would be lovely.
Don't forget now, I'll be expecting you real soon. Oh, hello, Marjorie. I didn't see you sitting there.
Hello.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
I'll just let myself out, Leroy.
Okay.
Well, Throckmorton, I'm beginning to understand why the children are as wild as they are. With this sort of thing going on.
There's nothing going on, Hattie.
Don't tell me. I have eyes and I can see.
But she's just
You and I had better have a long talk, Throckmorton.
Well, all right, but not now.
What's the matter with right now?
Well, I have to get a haircut.
Now?
Mm-hmm. I made an appointment with a barber Saturday afternoon. You know, crowded, but I'll be back.
Can I go out now, Unky?
Yeah, can I?
No, you children stay here and get acquainted with your Aunt Hattie.
Well, Commissioner, the way you picture the situation, I guess there ain't much chance we'll see you at the Jolly Boys Club tonight.
Well, it's her first night here. Still, I wonder.
Might as well put it out of your mind right now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You don't understand the situation at all, Floyd. I just got her here to help me straighten out the children. She won't fence me in.
That's what you think. You think she's just going to watch the kids' table manners. You'll find out it's you she wants to reform. Any signs of that yet?
Well, a few.
Sure. They want to improve everybody. Last time my mother-in-law was here, she made me quit smoking. 2 trips before, she broke me of cigars, but that didn't satisfy her. She'd make me quit eating if she knew how much I enjoy it.
Well, I wouldn't let any woman push me around like that, Floyd. I just tell her to mind her own business.
Oh, it's not so easy, Mr. Gildersleeve. The woman is in the house. You got to live with it. You see that face every time you walk in the front door. Might be she decides to play it one way. She looks sad. Every time you sit down at your table, there's that face. Sad. Or it might be she decides to play it the other way. Sore. Every time you go in the parlor, there's that face. Hey, don't jump like that. I'll cut your ear off.
Well, quit scaring me, will you? Darn it, Floyd, I came here to get away from this kind of thing.
Sorry. Want any tonic or anything on it?
No. Still, it's kind of early yet. How about a shampoo?
I got a routine that takes 45 minutes if you want to go for it.
Go ahead. Only don't talk.
You're the doctor. You get the hot water running here. Be hot in a minute. Don't fence me in.
Oh, I'd rather hear you talk. Yes, my dear. Where's your Aunt Hattie?
Out in the kitchen telling Bertie how to cook.
Oh, my goodness.
Uncle Mort, she's being awful. She told me
Wait a minute. I've got to take care of Bertie first.
Absolutely impossible to keep a kitchen clean any other way, Bertie.
You're probably right, Miss Forrester.
No 2 ways about it, Bertie. I've tried every system, so I know.
Oh, well, exchanging household hints, is that it? Well, I'll bet Miss Forrester knows a lot of tricks, eh, Bertie?
Yes.
Well, Throckmorton, you certainly had a haircut.
I like it this way.
I think I'll go up and take a bath before dinner. Is there plenty of hot water?
Oh, there's plenty, Hattie. Go right ahead. I know how it is when you've been traveling. Take a nice long bath.
I feel sticky all over. I think I will. Supper at 6 sharp, Bertie?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. You remember about boiling all the pans, though, Bertie?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
That knee of mine sure had a bad relapse today.
Oh, really, Bertie? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm beginning to think I'll have to stay off of it for a while. I believe if I went to my sister's and stayed with her for a month,
Bertie. Look, Bertie. Miss Forrester's only staying a few days, Bertie. We'll just have to be patient.
Well, I don't know.
As soon as she goes, you can take it easy. You can live like a queen. Only for goodness sake, don't go and leave.
What's going on out here anyway?
Nothing, my dear. Bertie hasn't been feeling very good.
Yeah, I know what's the matter with Bertie. Same thing that's the matter with me. Why, do you know Aunt Hattie wouldn't even let Keith come over this afternoon?
Shh, not so loud.
Well, honestly.
Marjorie, she's only going to be here a day or so. We can be polite for 2 days, surely.
I don't know about that.
She's your father's sister, my dear, and she means well.
Well, I'll try.
For corn's sake, why is everybody out here?
Hello, Leroy.
Where is she?
Where is who?
Aunt Meanie.
Yep.
Do you know what she's trying to make me do? She wants me to get up at 6 o'clock every morning and practice the piano.
6 o'clock?
Yeah. That's not the half of it. In the afternoon, I have to...
Not so loud, my boy. Leroy, as I've just told Bertie and Marjorie, your aunt is only staying till Monday at the latest. We must all try to make her stay a pleasant one.
Pleasant. She wants me to put on a necktie every night for supper.
Well, you can stand it for a few nights, my boy. I'll pay you 5 cents a night.
Well, I don't guarantee I can do it, but...
Yeah, I'll answer that. I'll be back in a minute, and we can settle it then. Yes? Who is it?
Party named Hattie Forrester here?
Yes?
Well, here's a trunk.
Trunk?
Yeah. And 3 suitcases, a hat box, and a sewing machine.
She must be here for the duration.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah, Kraft.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. We've just made the interesting discovery that there are 600 ways you can enjoy parquet margarine as a spread for bread. And we came to this interesting conclusion thanks to a new book. Would you believe it? This new book gives nearly 600 recipes for bread. So we figured it this way. Parquet margarine tastes well on any kind of bread. And since there are nearly 600 varieties, well, there's practically no end to the ways you can enjoy parquet's fresh, delicate flavor on bread. And remember, parquet is highly nourishing, too. It's one of the very best energy foods you can serve. What's more, Kraft guarantees every pound of parquet to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So be sure to buy parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, a nutritious spread for America's bread. Don't forget, parquet is made by Kraft. Let us turn now to the great Gildersleeve. For a week, he's had as his house guest Aunt Hattie Forrester, who has volunteered to help straighten out his nephew and niece, a matter which he's been happy to leave entirely in her hands. We won't say that Gildersleeve has been avoiding Aunt Hattie, but the pressure of business at the water department has suddenly become so great that for the last 3 nights he's had to stay downtown for dinner. And this morning, his fatigue is such that he's allowed Bertie to persuade him to have breakfast served to him in bed, while the rest of the family have theirs downstairs.
Breakfast upstairs, breakfast downstairs. Think it was a hotel.
Oh, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Send Leroy up for the newspaper, will you? I want to see where the Russians are.
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
Now try and eat nicely, Leroy, like Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Forrester.
Yes, Bertie?
Leroy, honey, run upstairs to your uncle with the newspaper, will you? I got to take his tray out to the kitchen.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah?
You can't be jumping up from the table in the middle of meals, Leroy. Finish your breakfast.
But Unc asked for the paper.
Yes, ma'am. He wants to see where the Russians are.
The Russians can wait.
They ain't done much waiting lately. I'll take the paper up, Leroy, as soon as I get a chance.
Eat your breakfast.
Pilot to bombardier, pass the buns. Bombardier to pilot, buns away. Roger, Wilco.
What on earth are you children talking about?
That's Air Corps talk. Shoot the buns along, will you, Aunt Hattie?
Bertie! I'm coming, Miss Gildersleeve. Coming in a minute.
Oh, this house. What did you say, Leroy?
Shoot us a bun, will you?
Is that any way to ask for it?
Please, may I have a bun?
Yes, Leroy, you may.
Thank you, Aunt Hattie.
Really?
Bertie! Oh, Bertie!
That man.
It's him. He wants something. I'm coming, Miss Gildersleeve.
Bertie, just a minute.
Yes, ma'am?
Tell me, does Mr. Gildersleeve often sleep through breakfast like this?
Oh, he ain't asleep. He's just resting.
It's because he's been working so hard these last few days.
Are you kidding?
Shut up.
That's right. It's because he's been working so hard.
Does he often fail to come home to dinner?
Well, just these last few days. But it's like Miss Marjorie said, it's on account of him working so hard.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am, he sure is a hard-working man, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's all he does is work. Work, work, work. He's a hard-working man. Yes, ma'am, he works hard.
Well, be that as it may, we ought to stick to some kind of a schedule. After all...
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I was coming right up.
Yeah, well, that's all right, Bertie.
Good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning, my dear. Hattie, hope you'll excuse the bathrobe. I just thought if you'd finished with the paper.
I was just saying to Bertie, Throckmorton, I think it's important to the children that we establish some kind of a household schedule here and stick to it.
Great idea. Hand me the paper, will you, Leroy? Thank you.
Now, I thought if we had breakfast every morning at 7:30 sharp.
By George, those Russians.
Do you hear, Throckmorton? I'd suggest breakfast at 7:30.
You hear that, kids?
And I think we should have lunch at 1 o'clock every day, Bertie, and dinner at 6:30.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, my great-grandmother on her father's side was part Russian. You can't stop the Russians. Or was she French?
Throckmorton, are you listening? I said dinner at 6:30.
Oh, I'm listening. Yeah, make a note of that, Bertie. Dinner at 6.
6:30. And I think the hour before dinner should be the quiet hour, when we all get together and just enjoy each other's company. That's the way it always was at home.
Great idea. What do you know? Harry Beck's gone through bankruptcy again. I wonder how many times that makes it.
Now, we'll start by getting up at 7 o'clock every morning.
All of us?
All of us.
You hear that, Unc?
Just do as your aunt says, my boy. Don't bother me. I'm reading.
And we go to bed at 9.
9? Nobody I know goes to bed before 10.
To bed at 9, Marjorie, with lights out at 9:15. You'll see what a difference it makes. You'll be glad to get up in the morning. And your uncle will find he can accomplish more, too.
Wait a minute. Are you including me in this?
I'm including everybody. A schedule isn't a schedule if we don't all stick to it.
Oh, now, Hattie, after all, I'm not 16, you know.
How do you expect the children to do anything if you don't set them an example? Either we have a schedule or we don't. Besides, the children will be much better off. I'm sure Leroy will get better marks in school if he gets plenty of sleep for a change.
There's nothing the matter with Leroy's marks now. He got nothing but A's on his last report card. Didn't you, Leroy?
Yeah, that's right.
We're none of us so perfect we can't improve. Even Leroy.
Say, Unc.
Yeah?
Speaking of report cards.
Yes?
Never mind, I'll take it up with you later.
What is it, my boy?
Well, since you brought it up, I got my marks for the term.
Where are they?
I got my report card here. Just a sec.
Why haven't I seen this card before, Leroy? The new term started a week ago.
Well, I forgot.
Oh, you forgot?
Well, I knew you were busy.
Oh, I was busy.
Well, I was going to show it to you. I was going to show it to you Monday. So it wouldn't spoil your weekend.
Let me see that report card.
There.
Leroy.
I can't imagine what happened, Unc. I got all A's last time, remember? Teacher must have had it in for me.
I'll tell you what happened. You didn't do a lick of work all month. That's what happened.
Yes, I did. I worked hard. Didn't I, Marge? Didn't I, Bertie?
You worked so hard you just barely got through with the skin of your teeth.
Honest, Unc?
There's no excuse for this, my boy. No excuse whatever. You're perfectly capable of doing good work. It's sheer laziness. By George, if I'd got those marks, I know what my father would have done. I've got a good mind to take you upstairs right now, young man, and...
No, Unc, please.
Now, Throckmorton.
Keep out of this, Hattie. Young man, go up to your room and remove your trousers.
But, down.
You heard me. Take off your pants.
Throckmorton, that's no way to handle a child. It's contrary to all child psychology.
She's right. I'll do better next month, Unc.
You take off your pants right now.
He'll do nothing of the sort.
I think I'd better go see somebody about something.
Look, may I make so bold as to ask who's running this family?
No one, evidently.
Well.
How can you expect a child to do any better in an environment like this?
Yeah.
What's the matter with this environment?
It's a madhouse. Meals at irregular hours, children staying up as late as they please. You don't come home for dinner, you don't get up for breakfast.
There's a reason for that.
How can you expect them to amount to anything?
Yeah.
If you think that you can make up for your shortcomings now by beating the boy, well, all I can say is I have no use for any man who would strike a child.
Thanks, Aunt Hattie.
You shut up.
I think I'll go and call up Penny.
You stay where you are.
Me?
Marjorie hasn't done anything, Throckmorton.
That's right. Contradict me. Ridicule me. Turn my family against me.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
All right. Have your own way. Do as you like. Coddle the boy. Spoil him. From now on, I wash my hands of all responsibility. I wash my hands completely. Can't even be master in my own house. By George, I got half a mind to go back to bed and stay there till Easter.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
Nice day.
Is it?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I wouldn't know, Peavy. I wouldn't know. You mind if I sit down?
Not at all. I'll seat you first there for the convenience of our customers.
Thank you.
You look like a man who has something on his mind, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, I want to complain about my sister-in-law. Do you mind?
Miss Forrester?
Yeah. You know what she's doing? She's trying to turn Leroy against me.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Well, she is. She's tried to make me out a monster in my own home, a brute, just because I try to maintain a little good old-fashioned discipline. Wants me to spare the rod and spoil the child.
Leroy been getting into a little devilment, has he?
Devilment? He darn near got flunked out of school.
Well, I wouldn't worry about Leroy. He's a pretty smart boy.
That's just the trouble. He's smart enough to know that if he can get away with it this once, he can try it again. No, sir. The only thing that'll do that boy any good is a good, sound larrapin.
Well, now,
I know the type, Peavy. I was one myself, and my old man gave it to me plenty.
Well, of course, I haven't any boys of my own. Mrs. Peavy and I have often regretted that we haven't. But I'd be inclined to try kindness first.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Peavy. I love Leroy. Why, I'd cut off my own right arm rather than harm a hair of his little head.
I'm sure you would.
But by George, he's either going to cut out this loafing and get down to business, or I'll thrash the living daylights out of him.
You know, speaking of thrashing puts me in mind of a book I read as a boy, Little Men. Did you ever read Little Men, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I seem to remember it vaguely.
Louisa May Alcott, fine writer. Same lady who wrote Little Women.
Yeah, I know.
Only this one was about little men. Boys' school. Well, one of the boys did something bad. I forget just what. And Professor Bear, who was a kindly old gentleman, instead of whipping the boy, he made the boy whip him.
What?
Yeah. Gave the boy a ruler, told him to hit him across the palm of his hand as hard as he could.
What happened?
Well, the boy just couldn't bring himself to do it, because he loved the old gentleman. Professor Bear insisted, but the boy just couldn't do it. He threw the ruler down and ran off and cried his heart out. And he never was a bad boy anymore.
By George.
I've always thought that was pretty smart of Professor Bear. Pretty sound psychology.
Yeah.
What's the joke, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Thinks I'm a monster, does she? Calls herself a child psychologist, eh? Gonna teach me how to run my home, is she? Peavy, here's where I show up, Aunt Hattie.
Well, Throckmorton, lunch is ready. We hardly thought that you would be late for the first day.
I'll be right with you, Hattie. Sit down if you want to. Where's Leroy?
Oh, Leroy?
Yes, Aunt Hattie. Coming, Aunt Hattie.
I want a word with you, Leroy.
You wanted a word with me?
Yes. I've been thinking over your school marks and how I ought to punish you for them.
Now, Throckmorton, I thought we agreed.
Please, Hattie, just leave this to me. I want you to go into my study, Leroy, and bring me the ruler, which you will find in the long desk drawer.
You want the ruler, you say?
You heard me. Go and get it.
Throckmorton, I totally disapprove of this. In fact,
You don't know what I'm going to do. You keep your eyes open, you may learn a thing or two about child psychology.
I can't seem to find it here, Aunt.
Bring me the ruler.
Okay.
Now, give it here.
There you are. Ruler.
Now, my boy, as punishment for what you've done, I want you to take this ruler and strike me across the hand with it, as hard as you can.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. That's your punishment. Go ahead, Leroy. Hit me.
Gosh, do you mean it?
I mean it. Hit me.
All right.
As hard as you can.
Okay.
Oh! Why, you little devil! You savage! If I catch you, I'll break every bone in your little body. And wait till I see that peavy, him and Louisa May Alcott.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Speaking of variety in bread, how long has it been since you served Johnny cake, gingerbread, or muffins? Lots of families like these tasty breads. Like them even more spread with delicious parquet margarine. First off, they like parquet because its flavor is so fresh, so delicate, so satisfying. And here's another reason parquet margarine goes over so big at mealtime. It's the smooth, easy way parquet spreads on bread. Why, even with crumbly breads like Johnny cake or gingerbread and muffins, parquet spreads on smooth, easy as can be. And, of course, parquet provides wonderful nourishment, too. Parquet margarine is high in food energy value, and it's fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So buy the quality margarine that's so nourishing, so satisfying, so smooth and easy to spread. Buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve and his augmented family. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's an unaccustomed atmosphere of quiet and serenity about the house. The parlor is neat with no comic books or boxing gloves scattered about the floor, no banana peels in the ashtrays. Gildersleeve sits twiddling his thumbs in his easy chair, waiting for the quiet hour to begin and dreading it.
Quiet hour. Now what?
Hi, Gildy.
Well, hello, Judge. Boy, am I glad to see you. Come on in.
Thank you. I just wondered what you were doing this evening. Jolly Boys meeting's called off.
Horace, if you're at loose ends for the evening, you've come to the right place. We're starting a new thing here. Lots of fun.
What is it?
Well, Hattie calls it the quiet hour. The family, you know, the kids and all. We just sit around for an hour and enjoy ourselves. You want to sit in on it?
I don't think so, thank you, Gildy. I thought we might go to a picture or something.
Oh, this will be lots more fun than a picture. Stick around.
No, I guess I'll just go home and read.
Don't leave me alone here, Horace. Hey, why not stay for supper?
No, thanks.
Well, sit down a minute and meet Aunt Hattie then.
No, I've got to go, Gildy. Sorry.
You like her, Judge? She's more fun than a barrel of monkeys. You'll be crazy about her. What are you laughing at?
I hear different, Gildy. Have a pleasant evening.
Now, if we're all comfortable,
My eye itches.
Well, don't rub it.
one of the pleasantest ways to start the quiet hour is with music. Don't you think that would be nice, children?
I guess so.
And the best music is the music we make ourselves. I think it would be nice if Leroy would play for us.
Leroy? Why, he's only taking lessons.
Yes, Marjorie. But let's ask ourselves, why does he take lessons?
Boy, that's the $1 question.
Yes, Leroy.
Leroy studies music so he can give pleasure to others.
But, Aunt Hattie, nobody gets any pleasure out of Leroy's playing.
I do. I think he plays very nicely. I think that if we're all quiet and Leroy plays something, we'll enjoy it. Don't you think so, Throckmorton?
Well, go ahead and play, Leroy. And you enjoy it, Marjorie.
I'll try.
All right, Leroy.
Okay, what'll I play?
Something you know.
Dance with the Snowflakes?
No.
What about The Hunter in the Woods?
It's so corny.
Oh, gosh, what do you expect? I'm only a boy.
That's right, my boy. You play anything you want to.
Oh, I know. Here's one I can play pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, Minuet by Bach.
Fine. Bravo, my boy.
Oh, very good, Leroy. Very nice.
I thank you. Now, for my first encore,
You weren't that good.
For my first encore, I will play The Merry Farmer by Schumann.
Suppose you save that for tomorrow night, Leroy. We don't want to run through your whole repertoire in one evening.
No. I think it's time for a little poetry.
Poetry?
Yes. Do you know any poetry, Leroy?
Nah.
I know a little. I love it.
She would.
Now, Leroy, there's nothing the matter with poetry. Every educated person should learn to like poetry.
Yeah? You must know some poetry, Leroy. Don't you even know any little nursery rhymes?
Well, there's one. I don't know what you'd call it. I don't think it's a nursery rhyme, though.
Oh, let's hear it.
Nah.
Recite it, Leroy.
I don't think you'd like it.
Recite.
Okay. I woke up in the morning and looked upon the wall. There was a flea and a bedbug having a game of ball.
That'll do, Leroy.
I know a poem I think is beautiful, Aunt Hattie. We learned it for English last fall.
Oh, what is it?
Annabelle Lee.
What's it about?
Oh, it's about a man and a woman, and they were crazy about each other.
Leroy, go ahead and recite it, my dear.
Okay. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee.
Quiet, Leroy.
I didn't say anything. Oh!
Throckmorton. Go on, Marjorie.
Oh, let's see. Oh, gee, I've forgotten it now. I'll have to start over.
Oh, okay.
It was many and many a year ago.
Doorbell, I'll answer it.
Good evening, Leroy.
Oh, sure, Mrs. Ransom. He's here.
Mrs. Ransom, Hattie.
Yes, I know.
I do hope y'all will excuse me. I wouldn't want to interrupt anything.
You aren't.
Good evening, Miss Forrester, Marjorie.
Good evening, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello. Throckmorton, I just couldn't resist running over for a minute.
Glad to see you any time, Leela.
Oh, you're a darling. Throckmorton, would you like to take me to the movies after supper?
Why, sure, Leela.
Humphrey Bogart and this new girl in the Have or Have Not. Goes on at 9:15.
I'm afraid we won't be able to go, Mrs. Ransom. We're on a new schedule here.
Schedule?
Well, yes. You see, I go to bed at 9 o'clock now, Leela.
9 o'clock? Well, mercy, if you're in your dotage, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Throckmorton has family responsibilities, Mrs. Ransom.
So I see.
Don't get me wrong, Leela. We're trying this new arrangement.
Oh, you don't have to explain, Throckmorton. If you want your beauty sleep more than you want a little sociability and enjoyment, it's all right with me.
You don't understand, Leela.
Oh, yes, I do. Goodbye, Throckmorton.
Leela. Excuse me, Hattie. Leela, wait a minute.
Why should I, Throckmorton?
Come out on the porch and I'll tell you. Leela, I can't let her know I'm going out.
Why not?
Well, it makes things too unpleasant, that's all. But look, she goes to bed at 9. I'll pretend to go to bed, too, and then I'll sneak out. How about it?
It sounds a little sordid, Throckmorton.
Just practical. I'll be over at your house right after 9 o'clock.
We should leave for the picture no later than 5 after 9.
Well, I'll be there. Humphrey Bogart, you say?
And a new girl named Lauren Bacall. I'm dying to see the picture. It says they've discovered a new way to kiss.
What's the matter with the old way?
Oh, you devil, you.
I'll see you later, Leela.
All right, 9 sharp, yeah?
Don't worry. Sorry. Well, sorry to interrupt our little quiet hour, children. I had to talk a little business with Mrs. Ransom. Young man.
Marjorie, suppose you go on with your recitation.
Yes, by all means, Marjorie. Continue. It was many long years ago in the country by the sea.
Marjorie.
Okay. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of...
Well, Leroy, bedtime.
Already? Now remember, Leroy, we agreed we'd go promptly.
Is it really 8 o'clock?
It certainly is. Marjorie's gone up already. Good night, my boy.
Oh, nuts. Good night. Good night, Aunt Hattie.
Would you like for me to tuck you in, Leroy?
Are you kidding?
Oh, I keep forgetting what a big boy you are. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can tuck me in if you really want to.
No, you're too big. I'll just kiss you good night.
Good night. Good night, Al.
By George, I believe the kid's improving. How do you do it?
Oh, it's not hard, Throckmorton, with a little patience.
I guess I haven't got any. He always makes me mad. You through with the paper?
Here you are. You know, I always like to play a game of cribbage before I go to bed.
Great. You play cribbage, and I'll read the paper.
It takes two to play cribbage, Throckmorton.
2? Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know how.
Well, that's all right. I'll teach you. Oh, don't worry. I've taught lots of people.
Oh, Hattie, I'm not good at cards. I don't know a club from a jack.
Oh, you learn, Throckmorton. You'll learn, and you'll be crazy about it. 15-2, 15-4, and a pair is 6, and a double run is 12. Go.
Go?
I've explained that to you, Throckmorton. Have you played?
Oh, let's see. I've got a pair.
Muggins.
What?
Didn't I explain Muggins to you?
No.
Well, when you make a mistake, I can call Muggins, and I get a point. That puts me out.
Muggins, you mean the game's over?
That's right. I won. Didn't you enjoy it?
Oh, yes.
Let's play one more.
Oh, but Hattie, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Well...
Kind of tired tonight. Yeah, it's about time to turn in. Get a little good old shut-eye.
Well, I suppose we'd better stick to our schedule.
Yeah, that's right. Regularity, that's the thing.
Throckmorton. I didn't want to bring this up while the children were here. But this Mrs. Ransom, where is her husband?
Oh, he died a couple of years ago.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Why?
Well, she looks like the divorcee kind to me.
Now, Hattie, she's a very nice woman.
Well, I dare say she's all right in her way. It's none of my business anyway.
Well...
let's play one more game of cribbage, Throckmorton.
But, Hattie, it's 9 o'clock. It's 2 minutes after 9.
Oh, what's the difference? One game, maybe 15 minutes. The important thing is to be sound asleep by 10.
I've got to be sound asleep at 5 after 9.
Oh, silly. One game. Now, come on, I'll deal.
Yes,
I remember when I taught my sister Hilda to play cribbage. She didn't like it at first, and then after a while, she was crazy about it.
I'll never learn it.
Oh, yes, you will. You're catching on very fast. Pick up your hand, Throckmorton.
But I don't want to play.
Oh, no. These are the ones you pick up.
Confound it, Hattie.
Now, who on earth can that be?
I haven't any idea.
I'll answer.
No. Let me answer it.
Well, go ahead and answer it, Throckmorton.
No, I guess I better not.
Shall I?
No, don't answer it, Hattie. It's probably just somebody who wants to complain about the water department. I've told them not to switch those calls here. Let it ring. Yeah, let it ring.
Very well, Throckmorton. Go ahead and play. It's your play, Throckmorton. Throckmorton, your play.
Oh, Muggins. say a lot about Kraft in the tag, though.
You will peg out for Kraft every time.
Another Kraft quality.
Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Good night, Mr. Kraft.
Another Kraft quality food product that's sure to add flavor sparkle to your meals is Kraft's salad mustard. This tangy golden salad mustard is prepared to Kraft's own special recipe. It's a creamy, smooth blend of choice stone-ground mustard seed, fragrant spices, and mellowed aromatic vinegar, aged to develop a finer, more delicate flavor. And remember, this tangy Kraft salad mustard can be used in foods and on them with taste-tingling results.
Love that Kraft.
It adds a grand flavor tang to salad dressings, works up cream sauces you pour over hot-cooked vegetables, zips up the flavor of egg and cheese dishes. Kraft salad mustard is a real flavor treat on sausage and cold cuts, too. And say, there's another zestful variety, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Your dealer has both kinds, and they're both delicious. Ask for Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore with music by Claude Swaiten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. One of those Lenten time foods we like to welcome back are hot cross buns. In our house, we take them hot out of the oven, and so as that white crisscross icing trickles over the golden brown crust, we like to break the buns open and spread on plenty of delicious parquet margarine. Oh, man, do they ever taste good spread with parquet. Yes, buns, biscuits, bread, and rolls all taste extra good when you spread on parquet margarine. The flavor's so fresh, so delicate, so satisfying. And remember, parquet adds extra nourishment to your Lenten meals. Parquet is one of the finest of energy foods. And it's fortified by Kraft, you know, so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So buy Parquet, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet.
You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative.
Well, Gildersleeve appears to be in fine spirits this morning and a pretty fair voice. What's come over him anyway? He's up before daylight in his bathroom shaving. Yes, believe it or not, the clock stands at 10 to 7. The mercury stands at 2 below zero. The coal bin stands 3/4 empty, and his bank account stands $11 overdrawn. What does he care?
You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative.
Uncle Mort.
Come in, my dear.
What's going on?
Well, a delegation. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Leroy. Good morning, one and all.
Shh, you'll wake Aunt Hattie.
Oop.
What's got into you, Unc? You're not as gruesome as usual.
Yes, what is it?
Step inside and close the door. Children?
Yes?
You got to accentuate.
Oh, come on, Unc. What is this?
Children, your uncle is the bearer of glad tidings.
What do you mean?
Your Aunt Hattie, may her tribe increase, has decided that her mission here is accomplished.
She's not going home.
She's going home. Quiet, quiet. Let sleeping dogs lie. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. That's no way to talk about Aunt Hattie. Don't ever let me hear you talk that way about Aunt Hattie, Leroy.
No, sir.
It's very kind of you, Aunt, to come here and look after you like this. That's no way to talk about her. You understand?
What a character.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
When's she going, Uncle Mort?
I don't know, in a few days. As soon as she can get a ticket. But we mustn't rush her, you understand? I don't want you to say anything about this. Not a word.
Okay.
Now, hand me that mug, will you, my dear? Where's my... Leroy, give me that brush.
Can I mix up the lather, Unc?
No, you may not.
Why?
Because I prefer to do it myself. You may go now, children.
Oh, can't we stay and watch?
Yeah, let us watch, Unc.
What is there to watch?
You look so funny when you shave. You make such funny faces.
Well, I have to make faces. Now, go on out. I can't shave with people watching me.
Oh, please.
Please, Unc.
Well, if you keep out of the way.
Don't forget under your chin, Uncle Mort.
Which chin?
Yep. Listen, you, I've been shaving myself for 30 years now, and I don't need any advice. Yeah? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Bertie.
Open the door, Leroy.
I didn't want to disturb you. I just...
What's the matter? Never seen a man shave before, Bertie?
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. I heard you stirring around up here, and I wondered how soon you wanted breakfast.
I'll be ready in 7 1/2 minutes, Bertie.
Yes. How about her? Is she up yet?
Miss Forrester.
Bertie, she's leaving.
Shh.
Leaving?
Not so loud, Bertie. But it's true. Miss Forrester is leaving.
Hallelujah. Maybe this is the turning point. That just goes to show, Mr. Gildersleeve, that shows the power of prayer.
Well, you keep right on praying, Bertie. But in the meantime, how about a little breakfast?
Mr. Gildersleeve, it strikes me that this is the time for buckwheat cakes and sausages.
Oh, man.
Come on out here, you children. Let your uncle shave, and you'll get dressed. Breakfast in 10 minutes, you hear?
Okay, Bertie.
You got to accentuate the positive.
That, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Eliminate the negative.
Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
Well, sir, I'm stuffed. And I don't care who knows it.
I'll have a couple more, Bertie, if you got them there.
Leroy, how do you do it?
I'm a growing boy.
You're a bottomless pit.
Doorbell.
Yeah, well, I'll go, Bertie. I'm nearly through.
Don't be bashful, Bertie. Stack them up.
Morning, Gildy.
Oh, you, Judge. Come on in. Come on in. You're letting in the cold.
It's getting frosty out.
Your nose looks like a tomato.
Morning, Marjorie, Leroy.
Morning, Judge.
Leroy, Judge Hooker said good morning.
Good morning.
Would you care for a cup of coffee, Judge? Warm you up.
No, thank you, Bertie. 1 cup is my limit. I've already had 2.
Yeah. Come on in the living room, Horace. Take off your earmuffs.
Can't stay, Gildy. I got to get down to the office. I just dropped in to get your proxy.
My proxy? For what?
For the meeting tonight, the Jolly Boys Social Club. We're holding an election of officers, and I knew you wouldn't be able to attend, so I thought I'd
Now, wait a minute. What makes you think I won't be able to attend?
Well, will you?
Well, as a matter of fact, no, I don't think I can. Now, what's so funny?
Golly, Gildy, she certainly got you tied to her apron string.
Oh, is that so? I'd come if I wanted to. Only I don't want to.
Says you.
Might interest you to know, you old goat, that Hattie is going home in a day or so. And being a gentleman...
Says you.
I'm too polite to leave her alone on the last night of her visit.
Says you.
Listen, you old parrot, never mind the witty repartee. You haven't even been polite enough to meet her. If you were any kind of a friend, you'd help me out a little with her.
And if you were any kind of a friend, you wouldn't ask it.
What do you know about her?
As much as I care to.
All right.
I take it I have your proxy then to vote as I see fit tonight?
You certainly have not.
Oh, now, Gildy.
I know you. You'd vote for yourself.
I have no personal ambitions, Gildy, but if elected, I shall strive to serve to the best of my ability.
Listen, who started that club?
Surely you're not thinking of yourself for president.
I don't know why not.
A man who can't even attend meetings, a man who's so tied down at home that
Who's tied down? I tell you. Yes, Hattie?
I wonder if you'd bring up my eyeglasses. I left them downstairs last night when we were playing cribbage.
Yes, Hattie. All right, laugh, you old goat. You just wait till you need a friend. Scheming old goat. I start the club and he wants to run it. Why, George, if I could get down there tonight.
Why don't you just go, Uncle Mort?
What? And leave Aunt Hattie all alone on her last night here? Oh, no, my dear, that wouldn't be very nice. If there's anything I hate, it's a schemer.
She's coming downstairs.
Huh? I remember what I told you. No remarks about her leaving. And for goodness sake, be polite. Or she'll think she's got to stay and start work on you all over again.
Don't worry.
You too, Marjorie.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, well, good morning, Hattie.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, everyone.
Did you have a good night's sleep, Aunt Hattie?
Why, yes, Leroy, I did, thank you.
That's good. I was afraid noisy children might wake you up, so I didn't let anybody play in the front yard.
Well, that was very thoughtful, Leroy.
Yeah, that's me. How you feeling now, Aunt Hattie?
Feeling? Why, I feel fine, Leroy. Why?
That's good. Just wanted to know.
Have you had breakfast, Aunt Hattie? Or could I get you some?
Oh, Bertie brought my breakfast up to me on a tray, thank you.
Well, I hope it was satisfactory.
Oh, yes. The egg was a little harder than I liked them, but then things can't be perfect.
No reason why not.
Yeah, better speak to Bertie about that, Uncle Throckmorton.
I don't usually approve of staying in bed for breakfast, but once in a great while I like to pamper myself and rest up in the morning, especially before a long journey.
Going somewhere, Aunt Hattie?
Leroy?
Yes, I'm afraid I have to, Leroy. I've got to be getting home.
Oh, gee. Did you hear that, Marge? Aunt Hattie's gone home. Shucks.
Leroy.
I suppose I really ought to be doing something about getting train reservations, Throckmorton.
Train? Well, must you go, Hattie?
Yeah. Couldn't you stay another week, Auntie?
Look, little Lord Fauntleroy. Why don't you run along, you and your sister? Aunt Hattie and I have a few things to talk about.
Come on, Leroy. We'll see you at lunch, Aunt Hattie.
Yeah, see you at lunch. I get to sit next to Aunt Hattie, Marge.
You've certainly done wonders with those children, Hattie.
I hope it lasts. Oh, by the way, Throckmorton, there's something I've had on my mind.
Oh? What's that?
It's about the children.
Yes?
Have you ever considered what would happen to them in the event that you, passed on?
Passed on?
Died.
I'm not going to die.
Yes, but if you did, you ought to consider that, you know. What provision is made for them in the event of your demise?
Demise? Well, I don't remember exactly, Hattie. It's all in the thing there, the legal papers.
Well, I must say you don't seem very clear about it, but if you say it's taken care of...
Wait a minute. Maybe you'd like to talk to Judge Hooker about this.
Well, it's no business of mine. You're the children's guardian.
No, I think you've got a very good point there, Hattie. The judge is a regular bear cat on all that legal stuff. Tell you what I'll do. I'll call him right up.
Well, I didn't mean...
Oh, the judge would love to talk to you about it. I'll ask him to come over this evening.
Are you sure he wouldn't mind?
Mind? He's been dying to meet you. Oh, you'll be crazy about the judge. A wonderful fellow and a great mind. Yeah, the old schemer. If there's anything I hate, it's a schemer. Hello. Judge Hooker there. Well, put him on, please. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Judge just came into his office. Hello, Judge. Gildy. Judge, I wonder if you could come over to my house this evening on a matter of business. Yeah, it has to do with the estate. Miss Forrester would like to discuss... Now, wait a minute. I don't care what social engagement you have.
Oh, if it's not convenient, tell him...
This is business, Judge, and it's mighty important. Either you're the executor of this estate or you're not. Which is it? Well, you get over here, understand?
Is he coming?
Oh, the judge says he'd be delighted.
Hi.
Yes, sir. If there's anything I hate, it's a schemer.
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. You know, those active youngsters of yours and the hard-working grown-ups, too, need plenty of good, nourishing foods these strenuous days. So to help provide some of that vital energy your family needs, serve delicious, nourishing parquet margarine at every meal. Include parquet margarine in lunchbox sandwiches, too, because this spread that tastes so good is also one of America's best energy foods. What's more, parquet provides your family with some of that important vitamin A they need every day for good nutrition. Kraft, you see, fortifies every single pound of parquet with a guaranteed 9,000 units of vitamin A. So serve parquet often for its grand flavor goodness and also for the splendid nourishment it provides. When you buy margarine, insist on parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, the Kraft quality spread for bread. Yes, Kraft makes parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, that crafty fellow. It's a little before 8 o'clock in the evening, and we find him with his hat and coat on, his hand on the knob of his front door, about to make what looks like a getaway.
Hattie, you sure you don't mind my going out for a few minutes?
Not at all, Throckmorton. Not if this meeting is as important as you say.
Oh, you going to an important meeting, Unc?
Very important. It's with the Chief of Police, Mr. Gates, and Mr. Munson, and, well, it's a little group of professional men. Be careful of that cold, Leroy. We wouldn't want Aunt Hattie to have to nurse you through an illness, would we?
Oh, I'm all right, Unc, honest.
Just watch it. Well, Hattie, you won't be alone. Judge Hooker will be arriving in a few minutes, and you'll be crazy about him.
Oh, I'm sure he's very nice.
Oh, he is. Well, I'll be going. Leroy, in case I don't get back before you're in bed, good night.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
See you later, Hattie. Oh, one more thing. If you should finish up your legal business before I get back. Judge Hooker just loves cribbage.
Well.
Yeah. Goodbye now.
Well, that's a catchy name of that.
You know, Chief, it's the song the burglar sang to the policeman. Don't fence me in.
Oh, yeah. That opera singer sings it every week on the radio. Yeah, real pretty tune. You know the prisoner's song? Oh, if I had the wings of an angel.
Oh, get your mind off of business, Chief.
Oh.
We're here to relax tonight.
I'm relaxed. Oh, I understand we're going to have an election of officers.
Oh, Hooker speak to you, too?
Oh, he said something about it.
I think the old windbag wants to be the president.
Well, why not? I think he'd make a pretty good president. Give the club a little dignity.
Are you kidding? This club wouldn't have no dignity if Patrick Henry was the president.
Hello!
Gildersleeve.
Speaking of windbags.
Are there any jolly boys up there?
There are 2 here now, Commissioner.
With him, that's 3.5.
Well, good evening, jolly boys. Remember me? Gildersleeve's the name.
Glad to see you, Commissioner.
Have a chair, Commissioner. Thought your sister-in-law had you locked up for tonight. What'd you do, shinny down the rain pipe?
I simply announced I was going to a meeting, Floyd. I announced it in loud, clear tones.
Yeah, I know them tones. Do you mind if I go to a meeting tonight, lovey-dovey?
Well, I'm here anyway, fellas. And the judge is trapped for the evening.
Oh, now, Gildersleeve, I don't know whether you should have done that or not. The judge has his heart set on this election.
What do we want with a president anyway?
Oh, we should have a secretary, too.
Get a secretary, he's got to write letters.
All we want to do is play a little poker.
Just the same, I say Hooker'd be a good president.
Tell me, Chief, what office did he promise you? The reason I mention it, he promised...
We said he'd make me secretary. That old double-crosser. The thing makes a man lose his faith in human nature.
After all, are we sure Hooker is human?
Right. Now.
Second the nomination.
I third it.
Too bad, Peavy. You just missed the election.
I did?
Yeah, but you're just in time for a toast to the victorious candidate.
Yes, that's right. Everybody have a quick one, then we'll play some poker. Open them up, Floyd.
Coming up. Hey, out, Commissioner.
Oop, this one's got a top on it.
Chief?
Thanks.
And one for the peeve and one for me. Hey, they're nice and cold.
Yes, I have them sitting out on the windowsill all afternoon.
Gentlemen, a toast. Judge Hooker, the finest dog catcher this club ever had.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, what did I tell you, gents? Here it is, almost 10 o'clock, and no Hooker.
Sitting there with that old battle axe. I bet he's fit to be tied.
Yeah. If you don't mind, Floyd, my sister-in-law is not a battle axe.
No offense, Commissioner.
She's a woman of character.
That's what I said.
And every inch a lady. Isn't that right, Peavy?
Oh, absolutely.
Peavy knows her. She's one of his best customers. Isn't she, Peavy?
She's been a very good customer on your charge account.
Yeah, well, that'll stop soon. She's leaving.
Say, fellas, is this a ladies' coffee clutch or the Jolly Boys? How about some poker?
Yeah. What about little cards?
Whenever you're ready, gents. Last round starts at 12 sharp.
Gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to propose another form of entertainment.
Not poker? What's the matter with you, Peavy?
Yeah, I'm a little tired of poker.
He's off his stick. Don't pay any attention to him.
Peavy's all right. What's your proposal, Peavy?
Well, how about some nice brain ticklers? They're a lot of fun, and nobody gets hurt.
Brain ticklers?
What do you mean, brain ticklers?
Well, I'll give you an example. That's a good one. A fellow comes home every day on the train. The train gets in at 5 o'clock. And every day his chauffeur meets the train to drive the fellow home.
He must have money.
He reaches home at...
Wish we could get him in our poker game.
Stop interrupting me, Floyd, please.
Yes, Floyd, stop interrupting.
Thank you. The train arrives at 5, and the chauffeur gets him home at 6 every day. But one day...
He must live quite a ways from the station.
He lives in a fashionable neighborhood, Floyd. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, stop interrupting. Now, go ahead, Peavy.
Thank you. Now, one day the fellow takes an early train. He gets in at 4 o'clock instead of 5. So he decides to start walking home.
Do you think this will ever replace poker, Commissioner?
Now, fellas, let's give him a chance. Is there much more of this, Peavy?
Just a little. The fellow starts walking, and after a while, along comes his chauffeur on his way to meet the 5 o'clock train. So he picks him up and drives him home, and he gets home just at his regular time. Now, the question is, how long did the fellow walk? Isn't that a dinger?
Well, I'll let you boys figure it out while I have another Coke.
Yeah, give me one, too, will you, Floyd?
Yeah, me too, Floyd. Say, how about a song?
Yeah, let's have a song.
Oh, I feel just like a song.
Oh, fellows, aren't you going to solve the brain tickler?
Oh, that. Well, I didn't really get all the details, Peavy, the way everybody kept interrupting.
Yeah, I'll tell it to you again, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, this fellow comes home on the train every day.
Yes, Peavy, have a Coke and quit worrying about that rich commuter.
Thanks, Floyd. His train gets in at 5 o'clock.
Oh, then the chauffeur drives him home.
That's right. The chauffeur gets him home at 6 o'clock. But on this one particular day...
Excuse me just a moment, Peavy. Floyd, did you bring a new deck of cards tonight?
Yes, sir. Got them right in my pocket.
Fine. Sorry, Peavy. The chauffeur drives to the station every day at 6 o'clock.
No, he gets home at 6 o'clock.
Oh, I've got it. I know the answer.
You can't know the answer. I haven't finished stating the problem. The man usually arrives at 5, but one day he arrives at 4.
Oh, yes. Just a moment, Peavy, if you don't mind. Say, Floyd.
On that day, he starts walking home.
What is it, Commissioner?
His chauffeur starts at the usual time.
Hey, wait a minute, Peavy. Fix me up another Coke, will you?
You bet.
Now, Peavy, sorry.
The chauffeur meets the man and drives him home.
Put a piece of ice in it, Floyd.
Okay.
Well, Peavy, what about the brain tickler?
No, go to grass. You can tickle your own brain.
Well, here's your Coke, Commissioner.
Oh, thanks, Floyd. By George, it's a shame poor old Hooker has to miss all this fun. The club doesn't seem the same without it.
You're right, Commissioner. Doesn't seem fair for us to be having all this fun with him not here.
I think we ought to drink a toast to the judge's empty chair.
It's far from empty, Floyd. Mr. Gildersleeve is sitting in it.
Well, let's have the toast anyway. To absent friends.
To absent friends.
Good old Hooker. Got a heart as big as all outdoors. And just as cold.
Floyd, how can you speak that way of our dear absent friend?
Just slipped out, Commissioner. I could have bit my tongue out as soon as I said it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I yield to no man in my admiration of Judge Hooker. As a gentleman, as a scholar, as a poker player.
He sings a pretty fair baritone, too, fellas.
Sings like a nightingale. A tone-deaf nightingale.
Say, how about a little song as a tribute to the judge?
Why, for that, we could do his old favorite. Oh, promise me that one day you and I...
Oh, brother.
Oh, I can't go on with it with him not here.
Say, how about the Banks of the Wabash? He always loved that.
Yeah, Wabash it is. Come on, play it, Floyd.
I'll just give us a chord.
All right, here we go. Oh, the moonlight's fair tonight along the Wabash. From the fields there comes the breath of newborn hay. Through the sycamores the candlelights are gleaming. On the banks of the Wabash, far away. Oh, great. Let's do it again, huh? This one's really for Hooker. Oh, the moonlight. Oh, by George, it does a man good to get away from home once in a while. You know that, Peavy?
I dare say.
Yeah. You want to get out oftener yourself, Peavy, you know it? You want to be like me.
Hello, I wouldn't say that.
Sure, look at yourself, Peavy. You go home every night, and what do? You read the paper, you listen to the radio a while, and then you go to bed. You're in a rut.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice rut.
Not for me, boy. Say, isn't that Judge Hooker's car?
No, I wouldn't know.
Certainly it is. I'd know this fender anywhere.
They must be having quite a legal discussion in there.
Yeah, discussion nothing. If I know Hattie, she's hooked him into a cribbage game. The judge will never forgive me for this, Peavy.
Yeah, I guess I'll be going along. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night, Peavy. Thanks for your company.
The pleasure was mine.
Yes, sir. He's still in here.
Oh, promise me that one day you and I...
Hooker! Well, I had no idea I'd find you still here.
Oh, I had a delightful evening, Gildy.
Huh? And so have I, Throckmorton. And guess what?
What, Hattie?
The judge has been so charming, he's persuaded me to stay another few weeks.
Huh?
What's more, Judge?
Oh, promise me that one day you and I...
Trouble. How do I do it? Well, so much for Gildersleeve. If you people don't mind, I'd like to talk for a minute about something more important. You know, there's a lot of money around these days. There's not much to spend it on. So it's a temptation to throw it away on stuff we don't really want. All I want to say is, don't. There's a man coming around to your house pretty soon with a better proposition. Most of us have someone pretty close to us in the war by now. The money we'd blow today without thinking could save his life tomorrow, if we stop to think. Look at the men in uniform you see on the street these days. The men who are fighting this war for us. They're kids, most of them. A lot of them have never even been away from home before. And they're a long way from home now. They need more than just weapons and training and food. They need a little comfort now and then when it's possible. They need assurance that everything's being taken care of back home. They need diversion and rest from the strain of battle. They need care when they're wounded and blood when they've given theirs. All these things the Red Cross can give them. But it can give these things only if we give to the Red Cross. So when we're called upon, and it won't be long now, let's be ready. Not with an alibi, but with every cent we can scrape up. Show me any place where you can get more for your money. Good night, everybody, and think it over, will you?
Carpenters, which is the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Who makes parquet? That's the usual question from guests when they first taste this delicious spread for bread. And when the gracious hostess replies, why, Kraft makes parquet, you'll find the guest nodding his head as much to say, I thought so. It tastes so good. Yes, the name Kraft stands for the kind of quality you expect in fine food products. And Parquet Margarine is a quality food product through and through. Parquet has a fresh, delicate flavor that really satisfies. It's so economical to buy. It's easy to spread. Parquet is so wonderfully nourishing, too. Contains vegetable oils rich in food energy value. And Parquet is fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So treat your family and your guests to Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine, the Kraft quality spread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. How goes it with the great Gildersleeve? Well, the old boy is fit to be tied. It's a long story. Maybe we'd better go back a couple of days to Washington's birthday. In honor of the father of his country, Gildersleeve permitted himself the luxury of sleeping a little late that day and breakfasting in his bathrobe. Then, having glanced through the paper and issued everyone their instructions for the day, he went up to the bathroom to shave. But do you think he could get in? No. Aunt Hattie Forrester was in there giving herself a shampoo with the reluctant assistance of Marjorie. You can imagine what went on with Gildersleeve.
Confound it, Leroy. The woman's been in there an hour. Do you hear me? I said she's been in there an hour.
I heard you.
Well, answer then.
What do you want me to answer?
I don't know. Don't ask me foolish questions.
Okay.
And don't be sitting on the banisters.
Okay.
What do you want to do, break your neck?
It's my neck.
If your neck is going to be broken, I'll break it.
Okay. Gosh.
An hour and a half now. How much longer in there?
Just a few minutes, Throckmorton. She says just a few minutes, Uncle Morris.
A few minutes? She's been in there for 2 hours. I give up. Let's go downstairs, Leroy.
Okay, I'll beat you down, Unc.
Leroy!
Whoops! Sorry, Bertie.
Leroy, I told you to keep off those banisters.
You almost knocked this cup out of my hand, Leroy. That would have made a fine mess.
What do you got there, Bertie?
An egg.
Huh?
Miss Forrester sent me after it.
You tell her for me, Bertie. She can rub it in her hair.
I think that's what she's going to do with it.
What?
Yes, sir. First, just go get me some olive oil. And then she wants some lemon juice. And now it's an egg. I don't know whether she's going to wash her hair or bake an omelet.
She's certainly giving herself the works.
All morning long. Up and down, up and down, up and down. My knee's troubling me again, too.
No, Bertie.
I think maybe I better keep off it for a while. Maybe I'll go stay with my sister until...
Oh, now, Bertie, don't get excited. Miss Forrester won't be staying much longer.
That's what everybody keeps telling me, but every day seems like she's still here.
I know, but...
You know what I think, Mr. Gildersleeve? I think she's digging in.
You
can say that again.
Look, Bertie, be patient, will you? We'll get her out of here if we have to blast. But we got to be polite about it, so it'll take a little time.
I don't know if I got that much time.
Oh, Bertie! Oh, there you are. Have you got the egg?
Just coming with you, Miss Marjorie.
Well, hurry. Aunt Hattie's got her head in the basin. She'll drown.
Take your time, Bertie. How are things coming in there, Marjorie?
Don't ask me.
Bertie, wait.
Yes, sir?
See if you can't hurry things up there a little, will you? Stick with her. Don't leave till she's through.
I don't know what good that's going to do, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, for goodness sake. Bertie.
Coming right up.
Well, maybe I won't shave it all today. I'll just give up, I think.
Say, Unc,
No, Leroy. What is it?
can I go out now?
No, it's too slushy out.
But I'll wear my rubbers.
If you were too sick to go to school yesterday, you're much too sick to go out today.
But I feel fine now. Yesterday I had a sore throat.
We'll take no chances. You're staying indoors.
Oh, gosh. What is there to do?
Study your lessons if you had nothing else to do.
But this is a holiday. I'm not supposed to study.
It wouldn't do you any harm, my boy. Where do you think George Washington would have gotten if all he ever wanted to do was go outdoors?
I don't know. Outdoors, I guess.
How do you think Washington got to be president? He spent long hours every evening studying his books by the light of the fire, working out problems with charcoal on a shovel.
That wasn't Washington. That was Lincoln.
All right, he got to be president, didn't he?
Yep.
Very well. Don't bother me anymore, Leroy. I want to read the newspaper.
Unc,
Yes?
just one question.
Well, what is it?
Now can I go out?
How can you ask that? We've just been through the whole thing.
Okay.
Find something to do, Leroy.
Okay. I still think you ought to let me go out, though. I'm liable to get into mischief.
You do, and you'll regret it.
I know, Unc. Can I use your typewriter?
Typewriter? Well, if you're very careful of it, my boy. Remember, it's not mine. It belongs to the water department.
Well, I'll be careful. I always am. Thanks, Unc.
Yes, yes. Don't disturb anything in my study.
You can't use Unc's typewriter, Marge. Unc said I could use it.
Who said I wanted to use it?
Well, my dear, don't tell me Hattie's finally... What's happened to your dress?
Oh, I got splashed. It'll dry out. But what a fuss. You'd think she was Hetty Lamar.
She's been at it for 3 hours. I didn't think she had that much hair.
You ought to see. She's got it all done up in curlers.
Curlers, Hattie? That's something new, isn't it?
Oh, that's not all. She asked me if I thought it would look too young if she wore a ribbon in it.
A ribbon?
Blue. She says it's Judge Hooker's favorite color.
You mean the judge... Oh, no. Not those two. Not those old goats.
I'm not disturbing you, am I, Throckmorton?
No, Hattie, you go right ahead and play. I'll go in the den. I just pay the bills around here, that's all.
Well, if I'm disturbing you...
No, not at all. I have some work to do anyway.
Well, if you're sure.
Man can't shave, can't read, can't do anything. Well, what are you two doing in here? Leroy, what are you typing?
Nothing, Unc. Nothing. I'm just practicing.
He's writing a letter to his girl.
I am not.
I saw it. It says, Dearest beloved angel.
Cut it out.
Let him alone, Marjorie. I told him he could use a typewriter. Don't worry, my boy. Nobody's going to look at it.
Want to sit here, Uncle Mort?
No, sit still, my dear. Just came in here to get away from what's going on in the next room. La-da-da, dee-do-do, dee-dee-dee-da. Been playing that darn thing ever since lunch.
The way she plays it, she must have learned it from her hurdy-gurdy.
She'd only play it all the way through, but no.
That's as far as she knows it.
Wait, maybe she's quit. Thank goodness. Now maybe I can read my book in peace. Been trying to read this book for 3 weeks, and I haven't yet got far enough into it to find out what it's all about.
What's the book?
Forever Amber.
There she goes.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't it beautiful? Aunt Hattie's theme song. Can you imagine her and Judge Hooker making love, Marge? Oh, my darling. Oh, my beloved.
Leroy. You're so beautiful, your face is like a lovely garbage can.
Leroy, get away.
Kiss me, beloved.
Leroy, stop that.
I was only kidding, Unc.
Well, it's not funny. In fact, it's very unkind. That's no way to talk about your Aunt Hattie. She's been very nice to you. You have no right to make fun of her. She may be a little odd in some ways, but who isn't? As a matter of fact, I'm very fond of your aunt. Or I would be if she'd stop playing that tune. I'm just going to have to do something about this, that's all. This could end up in an axe murder. Hattie.
Yes, Throckmorton.
Sorry to interrupt, Hattie, but do you know any tunes besides To a Wild Rose?
Well, To a Wild Rose is my favorite. Isn't it yours?
Well, it's not my favorite.
You know, it's funny. It's Judge Hooker's favorite, too. Isn't that a coincidence? That's just one of the things we found we had in common. Perhaps it's because we both love roses so.
The judge loves roses?
Oh, he's a great rose fancier. He tells me he has a whole garden full of roses, very fine ones. But his pride and joy is a Mrs. Warren G. Harding. And guess what?
What?
He's promised that I shall have the first rose that blooms on it this year.
But, Hattie, roses don't bloom till June.
When you want something very much, Throckmorton, you don't mind waiting for it.
February, March, April, May, June. I'll kill that Hooker. Rose fancier. Why, the old goat, he gets hay fever every time he gets near one.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you're up on your nutrition, you know how important that spread for bread is in your family's diet. So get your family off to a right start each day by spreading fresh, delicate parquet margarine on rolls or slices of piping hot breakfast toast. Pack the nourishing goodness of parquet into your lunchbox sandwiches, too. And treat the youngsters to satisfying cracker and parquet snacks when they come home hungry from school. Parquet margarine tastes so good, it's sure to hit the spot with hungry appetites. And speaking of good nutrition, remember that parquet margarine adds extra nourishment, too. Parquet, you see, is rich in food energy value. And every single pound is fortified by Kraft with 9,000 units of vitamin A. So please, your whole family, buy economical Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's get back to our friend Gildersleeve and his problems. Fearing that Aunt Hattie's infatuation with Judge Hooker may keep her around indefinitely, he decides to take action. Accordingly, we find him entering Judge Hooker's office, where the judge is sitting at a desk piled high with books and papers.
Come on, Horace.
I'll be with you in just a second, Gildy. Kinney versus Koopman, 116, Alabama, 310, 1896.
1896.
Now, what can I do for you?
You can drop your legal bedside manner for one thing, Judge. I'm not here for a consultation.
Oh? Well, I'm pretty busy right now. There's a brief I got to get ready before Monday, so if you've just come in to pass the time...
I haven't. I've come to ask you a very important personal question.
All right, fire away.
What are your intentions regarding my sister-in-law?
What the dickens are you talking about?
Oh, so that's your line, innocence. Well, let me tell you something, you old goat. If you might at least have the courtesy to offer me a chair.
Sit down, Gildy. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Now, I have reason to believe that you've been tampering with the affections of Hattie Forrester, so don't try to deny it.
Now, Gildy, I've only seen her 3 times. She's a fine cribbage player.
That has nothing to do with it. Ever since the first time you saw her, she's been mooning around the house like a lovesick schoolgirl.
Well, I always did have a way with the women.
Have you been making love to her?
Why, no, Gildy. I don't believe so.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Hattie's a woman. I find her company very pleasant. If she finds me attractive, can I help it?
Attractive? She never could have found you attractive unless you'd gone out of your way to make an impression. What'd you do, show her your elk's tooth?
Now, Now, Gildy.
I bet you told her about the time you stole the clapper out of the chapel bell at college.
Well, I may have referred to the incident.
I bet you told her about the time you shot a hole-in-one on that miniature golf course.
I might have referred...
Yeah, and the time you held 4 kings against 4 jacks and won $1.20. Own up now, didn't you?
Well, you can't expect me to remember every detail of our conversation. We discussed a variety of subjects. We talked about books we'd read, movies we'd seen, music we both liked.
Music? Ah, To a Wild Rose. Did you mention that?
I may have. It's one of my favorite compositions in the modern school. Why?
Hattie has been playing the darn piece ever since. I'll tell you something else, Judgy. When she plays it, she hears wedding bells and smells orange blossoms.
Wedding bells? Gildy, I give you my word, I never said or done anything along that line.
You always did have a way with women, Judge.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, let's be serious.
I am serious. This brings me back to my original question. What are your intentions?
My intentions are honorable, but vague.
All right, Horace, then you'll have to tell her so.
What?
It's the only decent thing to do. You go to Hattie and say, Hattie, I don't want you to be under any misapprehensions. I have no intention of marrying you.
Oh, I can't say that to her.
Why not? Isn't it the truth?
Well, that's neither here nor there. Nobody but a boor would say it.
That's ridiculous. I'll say it. I'll tell her you've been simply trifling with her. That she'd better forget all about you.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
I'll tell her. Better a short, sharp break than lingering heartache. And then perhaps a change of scene.
Gildersleeve, if you slander my name to your sister-in-law, I'll sue you.
Nothing slanderous, Judge. Only the next time you see her, duck. There you are.
Oh, good evening, Throckmorton. Do you notice anything different about me?
No, why? Something the matter?
I fixed my hair a new way. Do you like it?
Oh, great. Hattie, wonder if I could talk to you for a minute about something quite important.
Why, surely, Throckmorton.
Sit over here. Saw Judge Hooker this afternoon.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he say anything about me?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, you were all we talked about.
Well, they say your ears are supposed to burn, but I never noticed anything.
Judge Hooker told me something. That is, I have a sort of a message for you.
My. Well, what is it?
Nothing.
But, Throckmorton, you've got me all curious.
Well, it wasn't exactly a message, Hattie. It was, the judge has been a bachelor a long time, Hattie.
I know, the poor man.
I've noticed these last few days that, well, you seem to be thinking about the judge quite a lot.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
No, Hattie.
Well, I will admit we have many things in common. We like so many of the same books, and we're both interested in flowers, roses, and so on.
Look, Hattie, if you're thinking of Judge Hooker as a rose, you should understand he's definitely a rambler.
A rambler?
Yeah. He's quite a ladies' man. He's been a ladies' man for years. But he's still a bachelor.
Throckmorton, would you mind telling me what it is you're trying to say?
Well,
Hi, Aunt Hattie. Seen the evening paper?
No, I haven't, Leroy.
I bet Marge has it. Oh, well, she'll bring it down in a minute.
Leroy.
Say, did you fix your hair a new way, Aunt Hattie? You look super.
Thank you, Leroy.
Leroy, your Aunt Hattie and I are talking about something that, well, suppose you run upstairs to supper.
Oh, for goodness sake. Just wait till I get some kids of my own. Boy, will I push them around.
Run along, my boy.
Oh, gee whiz.
Well?
Oh. Well, there's no use beating around the bush, Hattie. Judge Hooker is an old friend of mine, Hattie. But where women are concerned, he's no good. He's a Lothario. He's a Casanova.
Oh, Throckmorton, it doesn't matter to me what Horace may have been in the past. I dare say he's known plenty of women. But if you think I'm going to condemn him to a life of loneliness just because he's never happened to find the right person, you've got another thing coming.
Hattie, you think Horace is in love with you?
I didn't say that, although I may have reason to think so.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
What do you mean?
Believe me, Hattie, when Horace looks at you, he's only thinking of one thing. Cribbage.
Throckmorton,
I'll get him out of your mind, for heaven's sake.
Oh, I'll do nothing of the kind. I happen to know he thinks differently about me.
What makes you think so?
Well, I have my reasons.
Listen, Hattie, I've talked about with the judge.
Well, I've got a letter from him, and if you'd like to see it, here it is.
Letter? What does he say, Hattie?
He says, "Dearest beloved angel, I love thee every hour, every minute, and every second." And he signs it, "Your wild rose."
Wait.
Throckmorton, someday Horace will have the courage to say that to me, face to face.
Hattie, is the letter typewritten?
Why, yes.
Leroy! Ladies and gentlemen, all of us must remember to write to the men who are doing our fighting for us. Nothing means more to the servicemen than letters from home. And short, frequent letters are better than occasional long ones. Write about the little day-to-day things. Fresh, intimate news is the best kind. And remember to use V-mail when you write. V-mail is inexpensive. You can buy the forms anywhere. And it flies overseas for only 3 cents postage. And most important of all, V-mail saves precious cargo space that's needed to send the troops food and ammunition. High Army and Navy officials agree that mail from home is one of the most important factors in maintaining morale. Certainly, it's little enough for us to do. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Slayton. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
All you women with the Ration Point blues, here's how to take 1 red Ration Point and buy 2 wonderful main dishes. Invest that 1 red point in 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner for delicious macaroni and cheese. Each Kraft Dinner box contains 2 magic ingredients that work together to give you swell macaroni and cheese that cooks in just 7 minutes. There's a special fast-cooking macaroni and plenty of Kraft grated for rich cheese flavor. If you haven't tasted Kraft Dinner lately, better try it right away. The macaroni is so fluffy light, and the cheese flavor, it's really rich cheddar cheese flavor, a flavor so many of us are hankering for these days. Let this wonderful macaroni and cheese help you out with Lenten meals, with ration meals. Let it save you time and save you ration points. Tomorrow, spend just 1 red ration point for 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner. It's one of your food dealer's best buys.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore with music by Claude Slayton. from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. One of those Lenten time foods we like to welcome back are hot cross buns. In our house, we take them hot out of the oven, and so as that white crisscross icing trickles over the golden brown crust, we like to break the buns open and spread on plenty of delicious parquet margarine. Oh, man, do they ever taste good spread with parquet. Yes, buns, biscuits, bread, and rolls all taste extra good when you spread on parquet margarine. The flavor's so fresh, so delicate, so satisfying. And remember, parquet adds extra nourishment to your Lenten meals. Parquet is one of the finest of energy foods. And it's fortified by Kraft, you know, so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So buy Parquet, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's join the great Gildersleeve, who's been practically a new man since his sister-in-law, Aunt Hattie, left Summerfield. We find him now occupying his official chair as the town's water commissioner near the end of the best day's work he's done in some time.
Well, come on, Bessie. Give me more letters to answer, more complaints to handle, more worlds to conquer.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think there are any more.
Now, Bessie, when I'm in the mood for work, you better take advantage of it.
Yes, sir. I never saw you like this before. Would you feel like signing a few checks for the March bill?
Bring 'em on, Bessie. At the end of the day, the water department will owe no man a penny. Oh, give me bills, lots of bills, neath the starry skies above.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just don't understand you today.
Well, there's nothing mysterious about me, Bessie. Haven't you ever talked to a fellow just got out of jail?
Oh, I should say not. I don't associate with those kind of people.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, Bessie. I was merely using a figure of speech. What I meant was I just got out of jail myself. I'm a canary. I just got out of my cage. I'm a goldfish, and I sneaked out of my bowl.
When a goldfish gets out of his bowl, he dies in about 10 minutes.
I know, Bessie.
We had one once. He jumped out of his bowl and landed inside the piano. Then he passed away.
I see.
We didn't find him for several days. It made it awfully hard to play the piano.
Must have made it hard to stay in the house. What I was trying to explain, Bessie, is that I feel very free today. You know, full of energy, vitality, and beams.
Okay. Here are the bills.
Isn't that funny? All of a sudden, I don't feel like working anymore. I feel like playing. Come on, Bessie, let's play, huh?
Mr. Gildersleeve, we can't play. This is an office.
I don't care. Let's play anyway.
Play what?
Oh, anything. Ring around the rosy, drop the handkerchief, musical chairs. Post office?
I know what's the matter with you, Mr. Gildersleeve. You've got spring fever.
By George, I wonder if that's it. Well, whatever it is, I've done a lot of work today, and I'm not going to do any more. Come on, Bessie, let's dance.
Oh, well, there's no music.
Oh, we'll make our own music. Oh, give me music, neath the starry skies above. Woo! Come dance with me.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, here comes somebody.
What?
Yes.
Oh, he.
Uncle Mark, what on earth are you doing?
Well, if it isn't my favorite niece. The prettiest flower in Summerfield. You know Marjorie, don't you, Bessie?
Oh, yes. Hello, Marjorie.
Hello, Bessie. I just dropped in hoping I could chisel a ride home, Uncle Mort. But I can wait if you're busy.
By a curious coincidence, my dear, I just decided not to do another stroke of work today.
Well, I'd been doing a little shopping, and I just thought maybe I wouldn't have to carry all these packages home.
Quite right, my dear. New hat you're wearing?
Mm-hmm. Isn't it darling?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Say, it does something for you, my dear. Makes you look grown up. By George, with that outfit, you ought to go places.
I hope some darn boy will think so, too.
I get so sick of waiting for them, don't you?
Absolutely disgusted. But what else is there to go out with?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, Marjorie. You and I'll go out and paint the town tonight. What do you say?
Oh, Unky, do you mean it?
Of course I mean it. You think you'd like to step out with your old uncle?
Oh, you're not old. I'll bet a middle-aged woman would think you were fascinating.
Never mind the middle-aged women. What do you think?
I think you're Prince Charming.
That's the girl. All right, my dear, we'll make whoopee tonight. We'll go to every lively spot in town. After that, we'll rush around and wake up a few of the dead ones. We'll make a night of it. Till 11:30. Where does all this traffic come from?
Everybody's hurrying home to dinner, I guess. Red light, Uncle Mort.
Oh, didn't see it. You coming over here?
No, but you better back up. You're in the crosswalk.
I don't know why they have to change these lights so suddenly. Anything behind me? All right. You saw I was backing. Why don't you learn to drive, brother? Where's that cop, Marjorie?
Look, isn't that Charlie Pettibone?
Charlie who? Where?
It is. It's Charlie Pettibone. Blow your horn at him here.
Don't do that, Marjorie. I'm in bad with a cop already.
Charlie! Hey, Charlie!
I don't see any Charlie.
Uniform there. He must be home on leave.
Why, George, it is. Hello, Charlie. Remember me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, of course. Hello. How are you? It sure is. Oh.
Well, I see you remember little Marjorie, don't you?
You bet. Only the last time I saw her, well, I didn't realize I'd been away so long.
You look fine, Charlie.
So do you.
Well, how does it seem to get back to the old hometown, eh?
Oh, great. Great.
Are you home for long?
2 weeks. Hope I'll see you around.
The lights changed, Uncle Morris.
Oh, yeah. Well, come and see us, Charlie. Regards to your father and mother.
Oh, by the way, Marge, what are you doing tonight?
What?
Goodbye, Charlie.
We should have offered him a ride, Uncle Mort.
You haven't forgotten you have a date with your old uncle, I hope.
Charlie looks wonderful in this uniform, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Nice boy, Charlie. Nice boy.
Did you see all the ribbons he had?
Yeah, he must have seen plenty of action, all right. Can't be much more than 19, either.
It's only a difference of 3 years.
What do you mean?
Oh, look out, red light!
Oh! How do I keep missing him?
You just barely missed that woman.
Why don't they look... It's Eve. It's Miss Goodwin. Eve.
Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Come on, climb in. I'll take you where you're going. Open the door, Marjorie.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Hello, Marjorie.
Hello, Miss Goodwin. I'll climb in grab.
Hop in, Eve. Where you going?
I was on my way home.
Take you right there.
You're sure it won't be out of your way?
Nonsense. I'd go out of my way for you any time.
Oh, you're very sweet.
You know, we haven't seen each other in a long time, Eve. We ought to do something about that.
Well, I've been busy. School and now the Red Cross drive.
Well, I've been busy, too, but never too busy to say hello. Hello, Eve.
Oh, watch it. Uncle Mort.
Oh.
You went right through that one.
Well, it's too late to stop.
Uncle Mort, why don't you let me drive?
I've told you, my dear, you're too young to drive.
Well, somebody ought to be driving.
Dear. Now, don't worry. I've never had an accident. That was my fault. Say, there's Floyd Munson. Hi, Floyd.
You hold on to the wheel, Unky. I'll do the waving.
Hi, George. The town is full of people today. We saw young Charlie Pettibone a little ways back.
Oh, really? I knew he was in town. I've been seeing a good deal of his mother lately.
Oh?
Yes, the Women's Club has been helping in the Red Cross drive, and she's president, of course. President of the Women's Club. You might think she was president of the Red Cross, too.
Yeah, I've always found her a little difficult myself.
Difficult. But then they're all difficult. Oh, here it is, Throckmorton.
Huh? Oh, yes. Been so long since I, almost went by it. Wait a minute, Eve. What's your hurry?
Well, here we are, and you must be anxious to get home.
Not at all. Don't rush off. What about what I was saying before? We never seem to see each other anymore.
I'm always happy to see you, Throckmorton. It's just that...
Then how about tonight?
Well, I'm not sure that I'll...
Mort, what about our evening?
Oh, I forgot you were back there, Marjorie.
Don't worry. I might go out with Charlie Pettibone.
Good idea. How about tonight, Eve?
Honestly, Throckmorton, I'm so busy with the Red Cross, I haven't any time.
Oh.
Of course, if I had a little help, you wouldn't like to give us a hand, would you?
Sure. What's your problem, Eve? I'll clear it up in 5 minutes.
Well, you see, Judge Hooker is chairman of the Red Cross drive, but he's in Chicago, and he hasn't been able to get reservations back.
Serves him right.
So they've asked me to help out till he returns.
Oh?
And I've been having a perfectly awful time, particularly with the women. To begin with, there's Mrs. Pettibone and her crowd.
Yeah, I know him. What do you want me to do about it?
Well, if you could take over the chairmanship...
Oh, you... Gosh, Eve.
Oh, just till the judge gets back. You handle these things so easily.
Oh, you think so?
You have a wonderful way with women, Throckmorton. Now, Leila Ransom, for instance.
Leila, what's she up to?
Well, Leila and I are on very good terms, but she is being a little difficult.
You just leave Leila to me.
I thought if you could speak to her and sort of straighten her out.
Don't worry, Eve.
I mean, if you could just reason with her and... Well, you know the way.
I know the way, but it has nothing to do with reason.
Oh, Throckmorton, this is such a relief. I know you'll make a wonderful chairman.
You just watch that old thermometer on the City Hall go up, Eve. All these women need is a little handling. And I'm just the man who can do it.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Hello, Leila.
Come in.
Something smells wonderful.
Spam, an old recipe of my grandmother Beecham's. I hope you'll forgive my apron.
Oh, it's pretty. Got ruffles.
I'd ask you to stay to dinner.
Oh, I couldn't. No, Bertie's got our dinner waiting. I just wanted to ask you something, Leila.
Yes?
What's this I hear about trouble between you and Eve over the Red Cross?
Trouble? Oh, you must be mistaken, Throckmorton. Why, Eve and I are the best of friends.
Oh, maybe I got it wrong.
I will admit I think she's being a little bossy about the whole thing. You'd think she was running it.
Well, isn't she?
That's not the point. It isn't Eve anyway. It's that Mrs. Pettibone. I simply had to tell Eve. I said to her, my dear, much as I admire the Red Cross, and I do, Throckmorton, I think it's wonderful what they're doing for the soldiers, but I said to her, much as I admire it, I shall simply have to refuse to have anything more to do with the drive as long as that woman is connected with it.
Now, Leila, that's no attitude.
Oh, let me tell you what she did first. And then if you don't agree that my attitude is perfectly justified, I'll never speak to you again.
Well, what did she do?
Well, what didn't she do? Hogan Brothers let us use one of the windows in their store for a Red Cross display. And the idea was to have one of the ladies dress up in a Red Cross uniform and sit in the window rolling bandages.
Good idea.
Well, I was chosen to sit in the window. That was distinctly understood by Judge Hooker before he left town. In fact, he told me he chose me because the Red Cross uniform was so becoming to me.
Well, it's becoming to any woman.
That's a matter of opinion. Anyway, I was to sit in the window. I had my hair done specially and everything. Well, I went down to Hogan Brothers yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, and what do you think? There was Mrs. Pettibone in the window, sitting in my place, wearing my uniform and rolling my bandages. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't know what to say. Maybe Mrs. Pettibone is a better bandage roller.
Mrs. Pettibone is a butterfingers. Huh? Besides, it isn't as if I wanted to sit in the old window. I had a better idea, only nobody would listen to me.
What was that?
I wanted to raise money with a kissing booth.
A what?
A kissing booth.
Oh, sounds interesting. Tell me more.
You've never heard of a kissing booth?
Oh.
Why, that's how we always raise money down home. You just have a booth with a pretty girl in it, and you charge $1 a kiss.
Sounds foolproof to me. I'd be willing to put a little money in a thing like that myself.
Of course. Why, I remember one time down in Savannah, I was running a kissing booth for the Bidewee home, and George William Hungerford came round. He was terribly in love with me at the time, and his family was rich as sin. And do you know, he kissed $100 goodbye before he knew it.
Yeah.
Well, I had to go to bed for 2 days, but the Bidewee home got its steam table.
Yeah. Well, you know what you're up against in a town like this, Leila. People probably think kissing is a little undignified for the Red Cross.
Why, for goodness sakes, I think it would be very good for morale. But who's going to get any thrill out of watching that pudgy Mrs. Pettibone sit in Hogan's window and fumble with bandages?
Now, Leila, be fair. This is for a patriotic purpose.
Well, gracious, I guess I'm just as patriotic as anybody. If you're implying that
I'm not implying anything, Leila. I just don't see how kisses are going to win the war.
Oh, so you're siding with her.
I'm not siding with anybody, Leila. I'm just asking you to be reasonable.
Oh, now I'm unreasonable.
Oh, I didn't say that, Leila, but I've been asked to act as chairman of this
thing. You're the chairman. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Chairman, I don't want any part of anything that Mrs. Pettibone's connected with.
But Leila...
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. My supper's ready, and I'm sure yours is, too.
How did I ever get into this?
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now a message from Kraft to the millions of American families who daily enjoy parquet margarine as a delicious spread for bread. Women tell us it's sometimes difficult these days to get parquet margarine at their favorite food store. And the simple explanation is this. Quality margarines are in bigger demand than ever before. Now, that's especially true of spreads like parquet, the choice of millions because of its fine flavor, its long-established reputation for consistently fine quality. Kraft assures you that everything possible is being done to keep dealers supplied. All available parquet margarine is distributed fairly and equitably. So if you can't get parquet the first time, try again, won't you? The chances are your dealer soon will have a new supply on hand. Always look for, always ask for delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. His second day as chairman of the Red Cross fundraising drive is only half over, but Gildersleeve's house is already buzzing with activity.
I don't see how we can get any more chairs in the living room, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we ain't got any more chairs.
Oh? Well, maybe Leroy could bring down that rocking chair from the attic.
Leroy saw this coming, Mr. Gildersleeve. He skinned out of here right after breakfast.
That darn kid. Well, let's see. Guess I'll have to sit here as chairman, and there's room for 3 on the sofa. 1 here, 2 here, 2 here, and the 4 dining room chairs. That's 12. Then if we can... Answer that, will you, Bertie? I'll pull the piano bench around so somebody can sit on that.
Yes, sir. Careful, it's one of these. I'm coming. Oh, my goodness, that's doorbell, too. Which one should I answer?
You answer the phone, and I'll get the door, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Red Cross headquarters.
No, sorry, Sonny. Leroy's not here.
Who's calling, please?
No, I don't know where he is.
Just a minute. Mr. Gildersleeve, it's the water department. Are you home?
Can't bother with water today, Bertie.
Uh-oh, there goes the back door.
Oh, for Leroy's basketball? I don't know. He must have taken it with him out there. Now, you can't come in and wait. You God.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Gildersleeve's not at home. Goodbye. I don't think she believes me.
Yeah, I don't care. What the devil's at the back door?
Uncle Mort, there's a big truck in the driveway full of posters. The man says they're for you.
Posters? Is that the man at the back door?
No, the Eggman's at the back door.
Oh, my goodness.
Tell the Eggman to leave a dozen eggs and tell the other man to take the posters away. Hello?
But they're Red Cross posters, Uncle Mort. They're beautiful.
I don't care if they're painted by Tetrazzini. Get them out of here. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Where should the man take the posters?
To Mrs. Pettibones.
She sent them here.
Oh, tell him to put them in the garage.
Okay.
Gee. Oh, yes. Hello, Mrs. Edwards. Yes, indeed. We are having a meeting tonight at my house. Yeah. 219 Lakeside. Just take the south bus around 8 o'clock, yes. That's fine, Mrs. Edwards. Goodbye. Mrs. Edwards. Well, I don't know who invited her, but she'll have to sit on the floor.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Just give me a little peace and quiet, Peavy, and a tuna salad sandwich.
Tuna salad at you, really? I thought things had quieted down at your house the last few days.
Well, they had. And last night I got myself mixed up in something new. This is the worst yet, Peavy. A woman's committee.
Oh.
Having a meeting at my house tonight. Got every chair I own stuffed into the parlor. There'll be women hanging from the chandeliers.
Yeah, I know how that is, Mr. Gildersleeve. We have those things at our house every so often.
Oh? Committee?
No, this is purely a social affair. Mrs. Peavy belongs to a reading club, and the ladies take turns meeting at each other's houses, and it works out so that the earthquake hits us about every 6 months.
Earthquake is right, Peavy. But a reading club must be fairly peaceful.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Last year, they were reading A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, and there was some pretty strong talk. Some liked the ending, and some didn't. Some said it was true to life, and some said it wasn't. Club had to go back to the Atlantic Monthly for a while to get back on an even keel.
That's nothing, Peavy. That's nothing. Why, a committee?
Here's your sandwich, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. A committee is far worse than any club could possibly be, Peavy. Were you ever on a committee with a bunch of women?
Yes, I've served.
Well, how'd you like it?
Mr. Gildersleeve, some of my best customers are women.
Stop thinking about your cash register, Peavy. Women are fiends, and you know it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
It's true, Peavy. Mark my words. We're going to have to fight them before we're through.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, if there ever was a war to be neutral in, that'll be the one.
Listen, Peavy, this committee is for the Red Cross, and these women want to kill each other over who gets credit for a $100 donation from the First National Bank. Did you ever hear anything as silly as that?
Well, I was on a committee with some men once, air raid wardens, a few years back. I remember they argued one night for 2 hours about whether we should paint the hose card red or white.
Red is the only color for a hose card.
And you can't see it at night.
No, don't be silly, Peavy. All fire engines are red.
Fact remains you can see a white hose card and you can't see a red one.
It's all right. Paint it white. By George, you argue just like a woman.
You argue just like an air raid warden.
What?
No offense, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Some of my best customers are air raid wardens.
Here, Peavy.
Aren't you going to finish your sandwich?
No.
Little milk to slosh it down with?
No, confound it. I come in here looking for a little peace and quiet, and you get me so upset, I can't eat.
Talk about the women.
Ladies, please. As your chairman, if I may make a suggestion.
Well, I frankly see no reason against it.
Mrs. Pettibone, I can give you a very good reason.
Well, if you ask me, I still think we do much better with a kissing booth.
Oh, really, Mrs. Ransom? If we've got to go through all that again.
Ladies, if I might make a suggestion. No, I guess not.
Drop on, there's someone at the door.
Bertie, doorbell. Been with us a long time.
Judge Hooker.
Hello, Bertie.
Thought you was in Chicago, Judge.
I'm back.
Judge Hooker, girl.
Back only about an hour ago. Well, ladies, this is a pleasure. I didn't know whether you'd still be in session here or not.
Welcome home, Judge.
Thank you, Gildy.
You got here just in time. Ladies, it gives me the greatest pleasure to turn this meeting over to our rightful chairman, Judge Hooker.
Oh, no. Don't let me disturb anything, Gildy. I'll just sit right here. Pray, proceed.
Oh, but I insist. After all, you're the chairman, Judge. I'm only acting in your absence.
Pretend I'm absent.
Yeah, but, Judge...
Let's get on with the meeting, shall we?
Proceed, Gildy.
You old goat. Well, where were we? Oh, yeah.
I said we ought to have a kissing booth.
Doorbell, Gildy.
Bertie! Yes, more interruptions here.
Is Mrs. Pettibone here?
Yes, that she is. Come in.
Oh, I'm her son. She asked me to call for her.
Oh, my goodness, you're so big. I never even recognized you in your uniform.
Oh, Charles, darling, come in and meet the ladies. We are not quite through yet. You don't mind waiting?
Oh, not at all. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, girls, you all know my son. Charles is driving me home.
No, don't move. Don't get up. I'll sit just over here.
Hello there, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Charles, my boy, it's an honor to have you here with us this evening.
Well, thank you, Judge. Don't let me interrupt the meeting.
Oh, that's all right. The judge has already interrupted it. Shall we proceed, ladies?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mrs. Ransom?
Since Judge Hooker's here, I should like to ask him whether he did or did not tell me that I was to roll bandages in Hogan's window.
I've told you, Mrs. Ransom, the judge personally appointed me to represent the Red Cross at Hogan.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Pettibone, I'd rather hear it from the judge.
Yeah, how about that, Judge? Which of these ladies did you choose for the honor?
I'm reminded of an old story about the trolley car conductor who, when a lady accosted him...
This has nothing to do with any old story, Judge.
No, it hasn't. Which of us did you say could sit in Hogan's window?
Ladies, I find myself in the predicament of Paris when he was called upon to judge who was the fairest of women. But being of a judicial turn of mind, I lean more to the judgment of Solomon. In brief, I should like to see you both sitting in Hogan's window.
The window isn't big enough for both of us.
The state isn't big enough for both of us.
Now, ladies, please, no petty jealousy.
What's petty about it?
We're all working for the Red Cross here, you know.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Pettibone.
If I might be permitted to change the subject.
Pray do.
I should like to ask Miss Goodwin just why the public school started its Red Cross collection a day early.
Well, I don't see that it makes much difference. Naturally, we wanted to make a good showing.
You knew very well, Miss Goodwin, the children would collect from their mothers before the Woman's Club could reach them.
That's not true.
No,
You
ladies.
just wanted to get all the credit.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Don't tell me. I wasn't speaking to you anyway.
Ladies. Ladies, please. This isn't getting us any place. Judge, lend me a hand here. Won't you just sit there laughing, you old goat?
Now, ladies, quiet, please. Quiet.
Quiet! Judge Hooker wants to speak.
Thank you. By way of diversion, ladies, I should like to suggest that we have an honored guest here tonight, young Charlie Pettibone. Or I should say, Lieutenant Pettibone.
Sergeant.
What's that?
Sergeant.
Oh, Sergeant Pettibone. I'm sorry.
No offense.
Anyway, I think it might be nice if Charlie would say a few words to us.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, come, Charles. Say something to the lady.
Yeah, come on, Charlie. Tell us some of your experiences.
Gosh, I don't know anything to say.
Tell us what it's like over there. I remember the last war. Of course, I didn't get across myself, but I remember it. I'll never forget one time. We were stationed at Camp Upton, and one morning the CO lined us all up.
Gildy.
What?
Charlie was going to tell us about his experiences.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about it, Charlie? How about those French girls over there?
Yeah, how about those mademoiselles?
Parlez-vous français?
Oh, you did? Hey, Charlie?
Yeah, come on, Charlie. Tell us all about it, huh?
Well, all right. I'll tell you about it. Over where I was, there weren't any French girls. There weren't any girls of any kind, except the Army nurses and the girls from the Red Cross. I don't like to say this, and maybe I shouldn't, but coming back here and seeing what's going on, around home, and what I've heard here tonight, well, I've seen what the Red Cross does at the front, and I hate to think it gets this kind of a kicking around at home.
Charles, if you're talking about us.
Now, wait a minute, Mother. I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you and everybody. I hope you won't get mad. But let me ask you something. You think the Red Cross workers with the Army have got time to worry about who gets the credit or who wears the uniform? They've got a job to do, and they get it done. Now, you're complaining because the school kids got out and collected the dough before you and your committee got moving. Well, I say good for them, because I know the kind of support the Red Cross is giving us in the Army. And I think the Red Cross ought to get the same kind of support here in Summerfield, instead of a lot of people fighting among themselves and figuring what's in it for them. And, well, if this is the kind of thing that's going on, I'm sorry I came home. Guess I've said enough now.
If no one else has anything to say, I move we adjourn.
Second the motion.
But first, I want to say this. There's going to be another meeting of this committee at my office at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
8:30?
8:30. And any lady who starts any nonsense, I'll punch her right in the nose. Well, folks, this was just a little fable. But let's remember, the big thing is for the Red Cross to keep going. They do so many vitally important things for our men that can't be done by anyone else. Their help to the wounded, the prisoners of war, their organization of blood banks, all these services must continue. So when your neighbors come around and ask you for a contribution, remember to be generous. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was written by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parkey, Margarine, and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The great Gildersleeve.
a special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the great Gildersleeve.
Now let's join our friend the great Gildersleeve, who for once has had a happy evening. He's at the Summerfield Jolly Boys Club, surrounded by his good pals Judge Hooker, Floyd Munson the barber, Chief of Police Gates, and the friendly pharmacist, Mr. Peavy.
The sky one day. No, wait a minute, fellas.
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't know who it is, Floyd, but somebody's singing it wrong. Somebody doesn't sound Irish.
Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day.
Well, you were all right, Floyd, and the chief sounded okay, so it's either Hooker or Peavy. Peavy? What were you singing there?
Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from...
That's all. Peavy, you haven't got an Irish bone in your whole body.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. My grandmother was half Irish.
Well, do the best you can, Peave. Come on, let's sing.
Yes, let's go. I've got to get down to headquarters and relieve my desk sergeant.
Well, all right. This will be our last song then, huh? Should a little bit of heaven fall from out the sky one day and nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. Hey, lights on all over my house. What the dick? Please hope nobody's sick. Locked.
Who's that out there?
It's me, Bertie. Open the door, will you?
Just a minute.
For heaven's sake, she's got the chain latch on.
Come in quick, Miss Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie. Bertie, what are you doing with that poker?
Oh, Uncle, I'm so glad you're home.
You ought to be in bed, Marjorie, up at this hour, every light in the house burning. Don't you know there's a war on?
Worse than that, Mr. Gildersleeve. Burglars.
Burglars? What makes you think so?
Uncle, don't talk so loud.
What's the matter? Are they asleep? What is all this nonsense anyway?
Mrs. Ransom called up just a few minutes ago. There's a prowler in her kitchen.
Did she see him?
Well, she heard him. She wanted you to come over and chase him away.
Where is she?
In bed. She said she had the telephone under the covers so the burglar couldn't hear her.
Well, I guess I better go over there, huh? But why didn't she call the police?
She did, but the line was busy.
All right, I'll go see what this thing is all about. You go to bed.
I'm afraid to go upstairs.
You think the burglar's up there?
He might be. He might have climbed in the window after I came down. I don't think you ought to go to Mrs. Ransom.
Now, this is all your imagination, my dear.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
You hear something?
No. Did you?
I thought I heard something in the cellar.
Bertie, you're growing up. I expect you to keep a cool head on your shoulders.
Yes.
And don't say psst again. It makes me nervous.
Yes.
Now, I'll go look in the cellar, and I'll look upstairs to make sure there's nobody around. And I'll go over and see about Mrs. Ransom.
Yes, sir. You be careful, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Don't worry about me. I'll just look down the cellar stairs. Dark down there. Go away, burglars. Well, nobody down there.
Are you sure, Uncle Mort?
I'm positive. I'll just lock the cellar door anyway so he can't come up here. Now, come on. We'll go upstairs and make sure that's all right.
You go up. Then if it's all right, I'll come up.
Now, don't be silly. Come on, Bertie. You come too.
Yes, sir. But if you don't mind, I'll bring the poker along.
There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. In the first place, burglars don't come this early. They come later.
About what time do they generally arrive, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I should say around 4. That's when people are sound asleep, so that's when it's safest for the burglars.
I'll never be able to sleep at 4 o'clock again.
Oh, yes, you will. Any burglars in here? I guess not. You can go to bed now, my dear.
Would you mind looking in the closet, Unky?
Closet? Well, it's not necessary, my dear. I'm certain there's nobody in the house.
Uncle Mort, if you're sure, would you mind?
Well, of course not. Nobody in there. Now go to bed, my dear. I'll just go and get my old service pistol, and I'll run over next door.
Why don't you take your air raid helmet, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yeah, good idea, Bertie. Good enough for bombs. Ought to be good enough for burglars. Not that I expect to find any over there, you understand. Get my old 45 here. Leroy doesn't know I keep it in here with my collars.
Are you kidding? You showed it to every boy in the neighborhood.
Marjorie, I thought I told you to go to bed.
I will when you go out.
Very well. Let me see. This thing loaded? Yes, sir. She's loaded. Well, I'm off to the wars.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you be careful with that thing. Somebody might get shot.
It won't be me, Bertie. Where's my air raid helmet?
In the hall closet, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's got mothballs in it.
Mothballs? Bertie, moths don't eat air raid helmets.
No, sir, they eat overcoats. But I had to put the mothballs somewhere.
You confound it. How can I catch any burglars? They'll smell me coming a mile away. Leila. Leila. Darn it. For all I know, she's going back to sleep. Leila. Well, maybe I can hit her window with a pebble. If I can find a pebble in the dark. Here. Well, first shot. Leila. Leila. Must have her head under the covers. I'll have to try a bigger pebble. Leila. Well, this one ought to do it. That was a real pebble. Leila. Leila. Leila, confound it, it's me.
Is that you, Throckmorton?
Of course it's me. Come on down and let me in.
I wouldn't dare. There's a man in my kitchen.
Yo, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just run down the stairs and open the front door. I've got a gun.
The key is under the mat, Throckmorton.
The key is under the mat. Oh. Well, anybody in there isn't making much noise. All right, burglar, here I come, a rootin' and a shootin'. By George, it's darker in here than it is outside. Leila, come down here and turn on the light. Leila!
Are you sure it's all right, Throckmorton?
Of course it's all right. Now, where's the light?
I don't think you should turn on the light yet.
Why not?
The burglar might see us.
There isn't any burglar?
Have you looked in the kitchen?
Well, no.
That's where I heard the noise.
What noise?
I don't know exactly, but as soon as I heard it, I said to myself, burglar tools.
Leila, you wouldn't know a burglar tool if you found a suitcase full of them. Now, what was the noise?
Well, it's somewhere between a scratch and a scrape. And then, of course, I heard him walking around out there.
Leila, it's just your imagination. There's nothing to be frightened about.
Oh, my, but you're brave. Must be wonderful to be a man.
There.
Now, Throckmorton, this is no time for that.
But, Leila.
Maybe we better turn the lights on after all.
Well, I better go look around in the kitchen first.
I wish you would.
You realize this is all ridiculous, of course.
Well, I'm just as certain as I'm standing here that there was someone in my kitchen.
All right, I'll go look. I don't hear anything. Do you?
No.
Let's go a little further. There's nobody out here, Leila. Nobody but the kitchen clock.
The man may have sneaked out on the laundry porch by the back door.
Oh, you would think of that. Well, I'll go look there.
All right.
Well, just as I thought. Your imagination. When a woman... What's that?
He's at the door.
There's somebody there, Leila.
Throckmorton, I'm going to die.
Don't forget, I got a gun, Leila.
If you shoot it, I know I'll die.
Leila, it's me or him. His life or mine. Stand back, you crook. All right, you asked for it.
Has Gildersleeve shot his old friend Judge Hooker? Will Leila Ransom faint from the excitement? And what about the burglar? Stay tuned to this station for latest developments. Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Back now to Summerfield and the home of the Widow Ransom, where suddenly the peace is broken by a wild shot and a scream, followed by alarms and excursions.
Oh, light! Where's the light?
Light!
Turn on the light!
There's the switch.
Judge, are you all right?
Leila, where are you?
For goodness sake, where's the light? I keep turning on the gas.
Here, I've got it. Gildersleeve, put down that gun.
Huh? Oh.
Do you realize you almost shot me?
They have? They have not.
Don't worry about him. I'm the one who was almost killed.
Oh, Dad.
Gildersleeve, have you got a permit to carry that thing?
Certainly I've got a permit. I'm a deputy, if you want to know.
Oh, well, I think you're both lambs to come over. Here I was all alone and just scared to death. I telephoned every man in town I knew, and... Oh, gracious. Here I am in my negligee. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, don't apologize.
I have a much prettier one, but it's at the cleaners.
Now, about this burglar, Leila, let's get the facts here.
She's already given me the facts, Horace. She heard noises in the kitchen.
Probably a cat.
I don't keep a cat. This was a burglar.
How do you know? Have you found anything missing? Any jewelry gone?
No, I always wear all my jewelry to bed because I'd rather die than lose any of it.
I thought you looked a little dressy.
Is there anything else worth stealing?
Well, I should say so. Now, that great big old highboy there, that's over 300 years old. Belonged to my grandmother Beecham.
Well, no burglar is going to lug that thing off. Have you checked the silverware?
The silver? Why didn't I think of that?
First thing they steal.
Oh, Mother's oyster forks. They're gold-plated. I'll go count them right away.
Gildy,
Yeah?
you don't really think there's been someone in here, do you?
Well, I wouldn't be too sure, Judge. Maybe we ought to check the windows and see if he dropped a jimmy somewhere.
No, they're all here, all the oyster forks. Now, I don't see anything else missing.
You see, what'd I tell you? Well, we might as well...
It's gone.
Huh?
It's gone.
What's gone?
My perfectly beautiful, priceless old Georgian coffee pot. It was 100 years old and solid silver.
Leila, you sure you didn't put it somewhere?
Positive. I always kept it right on the tray there with the other things.
Wouldn't be out in the kitchen or someplace.
No, because I always kept it right there. You see, Judge, there's the sugar bowl and the cream pitcher, but no coffee pot.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Oh, it belonged to Beauregard's great-grandmother, too.
Well, she'll never miss it.
Let me ask a question. If the burglar was going to steal the coffee pot, why didn't he also take the sugar bowl and the cream pitcher, not to mention the tray?
For a very simple reason, Judge. Because he was interrupted, that's why. Now, here's the way I reconstruct it. He was stuffing the coffee pot into his sack when he heard me at the back door and went sneaking out the front.
Yeah, it's possible.
I'll tell you another thing. If I know burglars, this burglar will be back.
What for?
For the sugar bowl and the cream pitcher.
Gracious!
Now, don't be alarmed, Leila.
Oh.
Gildy, what makes you think you know anything about burglars anyway?
I've already told you, Horace. I happen to be a deputy sheriff. Besides, the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. You know that.
Maybe he does and maybe he doesn't.
Well, he certainly isn't going to return while we stand here like ninnies with every light in the house on. We've got to set a trap for this fellow, Judge.
How?
We'll use the rest of Leila's silverware for bait.
What?
Uh-huh. We'll pile everything in the middle of the dining room table where he can't miss it. That'll bring him back.
You don't think that we ought to bundle them up in a tablecloth so that he can throw them over his shoulder?
Very funny, very funny. I'm serious, Judge. You clean out the silverware drawer. Leila, hand me those silver candlesticks.
But Throckmorton, those candlesticks belong to
Never mind who they belong to. Let's have them.
Must I give up my solid silver vegetable dishes with the gadroon edges, too?
Well, I guess so, Leila. Everything goes in the kitty.
Oh, but Throckmorton, suppose the burglar takes them.
You've got nothing to worry about, Leila. I'm here.
We're both here.
There. That's fine. Now, when the burglar creeps in the window with his lantern, the first thing you'll see will be his silverware. That'll throw him off his guard. Turn out the light, Horace.
Turn out the light?
Well, certainly. You don't expect him to come back as long as the lights are on.
Well, I'll think if you gentlemen don't mind, I'll just run upstairs for a minute.
Yeah, that's right, Leila. This is no place for a woman.
Turn off the lights, Gildy?
Douse 'em, Judge. Phew. Dark, isn't it?
Dark as pitch.
Where are you, Judge?
Right over here.
Don't get so far away. Judge, I'll tell you what.
What?
I didn't know you were standing there.
What do you want?
Well, when the burglar comes,
Yeah?
you jump on him and I'll run for the phone.
Oh, no, you don't. We'll both jump on him and let Leila phone.
Okay. Judge,
Yeah?
the bookcase in my den on the third shelf behind the Harvard classics.
Yeah?
There's a brown envelope Got my insurance policies.
You ought to have a safe deposit vault.
I know. I wish I had. I wish I were in it. Judge.
What is it?
Did you hear something?
Not me.
Must have been my imagination. He's coming in. Get ready, Judge. We got you covered. Throw up your hands or we'll blow your head off.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Peavy!
It's Peavy.
Turn on the light, Horace.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Judge.
Peavy, I thought you were home in bed.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wish I were.
What are you doing here?
Well, it seems that Mrs. Ransom called up a while ago.
Yeah, I know. She called up the judge, too. She called up everybody.
And Mrs. Peavy insisted that I run over here and see what I could do. She's a little on the nervous side herself, Mrs. Peavy. Always hearing things. Hardly a night I don't have to get up and make a tour downstairs.
Yeah, all women are the same.
Sometimes I think they'd just like to get men out of bed.
Hi, it's Mr. Peavy.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ransom.
Oh, it was so good of you to come over. You'll excuse me if I'm a little informal.
Oh, yes, indeed. Was there something?
I heard sounds, Mr. Peavy. I definitely heard sounds.
She thinks it was a burglar.
It was just as I was getting ready for bed. First, I thought they were in the kitchen, and then it sounded as if they were on the roof outside my window.
I don't want to alarm you, Mrs. Ransom, but you know, it might have been a peeping Tom.
Mr. Peavy, aren't you nice?
Well, whoever he was, we've scared him away, fellas. We might as well be getting home, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, don't go, please.
But, Leila, it's after 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, please, Throckmorton, don't leave me all alone by myself in this big old house. I won't sleep a wink all night.
What are we going to do?
Well, if it wouldn't be asking too much, if you could spend the night down here on the sofa.
You want me to stay down here alone with the burglar?
Well...
Oh, no, I'll do it if the other fellas stay, but that's all.
Well, how about it, Judge? Will you stay and help protect Throckmorton?
I don't want any protection, and I get lonesome.
Leila, as long as you ask
Oh,
it.
thank you, Judge. I knew you would. Mr. Peavy, will you?
Well, now,
Please, pretty please. I'd feel so much safer if you would.
Yeah, come on, Peavy. Let's make a night of it.
I don't know what Mrs. Peavy's going to say. Yes, I do, too, but I'll do it anyway.
Good for you.
Attaboy, Peavy.
Well, after all, she sent me over here. Let her worry.
I declare I'm just so grateful to all you boys coming over here to watch out for me like this. Judge, you want to pull those 2 chairs together for Mr. Peavy to sleep on?
Give us a hand here, Gildy.
Horace, I guess you'll have to sleep on the love seat. Throckmorton gets the sofa for obvious reasons.
Yes.
I'll run upstairs and get the blinds.
You know, I don't mind doing a lady a favor, but there's just one thing I'd like to know. Where is the chief of police? Burglars are supposed to be his problem.
You know very well where the chief of police is, or where he was, at the Jolly Boys. Of course, there's no telling where he and Floyd went afterwards.
I believe they were headed for Ireland.
Just like that. Now, here's a blanket for each of you. Make yourselves comfortable, you hear? Throckmorton, you stretch out on the sofa there. That's right.
Tuck me in, Leila. I want to be tucked in.
Oh.
Me too. I usually have somebody kiss me goodnight.
Now, you behave, you hear?
Old goat.
I'm not going to tuck anybody in but Mr. Peavy.
Oh, no.
Come on, Mr. Peavy, lie down there.
Oh, really, Mrs.
That's
Ransom,
it, under your chin. Now we'll just make you nice and comfy.
Well, no, really, I don't usually get this kind of attention at home.
There you are, snug as a bug in a rug. Well, good night, y'all, and I think you're darlings, every one of you.
Sure you wouldn't like us to come up and tuck you in, Leila?
Quite sure. Good night now, you hear?
Nighty-night.
Night, Leila. Oh, lovely woman. Happy to be of service to her at any time.
Go to sleep. I'm turning out the light.
Confounded chairs never meant to sleep on. All I do is slide apart. You're settled and they slide apart. Oh, darn good to slide apart.
Answer that, Bertie. What's it for? What am I? Oh, daylight. I smell coffee. Leila must be up.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yes?
I'm Chief of Police Gage.
Yeah, the chief. Wait till I give him a piece of my mind.
Then, won't you? You're a little late, I'm afraid.
Well, better late than never, I always say. This is my deputy, Mr. Munson.
I've met Mr. Munson.
Hi, Mrs. Ransom. How's it going?
Oh, here's Gildersleeve.
Well, Chief?
I heard you had a little excitement here, so I ran right over. I thought I'd just... What are those bodies in there?
Yeah, that's Peavy and the judge. They're asleep.
Let's not wake them. Come on in the dining room.
Chief, did I hear you say Floyd was a deputy?
That's right. I took the pledge last night.
Well, I'm going to turn in my badge. Listen, Chief, in the name of law and order, where have you been?
Well,
where haven't we been? When we left you last night, the chief had his prowl car, see? So him and me started down Market Street.
Floyd.
And just then along comes a couple of likely-looking...
Floyd.
Well, so anyway, it was a long story. But the chief finally got his cap back.
Hey, something smells mighty good around here.
I've just been making some coffee. I always have to have it first thing. Will you have some?
Oh, no, thanks. I've got to get down.
Come on, Chief. You ain't going nowhere.
Well, I might just have a cup to set me up.
Sit down. I'll go out and see if it's ready.
Well, Commissioner, we've almost got a quorum here. What's the occasion of this little gathering?
It might interest you to know, Chief, that this house was broken into last night. A lady's life was threatened and a priceless heirloom stolen. If it hadn't been for us, the whole place might have been looted.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get excited.
Confound it, that's the trouble with you cops. Burglars running loose all over the neighborhood, and you tell us not to get excited.
Pass me a cup for the chief, will you?
Now, let me get this straight. Something was stolen, you say?
Yeah, tell them about it, Leila.
A perfectly priceless old coffee pot. Georgian it was, over 100 years old and solid silver.
What did it look like?
Well, it went with that set over there. I don't know how to describe it exactly. It was, sort of...
Was it anything like the one you've got in your hand?
The one Throckmorton! I've got it! I've got it right in my hand. Now, how... It must have been in the kitchen the whole time.
That's all.
There goes your burglar.
So, fellas, I guess we can go home.
Oh, now, isn't that awful of me? Here I've kept these poor boys up all night and for no reason at all. Aren't I terrible? Aren't I just terrible? Aren't I just simply terrible?
Leila, you can say that again. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, hasn't been with us for the past 2 weeks because he's been ill. But I talked to him this afternoon, and he's feeling fine again. So he'll be back with us next week, full of beans. Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Our trusty old almanac tells us it'll soon be time to plant those victory crops America so vitally needs this year. Everyone who possibly can should plant a garden and see it through to the harvest. And now here's a mighty pleasing way to get some of that extra energy you'll need for work in your victory garden. Eat plenty of Parquet Margarine, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can possibly serve. What's more, Kraft guarantees every single pound of Parquet to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So get some of that needed energy and vitamin A this pleasing way by spreading bread, toast, or rolls with delicious Parquet. Ask for the spread that tastes so good. And that's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's join our old friend Gildersleeve. Spring, as it must to all places, has come at last to Summerfield, and Gildersleeve is feeling its magic influence. But as he basks in the wreath of his after-breakfast cigar, he finds that he's not the only spring-struck member of his family. Here's the faithful Bertie, for instance.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, you busy?
Oh, no, Bertie, just enjoying the beautiful day. On a day like this, a man just likes to sit still and do nothing.
Well, sir, it's all in how you look at it. Now, me, I thought it was such a nice day, I'd like to get started on my spring cleaning.
Oh, great idea. House could stand a little going over.
Yes, sir. I thought maybe I could do some work on these floors in here.
You're right. They really need it.
Yes, sir. And I was wondering, could you take the rugs out and beat them for a while?
Bertie, I wonder if this whole thing is really necessary.
Spring cleaning?
Yes.
Of course it's necessary, Mr. Gildersleeve. We do it every year.
Uh-huh. We do it every year. In other words, it's customary. But customary and necessary are two different things, Bertie. I've often thought to myself, Bertie keeps this house in such good shape all through the year. Why does she bother with spring cleaning? We don't need it, Bertie. Forget the whole thing.
Yes, sir. You think I could get Leroy to beat the rugs?
No, why didn't I think of that? Just the thing. Have Leroy beat the rugs, then you can polish up these floors and clean the whole house. It's filthy.
What a man.
I'll get Leroy at it right away, Bertie. Leroy! Leroy!
What?
Come down here.
What?
Don't make me shout, young man. Come down here.
Okay.
What's he doing up there anyway?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. He says he's practicing his magic.
Oh, that again?
That's all he talks about.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The masked wizard thanks you for your kind reception.
Listen, wizard.
For my first trick this evening, I shall endeavor to present the mystery of the missing egg.
Not
this
now.
trick was presented to me many years ago by a celebrated Indian Swaney.
Leroy.
Oh, and can't you let me practice my patter? I got it down pretty good now, but I can't keep saying it to myself.
I don't want to hear any patter.
You have to have it.
Why?
Keeps the tricks from being so boring.
Well, that's a step in the right direction. But I didn't get you downstairs to listen to your patter, my boy, or to watch your tricks either. I've got a job for you right now.
A job? Saturday's my day off.
Well, it's really nothing at all, my boy. Just a little household chore you should be glad to do.
Cleaning out the cellar?
Oh, you can do that next Saturday. This is much easier. I do it myself, except I'm busy. To take these rugs out and beat them till they're clean. That's all.
If I do it, will you watch me do a magic show tonight?
Can't watch it tonight. I'm taking Mrs. Ransom to the country club dance.
How about a show this afternoon, then?
Well, if you finish the rugs.
Okay. Boy, what a terrible way to sell tickets. Hey, here's Marge. Why shouldn't she help me?
Help you what? Here's the mail, Uncle Mort.
Mail? Oh, all bills, I suppose.
Anything for me?
We'll be writing to you. Something here from the National Geographic. Bill from Dr. Pettibone.
Hey, what's this?
Let go.
It's purple.
Who's it from?
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve S.
Leroy?
My gosh, it's got perfume on it. Smell, Marge.
Leroy, give me that.
Okay, gosh.
Don't know who it could be. Leroy, stop trying to read over my shoulder.
I wasn't reading it, Unc. I was just...
Go away. Go do something. Go lay an egg.
I need an audience.
Mr. Gildersleeve, excuse me.
Yes, Bertie?
Could I trouble you for that rug you're standing on?
Oh, yes, of course.
Grab hold of that end there, Leroy.
Wait a minute. Don't pull it with me standing on it. Come on, Marjorie. Let's go in the den. Now, maybe I can read my mail in peace. Can't imagine who this letter could... Well, I'll be darned.
What is it?
After all these years.
Uncle Mort, what is it?
Violet.
Who's Violet?
An old friend of your uncle's.
I've never even heard you mention anyone named Violet.
I never have. The memory was too painful.
Oh.
Yes, my dear, this is a chapter of your uncle's life he thought was closed.
Is she someone you were very fond of?
Marjorie, she was the most beautiful girl I've ever known.
Really? What was she like?
Well, she was just beautiful, that's all. She had hair that was all, I don't know, it was just beautiful. And when she smiled, it was beautiful.
She must have been beautiful.
She was. I remember her eyes. They were the bluest eyes you've ever seen. Only they weren't exactly blue. They were more purple. Only they weren't really purple. They were...
Violet.
That's it. They were violet. Now, why didn't I ever think of that? Violet with the violet eyes. I used to bring her violets all the time because that was her name. Violet. Or Vi, as I used to call her. I was only 19 at the time.
Uncle Mort, were you really in love with her?
I would have married her in a minute.
Then why didn't you? Why didn't you ask her?
I did.
Oh.
Yes, my dear, that's life. Mine stopped when I was 19.
Oh, now, Unky.
It's true. When a man loves deeply, he loves only once. Now you know. That's why your old uncle is never married. That's why women have never held any interest for him. I know what you're going to say now.
I wasn't going to say it.
Leila and I are just good friends, that's all. We may have gotten in a little over our depth there at one time, but...
What about Eve Goodwin?
Eve? Well, we're good friends, too. It's never been the way it was with Violet. Nothing was ever like that. Oh, dear.
Tell me, Unky, what happened? Why didn't she marry you?
Well, there was a fellow named Harry.
Yes?
That's all. There was a fellow named Harry. Last name was Kane, a hurdler. He was on the track team at college. We used to call him Hurry Kane. He was fast on his feet, but that's all you could say for him. He went into insurance later.
She married him?
She married him. Don't ask me why. It's the last I ever saw of her. I saw him once. Tried to sell me an insurance policy.
Did you buy it?
Huh.
Good for you.
Well, it's all water over the dam now. No use crying over spilt milk.
Poor Unky.
Gad, she was lovely. But as I say, that chapter of my life is closed forever. Or is it? Let's see what she has to say here. Been talking so much, I haven't even read it. Dear Tubby. She always used to call me Tubby. I was a little plump in those days. Say, she's coming through Summerfield tomorrow. You hear that, Marjorie? She's coming to Summerfield.
Really?
This was written yesterday. That means she's arriving today. Oh, gosh, I'm so excited.
What else does she say?
Yes, let me see. I'll be passing through Summerfield tomorrow. You heard about poor Harry, I suppose, and I couldn't... Wait a minute. What happened to Harry?
She doesn't say, does she?
Poor old Harry. His policies must have matured. I only hope he was covered.
Uncle Mort, when's she arriving?
Well, she gets in at 5:15. Says she'll be wearing a blue hat in case I don't recognize her. Fat chance.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I think it's so romantic. And at your age, too.
Huh?
To think that you'll be meeting her this very afternoon. I should think you'd be so excited.
Oh, I am. My heart is actually pounding.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't know you were still in here.
That's all right, Bertie. Marjorie, do your old uncle a favor, will you? You run along, too, huh? I'd kind of like to be alone for a few minutes.
Alone with your memories. I know. Okay.
Alone with my memories. Well, I'll just stretch out on the couch here. Silly to get all excited like this. Think I was a kid. George, I feel like a kid. Yep. Remember when I used to go and call on her? I'd wait for her to come downstairs. Same feeling. Couldn't get my breath. I'd sit there trying to talk to her mother, one eye on the stairs, and the words wouldn't come out. And finally she'd come down, as beautiful as the dawn. Oh, Violet, I loved you so. If only I could have told you what was in my heart. Vi, dear. Dear, darling Vi. What'll it be like to see you again? To hear your dear voice? I remember it so well. It was like music when you spoke my name. Tubby, you called me. And I liked it. Tubby.
Tubby.
Yes, Vi. It's Tubby.
Oh, Tubby, I've come to you at last. It's been so long. So long.
I know, dear.
Oh, can you ever forgive me for what I've done to you? Can you ever forget?
I can't forget, Vi, but I can forgive.
Oh, Tubby, you were always so good to me. Why did I ever marry Harry?
You can say that again. Speaking of Harry...
Tubby, you've heard?
About Harry? Yes, I've heard.
Poor Harry. Perhaps it was all for the best.
Oh, I can go along with that.
Oh, Tubby, you are glad to see me, aren't you? Oh, tell me you're glad to see me.
I'm glad to see you. I mean, gosh, yes.
Well, then?
Well?
Well, aren't you going to take me in your arms?
Am I?
Oh, Tubby, darling. Tubby, Tubby, Tubby.
Huh? Leila.
Well, don't you look silly lying there hugging yourself.
I was cold.
Bertie said I'd find you in here. Come along.
Hey, let go.
Come along, Throckmorton.
Let go my ear.
You know where we're going right this minute. We're going down to the florist to buy Leila a corsage.
Huh?
Aren't I terrible? But I wouldn't dream of going to a spring dance without wearing flowers, and I knew you never in the world would think of sending me any, so
But Leila...
we'll just pick them out, and then I'll pretend I never saw them before. How's that? I thought maybe a little old-fashioned bouquet of wildflowers. I'm wearing my white organdy, and it's quite girlish. What do you think?
Leila, about tonight.
Yes?
Well, the truth is, I forgot about the dance at the country club.
Forgot about it?
Yeah, you see, well, you mustn't misunderstand. I'd like to take you, but this is sort of a previous engagement. I mean, I sort of got involved. I'm sorry.
I don't know what you got involved in, Throckmorton, but let me remind you that you invited me to this dance a good 3 weeks ago.
This is something I got involved in a good 30 years ago.
Well, who is she?
Name's Violet.
Violet? Violet? Oh, really, Throckmorton, where do you find them?
What's so funny about Violet?
I can see how it might not seem so funny to anyone named Throckmorton. Well, I'll be going now.
Leila, you're not mad, are you?
Gracious, why should I be mad? There are plenty of attractive men.
Oh, that's good. I was afraid you might not understand.
I understand perfectly, Throckmorton.
Leila, by George, I'll say one thing for you. You're a good sport.
Mr. Gildersleeve, that's one thing I won't take from any man.
Great sense of humor, that girl. I wonder if she meant it. Leila! Leila, wait a minute. Leila, if you're going by the florist, tell him to save me some violets. Gee, I guess she meant it.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. I think you women will agree that some foods, more than others, help solve that problem of how to serve tasty, nourishing meals despite ration point handicaps. Take a fine food like parquet margarine, for example. What a wonderful help women have found parquet to be. Parquet adds good flavor, good nourishment to every meal. Yet parquet is amazingly economical, low in price, low in ration point cost, but at the same time high in all the qualities of a fine spread for bread. It's always such a pleasure to serve parquet. The flavor is so fresh, so delicate, so satisfying. It's rich in food energy value, and 9,000 units of vitamin A are guaranteed in every single pound. So for better tasting, more nourishing meals, serve parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, the spread that tastes so good. Tomorrow, buy parquet. It's made by Kraft. Now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He somewhat nervously consumed his lunch, and after a long mental debate as to whether he should dress first and go to the florist's afterwards, or go to the florist's first and then dress, here he is in his bedroom picking out a necktie.
Let's see. This one is expensive, but I never liked it. She always liked a figured tie. Nice polka dot would be just... Where the devil is it? Confound it, I only bought the darn thing last week. Bertie, Marjorie, where's my polka dot tie?
Did you say something, Unc?
I'm looking for my blue polka dot tie, Leroy. Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah. Just a second. I'll get it.
Well, if that kid is starting to wear my neckties...
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here an ordinary box. That is, it looks like an ordinary box. However...
Leroy, I don't want tricks. I want my necktie.
Just a second. The box is empty, is it not? Nothing in the box, nothing in my hand, nothing up my sleeve.
Leroy?
Now the masked wizard reaches into the box, and presto!
Give me that necktie.
Here. See, I did it pretty good, didn't I, Unc?
Did what?
Produced the necktie. Didn't it mystify you?
Hey, what's happened to this necktie? Have you been wearing it?
Oh, no, I never wear your ties. You told me not to.
How'd you happen to have it?
I was just using it for a silk. Magicians have to have them.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, you have to have silk because it's the only stuff that rolls up into a ball.
Leroy, you practically ruined a necktie that cost $1.35. Does it strike you that magic is rather an expensive hobby?
It sure is. This box costs $6.
$6? Young man, I won't have you throwing away good money on this junk.
I didn't. I traded it.
What's more, if I catch you using any of my neckties again, you'll regret it mightily.
Okay. You want to see my show now?
No, Leroy.
But you promised. You said after I finished the rugs.
My boy, the episode with the necktie didn't exactly put me in the mood for a magic show. However, I would keep my word, except I have to go downtown on very urgent business.
Oh. Well, gosh, what about tonight?
I told you I was engaged for this evening, Leroy.
Yeah, but I thought Mrs. Ransom gave you the brush.
Leroy, do you want me to give you the brush?
Oh, no.
Then forget the magic.
Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Not a thing, Peavy. I saw there was nobody in here, so I came in to wait for the 5:15 bus.
Judge Hooker's in the phone booth there. Have a stool and make yourself comfortable.
Well, All right.
Care to put your violets in a glass of water?
No, thanks. I'll just hold them. Bus ought to be here any minute.
Yes, you do right now. Expecting a visitor, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah.
Now, Gildy, trying to listen in on my telephone conversation?
I haven't the slightest interest in your telephone conversations, Judge.
I was talking to an old lady friend of yours.
What?
Eve Goodwin. I'm taking her to the country club dance tonight.
Oh, well, have a good time.
We will. Who are the violets for, Leila?
No, Judge, they're not for Leila. I'm meeting a lady on the 5:15 bus, and they're for her.
Oh. Anybody I know, Gildy?
Nope.
That's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Man wants to keep something to himself. That's his privilege. Is the lady a relative?
No. As a matter of fact, she's a very lovely lady I knew some years ago. She has violet eyes, and she's dying to see me. You can laugh all you want to, Judge. You never had a woman like this in your life. It's a sure thing Peavy never did.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, you're happily married.
Oh, yes, but even a married man has his memories.
Why, Peavy, I never would have thought it of you.
Well, she didn't have violet eyes, but she had something.
Was this before you met Mrs. Peavy?
Oh, certainly. I met this lady about a year before I met Mrs. Peavy. She was the daughter of old Mr. Bensinger. He was the head of the firm where I was working, Bensinger and Holtz, wholesale drug concern. Fine company, Bensinger and Holtz. Their slogan was purity and quality.
Never mind the advertising, Peavy. What about the girl?
We used to call the partners Purity Bensinger and Quality Holtz. They're behind their backs, of course.
The girl, Peavy.
Oh, yes. Well, as I say, she was Mr. Bensinger's daughter, the apple of the old man's eye.
His only daughter, I presume.
No, he had 12. But she was the only one he could stand. You see, he kept expecting a boy, and each girl made him madder. But he decided to train this girl in the business, and it was my job to teach her.
Oh? Teach her what?
Well, the laboratory end of it. She and I used to be alone every afternoon in that laboratory.
Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Was she good looking?
A dish for the gods.
Hi, George, this is good. Wait a minute, Peavy. I think I hear the bus. No, just a dump truck. Go ahead, Peavy. What happened in the laboratory?
Well, I made progress.
You did?
Yes, sir. Inside of 1 month, I had her making aspirin tablets.
Aspirin tablets?
Making them just as well as I could make them myself. There must be something in heredity. I don't care what they say.
What about the girl, Peavy?
Well, in another month, I had her doing mortal and pestle work. In a month after that, she was on solutions and titrations. Honestly, gentlemen, she had my head in a whirl.
Yes. Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me you spent all this time alone with this beautiful girl in the laboratory and didn't you ever kiss her?
Mr. Gildersleeve, she was my employer's daughter.
Well, that settles it, Peavy. You're made of wood, that's all.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
Her father was watching us all the time through a peephole.
That's certainly a lovely memory, Peavy.
Yes, it is, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can still see her in my mind's eye, stirring up a batch of magnesia.
Hey, is that your bus coming in, Gildy?
Bus? Where? I didn't hear anything.
Yes, sir. Here she comes, right down the street.
You're right. Where's my hat? Oh, on my head. Violets. Oh, here. Well, I'm off.
You going to introduce the lady to your friends, Gildy?
You stay inside the store, Judge, if you know what's good for you.
Come on in front, Peavy. Let's watch this.
Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks, Peavy. Let's see. I guess they'll let him out of that bus at the front door. Oh. Sorry, madam, I was looking at the bus. Women like that ought to stay in the house. Well, here they come. It isn't her. It isn't her. Soldier. It isn't him. Blue hat. Here she comes. Here she comes.
Oh, hey, where do you think you're going?
Pardon me, sir. This is an emergency.
Hey, Gildy, who's your fat friend?
Peavy, I gotta hide someplace. You got a back door?
Right through the prescription room, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, much obliged.
Watch out for the garbage pail in the alley.
Uncle Mort, is that you? Uncle Mort?
Yes, it's me.
Well, where is she?
Help me off with my galoshes, will you, my dear? I'm a little tired tonight.
Of course.
Here, I'll sit on the stairs.
Unky, what happened? Wasn't she on the bus?
Yeah, she was on it.
Well, tell me about it. You were going to bring her home to dinner.
Marjorie, let me give you a piece of advice. Never try to dig up the past.
Why? What do you mean?
Live for the present, my dear, and the future. Never look back.
I don't understand.
Well, you're young. I don't know that I can explain. But I'll tell you this. I never knew until tonight how old I am.
Unky, you mustn't talk like that.
It wasn't just seeing her like that. It made me realize how I must look to her. Old and fat.
You're not old.
The other foot. Yeah, I'm through, and I know it. Lucky to have a good little niece like you to help me off with my galoshes in my old age.
Uncle Mort, you make me sick when you talk like that. Now stop drooling.
Huh?
You run into some old girlfriend who's got into the pastries and let herself go and you get all sad. I bet she wasn't so much when she was 16 either.
Why, Marjorie. No, now that I think of it, you may be right. She always was a little on the hefty side. Don't know where she got off calling me Tubby.
All you ever saw probably was her violet eyes.
Well, I'm a sucker for violet eyes.
Now there's Mrs. Ransom. She's every bit as old, but she's taking care of herself.
Yes, by George. I'll say that for Leila. She's well preserved.
Well, don't ever let her hear you say it.
Yeah, and she's got spirit, too. I like that. She's not the type who would settle down and marry a hurdle jumper. You know, maybe I ought to invite her over to dinner. Bertie's got all that food out there.
Why don't you?
I'll do it. I was planning to take her to the country club dance anyway. I'll run right over there right now.
Wait, don't you want your galoshes?
Oh, hang the galoshes.
But you might get wet.
A little water never hurt a young fellow like me, my dear. I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Better be ready about 8:30. Now, honey,
Well,
I'm back.
were you gone?
Great sense of humor. Leila, I find I'm going to be able to take you to the dance after all. Isn't that great?
I'm afraid you found that out a little late.
Well, better late than never, I always say. I want you to come over to dinner, too.
It just happens, Mr. Gildersleeve, that I have been invited to go to the dance by another gentleman, including dinner, and not home-cooked either, at a restaurant where we shall probably have lobster Newburg.
You'll probably get fat. Guess you didn't hear me. Doggone it, why are women so mean to me? Little Leroy, little Houdini. Why should I go to a country club when I can get entertainment like this in my own home?
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I mean it. Say, Leroy,
Yeah?
there's one trick I'd really like to see.
What's that?
Do you know how to saw a woman in half?
No, but I guess I could find out.
You find out, my boy. You find out, and I'll watch you do it every night of the week.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet and Mrs. Ken Carpenter, speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
In these days of temporary shortages and a small ration point budget, have you learned how Kraft Dinner can help you? A food store near you has Kraft Dinner, 2 boxes of this delicious macaroni and cheese for just 1 red ration point. And what a special help that quick-made macaroni and cheese is. Each Kraft Dinner box serves 4 folks with fluffy light macaroni that has really rich cheddar cheese flavor through and through. With Kraft Dinner's 2 magic ingredients, you cook this dish in just 7 minutes flat, a wonderful main dish all by itself. And you can do tricks with this swell macaroni and cheese. For instance, press the hot Kraft Dinner into a ring mold for a few minutes. Then serve your swell macaroni and cheese ring with creamed fish or eggs or leftover fowl. Garnish with tomato slices or whatever you like. You see, you can have company these days when you learn about Kraft Dinner tricks. Tomorrow, at a nearby food store, invest just 1 red ration point in 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. And that's our moment to tell you about a spread that tastes so good, it's a flavor first choice with millions of American families. It's that spread for bread with the fresh, delicate flavor, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Once you've tasted Parquet, you'll find out why it's known coast to coast as the spread that always tastes so good. But don't just take our word for it. Get a package of Parquet margarine from the dealer who sells you Kraft quality food products. Let your own family be the judge of Parquet's fine, fresh flavor. See if they, too, don't call Parquet the spread that tastes so good. And remember, Parquet is tops in food energy value and has 9,000 units of important vitamin A in every single pound. So be sure to buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's join Gildersleeve and his little family in Summerfield.
Summertime and the living is easy.
Bertie's in the laundry doing some ironing. But the rest of the family, well, they're all outdoors. And who wouldn't be on a day like this? The sun is bright, the grass is green, the earth is warm and good to lie upon. And Leroy is lying upon it, chewing a blade of grass and watching his uncle, who's out near the back fence building a pig pen for Leroy's new pet.
Stop watching me, Leroy.
And Marjorie, she's giving the pig a bath. Yes, sir, she's got a tin wash tub, and she's down on her knees beside it. Oh, there.
Leroy, help, quick!
We're helping, Leroy.
Coming on! Hold on to him, he's slippery. Take it easy, Tiger. I won't let you drown. There, Tiger.
What happened?
He fell in.
Listen, that's a valuable pig.
It's not my fault. He squirmed.
You better dry him off before he catches cold.
Bertie, have you got a towel?
Yeah, bring a towel, Bertie. Hey, you better let me hold him, Marge.
Well, I've got him now.
But he feels more comfortable with me.
Well, be careful.
You see, he knows me. Oh, he's shivering, the poor little thing. Oh, Tiger, are you cold? Well, you just snuggle up to Uncle Leroy.
Here's a towel for him, Leroy.
Oh, good.
Nice and warm. I just ironed it. Hey, hand him to me, Leroy.
You know how to hold him?
Well, I should. I held you when you were 2 days old. Gave you a bath every day till you was 5.
And he hasn't had a bath since.
Very funny. Here, Bertie, grab him.
Come here to me, Piggy. Come here to Bertie. Look at him. Ain't he cute? So little and round.
Look how he wrinkles up his snout. Would you?
Oh, I love his skin. It's so pink. And look, it's baggy in the seat.
Well, what's going on here?
We just gave the pig a bath, Unc.
Well, how'd he like it?
He hated it.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
How you come with the pigsty, Miss Gilsey?
Pigsty? Well, it turned out to be more work than I anticipated, Bertie. Very difficult wood. The nails refused to go in straight. But after all, it's only a pigsty.
We ought to make it a deluxe pigsty. Maybe we could paint it white, colonial maybe, with a little striped awning out in front for him to lie under.
Marjorie, we're going to have a spoiled pig on our hands if we don't watch out. That pig has got to learn to fend for himself. Let him learn his responsibilities early in life. After all, I was only 13 when my father took me aside and said...
Hey, Cheese, it's the police.
Huh? Where?
It's Chief Gates.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello, Chief.
What have we here?
A pig.
So I see.
His name was Tiger.
Tiger, eh?
What's on your mind, Chief?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's in regards to the pig.
Oh? What about it?
I don't like doing this, Commissioner, but We've had a complaint.
A complaint about what?
About you keeping pigs.
Listen, who made that complaint?
That is neither here nor there.
Well, I want to know.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but I'm not at liberty to divulge the name.
Oh, you're not? Well, look, Chief, I'm a taxpayer here, and if a charge has been made against me, I have a legal right to know the nature of the charge.
The charge is keeping pigs. It's against the zoning restrictions.
Zoning restrictions? I never knew they had any.
Uncle Mort, what does he mean?
Well, as I say, I'm just as sorry as I can be, but I'm afraid the pig will have to be disposed of.
Uncle Mort, you aren't going to let them take...
Just a moment, children.
They can't take my pig, Unc. They can't.
No, Leroy.
Why, I raised that pig from a baby. Come here, Tiger.
Well, you see how it is, Chief. The children are very fond of it.
Commissioner, I'd sooner cut off my own right arm, but the law's the law, and the law is no pigs.
He's not a pig. He's a pet.
In the eyes of the law, he's a pig.
Well, listen, why don't you mind your own business?
Leroy.
Yes, why don't you do something useful instead of coming around and bothering people about their pigs?
Why, Marjorie.
No, kiddies, I want you to understand this is none of my doing.
It is so.
Now, let's be reasonable, Sonny. When you come right down to it, what real difference does it make to the pig whether you eat him now or 6 months from now?
Eat him?
Why, sure. Never heard of roast suckling pig? Why, it's delicious. You'll like it better than turkey.
Don't let him do it, Unc. Don't let him do it.
No, Sonny.
You kill my pig and I'll kill you.
Leroy.
I will. I'll get it done and I'll kill you.
Leroy, that's the chief. I mean, don't get upset. You just go in the house with Marjorie and let me handle this, my boy. Take him inside, my dear.
Come on, Leroy, let's go.
Let go of me. Come on, Tiger. We'll run away. We'll run away from home.
Well, gosh, Commissioner, I didn't mean to start anything like that.
Well, you have started it. What's more, I'm not going to get rid of the pig. This is my property, Chief, and I'll keep pigs here if I want to.
Now, there you're putting me in a very difficult position, Commissioner. Much as I dislike to, I'm afraid I'll have to get a court order.
Okay, you get it. Go ahead. And when you do, you tell them I'm going to fight it. Yes, by George, I'll fight this thing all the way to the Supreme Court and back again. I ask you, Marjorie, who would do a dirty trick like that? Complain about a little pig.
I can't imagine.
Spite. That's what it is. Pure spite.
Uncle Mort, you've been pacing for an hour.
I think better this way. Where's Leroy?
Up in his room.
Probably crying his eyes out. The poor kid. By George, I'd like to know who turned in that complaint. Wonder if it could have been Mrs. Pettibone. She hates me because she heard me call her an old snoop once. No, I don't think it was Mrs. Pettibone. Wonder if it's Walter Gurney down the street. He's hated me ever since I asked him to return my snow shovel. No, it wasn't Gurney. Wonder if it was old man Burrell. He hates everybody. Why should he complain about pigs, though? He lives like a pig himself. No, it wasn't him. Well... Say!
What?
No, it wasn't Hooker. But whoever it was, I know what I'm going to do.
What? What are you going to do?
It's simple, and it'll stand up in any court in the land, or I'm no lawyer.
But what is it?
Marjorie, who was our nearest neighbor?
Why, Mrs. Ransom.
Correct. Leila Ransom. She lives right next door, closer than anybody to us. But does she object to the pig? No.
But I still don't see...
If anybody has a right to complain, she has, right?
But, Uncle Mort, I still don't...
Answer my question. Am I right?
You're right.
Very well. I simply get Leila Ransom to sign an affidavit to the effect that the pig is no nuisance to her, and that's all there is to it. If she doesn't complain, how can anybody else?
Oh, Uncle Mort, you're so smart. That's a wonderful idea.
There's just one hitch.
What's that?
I think Leila hates me, too.
Oh. Oh, that's ridiculous. Nobody hates you. Least of all, Mrs. Ransom.
Well, I don't know. I stood her up there a couple of weeks ago at the country club dance. Still, there must be some way to handle her. Well, I'll just run over there. Maybe it'll come to me. Yeah, this is going to take a little handling, I guess. Oh, well, have to turn on the old charm. Look, who's here? Me.
Well,
Wait a minute, Leila.
Mr. Gildersleeve, down where I come from, a gentleman doesn't stick his foot in a lady's door.
Oh, please, Leila. Just for a minute. Let me come in, won't you?
You appear to be in. I was expecting another gentleman. I wouldn't have even gone to the door. But now that you're in, I suppose I shall have to be civil to you, being from the South.
Oh. Well, thank you, Leila. Shall we go in and sit down?
Must we?
Well, no. We can stand up. I just dropped in to ask you a favor.
Really? Doesn't it strike you, Mr. Gildersleeve, that a gentleman who invites a lady to a dance and then breaks the engagement is hardly in a position to ask a favor?
Well, this isn't for myself. It's for a pig.
What?
Look, Leila, let's go in and sit down. I can explain better sitting down.
If you have any business with me, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can explain it here.
But, Leila, after all, we meant to each other.
And keep your distance.
You're right, Leila. I've been a bad boy. I'm no good. You shouldn't have anything to do with me.
Well, if that's the way you feel, suppose we go in and sit down.
Now we're getting someplace.
Well?
Look, Leila, I don't know quite how to put this. Gad, you're attractive today.
Oh, thank you, kind sir. You were saying?
Oh, yes. Look, Leila, you're fond of dumb animals, aren't you?
If you're referring to yourself, the answer is no.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Leila, be serious, won't you?
Oh, not terrible. Go on, Throckmorton.
Well, some dirty so-and-so has made a complaint about my pig.
Really?
I thought if you'd be willing to testify that it's a nice pig and no trouble to anybody.
Really, Throckmorton, I've had some strange requests in my life, but this is the first time I've ever been asked to indulge a pig.
Well, it really wouldn't be any trouble.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it might interest you to know that it was I who made the complaint about the pig.
You?
Certainly. I might have withdrawn it if you hadn't come over here with all these mealy-mouthed compliments, telling me how attractive I am when all the time you're thinking about a pig.
All that charm gone for nothing. All right, we'll go to law. It's perfectly ridiculous, Judge. What does a town this size want with zoning restrictions?
Nevertheless, Gildy, the restrictions stand. They're on the books, and as it says in black and white, no livestock.
I don't care what it says, Judge. We're going to fight.
Gildy, as your attorney, I have to tell you, you haven't a leg to stand on.
Why, you old goat,
Now, let me finish. If you want to argue the matter, you have to come up before the zoning commission.
All right, let it.
And it just happens that I am the chairman of the commission.
You're the... Oh, you old son of a gun. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Horace, by George, you're all right. You're pretty slick.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I take back everything I said about the zoning commission.
All right. As chairman of the zoning commission, I give you just 24 hours to get that pig out of town.
Oh!
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. A grocer friend gives us some good advice we'd like to pass on to you. He says it's the early in the week shopper who gets the pick of the foods these days. And mighty good advice that is. By avoiding rush hours and getting to the store early, you're more likely to find good-tasting, nourishing foods on hand. Take Parquet margarine, for example. Parquet is in big demand everywhere. And that's to be expected, of course, because Parquet is the spread that always tastes so good. Parquet is economical, point-thrifty, high in food energy value, and fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So no wonder more and more people keep asking for Parquet. Tomorrow, then, shop early for Parquet. Parkay, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, here's the great Gildersleeve again, faced with a delicate problem in domestic diplomacy, namely, how to do away with a pig that's crept into the hearts of his nephew Leroy and his niece Marjorie. In this extremity, he turns to the tactful Birdie in her kitchen for advice.
Birdie,
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
are you busy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm always busy. You want something?
Well, I am. Still ironing, huh? Well, it's about this pig, Birdie. Judge Hooker says we'll have to get rid of it. Something about a zoning ordinance. Anyway, the pig must go.
Poor Leroy. He's gone downtown to get some linoleum for the pigsty.
Yeah, I know. He's crazy about that pig.
Well, sir, if he's got to go, he's got to go. We're here today and gone tomorrow.
Yes, Birdie. I thought I could just take him down to the butcher and have him, well, you know, a little roast pork wouldn't be so bad.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, if we have roast pork for Sunday dinner, Leroy's going to be suspicious.
You may be right. Still, there must be a way of disguising pork. Fricassee it may be.
Pork's pork, Mr. Gildersleeve. Fricassee it, fried, bake it, or stuff it. Pork is still pork.
You think the children would notice?
They notice any kind of meat these days. They're meat conscious.
Well, what if I had him, what about sausage?
There ain't know where sausage comes from, too.
Well, confound it, Birdie. I've got more than $15 tied up in this pig. I just can't throw it away.
Maybe you could sell him to the butcher.
That's a good idea, Birdie. Or trade him, maybe, for some lamb chops. By George, I'll call him right away. What's the fellow's name?
Mr. Belden at the Reliable Meat Market.
Belden? I think I got in a row with him once.
Yes, sir, you called him a robber.
I better try somebody else.
He's the only butcher in town now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, then I'll try Belden. Only I won't tell him who I am. Yeah. What's the phone number there, Birdie?
3418.
3418. 3418. Birdie.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if Leroy comes in. I don't want him to hear this.
Yes, sir. I'll let you know if he comes this way.
Hello, is this Mr. Belden? This is one of your good customers, Mr. Belden. Never mind who. What I wanted to ask you is this. I've got a live pig I'd like to trade you. Trade this pig for some lamb or beef. Oh, you can't, huh? Oh, the OPA. Bureaucrats. Well, how'd you like to buy the pig, Mr. Belden? He's 3 weeks old and very healthy. $1. Listen, this pig cost me $10 in cash, and he's eaten $6 worth of baby food. Well, in that case, my name is Gildersleeve, and you're still a robber. Looks like I'm stuck with a pig. Oh, well.
What'd the butcher say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing doing, Birdie.
Well, sir, looks like you have to be the butcher yourself.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that, Birdie. After all, I've got feelings, you know.
Yes, sir.
Still, if I could think of some merciful way, maybe we could get him to overeat.
Never kill a pig that way.
I guess not. Maybe I could just put him to sleep, huh? Say, chloroform. Put him in a nice sleep, and that's all he knows. What do you think, Birdie?
Well, if it was me, I'd rather be shot than take chloroform. I don't like the smell.
I'd rather take chloroform than be shot. I don't like the noise, Birdie.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's your pig. Where are you going to get the chloroform?
I'll take the pig down to Peavy's, Birdie. I guess I better do it right now while the children are out of the house.
Yes, sir. What shall I tell Leroy when he comes home?
Just tell him I took the pig for a ride. Don't tell him what kind of a ride. Well, Peavy's got his screen door up. I guess everybody's doing it. Come on, Tiger.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, is that a pig, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, sure, it's a pig. It's the pig you sold me that baby food for. You ought to remember him.
Oh, yes. It's just a little unusual for a pig to walk in here, that's all.
Well, I got him on a leash, Peavy, so there's nothing to worry about.
Well, all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, what can I do for you this afternoon?
I want some chloroform.
Chloroform? About how much chloroform?
Oh, a pound or a pint, however you sell it.
Sell it any way you want it, but a pint's quite a lot of chloroform. Might I ask what it's for?
I haven't been sleeping well lately.
Well, I never heard of chloroform being used just in that way. Was this prescribed by a physician?
No, Peavy, this was my own idea.
I thought so. If you don't mind a suggestion, I have several tablets which are quite helpful in cases of insomnia.
Oh, they wouldn't help me. This is a very stubborn case.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. A pint, you say?
Yeah, I guess so. Might as well have a good sleep while I'm at it.
You will, brother.
What's that, Peavy?
I'm just talking to myself. Oh, by the way, there's a little formality. Chloroform is poison, you know, so you have to sign the register.
Register? What kind of hocus pocus is this?
State pharmacy law, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got the forms right here. It's in case any crimes are committed and so on.
Well, I'm not planning to commit any crimes, Peavy.
Oh, I'm sure you're not, but it's a regulation. Anytime I sell poison, I have to fill this out. Let's see. Date and the time. Seems to be about 2:45. No, 2:47.
Oh, hurry up, Peavy. You don't have to have bull of a watch time.
Well, it might be very important if the crime is committed at 2:45.
There isn't going to be any crime.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Name of poison, chloroform. Amount, 1 pint. Now, purpose for which poison is purchased. Suppose I say purchaser needs it for insomnia.
Yeah, that's all right.
You just sign it here.
Sign it?
Yes, sir, that's the law.
Well, I don't like this, Peavy. Suppose I don't use all of it for insomnia.
Well, what else could you use it for, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing.
Well, if you have some left over, just throw it away. Sign right here.
What if I don't want it for insomnia at all?
Well, then what do you want it for?
The pig. I have to get rid of the pig, Peavy. I thought chloroform would be the kindest way.
Oh, I can't let you have chloroform for that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not?
That would be murder.
No, it wouldn't, Peavy. The law says I can't keep the pig.
The law says I can't sell poison for animals either.
What about Beckman's pharmacy, Peavy? You think they'd let me have it?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't. Beckman's pretty low, but I doubt if he monkeys with the poison law.
Well, darn it, then. What am I going to do?
I really couldn't say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just have to go off somewhere and shoot the animal, Peavy. That's what. And it's all your fault for taking such a narrow view of the law.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's a fact, Peavy. Here, you hold the pig while I make a phone call.
Why should I hold him?
Because there isn't room in the phone booth for me and the pig. Wait a minute. You make the phone call for me, huh?
Who do you want me to call?
Well, I don't want to do this dirty work all by myself. Thought I'd call Floyd Munson and see if he wants to go along.
Oh, Floyd's just the man.
Oh, Tiger, what's the matter? Did I step on your little tail? I'm sorry, Tiger. Nice, Tiger.
What shall I say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Ask Floyd if he's got a gun.
Yeah? And then what?
Then tell him to meet
Wait a minute. Hello, Floyd. Peavy. Have you got a gun? Says he has.
Oh? All right. Ask him if he can get it and meet me, let's say out at the reservoir in half an hour.
Floyd, would you care to get the gun and meet Mr. Gildersleeve out at the reservoir in half an hour? Mr. Gildersleeve and friend.
Well?
He wants to know if it's a duel.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Just tell him it's important.
Mr. Gildersleeve says it's important, Floyd. All right, goodbye. You'll be there, son.
Good. Thanks, Peavy. Well, come on, Tiger.
Well, you're pulling a little too hard on that leash, Mr. Gildersleeve. It hurts the little fellow's throat.
Oh, is that it? Well, come on, Tiger. Come on.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What is it?
As long as you're taking the pig away to shoot him, I wonder if he'd accept a chocolate sundae with my compliment.
Oh, Peavy, that's a lovely thought. Make it 2. Well, that's about the size of it, Floyd. The butcher won't take him, and I can't keep him. Only way I can get any good out of him is to do away with him myself.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Miss Gildersleeve.
Down, Tiger.
Say, you got him pretty well trained.
Oh, yeah, very intelligent pig. As pigs go, of course.
I guess the kids will miss him, huh?
I'll have to tell the children that he ran away.
Yeah, that's very smart. Hey, wait a minute. What do you say when the pork chops show up?
Well, I have to hold them back for a while.
But where are you going to hide the corpse?
Judge Hooker's got a deep freeze cabinet. Put the meat in there till this all blows over.
Yeah, that sounds okay. Well, what are we waiting for?
Huh? Oh, you got the gun?
Gave it to you.
Oh, yeah. Thought my coat was getting a little heavy on this side. 45, isn't it?
Yep. He'll never know what hit him.
Oh, I wonder where I should, where's his heart?
You don't want to shoot him in the heart. Spoil too much meat that way.
Well, then, where?
I don't know. It's all good stuff, even the feet. Did you ever eat pickled pig's feet?
No.
Nice with coleslaw. I guess the best thing is to let him have it right between the eyes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, go on, plug him. We don't want to be out here all night. The wife gets a little ugly if she has to hold up supper.
Well, come here, Tiger. Don't look at me like that, Tiger.
What's the matter?
He looked right at me as if he knew what I was going to do.
Maybe he does. Animals are funny that way. Did you ever read that story, Black Beauty? Horse knew the bridge was out.
Yes, I remember. Well, this thing all cocked and ready, isn't it?
Yep, ready, aim, fire. That's all there is to it.
All right. Now, Tiger. Look out! Tiger, you must never jump on a man with a gun in his hand. It might go off. Now, stand still, Tiger.
Now you got him.
He's looking at me again. Those sad blue eyes.
Oh, he ain't really sad, Mr. Gildersleeve. He thinks you're playing with him.
I wish I was. I don't think I can go through with this, Floyd.
Oh, come on. You're not doing anything wrong. Pigs are made to eat.
I know.
He's lucky to get knocked off early before he knows how much fun he's missing.
I just can't do it, Floyd.
Oh, Commissioner, I'm surprised at you. There's nothing to it. Just pull the trigger and it's all over.
I know. I just can't do it. Here, you do it.
Oh, no.
Well, there's nothing to it, Floyd. Just pull the trigger and it's all over.
Easy enough to tell the other fella.
Sure, but I couldn't shoot him any more than I could shoot Leroy.
Oh, sure. I'd just as soon shoot my wife. Sooner, maybe. And that reminds me, what are you going to do with this pig?
I don't know. Say, why shouldn't I give him back to your cousin? Let him live on a farm. He'd be better off there.
Sure.
Why, certainly. Leroy can go out there and visit him every weekend. It'll be wonderful. Leroy will be happy. The pig will be happy. Everybody will be happy. Why didn't I think of that before?
Hey, Commissioner.
What is it, Floyd?
You understand there'll have to be a small charge for boarding the pig.
Boarding the pig? How much?
Well, I guess $2 a week would take care of it.
$2?
You want the pig to be happy, don't you?
All right. Well, I'm right back where I started. I'm out $20. I haven't any bacon. I don't own the pig. And I'm paying $2 a week for his board. How do I do it? Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was written by Claude Sweet, and this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
In these days of temporary shortages and a small ration point budget, have you learned how Kraft Dinner can help you? A food store near you has Kraft Dinner, 2 boxes of this delicious macaroni and cheese for just 1 red ration point. And what a special help that quick-made macaroni and cheese is. Each Kraft Dinner box serves 4 folks with fluffy light macaroni that has really rich cheddar cheese flavor through and through. With Kraft Dinner's 2 magic ingredients, you cook this dish in just 7 minutes flat, a wonderful main dish all by itself. And you can do tricks with this swell macaroni and cheese. For instance, press the hot Kraft Dinner into a ring mold for a few minutes. Then serve your swell macaroni and cheese ring with creamed fish or eggs or leftover fowl. Garnish with tomato slices or whatever you like. You see, you can have company these days when you learn about Kraft Dinner tricks. Tomorrow, at a nearby food store, invest just 1 red ration point in 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner.
the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let's see how quickly you boys and girls listening in can guess the food I'm about to describe. Now, this food is high in energy value. It's a food you enjoy at every meal, and it makes bread, toast, and rolls taste extra good. Oh, yes, it's made by Kraft. You guessed it yet? Well, you boys and girls who said parquet margarine can go to the head of the class and say you can tell Mother there's no guessing about which spread will please your taste. Once you've tried parquet and find out how good it tastes, you'll know why parquet's fresh, delicate flavor is preferred in millions of American homes. Remember, too, that every pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So ask Mother to buy parquet, Parkay, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Ah, yes. In the society column of the Summerfield Indicator appears this item.
Hi-ho! The post-Lenten social season is in full swing these days, and everything is gay, gay. One of the highlights of the season occurred last evening at the charming home of prominent Mrs. Leila Ransom, who supported the war effort with an informal reception and buffet supper in honor of prominent Mr.
But we're getting ahead of our story. Let's go back a day. Let's go back a day and up one flight to the bedroom of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, where that prominent figure finds himself cornered by his niece and nephew.
How about it, Unc? Yes, Uncle Mort, how about it? You've been putting it off and putting it off.
You said a week ago you promised.
And this is the day they're collecting the clothes. The high school's sending a truck around.
Now, just a minute. One at a time.
I asked him first. I get the most.
You do not. We divide it evenly.
I don't see where you got off the grass.
One at a time, one at a time.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
One at a time. Excuse me, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, while you're at it.
Yeah?
I'm getting the clothes ready for the mall. You got anything you want to take care of?
Well, yes, Bertie. I've got a few things in my closet here. My tuxedo, for instance.
Uncle Mort, you'll never wear that tuxedo again. Now, why don't you give that to the drive?
Me, I get the tuxedo.
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, wait a minute.
Whoop.
Leroy, pick up that tuxedo.
It slipped off the hanger, Unc. I didn't even touch it.
Pick it up.
I was gonna.
Bring it here.
Okay.
Look at it.
My goodness, I got to dust out that closet.
Doesn't matter if it's a little dusty, Unc. The Russians won't care.
Just for that, I think you ought to give it to me.
Nothing doing. I need it more than she does, Unc. If we bring 50 pounds of clothes to school for the drive, we get a free ticket to the movie. Give Burma. It's neat. Harold
But
Flynn
our
gets
school is collecting today, Uncle Mort. The truck's coming around this morning.
Wait a minute.
A free ticket, Unc. Objective Burma. Errol Flynn.
The clothes are for the Russians. They're not for Errol Flynn.
Hold on now. The clothes are mine, so keep your shirt on, both of you. I'll decide what's to be done with them.
But, Unc, if I bring 50 pounds to school, I get a free ticket to the movie.
I heard that, Leroy.
Objective Burma.
I heard that, too.
Errol Flynn.
Errol, I know. Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Take the tuxedo downstairs. Hang it on the line and air it thoroughly. Then put it in mothballs.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you'll never wear it.
Well, what about it, Miss Gildersleeve?
Take the tuxedo downstairs.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's see what I can give away here. Ought to have a light put in this closet. I can't even... Oh, please!
Take it easy, Unc.
Too many hangers in here. Oh, too many clothes. Got a good mind to give them all away. Here, take this, somebody.
I get that Marty. He gave it to me. I get it.
Nobody gets it till I see what it is.
It's your old army uniform.
Oh, I can't let that go.
Now, Uncle Mort, what possible use is that?
My dear, this war isn't over yet.
No, but it will be the day they take you.
Is that so? Let me out of here. Just for that young man, Marjorie gets the uniform.
No fair.
You can have the next thing. How about this, Uncle Mort?
Those are my golf knickers.
But you never play golf.
Well, I might. Have to beat Judge Hooker every so often just to keep him in his place, the old goat. Besides, the Russians haven't got time to play golf.
That's not the point. There's material enough in those knickers to make suits for 3 or 4 children.
I think you exaggerate, my dear. I'll put them aside. I'll think about them. Next.
Well, how about these pants?
Oh, no, those are my working pants. I wear those when I work around the house.
You haven't used them in 5 years.
On second thought, I guess I'll let them go. You're growing up now, Leroy. Time you learn to do a few things around the place.
Here, catch, Leroy. They're yours. Now, what else? See, how about this?
Are you crazy? That's what I wear to church. And I'm going next Sunday.
Well, that's all then.
Gosh, is this all we get, Unc? Just the uniform and the pants? With all those people freezing over there?
Well, it isn't very much, is it?
No, it's not.
Uncle Mort, now that tuxedo, you don't really need that. Not really.
Well, all right. Oh, Bertie.
You come, Gildersleeve?
Yeah, you got that tuxedo down there?
Yes.
Well, I've changed my mind, Bertie. Bring it up.
Okay.
This is Miss Gildersleeve. I gave it a good brush, and I'm just going to hang it out on the line.
By George, that's a handsome outfit. You know it, Bertie?
Yes, it sure is.
You know, I hate to let it go. Well, goodbye, old tux.
Let's have it, Unc.
Now, just a minute. Yes, sir. Some of the happiest hours of my life were spent in that tuxedo. The only suit I ever had made to order. Cost me $75. Look at those lapels, Marjorie. Real silk. You don't see that anymore. And that vest. Silk brocade, top to bottom. Look at the jacket. Look at the way it hangs, even on the hanger. That style. What's a peanut bar doing in the pocket?
Can I have it, Unc?
What, the peanut bar? I'm afraid it's pretty stale, my boy.
Can't be too stale for me.
Yeah, you may be right.
I don't want to rush you, Uncle Mort, but the truck will be coming by here any minute, so we ought to bundle up the clothes and be ready.
Now, just a minute. I haven't entirely made up my mind.
You mean you're not going to let us have the tuxedo?
Well, I don't know. Cost me $75.
I don't care what it costs. You never wear it and you don't need it. Not the way the Russians do.
Confound it, what do the Russians want with my tuxedo?
It isn't just the Russians.
I suppose Stalin is going to wear it to state functions. I suppose he needs it to go to San Francisco.
Stalin isn't going to San Francisco.
Well, neither is my tuxedo. Bertie, take it down again and hang it on the line.
Up and down, up and down. Take it away. Bring it back. I declare this house gets crazy all the time. Oh, my goodness, now what's that?
Doorbell, doorbell.
I'm coming. All day long, up and down, up and down.
Anybody home?
Oh, it's Mrs. Ransom. Wait a minute, Bertie, I'll go.
Uncle Mort, what about the tuxedo? Can we have it?
Oh, yeah, don't bother me now. Well, Leila.
I hope you'll forgive me barging in like this, Throckmorton.
Glad to see you anytime. Come in and sit down.
Oh, I couldn't. You're just going to hate me when you know what I came over for, Throckmorton.
Not me.
Well, I've come to steal Bertie.
What?
Oh, you needn't be frightened. It's just for the evening. But I've got to have help because I'm giving a party.
Party?
All of a sudden, yes. A buffet supper. You're invited, of course. I'm giving it for an old friend of mine who's just come to town, James Eustace Calhoun.
James Eustace Calhoun?
Calhoun. James Eustace Calhoun.
Never heard of him.
You wouldn't, of course. He was a friend of my late husband's. James Eustace and Beauregard grew up together down in Savannah.
Friend of Beauregard's, huh?
His best friend. He's sort of related by marriage to my cousin Tupper Hathaway. Oh, he was terribly in love with me at one time, but then so was George William Hungerford. They were so cute. They used to call on me together, James Eustace and George William. I just couldn't make up my mind between them. But then along came Beauregard and settled the whole thing.
Oh.
Is that the doorbell?
Yeah, pardon me. Bertie, doorbell.
I'm coming.
Bertie's been having a hard day.
Oh, yes. Miss Marjorie, the truck's here for them clothes.
Oh, tell him to wait, Bertie. I'll be right down. Well, I've got to be running along, Throckmorton. You will come to my party, won't you?
You bet I'll be there.
And you promise not to be jealous.
Jealous of what?
James Eustace Calhoun.
Why should I be jealous of him?
Well, gracious, he's so handsome.
Looks aren't everything.
And he's the loveliest dancer.
What do I care? I'm not going to dance with him.
Silly. He has the most elegant manners. He's a diplomat, you know.
Oh, he is, eh? What's he doing up here?
Well, I don't know exactly, but it's for the government. It's terribly secret, I suppose. Anyway, I'm so excited. I just can't wait till I see him again. I know you'll be impressed by him, Throckmorton.
Well, I've met diplomats before. I shook hands with Jim Farley once.
Oh, but James Eustace is different. More the lean, handsome type. I just love the way he dresses. You know, so few men know how to dress well. He wears imported tweeds and things like that. Oh, simply divine. Oh, but gracious, here I'm rambling on. Oh, there's one thing, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
As the hostess, naturally, I'll be looking after James Eustace most of the evening, so...
What about me?
Well, I thought if you wouldn't mind taking Eve Goodwin, I told her you'd call for her.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I don't want to take Eve Goodwin.
Well, I think she's terribly attractive, but of course, if you don't want to, I'm sure Judge Hooker would be only...
Now, hold on. I didn't say I wouldn't. After all, Eve and I are good friends. I'll call for her, sure. Only... Gosh.
Throckmorton, I'm afraid you're just a teensy bit jealous.
I am not.
You be nice to James Eustace now, and don't let me catch you boys fighting over me, you hear? Goodbye now, and don't forget. Bertie, I expect I'll be seeing you this evening.
Yes, ma'am, if you want me.
Won't you? I don't know what I'd do without you.
James Eustace Calhoun. Sounds like a gigolo to me. Such a gorgeous dancer. But he can't sing a note. But he can't even carry a tune. If he's so tall and handsome, why isn't he in uniform instead of walking around in tweeds? Thinks he's such a fancy dresser. Why, George, I could show her and show James Eustace.
Uncle Mort, are they still there?
Is who still where?
The men with the truck for the clothes drive.
They're waiting up here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Hey, wait, Bertie, stop her.
Miss Marjorie, your uncle wants you. What does he want?
Bring back that tuxedo.
But Uncle Mort, you promised. The Russians.
Don't worry about the Russians. They're the best dressed people in Berlin right now. This is one time I gotta have that tuxedo.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. You know, most American families are big bread eaters, and if yours is a family of average size, they may eat as many as 6 loaves of bread a week. Now, that adds up to a lot of slices. And it can add up to a lot of good eating enjoyment, too, when you spread slices of bread and toast and sandwiches with delicious Parquet margarine. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor really satisfies. Makes bread rolls, pancakes, and waffles taste so good, you'll want to eat more. And as for good nutrition, listen to this. Economical Parquet is actually one of the best energy foods you can eat. What's more, every single pound of Parquet is guaranteed to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor that really satisfies, for energy and vitamin A, be sure to buy Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Ask for the spread that tastes so good. Parquet, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who's donned his finery and is now on his way to Leila Ransom's party. In a few moments, he'll be calling for Miss Eve Goodwin, but first we find him stopping off at Peavy's drugstore for a cigar. Oh, pardon me, Peavy's pharmacy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, greetings, Peavy. Greetings and salutations.
I judge from your get-up you're going to some kind of a party.
What do you mean, get up?
Yeah, a tuxedo, and a boiled shirt, and a brocaded vest. Are those pearl studs on the vest, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, mother of pearl. Pearl's a little ostentatious.
I dare say. Is this a meeting or just a social affair?
Oh, purely social, Peavy. Mrs. Ransom is giving a reception for some bigwig from Washington. I guess she wants to impress him. You know how these fellas are. They'd rather dress than eat.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, they would. Those fellas put on a cutaway to go out and sit in the backyard. But I'll show him he's not visiting a bunch of hayseeds out here. Ever see my gold cigar cutter? There.
Well, I was wondering what you had on the end of that chain.
My grandfather's gold watch is on the other end. Doesn't keep time anymore, but it looks, well, substantial.
It looks substantial, all right. Must weigh 1.5 pounds. Where'd you get the walking stick, Mr. Gildersleeve? It's quite some time since I've seen a gold-headed cane.
Belonged to my great-uncle Albert. The gold knob's a little loose, but it stays on if you know how to hold it.
Maybe a little mucilage would help.
No, not necessary. I'll put the knob in my pocket when I get there. Let's see, what did I come in here for? Oh, yes, cigars. I want the most expensive cigars you have, Peavy.
That's it? You mean the 3 for half?
Is that the best you can do?
Well, no, but that's as high as you've ever gone, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm establishing a new ceiling, Peavy. The sky is the limit.
Well, I've got a cigar here that costs 50 cents straight. How do these look to you?
No band.
No, sir. This particular cigar doesn't carry a band.
Well, then how's anybody going to know it costs 50 cents?
Well, I could tie a little price tag around it.
What? No, don't try to be funny, Peavy. Just give me 6 of those 3 for half. Then I'll know where I stand, and so will everybody else.
That's it. That'll be $1 plus the tax.
I'll just put them in my cigar case.
That's very handsome.
Leather. This part here is gold-filled.
You don't say. $1 plus the tax, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm trying to get the money, Peavy. Got my change in my watch pocket here. If I can...
Maybe if you took your gloves off, you could...
You charge it, Peavy.
That charge it shall be. Well, have a good time, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I will, Peavy. I'll be the belle of the ball and the queen of the May.
Queen of the May. Looks like a monkey on a stick.
Come in, Throckmorton. The door's not locked.
Eve, where are you?
Have a chair, Throckmorton. I'll be ready in just a second.
Women. All they think of is dressing up like a plush horse. Might as well sit down and be comfortable. Vest is getting a little tight. Still, it makes me look slender. How have you been, Eve?
I've been fine, Throckmorton. How have you been?
Fine. What dickens are you putting on that takes so long?
I'm going to show you right now. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Huh? I thought maybe there was something the matter with my clothes.
Oh, no. They're perfect. How do I look?
Say, pretty tasty. Is that a new dress, or did you just have it tightened? Only joking, of course, Eve. Come on, we'll be the handsomest couple ever seen in Summerfield. Have to be careful getting up and down.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. Evening, Miss Goodwin.
Well, hello, Bertie. Fancy finding you here.
Good evening, Bertie.
May I take your wraps, folks? The drawing room is right to the left.
Drawing room?
It's the parlor.
Oh, yeah.
Why, darling, how lovely. Throckmorton, what on earth have you got on? Come here, everybody, and look at Throckmorton.
Leila.
Well, well, Gildy, you look just like a waiter.
What's the matter, Judge? Don't you own a tuxedo?
I'm afraid you're the only man that's dressed up, Throckmorton.
I am? What happened to the diplomat?
Oh, my land, aren't I terrible? Here we are all standing out here, and my guest of honor's all by himself in the drawing room. Come in, everybody, and meet him. Come on now.
You suppose that's the fellow, Eve?
He's the only stranger inside.
An old tweed suit. Ha!
Come here and meet Mr. Calhoun, Eve. Miss Goodwin, Mr. James Eustace Calhoun.
How do you do?
I'm totally charmed, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, brother.
And Mr. Gildersleeve, Mr. Calhoun, and Mr. Calhoun's from Washington, Throckmorton.
I know. How do you do?
I'm proud and happy to meet you, sir. I understand you're in government yourself, sir.
Government? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm a servant of the people like yourself, Mr. Calhoun.
Government service is a tradition in my family, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wasn't your grandfather a governor, James Eustace?
On my mother's side, yes, Leila.
Well, my grandfather was a deputy sheriff.
I see. Won't you ladies have a chair, Miss Goodwin?
Thank you.
Here, let me get a chair for you, Leila.
And I was getting her a chair, Horace.
Oh, now, boys, don't you fight over me, you hear? Oh, I wonder if y'all would excuse me a minute. There's something I forgot to ask my maid.
Certainly.
Oh, now, don't get up, James Eustace. I'll be right back.
Charming woman. Charming.
Summerfield seems to have more than its share of charming ladies, if I may say so, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, is that the diplomat speaking, Mr. Calhoun?
The diplomat?
Mrs. Ransom tells me you're with the State Department down in Washington.
Well, not exactly. I'm in the personnel division of the WVD.
Oh? What's that?
One of the war agencies. Most of our work is confidential.
Oh, it must be awfully interesting.
It is, ma'am.
I'd love to hear about it.
It's not as interesting to me at the moment, ma'am, as you are. Could I have the pleasure of dancing with you?
Oh, I didn't know there was dancing.
We've rolled up the rug in the dining room, and the phonograph is in there, if you do me the honor.
That sounds lovely. You'll excuse me, Throckmorton.
Oh, sure.
Don't get up.
I wasn't. Oh. Hurry back, Eve.
I shall return your lady unharmed, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just wants to show off what a good dancer he is.
How do you know he's a good dancer?
Leila says he's a regular Vernon Castle. I'd know anyway. All these slick fellows that talk that way are good dancers. I hate them. Look at him. Bowing and smiling. And wearing an old tweed suit.
Well, Mr. Calhoun, I must say you're a marvelous dancer.
Isn't it simply divine?
Oh, stop or we'll spoil it.
I'm afraid you ladies have already spoiled me for dancing with ordinary partners.
Throckmorton, why aren't you dancing?
I don't want to.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton. I just love the way you swing me around. He almost frightens me to death, James Eustace.
Well, I imagine Mr. Gildersleeve is a beautiful dancer.
Well, I've had a few compliments in my time. Eve, would you do me the honor?
Oh, I wish you'd excuse me for a few minutes, Throckmorton. I'm a little out of breath.
Oh. Well, how about you, Leila? Shall we tread a measure?
Oh, let's just talk for a minute, shall we? I'm dying to know just what James Eustace does down there in Washington.
Oh, my job is mostly routine, Leila. Signing reports, filling out forms, and so on. I imagine the judge here has a much more interesting job than I have.
What about me?
I find the bench very satisfactory, Mr. Calhoun. A judge gets a chance to study human nature. I've always believed, as the poet said, that the proper study of mankind is man.
Very true, Judge, very true.
Well, now, as water commissioner...
If you will permit me, Gildy. Mr. Calhoun, a judge sees a good deal of human flotsam and jetsam in the course of a year.
A water commissioner sees plenty, too.
Gildy.
But the fellow that reads the meters, he sees everything.
I was about to tell Mr. Calhoun of an interesting case that came up in the winter term.
Oh, Horace.
How would it be if I'd sing, Leila, as long as everybody's too tired to dance?
Tired, mercy, I'm not tired, Throckmorton.
Well,
Come on, James Eustace, let's dine, shall we?
Your wish is my command, Leila.
How about a lovely romantic waltz this time?
I always love waltzing with you.
I always love waltzing with you. Bureaucrat.
Now, Throckmorton, I think he's very nice. Would you like to dance?
Sure. Guess I better not, Eve. This coat's a little tight. And if I raise my arms,
Oh.
zeep.
Eve, could I have the pleasure?
Oh, why, certainly, Judge.
Excuse us, Gildy.
I don't know whether I mentioned it, Mr. Calhoun, but I sing a little.
That's a grand gift, Mr. Gildersleeve. I envy you, sir. As I was saying, Miss Goodwin, one of my closest friends is a very important man in the Navy Department.
Eve, wouldn't you like to hear me sing?
I have, Throckmorton.
Yes.
And this friend of mine remarked the other day that, in his opinion, we'll have regular plane service across the Atlantic within 5 years. I wouldn't want that to get around, of course.
I won't tell a soul.
What's going on in here, Secret?
Leila, wouldn't you like to hear me sing?
Well, later, Throckmorton, we're going to have supper now.
Supper? Well, just one short song then, huh? Kind of relax everybody before they eat.
Well, I'm not sure it would, Throckmorton. You put so much into your singing.
Oh, come on, Leila. You play for me.
Well, everybody else wants you to, do they?
Well, they all love music, don't they?
I do, and I'd like to hear you sing anyway, Gildy. I'd rather hear you than listen to any more of Calhoun's conversation.
Yeah, well, thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has consented to favor us with a vocal selection.
Well, that's just fine.
He'll be accompanied at the piano by our charming host.
How lovely.
I shall endeavor to present the dramatic ballad, Chloe. Leila? Yeah. That's a very good key. Chloe. Oop. Mother of pearl stud. Grab it, Horace. Chloe.
I've got it, Throckmorton.
Someone calling, no reply. Night shades fallen, hear him sigh. Chloe.
Throckmorton, it went down my dress.
Chloe. Oh.
Is that another stud?
No, that was a pants button. I'm going home and change my clothes. Gave my tuxedo to the United National Clothing Drive after all. And then I found they don't want tuxedos. So I'm stuck with it. Seriously, there are millions of people in Europe who need clothing desperately. It's hard for us to realize over here, but it's a fact that many people in Europe have died from exposure. So go through your closets, dig out the stuff that's still good, that you don't really need, and turn it in to the local committee of the United National Clothing Collection. Ask yourself, what can I spare that they can wear? And then give generously. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Now, a wonderful help in menu planning. It's Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. The cheese food that's so nourishing, so easy to digest, so useful in 100 appetizing ways. For a tempting main dish, blend Pabstet's mellow cheddar cheese flavor into nourishing, economical macaroni and au gratin dishes. Or melt Pabstet into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce to pour over vegetables, hard-cooked eggs, chicken, or fish. For lunchbox sandwiches or after-school treats, spread delicious Pabstet on graham crackers or between layers of white or whole wheat bread. There's actually 100 different ways to please your family with Pabstet. And remember, Pabstet supplies many important food elements: muscle-building protein, milk minerals, vitamin A, and the important vitamin called riboflavin. So, for delightful menu surprises, buy wholesome, nourishing Pabstet. Whenever you can, serve this delicious golden cheese food, Pabstet.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. If you're one of the millions of American families who daily enjoy Parquet margarine as a spread for bread, you've probably been telling your friends about it, telling them how good Parquet tastes, telling them about Parquet's fine, fresh flavor. Yes, the good word about good food gets around mighty fast these days, and believe me, your friends really appreciate hearing about it. Once they enjoy Parquet margarine's fresh, delicate flavor, once they find out how good it tastes, we're sure they, too, will make Parquet their favorite spread for bread. Remember, Parquet is economical, saves both money and ration points. It's a top-notch energy food, and Kraft guarantees every single pound of Parquet to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So buy and tell your friends to buy this nourishing spread that tastes so good. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's journey on to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve.
At the spring and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn.
And Uncle Throckmorton, where is he? Flat on his back and sound asleep. But he won't be long, because just listen to what's going on across the street.
Hey, what do you want to stuff it anywhere? Leroy!
I knew it. There he is now.
Leroy, confounded!
I guess he wants me. What is it, Unc?
Stop that confounded racket. How can a man sleep?
I'm not making any racket, Unc. It's across the street.
Huh?
The old Bullard house. They've got carpenters over there.
The Bullard house. It's all boarded up.
Not now, it isn't.
Why, there hasn't been anybody in there for 4 years, Leroy. Not since the Hansons moved.
You don't believe me? Come here and look out the window. There's a fellow on the roof carrying off shingles.
By George, I wonder if somebody's bought the place. Oh, my goodness, breakfast, and I'm not even dressed.
Dressed? You're not even up.
Mr. Gildersleeve, breakfast is ready, and guess what? There's people moving in across the street.
Not so loud, Bertie. They'll hear you.
There's people moving in, and that ain't all. They backed a great big lumber truck out their driveway and backed it right onto your lawn.
What?
It's a mess, Mr. Gildersleeve, a plain mess.
Oh, let me out of this bed, Leroy.
Who's holding you?
I'll sue him, so help me, I'll sue him. You mark my words, Leroy. I'll sue him, but the last thing I do. But the first thing I'll do is have breakfast. Where's my breakfast? Where is everybody? Where's Marjorie?
She's across the street.
Across the... What's going on here?
Hey, there's a moving van. You see, Bertie's talking to the driver.
I won't have it. Go to the door, Leroy, and call him.
Okay.
Making a spectacle of the entire family.
Hey, Marge! Bertie! I want you!
Hobnobbing with truck drivers.
He says keep away from that truck driver!
Leroy, don't shout things like that. Ye gods. Come on back here and finish your milk.
I finished it. I don't want any.
Finish your milk.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I didn't know you was downstairs.
Well, I am downstairs, and I'd like my breakfast.
Yes, sir. What would you like, Mr. Gildersleeve? We got great food.
Well, In that case, I guess I'll have grapefruit.
Yes, luckily we got it. I'll bring it right in.
Where is Marjorie? Oh.
Good morning, Unky darling. What's the matter?
You're in for it. Unc's got something he wants to say to you, haven't you, Unc?
In my own good time, Leroy.
What's wrong?
Sit down, my dear. I want to have an understanding here. This concerns you too, Bertie.
Yes.
Now, about those people across the street.
I found out all about them, Uncle Mort. They're moving in this afternoon. There's a man and his wife and a boy and a girl.
Hey, no kidding? A girl for you and a boy for me. Swell.
The boy is my age.
Oh.
The girl is 11.
Well, that's what I wanted to speak to you two about. You've got to be careful about these people. They're strangers.
But, Uncle Mort, they're people. Gee, it'll be so wonderful to have somebody new around for a change.
But, my dear, we know nothing about these people. We haven't seen them. We don't know where they come from.
I know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was talking to the man on the truck.
Oh? Where do they come from, Bertie?
I don't know about them, but he comes from Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, Easterners, eh?
Yes, sir, but he seems real nice. He drove all the way out here. It took him 2 days and 2 nights.
Yes.
He would have made it sooner, only the van broke down. Something wrong with a bearing or something, he said. I don't know. Held him up 6 hours.
Yes, well, about
He's got a brother in Boonville, Kentucky, sells hardware.
We're primarily interested in the family, Bertie. The man on the van will be going back as soon as they get it unloaded.
Oh, yes. I don't know nothing about the family.
Well, we're not particularly interested in them either. Except if I ever find out who the man is, I'll sue him.
Sue him?
Yes, for what his lumber truck did to my lawn. Backed right up on it. The man obviously has no regard for property.
Now, Uncle Mort, it wasn't his fault. He wasn't driving the truck. He may be very nice.
Probably some shyster who bought the place for peanuts. Run down anyway. Wouldn't surprise me if they took in boarders. By George, I'd like to see him try.
Really, Uncle Mort?
I'm not going to have my property depreciated by people taking in boarders. There's such a thing as restrictions, you know.
Yeah, that's why we had to get rid of our pig.
Yeah. Well, this is different. And when the Bullards owned that place, I understand they really kept it up. Then the Bullards really were somebody. These people. Don't even know how to back a truck. I want you to keep away from them, all of you. Now, let me catch you hanging around over there, you understand? And keep away from their boarders.
Let's go see if you're going downtown today.
Huh? Downtown? Oh, well, I may and I may not.
What you watching, Mr. Gildersleeve? Something new going on over there?
Oh, I wasn't watching across the street particularly, Bertie. Just looking out the window and wondering about the weather. Yeah, that's it. Say, there goes another sofa. That's the third one they've unloaded.
The first 2 was love seats.
Well, even so, a sofa and 2 love seats.
That's nothing. The man told me they got a whole nother van coming.
Say, 2 van loads? That's a lot of furniture, Bertie. You don't suppose they're going to open a swap shop?
Yoo-hoo, anybody home?
That's Miss Ransom. Must be at the back door.
In here, Leila, in the living room.
Well, I can't be standing here all day gawking at the neighbors. I got work to do. Morning, Miss Ransom.
Good morning, Betty. I came across the back way, so I just walked in the kitchen door. Hope you don't mind.
Not at all. Iceman and the laundry man, they do the same. It's open house here all the time.
Thank you. Hello, Throckmorton.
Good morning, Leila. I was just...
I know. You don't need to tell me. That's why I ran over. Isn't it exciting? Who are they, do you know? I wonder what they paid for it. Not much, I suppose. The place hasn't been lived in for so long.
Well, I really don't know.
I suppose I ought to go and call on them, but I thought I'd give them a day to get settled first. Who did you say they were?
I didn't say. I don't know.
Oh.
All I know is the man has 2 children, a boy and a girl.
Oh, he has a wife then.
Naturally, I suppose so.
I mean, she's living?
As far as I know.
And they're living together?
I really couldn't say, Leila. I don't know anything about them.
Well, I suppose I might just leave a calling card. Except that nobody seems to understand about calling cards up north here. I left a card once and the gentleman called up and made advances to me.
Huh?
He wanted me to have dinner with him when we hadn't even been introduced. Turned out to be a very dull dinner, too.
I'll go, Bertie. Excuse me, Leila.
Now, who could that be so early in the morning? You don't suppose it's the people from across the street?
Oh, Mrs. Gildersleeve.
Peavy. Well, come on in.
Well, I want to tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just happened to be passing by, and I... Oh, good morning, Miss Ransom.
Good morning, Mr. Peavy. How's Mrs. Peavy?
Oh, she's just fine. Well, that is, she's all right. She's not as sick as she thinks she is. I just happened to be passing on my way to the shop, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I said to myself, I'll just drop in and see if there's anything Mr. Gildersleeve needs in the pharmaceutical line.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Peavy, but I don't quite understand. There's nothing I need that I know of.
There's not. Well, I just thought I'd inquire, as I say. I just happened to be passing, and I said to myself, I'll just drop in. Who's your new neighbor?
Oh, so that's it.
Well, I saw the van across the street.
I don't know him from Adam, Peavy.
I don't approve at all of what they're doing to the house, Mr. Peavy. Do you? I think they're just ruining it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. New roof's never hurt anybody.
Chopping off all that lovely old fancy work, I mean. Oh, but then perhaps I'm old-fashioned. We love the old things down south.
Well, I'll admit I'm a little conservative myself when it comes to architecture. Wife's been trying to get me to repaper the front hall for the last 10 years. But I say, let's get used to the paper we got first.
I just hope those people aren't going to paint their house some hideous color, that's all.
Well, if they do, by George, Leila, I'll pull down all my front shades and use the back door. As it is, I've given the children orders not to go near the place.
Doorbell!
I heard it.
Well, I must be going.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Come in.
Thank you.
What is this?
Well, Leila.
Good morning, Judge.
And Peavy. Quite a little gathering.
Hear ye, Superior Court of 15th District Town Session.
Well, what's got into you, Peavy?
You know, it's just a little joke.
Gildy, I see you have a new neighbor.
You're not the first to discover it, Judge.
Know who he is?
No, but when I find out, I'm going to sue him.
Sue him? For what?
The man deliberately backed a lumber truck on my lawn between 7 and 7:15 this morning.
Oh, nonsense.
Cut it to ribbons. They tell me. I haven't gone out to look at it yet.
Well, forget it, Gildy, forget it. You know who's bought the place? Rumson Bullard.
Bullard? Is he one of the Bullards who owned the place originally?
The eldest son. Yes, sir. He bought the old family estate, coming back here to retire. Rumson Bullard.
Rumson Bullard. What kind of a name is that?
What's the matter with it? Bullard's a good name. Always was.
Rumson Bullard. I don't trust any man with a fancy first name like Rumson. Give me a man with a good, honest name like Fred or George.
Oh, Throckmorton.
All right, you old goat. There are exceptions. What did this guy Bullard ever do that makes him so great?
Went to New York and made himself a cool $1 million, that's all.
Huh? $1 million, you say?
Well, something like that. 100,000 anyway. Enough to come back here and retire on.
You don't say.
$1 million. That's more than I make in a year.
He would have to be married.
And he's going to live right across the street from me. Ha! You fellas better be nice to me.
Still thinking of suing him, Gildy?
Go on, you old goat.
Come along, Peavy. We'd better be getting downtown. Coming, Leila?
I guess I'd better. Maybe I'll just leave a card there after all.
Will we be seeing you at the Jolly Boys tonight, Gildy?
I'm afraid not, Judge. I'm afraid not. Well, what do you know? Hee. Right across the street, too. Rumson Bullard. By George, he can drive up on my lawn anytime. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, sir? You holler, Uncle.
I was calling Bertie, Leroy. Bertie, what's for dinner this evening?
Well, I was thinking about lamb stew, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Forget it, Bertie. Get a steak.
Steak with all them points?
Yeah. We may very likely be having company for dinner this evening.
Company? Who?
Our new neighbors. Who do you think?
You mean them people across the street?
Certainly. After a hard day's moving, a good hearty dinner with some friendly neighbors would probably be welcome.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
What a character.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Have you been on the go lately, working long hours and working extra hard at home or on the job? Well, if that's the case, you're using up extra energy. And a mighty good way to replenish some of that energy, yes, and a mighty pleasant way, too, is to spread bread, toast, or rolls with delicious Parquet margarine. Parquet is tops in food energy value, and you'll say it's tops in taste, too. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor is welcomed every day in millions of American homes. In fact, millions of families prefer Parquet margarine to any other brand. And remember, Parquet is a vitamin-fortified spread. Every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So be sure to buy this energy-packed spread that tastes so good. Ask for Kraft's Parquet margarine. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
You're darn tootin', Peavy. Well, anyhow, whether he made it or married it or minted it, he's got money.
How do you know, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I saw his furniture. 2 vans, Chief.
You don't say.
Yeah. Oil paintings with lights fastened onto the frames.
Any,
Just landscapes, Floyd.
Oh.
And old masters, I imagine.
Most likely.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you play your cards right, he might ask you over for tea. You can wave your pinky and discuss the stock market. I'll stick to Coke. How about a Coke for you, Commissioner?
Not just yet, thank you. If I were you, Floyd, I wouldn't make fun of people I don't know. Remember, it's no crime to be a millionaire.
No crime to be a burglar unless they catch you. But I don't want to knock your friend. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Commissioner.
Oh, is that so?
That sounds fair enough, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What I was saying before, I got a friend I'd like to bring into the club. You know Harry Dean?
Harry Dean? No. Who's he?
Well, he's a businessman, a friend of mine. Plays a fair game of poker, and he's a good baritone. Plays the guitar a little. Pleasant a fellow you'd want to meet.
Well, let's declare him in.
Now, wait a minute. Anybody else know this man? Do you know him, Judge?
Never met him.
Peavy?
I never had the pleasure.
Chief?
Sure, I know him. I had to close his place up once.
Ah, Chief.
Quiet, Floyd. What kind of a place does he run?
That pool room down on State Street.
It's a billiard parlor.
It's all the same. If the chief has had to close him up, we don't want him.
Oh, now, Commissioner, let's not be narrow-minded.
What was the complaint, Chief?
Selling cigarettes to minors, but we couldn't prove anything. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
He don't do it now. He won't even sell them to me.
Well, I say we don't want a man in this club that runs a pool hall and sells cigarettes to kids.
I guess that settles it, Floyd.
Why does it?
That's the way clubs are run, Floyd. One black ball.
Stop saying that.
Now, Floyd, let's not get squabbling amongst ourselves.
Who's squabbling? I only want to bring a friend into the club, and all of a sudden he ain't good enough for Mr. Gildersleeve. He's good enough for you, ain't he, Chief?
Oh, Harry's all right.
Chief, you arrested him.
Well, if I was the high hat, all the people I ever arrested, I'd get pretty lonesome.
That's the spirit, Chief. Live and let live. How about you, Judge? Where do you stand?
Well, I'm inclined to think Mr. Dean would be undesirable, Floyd.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Judge. Remember, Floyd, we might be wanting to ask Rumps and Bullard to join this club. We couldn't ask him if we had a jailbird up here.
He's not a jailbird. I bet he's got a lot cleaner record than this millionaire if anybody knew the facts.
I'll thank you not to insult my friends, Floyd.
You're insulting mine.
I am not. I only said he wasn't fit to be a member of this club.
Well, that's an insult if I ever heard one.
Now, Floyd.
And if Harry can't join the club, you fellas can go find yourselves another meeting place, that's all.
Oh, Floyd, for heaven's sake.
You're being unreasonable, Floyd.
Maybe I am, but that's final. Let in Harry Dean or go find another spot with the features you got here. Running water, lights, telephone, piano.
Makes a nice club, all right.
Well, I know where we can get a club room that'll make this one look like 30 cents.
Where?
I just remembered. There's a big room over Rumps and Bullard's garage, twice as big a room as this.
You think he'd let us use it?
Well, if I go to him as a friend and a neighbor and ask him to be a member, how can he refuse?
Go ahead.
Fellas, I don't like to see that.
What else can we do, Chief? Floyd's being pig-headed.
Look who's talking.
Come on, fellas. Let's go over and see Bullard right away. He'd probably be tickled to death to furnish the room especially for us. Put in a nice box, a real card table.
And a piano that doesn't sound like a dishpan.
Yeah. Well, who's with me?
I am.
Chief?
Can't we patch this up, Mr. Gildersleeve?
If Floyd will abide by the Constitution, one black ball keeps a man out.
We haven't any Constitution, and you can get yourselves another hall.
You heard him, Chief. Are you with me?
No, I think I'll stay here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, are you with me or with Floyd?
Yeah, who are you with, Peavy?
Not voting. I ought to be getting home to Mrs. Peavy anyway.
It's only 8 o'clock.
I know, but if I'm not where she thinks I am, she gets nervous.
Well, come on, Judge. Come on, Peavy.
Stick around, Peavy.
I've really got to go, Floyd, but I'm not going with Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm just going at the same time.
Bullard.
He may be on the other side of the van or in the house.
Well, I'll be running along, gentlemen. Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You might as well wait a minute to see what he says, Peavy. Then maybe we can go up and see the room.
Well, there he is now, Gildy. Standing there in the door, talking to the moving man.
By George, big fellow, isn't he?
Must be over 6 feet.
Fine-looking man, distinguished looking. Well, you fellows wait here, and I'll go and introduce myself.
Well, don't you want me to go with you?
I am his neighbor, Judge. He doesn't want the whole town piling in on him all at once. After it's all settled, why, naturally, I'll introduce you and Pete.
All right.
You got a comb, Horace?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry. Just keep your hat on, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I guess so. Of course, he might ask me to come in. Oh, well, if he's as nice a fellow as I think he is, he'd be willing to overlook a few details.
Well, sure he will.
Yeah, sure. Well, here I go.
Why do you want this table, Mr. Bullard? Well, that goes in the front bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir. Pardon me, Mr. Bullard.
Who? Oh, what is it?
Does this chair go the same place as the table?
No. Let's see. That one goes in the living room.
Yes, sir. One side, mister.
Oh, look where you're going. Moving men.
Were you looking for me?
Well, yes, I wanted to introduce myself. My name's Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P.
Yeah?
I'm the water commissioner here in Summerfield.
Oh, I see. Well, I expect to subscribe for the water in due time, Mr. Gildersleeve. It won't be necessary to sell me.
I'm not here on business, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, you're not? Well, I'm rather busy, as you can see, so if you'll excuse me...
I'm your neighbor across the street. I just came over to say hello.
Oh. Well, how are you?
I guess we're ready for the piano now, Mr. Bullard.
Yes, well, be careful of it. If you drop that, it'll kill you.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'd like to have you try my piano sometime, Mr. Bullard. It's Wembley.
Oh, that's all?
Yes, sir.
One side, mister. We take the legs first. The living room?
That's right.
What I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bullard, we have a little club here in this town, just a few of us, the Jolly Boys Social Club.
Oh, that's all?
Hey, you want it over by the window?
Excuse me, Mr.
Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P.
Just put it along the wall.
Which wall?
The one with it. Oh, wait, I'll come up and show you.
Well, about this club, Mr. Bullard, we thought that being new to the city, or rather, just having returned...
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if we couldn't talk about this some other time. I'm trying to get this van unloaded.
It'll only take a minute, Mr. Bullard. You see, we need a club room.
Some other time, please.
It'll only take a minute.
I don't care. These movers are getting $17.77 an hour. See me next week. Or next year.
Oh! Money grubber. No wonder he's a millionaire.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first...
No, Chief. It's no good. Tenor and a bass just ain't a quartet, that's all.
Well, I guess not. You want to play a little cards?
Poker's no good with two people. You ever play casino?
Oh, played with the wife every once in a while.
Yeah, it's that kind of a game. Well, we can have another Coke anyway.
Yeah, let's do that.
Uh-huh.
Yoo-hoo! Are there any jolly boys up there?
Gildersleeve. Oh, wonder what the fat slob wants now. What do you want?
I want to apologize.
Well, be done.
Well, now ain't that nice?
I want to apologize too, Floyd.
Judge Hooker and Peavy. Thought you were going home, Peave.
I'm still on my way. Go ahead, Gildy. Say it.
Huh? Oh. Well, Floyd, just want to say that I'm sorry we walked out on you. I'm sorry I opposed your friend, Mr. Dean. And I'm sorry I ever mentioned Mr. Bullard.
It's okay, Commissioner. Have a Coke.
I want to echo everything my friend Mr. Gildersleeve has said, Floyd.
That's okay. Have a Coke.
Yeah, let's all have one. Come on, Phoebe.
Well, just one for the road, as they say.
Wait a minute. Before we drink it, it's understood that Floyd's friend, Harry Dean, is unanimously elected to the membership in our club.
That's right.
Oh, now, fellas, I've been thinking about that. I was wrong. Club shouldn't have anybody in it the other members don't know.
Oh, Floyd, I insist.
I insist.
We all insist.
Then I'll blackball him. Only takes one, you know.
By George, you're all right, Floyd. A jolly boy through and through. Well, here's to Floyd. For he's a jolly good fellow.
For I'm a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Bertie, you still up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bullard was over here a little while ago. He seemed real nice.
Mr. Bullard? And what did he want?
He wanted to borrow some candles. No electricity over there.
Candles? Some nerve.
He asked me if I knew where he could get a good cook, and
Why,
he said he'd be willing to pay her pretty good money.
Oh, he did, eh? Listen, Bertie, I want to tell you something mighty important. I've made this the guiding principle of my whole life.
What's that?
Money is not everything.
Oh.
And don't think I've forgotten about papering your room, either.
Yes, sir. When?
Well, we'll see about it. Good night, Bertie. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter, speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Now, something special for the children. We mean those very special treats you make with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Pabstet is nourishing, easily digested, and you can serve it in 100 or more tempting ways. Children like Pabstet melted into a smooth, luscious sauce, drenching macaroni, vegetables, eggs, or fish with mellow cheddar cheese goodness. Dates or prunes stuffed with Pabstet make grand, appetizing salads. And for a delightful after-school snack, you're sure to satisfy hungry appetites when you serve graham cracker treats spread with Pabstet. Remember, Pabstet is wholesome and nourishing. It's a splendid energy food, rich in milk protein and milk minerals. Contains vitamin A and another important vitamin called riboflavin. Treat the whole family to Pabstet. Don't forget, it's a good bet for all occasions, so buy delicious, nourishing Pabstet cheese food.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. With quality foods in such big demand, it's only natural that more and more families should want to buy parquet margarine. Parquet's quality is known from coast to coast, and Parquet's delicious flavor is preferred by millions to any other brand. So that explains in large part why you can't always get parquet margarine these days at your favorite food store. It's simply because more and more families are buying this spread that tastes so good. Kraft wants to assure you, however, that everything possible is being done to keep dealers supplied. All available parquet margarine is distributed fairly and equitably. So if you can't get parquet the very first time, try again, won't you? The chances are that right soon your dealer will have a new supply. Look for and ask for parquet, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now for the great Gildersleeve. On a fine May morning, he steps out on his veranda to survey his property and incidentally see what his new neighbor is up to across the street. He finds his nephew Leroy returning from reconnaissance.
Leroy?
Yeah?
Come here a minute.
What do you want?
What's going on over there? What are those men doing?
Oh, they're gardeners. One of them's cutting down the hedge.
The hedge? What for?
I don't know. Mr. Bullard just told me he wanted to cut down, that's all. He said he couldn't see.
Oh, he did he? By George, if he cuts down his hedge, I'm going to let mine grow up. I'm not going to have Bullard spying on me.
He's not spying on anybody, Unc. He's just trying to fix the place up.
Yeah?
It's going to be swell. Mr. Bullard says he's going to have those old barberry bushes ripped out and have all new planting there. Rhododendrons. He's going to fix it up swell.
Oh, he is he? Well, as a matter of fact, I've been thinking of doing some fixing up around this place. Yes.
Yeah, I know. You keep talking, but you never
I
do.
mean it. Now, those bushes there in front of the porch. Those barberry bushes. Never did like those. Too scraggly. We ought to dig them out.
All those?
Certainly. I think it would look better with something else in there. Might decide to put in some rhododendrons, maybe. Yes. Why not?
That'd be great. Well, I guess I'll be going over to see...
Leroy.
Yeah?
While you're resting, my boy.
Yeah?
Out in the garage to the left of the workbench, you will find a spading fork. Bring it. Yes, by George, we may not be millionaires here. We may not be able to afford a staff of gardeners. But that's no reason we can't have this place looking just as well as the Bullards.
Honest, Unc, this ground is so hard you can't even...
You're not handling the fork right, Leroy.
I'm not?
No.
You show me.
I don't need to show you. Just do as I say. Throw your weight behind it.
Why doesn't he throw his weight behind it?
Confound it, Leroy, you're not trying.
I am so.
Don't just peck at it. Here, give me that.
Okay.
No, you keep it. Keep trying.
Oh, for corn's sake. Hey, here comes Mrs. Ransom.
Oh.
Good morning, Throckmorton.
Hello, Leila.
Isn't it a lovely morning? I saw you were gardening, too, so I just had to run over. Hello, Leroy. Having fun?
Ha!
Say, you're looking mighty cute this morning, Leila.
It's my gardening hat. I just love gardening, don't you?
Love it. Keep digging, Leroy.
What are you doing here anyway, Throckmorton?
I'm digging out all these barberry bushes.
He's digging them.
My, that's quite a job.
You're not kidding. These things have roots.
What we need is more manpower here, Leroy. Where's Bertie?
You won't get her. She started spring cleaning.
Well, where's Marjorie then?
I don't know. Up in her room, I suppose.
You go up and tell her to come down.
Okay.
She spends entirely too much time in her room. Go up and tell her, Leroy. That boy has the soul of a train announcer.
Throckmorton, I noticed Mr. Bullard is fixing up his place over there, too.
So I notice.
Well, I believe he's even got a man digging out his barberry bushes.
Yeah, well, monkey see, monkey do.
Don't you like Mr. Bullard, Throckmorton? I thought him rather charming the only time I met him.
Mr. Bullard is a snob, and you may tell him I said so, Leila. Him and his DeSoto.
I don't understand.
Well, I won't go into details. But Judge Hooker and I tried to pay him a neighborly visit the other day when he was moving in his furniture, and the guy was too busy to speak to us.
Well, of course, there's nothing worse than moving.
That's all right. He needn't speak to us if he don't want to. But just wait till he wants a favor. Wait till they really move into that house and he wants to get his water turned on. Ha! He'll darn well wait his turn. He'll be lucky if he gets water by July. He'll be lucky if he doesn't have to bring it in on donkey back. In goat skins.
Oh, here's Marjorie. Good morning, Marjorie.
Hello, Mrs. Ransom. Uncle Mort Leroy said you told me to come downstairs.
That's true, my dear. I did.
Well, here I am. What do you want?
I want you to get outdoors. Get some fresh air. Enjoy yourself. Here it is, a nice day.
Is that what you got me down here for?
Well, I think it's bad for you to stay cooped up in your room all the time.
Your uncle's right, Marjorie. It's not good to stay indoors all the time. You're looking pale.
Yes. Look at Mrs. Ransom. Look at the color in her cheeks. Why don't you be like her?
Uncle Mort, you won't let me use rouge, and you know it.
What?
Now, my dear, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I just don't want you locking yourself up in your room all the time.
Will you kindly tell me what else there is to do in this town?
Well, there are lots of things.
Name one.
Well, you could do a little gardening.
I loathe and despise gardening.
Oh, but gardening can be fun. Now, Leroy's been helping me here.
Yes, and why do you think he's hiding upstairs right now?
Why, the little...
Here's Leroy now.
Yeah, you see?
Hey, everybody, listen to this. Dear Diary.
Leroy!
What isn't there worth living for? There's not a boy in this town you can have an intelligent discussion with.
Leroy!
All the cute ones are in the army and all the intelligent ones are
Leroy, give me that!
Leroy!
Okay. Leroy, I hate you.
What did I do?
I think you're all hateful, all of you.
Why, Marjorie, honey.
Don't honey me. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's sympathy.
What's the matter with her?
She's going up to her room again, Unc.
Yes, young man, and you're going up to yours.
Oh.
And wait for me there.
Gosh, Unc. I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. Just found the diary lying there, and I thought you'd like to hear it, so I just do, okay, I'll go.
I'm sorry, Leila. Marjorie should have apologized.
Oh, that's all right, Throckmorton. She's not a shelf, that's all.
I'm worried about that girl. I don't understand her. All she does is stick around the house and mope and read. Too much reading isn't good for a girl at that age. It gives them ideas.
I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry, Throckmorton. She'll forget it all. Gracious, I've forgotten every word I ever read. Tell me, how old is Marjorie?
Why, let's see. She's 16, I guess. I don't know.
Well, no wonder.
No wonder what?
Down where I come from, Throckmorton, girls start getting married when they're 14.
Huh?
And at 15, they worry about being old maids.
I don't see what that's got to do with Marjorie.
Did it ever occur to you that she might be human?
Huh?
Think it over, Throckmorton.
My little Marjorie. I wonder if Leila's right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, that Mr. Bullard from across the street's here.
Mr. Bullard, what does he want?
I don't know, sir. Shall I tell him you stepped out?
No, send him in. I've been waiting for this. This is the moment.
Yes, sir.
He thinks he's going to get his water turned on. He's got another
Oh,
guess.
come right in, Mr. Bullard. Mr. Gildersleeve says he's been waiting for you.
I didn't tell her to say that.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, good day.
Excuse me, I'll just get my vacuum cleaner out of your way here.
I just dropped over, Mr. Gildersleeve, to say that I'm afraid I owe you an apology.
Oh? I don't know what for.
For my behavior the other evening when you dropped by. I'm afraid perhaps I seemed a little abrupt.
I didn't notice anything.
Well, I didn't mean to. But I'd had the devil's own time. You know, moving day, worst darn thing in the world. The wife usually takes care of those sort of things, but, say, this is a nice place you've got here.
Well, it's not as large as some.
Well, I like it. Comfortable. Shows real taste. None of this modern stuff.
Well, thanks. Will you sit down?
Well, I don't care if I do. I don't suppose you'd smoke a cigar.
Don't care if I do.
I like a man who smokes a cigar.
I never trust a man who doesn't.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I can see that you and I are going to get along together.
I'll tell you after I've smoked the cigar.
As I say, we haven't got the place straightened out yet, but we're moving in today anyway, the whole kit and caboodle.
Well, I hope you and your wife are going to like it here in Summerfield.
Oh, we'll like it. I was brought up in this town, you know. The only one I'm concerned about is my oldest boy, Marshall. He's been going to prep school in the East, and now he's switching to public school, and, well, it'll do him good, I say. May knock some notions out of his head.
How old did you say he was?
17. Very difficult age.
You're telling me. I have a niece here who's 16.
Well, that's fine. Maybe we can get them together one of these days, eh?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Well, mighty glad to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mighty glad to meet you, Mr. Bullard.
I expect we'll be seeing a lot of each other now that we're neighbors.
Yes, indeedy. Now that you know the way, come often.
You know, I'll tell you something. The first time I saw you across the street, I didn't think I was going to like you.
I'm going to tell you something. I didn't think I was going to like you either.
Well, it just goes to show. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
You said you were with the water department, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm in charge of it.
Well, I feel like a fool. I forgot to do anything about getting my water turned on, and
now... don't give it a thought. The whole thing will be attended to.
You sure you don't mind?
Mr. Bullard, it'll be a distinct pleasure. I'll even waive the customary deposit. Nice fellow. Yes, by George, as nice a fellow as you'd want to meet. And with all that money.
Mind if I dust around you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, go right ahead, Bertie. I'll just sit here and enjoy my cigar.
Yes, sir.
Given to me by Mr. Bullard. Custom made. He buys them in lots of 500.
He seems real nice, that Mr. Bullard.
Nice a fellow as you'd want to meet. Rich, too. Tells me he has a son Marjorie's age.
Is that a fact? I ain't seen him around.
Well, the family's not arriving till this afternoon. Our little Marjorie's growing up, you know, Bertie.
Well, it happens to all of them.
Yes, I suppose she'll be getting married one of these days.
You thinking of marrying off to that Bullard family, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah. Well, she could do worse.
I guess they got plenty of money if that's what you want.
Oh, I wouldn't want anything for myself, Bertie. Any kind of financial settlement or anything. That would be out. But I might go and visit them now and then after they were married.
I bet.
George, they'd make a handsome couple, you know it.
You ain't even laid eyes on the boy yet, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, if he's anything like his father, what a wedding. Champagne, flowers by the carload, a 3-piece orchestra, articles in all the newspapers. And there I'd be in my full dress suit giving away the bride.
And me in a new silk uniform giving away a wedding cake.
Hallelujah.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you're packing lunches, remember that every lunch should provide at least 1/3 of the energy and other essential food elements your children at school and grown-ups at work need for good nutrition. It's important, too, that you pack foods that taste good. So here's a grand suggestion. Include in each lunchbox nourishing sandwiches of bread or rolls spread with delicious Parquet margarine. Parquet tastes so good and is so high in food energy value, too, it's doubly sure to satisfy hungry appetites. And remember, Kraft fortifies every single pound of Parquet with 9,000 units of vitamin A. So in meals you serve at home and in the lunches you prepare for school or work, be sure to include Parquet, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Buy Parquet, the delicious spread millions prefer to any other brand. Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. He spent some happy hours dreaming of a marriage of convenience for his niece Marjorie, which would include a convenient old age for himself. Now it occurs to him to take steps to make his dream an actuality, so we find him arriving at Peavy's drugstore to consult the oracle.
Well, where's Peavy? An early summer nap, I guess. Oh, Peavy. Peavy.
Ow!
Sorry to disturb you, Peavy.
Oh, you, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Peavy, how do you think you're going to get anywhere in business if you spend your time asleep in the back room? You'll never get rich that way.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I suppose you're going to say you weren't asleep.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I was leaning back in the chair out there, and I may have dropped off just for a minute. What time is it?
3:00.
Back room must be stuffy. I went out there about 12:30. Well, sir, what can I do for you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't going to buy anything, Peavy. But seeing I woke you up...
You don't have to buy anything, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm much obliged to you.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you. I'm thinking of marrying my niece Marjorie.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy. What did you say?
Peavy, I'm thinking of marrying her off to somebody else.
Yeah, I was going to say you're a little old for her. Now I think of it, she's a little young to get married, isn't she?
Well, I don't know. Her mind seems to be full of nothing but nonsense about love. Maybe the only way to cure it is to let her get married.
What makes you think that'll cure it?
Well, a married woman soon learns that life is a matter of bringing up children and running a household, not dreaming about romance.
She does?
Well, gosh, doesn't she?
Mr. Gildersleeve, last week I caught Mrs. Peavy cutting a picture of Sonny Tufts out of a magazine.
You don't say.
In fact, and I gave her quite a talking to. My gracious, woman, I said, why don't you pick someone your own age, like Barry Fitzgerald, I said. And she said he was too old for her. Made me kind of shy, brought the whole thing up.
Well, I'm tired of arguing with Marjorie. Let her argue with her husband.
Have you anyone in mind, or are you just looking around?
Well, I understand Rumson Bullard has a boy about 17, my new neighbor.
I thought you weren't speaking to him.
Listen, Rumson Bullard is a fine fellow, and don't let anybody tell you different. I ought to see the cigar he gave me this morning.
No.
Well, he's got this boy, Peavy. Now, he and Marjorie, they're both about the same age, and they live right across the street from each other. The only problem is how to get them together.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd say all you have to do is just let nature take its course.
Nature? That's no way.
No, I wouldn't say that. Nature's a powerful force, Mr. Gildersleeve. Look at Niagara Falls. Drip, drip, drip for 3,000 years, but she made it.
I don't want Marjorie to wait 3,000 years, Peavy. Besides, if I just let nature take its course, how do I know that Marjorie won't marry some fellow that plays a saxophone and hasn't got a dime? You never know how a woman's mind is going to work.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you said it.
Well, what am I going to do, Peavy?
Don't ask me. Ask a woman.
But you've been through all this. I mean...
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't know anything about women. I just married one.
Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you, Leila, is that I think you're right. Marjorie ought to get married, and I've picked out the man.
Oh, Throckmorton, how exciting. Who is he?
Rumson Bullard's older boy. I was wrong about Bullard. Nice family.
Well, how old is the boy?
17. That's a little young, of course. Yeah, Marjorie's known boys her own age before, and they've never even tried to hold her hand.
Really? George William Hungerford asked me to marry him on his 17th birthday. Gosh, I had to help him a little.
Well, I may have to help out Bullard's boy.
Oh, you can't do it, silly. Marjorie's the only one that can help him.
Well, how? How did you get George William Hungerford to pop the question?
Don't you wish you knew, Throckmorton?
Well, was George William the first one that asked you?
Of course he was. Oh, no, wait a minute, he wasn't either. Mercy, I'd forgotten all about poor Custis Dupree.
What happened to Custis?
He was the first one. His voice cracked in the middle of it.
Look, Leila, what I want to know is how you brought these fellows to the point.
Well, now, let me see. Custis was easy. I just dared him to kiss me. But George William was more difficult. He was simply mad about horseback riding.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Made things very complicated. He used to take me out riding, but every time we'd be riding along nice and cozy, side by side, and he'd start to get serious, that horse of his would rear up and gallop off down the path.
Well, then why didn't you make George William stay home and sit in the parlor?
He was hopeless in the parlor.
Tongue-tied?
And handcuffed. But I figured it out. One day we were out riding. I made my horse run away. I galloped away from George William, and as soon as I was out of sight, I got off and gave him a slap, and off he went for home.
George William?
No, the horse. When George William caught up with me, I told him I'd been thrown.
Leila, you're a devil. I suppose you cried. Huh?
No, I was brave. I don't look my best when I cry. Anyway, he picked me up. He was terribly strong and just just swung me up on the saddle, and then he got up behind me, and we rode home.
But what made him propose?
Well, my goodness, Throckmorton, he had his arms around me for 14 miles.
By George. Let's go horseback riding sometime, Leila.
What for?
Well, You're right. Why go horseback riding unless you're hopeless in the parlor? Come here, Leila.
Throckmorton.
Huh? What's the matter?
I'm afraid you've forgotten what you came over for. It's Mr. Bullard's boy that needs the help, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Although if he's anything like you, Marjorie will need it.
Now, Leila, I've always been a gentleman.
Well, I suppose as Yankees go.
Gosh, I hope Bullard's boy don't need anything as complicated as a runaway horse to get him started. But if that's what he needs, by George, he'll have it. Well, Bertie, supper smells good.
Shoulder of lamb, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mighty funny, all of a sudden all the lambs got shoulders, none of them got legs.
Well, the legs have gone to war, Bertie. Where's Marjorie?
She's out in the backyard with some boy.
Some boy? What boy?
I don't know who he is, Mr. Gildersleeve. They're just out there sitting in the swing talking. You can see him from the window here.
Huh? Where? Let me see, Bertie. Well, I don't like his looks. I'll send him home, that's all. Gee, wait a minute. Maybe that's young Bullard. Is that who it is, Bertie?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Leroy might know.
By George, the kid looks like Bullard. I wonder... Leroy! Leroy here?
Yes, he's around somewhere.
Leroy!
You calling me, Unc?
Yes. Who's that boy out there with Marjorie, you know?
That's Marshal Bullard. He came over about half an hour ago.
Well. Maybe nature's not so bad after all.
Huh?
Nothing, Leroy. That's all, my boy.
Okay. Gosh, I thought he wanted me to do something.
Well, Bertie, that's the young man. Marshall. Marshall and Marjorie. Make a fine-looking couple, don't they?
They might in a few years.
Oh, sooner than that, Bertie. Sooner than that. By George, I think I'll just tiptoe out there and see how they're doing.
Do you like music, Marshall?
Yeah.
I'm crazy about Brahms and Chopin. Do you like that kind of music?
Oh, I like classical music, but not for a steady diet.
Well, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I'm not exclusively classical.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Marjorie. I'm not knocking classical.
Oh, no. I love the BESSIE record of 1 O'Clock Jump.
All his records are great.
I think so, too.
I saw him in New York once, at Radio City.
Did you? Gee, I've only heard his record.
He looks just like his picture. Do you like Artie Shaw?
I like him pretty well. Do you?
Yeah, pretty well. Do you like to read?
Oh, I read all the time. Do you like poetry?
Pretty well.
Oh, brother, they'll never get anywhere this way. Well, Marjorie, I didn't know you were out here. Oh, company.
Hello, Uncle Mort. This is Marshal Bullard. This is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, my boy. Sit down. I'm delighted to meet you. Glad to have you in the neighborhood. I guess Marjorie's glad, too. Aren't you, Marjorie?
Sure, I guess so.
Why don't you sit over there with Marjorie, my boy, and I'll sit on this side. I'm getting a little, stout.
Oh, you're not really Uncle Mort.
Nice girl.
That's okay. I'll stand up.
Stand up? You're not afraid of my niece, are you?
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Huh? Your dad and I are going to be great friends, Marshall, and we want you to feel at home over here.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Say, why don't you stay for supper tonight? Glad to have you.
Oh, no, I don't think I'd better.
Why not? Come on, coax him, Marjorie.
Why should I?
Marjorie.
I think I'd better be going. Mr. Gildersleeve, it's probably my supper time, too.
Well, come back afterwards.
Oh, he can't tonight, Uncle Mort.
Why not?
I have to do my homework.
Homework? Well, I'll tell you. How'd you both like to go horseback riding tomorrow, huh? Do you like horseback riding, Marshall?
I like it pretty well.
Well, I've never been on a horse in my life, and you know it, Uncle Mort.
Why, Marjorie.
Gosh, neither have I.
Well, you can learn together. We'll get 2 nice, gentle horses, and you can take a long ride in the country.
I won't do it.
Marjorie.
You'd better go now, Marshal. Maybe I'll see you around.
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, good night.
Wait a minute.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
There he goes. Marjorie, look what you've done.
What I've done? You're the stupidest uncle a girl ever had. And you're fat, too.
Oh! You go in the house. Marjorie. Marjorie, if I've done anything, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I guess I just haven't any tact, that's all. I guess I'm just a blundering idiot. I guess I'm just a fat old fool. But you don't have to sit there and agree with me.
We were getting along so nicely. And now he'll never come back again.
Don't you worry. I'll fix it all up for you.
Oh, no.
Well, you cheer up right now, young lady, or I will.
Oh, no, please. I'll be all right. I'm fine now. I feel wonderful. Promise you won't say anything to Marshall.
Yeah, all right. George, don't tell me I don't know how to handle kids. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
In these days of food shortages, certainly no one's wasting important leftovers. But do you know the trick of making leftovers not seem like leftovers at all? It's easy with Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. First, make a luscious golden cheese sauce with Pabstet and a little milk. Then pour this tempting Pabstet cheese sauce on leftovers of meat, fish, vegetables, or rice, fixed any way you like. Presto, Pabstet has helped create a brand new main dish, rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor. You can serve nourishing Pabstet many other ways, too. Toasted in sandwiches, melted with macaroni, or sliced to serve with fruits and pie for dessert. You can buy Pabstet in 2 delicious varieties. Golden Pabstet in the yellow package and Pimento Pabstet in the red package. Treat your family to both kinds. Ask for Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Now let's join our friend the Great Gildersleeve, whom we meet this evening as a member of the Summerfield School Board. In this capacity, he's attending a meeting of the Parent Teachers Association in the auditorium of the Summerfield Grammar School with Miss Eve Goodwin as chairman.
Meeting, he says.
Well, it would be a meeting, except that so far nobody but Gildersleeve and Miss Goodwin have showed up.
What time is it, Throckmorton?
Time? 8:15, Eve. What time was the meeting supposed to start?
At 8. Wouldn't it be awful if nobody came?
It would suit me fine. I'll tell you what, Eve. Let's lock the doors right now so nobody can get in.
Throckmorton, what on earth for?
Then you and I could play school.
Silly.
I'll be the naughty boy, and you make me stay after. How about it?
Oh, don't be childish, Throckmorton.
Childish? Don't you even want to know what I did that was naughty? I wrote something naughty on the blackboard.
All right, what was it?
I love teacher. Please, can I stay after school, teacher?
No, Throckmorton. Go home and write out the multiplication table 50 times.
Let's get out of here, Eve. Nobody's coming.
We know Judge Hooker's coming because we announced him as our principal speaker. We sent out over 200 postcards.
Announcing Judge Hooker would speak?
Of course.
Well, no wonder nobody's here. People don't want to listen to that old goat bleating at them.
The judge is highly respected in the community, Throckmorton. He has a great many admirers.
Yeah, and they're all sitting right here waiting for him to speak. Count them.
Well, I don't understand it. When you send... There's someone at the door now.
If it's a fan of Judge Hooker's, I want to see him. Well, by George, it is at that. Hello, Judge.
Hi, Gildy. Good evening, gracious lady.
Good evening, Judge.
Well, where's our audience?
I was just going to ask you that, Judge. You're the main attraction this evening, I believe. Maybe nobody wants to hear that speech of yours anymore. The law as the bulwark of freedom.
My speech has nothing to do with tonight's attendance. The YMCA is giving a minstrel show tonight to raise money for... That's where everybody's gone.
Oh? Well, that's what we got to compete with then. Entertainment.
Yeah, but how can we compete?
Well, Judge, I think your speech might have been a little closer to the subject of education.
Just what I've been trying to say, Eve. Now, for instance, I might give a little talk on child psychology.
You? I'm the authority on child psychology around this town. Juvenile delinquency, I call it.
I just read a magazine article about it.
So did I.
Oh, please, Horace. Throckmorton.
He raised his voice to me.
I'm sorry, Eve, but Gildersleeve is so irritating.
What? Throckmorton. Now, Horace, there's nothing to fight about. You both want to talk on child psychology. Now, why can't we have a debate?
Debate? By George. Now, that's something people would come to hear.
Have you definite views on the subject, Throckmorton?
Have I? I told you I read this article.
And you, Judge?
I can put my views on juvenile delinquency in a nutshell. Spare the rod and spoil the child.
Yeah, I might have known that's how you'd look at it, Judge. Kid steals a pack of chewing gum and you'd send him up for 5 years.
I'd do nothing of the kind. On the other hand, I wouldn't just give him a pat on the back.
It's old dodos like you that make juvenile delinquency a problem.
And it's ignorant boneheads like you that make it more difficult.
Gentlemen, hold your fire. We'll stage the debate a week from tonight. And may the best man win.
I'm a cinch. Leroy?
Yeah?
Where's that little magazine that was lying around the parlor yesterday? Magazine Digest.
Yesterday?
It's been kicking around here for days. Now when I want it, I can't find it.
Yep, I know how it is, Unc.
A philosopher, even. You haven't seen the magazine? Had an article on child psychology in it.
Nope. Did you ask Bertie?
She hadn't seen it. Oh, well, I guess I can remember enough of it. Let's see. Maybe if I could make a sort of an outline. Haven't you anything to do, Leroy?
Not a thing.
Well, find something. You make me nervous just sitting there while I'm trying to work.
Okay. Leroy! Leroy!
Somebody calling you, Leroy?
Yeah.
Well, answer him. Ye gods, there's a kid for you to play with.
He's not a kid. He's just a little boy.
Well, play with him anyway.
Leroy!
Leroy's in here, Sonny. Come on in.
Oh, for corn's sake, he's too little. Hello, Leroy. What you doing? Nothing.
Manners, Leroy. I don't believe I know you, young man. What's your name?
Craig. He's Craig Bullard.
Oh, another one of the Bullard family. Well, I've met your brother Marshall, and I've met your dad. And you're Craig. Well, quite a family.
Let's play, Leroy. Play what? My magic trick. But I don't know how it works. Magic? Let's see. Hey, this is the Mahatma's magic box. Cost $8.75. How does it work? Well, I'll show you how it works, Craig. Now, look, you sit down here on the sofa, and I'll show you the trick. Holy cow, the Mahatma's magic box, $8.75.
You be careful with Craig's expensive trick, Leroy.
I can handle it. Look, Craig, you see, I take this quarter, and I open the door of the Mahatma's magic box. I place the quarter inside, and I close the door. Now, the quarter's in there, isn't it? It's in there all right, isn't it?
I don't know.
You just saw me put it in. You can hear it. You hear it?
Yes, I hear it.
But now I open the door of the Mahatma's box, and we do not see the quarter.
Open the other door.
The other door? Oh. We open the other door, but the quarter has vanished.
You moved it. Open the other door.
The other door? We open the other door, no quarter.
You moved it again. Open both doors.
I have opened both doors. I open this door, no quarter. I open the other door, no quarter there either.
Open both doors at the same time.
What?
Open both doors at the same time. Ye gods.
Oh, both doors at the same time. Very well. But where's the quarter?
Well, I'll be. Was it really in there, Leroy?
Well, sure. You saw me put the quarter in, didn't you, Craig?
I thought so. Where does it go?
That's a magic. Look, Craig, this is a kind of a tough trick to learn. How'd you like to trade it for something easier?
Leroy.
What's the matter?
No swindling, please.
Oh, I won't jip him. You want to trade this for something easier, Craig?
Okay.
I wonder if you and Craig could do your trading upstairs, my boy. I'm trying to do some work here.
Oh, sure. Come on, Craigie, old boy. I'll show you all my magic stuff.
If he's going to swindle him, I'd rather he did it where I can't hear the details. Now, let's see here. I suppose Hooker will have a lot of statistics. That kind of stuff. Maybe I should throw in a few. It may surprise my esteemed opponent to learn that in 6 large cities where corporal punishment was abolished last year, juvenile delinquency fell off 19%. Wonder if you'll know I made that up.
Wait a minute, Craig! Craig! Wait! Gee whiz, wait!
Oh, my goodness.
Hey!
Now, what's the matter here?
He took my magic box away from me.
I did not.
He took it away.
Leroy, let me have the facts.
I didn't take it. We traded. He said he'd trade the box for my Egyptian changing bag.
Is that right, Craig? Are you willing to trade your box for the bag?
The bag is torn. I want my box.
Is the bag torn, Leroy?
Just a small tear. Hardly shows at all. Outside of that, it's in perfect condition.
How much is the bag worth?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it wasn't worth any $8.75 brand new, was it?
No. But they're hard to get now. Or they will be one of these days. They might stop making them.
Leroy, give the boy his box. You run upstairs with Leroy, Craig, and you'll get your box back.
Thank you.
I tell you what I'll do, Craig. If you don't like the changing bag, I got a set of Chinese rings.
Upstairs, Leroy.
Okie doke. I think you like these things, Craig.
Leroy certainly sticks to the thing when he wants to. Yes, sir, there's a lot of bulldog Gildersleeve in that boy. Well, come on, bulldog. Get your teeth in old Judge Hooker here. Let's see. I was throwing statistics at him. Oh, yes. The average rainfall...
Craig, for Pete's sake, be reasonable. I want my box.
Leroy, give him his box.
He took my magic box away from me.
I did not. It was a trade. Gosh, Unc, he made the trade. The changing bag and the Chinese rings.
Well, that sounds fair enough. What's wrong with that?
The bag is torn and the rings are rusty.
I'm tired of this, Leroy. Stop trying to get Craig's box away from him and just play nicely.
Play what?
Go out in the backyard and play catch or something sensible and healthy. Can you catch a ball, Craig?
Sure.
He can't, Unc. He's a butterfingers.
Well, teach him. Ye gods, I'm busy. I have to write out every syllable I'm going to say there, as long as I have the general idea. Now what? Some more kids, I suppose. Come in.
Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, I am. Pardon me, I thought it was someone I knew at the door.
I'm Mrs. Bullard from across the street.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. Now I've met the whole family. There's a youngster of yours around here somewhere playing with my nephew.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I thought I saw Craig come over here.
Yes, he's here. Seems like a mighty nice boy, too.
Well, I'm glad if he's made a good impression, because I wanted to ask you to do us a favor. Do me a favor.
Anything at all, Mrs. Bullard, anything at all.
Well, I've just managed to make an appointment at the hairdresser's, and I wondered if I could leave Craig over here for the next couple of hours.
Is that all? Well, I thought you were going to ask a real favor. Craig is having such a good time with Leroy. That's nothing, Mrs. Bullard.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got to run now, but I'll pick up Craig as soon as I get back.
Don't have him on your mind. Well, pleasant woman. Seems a little young for Bullard.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
Huh? Oh, what is it, Bertie?
I guess I'll be going now.
Going? Going where?
Did you forget? You told me I could take this afternoon off, and it's 12 o'clock right now.
By George, Bertie, I had forgotten. Well, go along, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I'll be back around 4:30. Goodbye, Miss Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Bertie. Have a good... Oh, Bertie,
Something you want, Miss Gildersleeve?
on your way, just ask Leroy to come in here, will you?
Leroy ain't here. He left with Piggy about a half hour ago.
He left. What about that little boy that was with him?
He's just sitting out there in the backyard by himself.
Wait till I catch that Leroy. All right, Bertie. Thanks anyway.
You're welcome, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Leroy has the manners of a pig. Well, maybe I'll get a chance to do some work on him this summer. Let's see here.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
What is it, Craig?
I'm hungry. I want some lunch.
Bertie! Bertie! Confounded Craig, why didn't you think of that 5 minutes ago?
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve, who finds himself, with Bertie away, faced with the problem of providing lunch for himself and his little guest from across the street.
Well, come on, Craig. Let's go out to the kitchen and see what's there, shall we? What say?
I'm hungry.
I know you're hungry. We're going to get you a nice big lunch. All the things you like, too. What's your favorite?
Ice cream?
Yes, I know. But that would hardly do for lunch now, would it? What would you like for lunch?
Ice cream?
Well. Now, you know as well as I do that we don't eat ice cream for lunch. Now, let's see what we have here. Well, we have raspberry jam, if you like that. Bread and jam. And here's a can of tuna. You could have a tuna sandwich. Now, which would you like?
Ice cream.
Now, look, Craig, let's be reasonable, shall we? I've got work to do, and I've got to get back to it. We haven't any ice cream, and if we had some, you wouldn't be allowed to have it. Now, we've got all this nice stuff here. Make up your mind. Which is it going to be? What does your mother usually give you for lunch?
Ice cream.
All right, come on, we'll get some ice cream. Go ahead.
Why are we going in here?
Because you wouldn't eat what we had to offer at home.
Is this where they have the ice cream?
Yes, now go ahead.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
Who's your young friend?
This is Rumson Bullard's younger boy. Say hello to Mr. Peavy, Craig.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Sonny? Mannered little fellow, isn't he?
Well, yes, his manners are all right.
And what can I do for you today, young man?
Well, Craig and I dropped in for a bite of lunch. Climb up on the stool there, Craig.
Can you make it? Well, I should say so. My, you're a good climber, aren't you?
I can climb trees, too.
How'd you like to go and climb one? Craig's mother's gone out for a while, Peavy, so I get to take care of him.
Well, isn't that nice?
Uh-huh.
And what are you going to have for lunch, Sonny?
Ice cream.
Oh, but ice cream is for dessert. What are you going to have to start with?
Ice cream.
There's no use arguing with the child, Peavy. I've tried it. Just give him the ice cream.
Well, perhaps you didn't put it to him the right way, Mr. Gildersleeve. A lot of people get impatient with children. That never works.
No?
You see, Sonny, we don't start with ice cream. Oh, dear, no, because that'd spoil our appetite, wouldn't it?
It's no use, Peavy.
Now, if you want ice cream, you'll have to eat something else first. You know, a sandwich or something. You understand?
I tell you, it's no use.
Now, we have all kinds of sandwiches here. Chopped eggs, Swiss cheese, tuna, tomato.
I like tuna.
Tuna it is.
Why, you look... I offered him a tuna sandwich at home, and he said he didn't want it.
Yeah, perhaps the boy changed his mind, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's everybody's privilege.
Huh.
Now, there's your sandwich, Sonny. Want me to unwrap it for you?
I can do it.
Well, you're a big boy, aren't you? Fine lad. Fine lad. You see, Mr. Gildersleeve, you just have to know how to handle them.
Don't forget my ice cream.
No, indeed. Ice cream coming right up. Yes, sir. I've always found that reason works pretty well with children.
Well, I'm not against it, you understand. I always try reason when everything else fails. But you can't count on it.
Now, there's your dessert, Sonny.
Thank you.
Sandwich first, remember?
By George, I'll say one thing for you, Peavy. You certainly have a way with kids.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you have, definitely. I argued with him till I was black in the face. All you have to do is speak to him.
Well, it's really very simple, Mr. Gildersleeve. You have to remember that children are people, that's all, just like you or me.
You know, I'm glad to hear you say that, Peavy. I'm taking part in the debate with Judge Hooker tonight before the Parent Teachers Association.
Yeah, I saw that in the paper.
I was beginning to think maybe I was on the wrong side. Now, the judge, he thinks the only way to handle children is to get them into juvenile court and send them up for 5 years.
Well, the judge has never had any children of his own. Just between you and me, I don't think he knows anything about it.
He's going to find that out this evening.
I'm through. Can I have some water?
Why, Craig, you've eaten your ice cream.
And never touched your sandwich. Listen, you.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, Craig, you and I had an understanding, didn't we? You were to eat the sandwich first.
But I didn't want the sandwich.
Well, that makes no difference. We had an agreement. So I think you want to eat the sandwich now.
But I'm not hungry.
I told you wouldn't be hungry if you ate the ice cream first. But I'm going to have to ask you to eat the sandwich just the same.
But I don't want to.
Listen, do you want me to tell your mother you eat that sandwich?
But I'll get sick.
Well, you ordered it. Now eat it.
Come along, Craig. I'm afraid we've annoyed Mr. Peavy.
Spoiled little devil. If he were mine, I'd... Well, but he isn't.
Now, let's see here. Where is it? Craig, have you been... Oh, here it is. Let's see. I say, Miss Goodwin, my honored opponent, Judge Hooker, fellow members of the PTA.
Where's Leroy?
Where's Leroy? I've told you, Craig, I don't know where Leroy is. I suspect he's hiding.
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, he can't play with you. He isn't here.
When will he be back?
I don't know.
Where did he go?
For the 100th time, I don't know where he went.
I want him to play with me.
Look, Craig, I'm trying to work here. It's very important. I've got just half an hour to finish this. Now, you go upstairs to Leroy's room and find something to do, or by George, I'll... Well, you go upstairs, that's all.
I want Leroy to come with me.
Leroy isn't here. Ye gosh! Now what? If it isn't one thing, it's another. Well, Mrs. Bullard, so you're back.
Oh, I must apologize. I'm afraid I'm terribly late.
Not at all, not at all. Come in.
Is Craig here?
Yes, indeed. He's been here every minute. Oh, Craig. Craigie, darling, your mother's here.
Come, Craig. Oh, I do hope he hasn't been too much trouble.
Trouble? Not a bit. He's been a perfect little angel.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it. Come, darling.
Yes, indeed. Craig and I have gotten to be great friends. Haven't we, Craig? Haven't we?
Mr. Gildersleeve asked you a question, dear.
Cat's got his tongue, I guess. Well, he's probably tired. Had a big day.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I can't thank you enough.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to have him. Glad to have him anytime. We had more fun, didn't we, Craig? Yes, indeed.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Give my regards to your husband.
You must come over when we get settled.
Oh, I will. Be delighted. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Well, maybe I can get something done around here for a change. Where the devil was I? Maybe I'm going at this thing wrong. If I give all my arguments at the start, the judge will refute them. If I just stall and save all my arguments for the rebuttal, he won't get a chance to answer them. You old goat, that'll burn him up. Who's that? Leroy?
No, it's me.
Oh, hello, Marjorie.
Come on in, Marshall. Uncle Mort, you know Marshall.
Oh, yes, yes.
How do you do, sir?
Your little brother just spent the whole day here.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah.
Over here, Marshall. Have you got the record?
Yes, is there a needle in that thing?
Marjorie,
Yes.
if you don't mind, I'm doing a little work in here, so if you're planning to play the phonograph...
Oh, that's all right. You won't bother us.
Well, rather than run any risk of that, my dear, I think perhaps I'll retire to my study.
Oh, you're not disturbing us, Mr. Gildersleeve. Stick around.
Yes, stick around, Uncle Mort. You'll love this. It's called Sad Sack. Play it, Marshall.
I give up.
What's the matter, Uncle Mort?
Everything. I've been trying all day to get 2 minutes to myself here, but no. And this is the last straw. Ta-da, ta-da. When Bertie comes in, tell her I'll have my dinner served alone in my study.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know. He gets like that. Play it, Marshall.
Yeah.
By George, the judge is right about kids. They ought to send them up for 5 years. No manners, no conscience. Come in.
Excuse me.
Oh, you can take the dishes, Bertie. I'm through.
It ain't that. Miss Goodwin and Judge Hooker are here to take you to the school meeting.
Gee, what'll I tell Eve? I'm not prepared.
Gildy.
Oh, coming, Judge.
Haven't got much time. Meeting's called for 8.
Be right with you, Horace. Well, hello, Eve.
Good evening, Throckmorton.
Hope you're in good form this evening, Gildy, because I'm prepared to give you the trouncing of your life in this debate.
Well, I'm afraid there isn't going to be any debate this evening, Judge.
Why not?
Because you can't have a debate when 2 men are on the same side.
What?
Throckmorton, I don't understand. You mean that now all of a sudden you're in favor of corporal punishment for children?
Eve, if you'd spent the day I've just spent, you'd be in favor of capital punishment.
Oh, well, really, with all those people down there at the meeting, what are we going to do?
Now, don't get excited, Eve. I've got a better idea. Now, who wants to listen to a dull old debate? Do you, Judge? Do I? No. Entertainment. That's what they want. Now, I've got an idea that's going to be great. We can bring it up before the meeting tonight.
What's that, Gildy?
Why don't we put on a minstrel show?
The Parent Teachers Association?
Sure.
What a perfectly awful idea.
Oh, I don't know, Eve. It might be kind of fun.
Sure it would. Who's that fat lady I done seen you with last night, Jay?
That was no lady. That was my wife. Mr. Gildersleeve, what's the best way to raise spinach?
With a fork? Any fool knows that. Judge, I'll be down to meet you in a taxi, honey. Better be ready about 8:30. Oh, honey, don't be late. I'm going to meet you where... What do you got there, Leroy?
Oh, I got a new way to do the trick, Unc.
Is that the Mahatma's magic box?
Yeah, I traded it from Craig.
So you finally got it away from him, eh? What'd you give him for it, Leroy?
I gave him a pretty nice deal, Unc.
What did you give him?
Well, it might not seem so good to you, but a kid would love it.
What was it?
A solid glass doorknob. And 20 cents in cash.
Well, a deal is a deal, I guess. Good night, Leroy. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Why worry, homemakers, just because some of your favorite foods are scarce? Here's a very special kind of cheese food that's been helping women to make an endless variety of point thrifty main dish treats. It's Pabst-ett, Pabst-ETT. Pabst-ett, the delicious cheddar cheese food of 100 uses. Pabst-ett is rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor, melts quickly into a smooth golden cheese sauce that gives a grand flavor lift to macaroni, vegetables, eggs, chicken, and fish. Pabst-ett also blends temptingly into Welsh rabbits and soufflés, slices neatly when chilled, spreads and toasts to perfection for sandwiches and snacks. And it's downright nourishing and easy to digest. Buy both delicious varieties, golden cheddar Pabst-ett in the yellow package and pimento Pabst-ett in the red package. Ask for Pabst-ett, the delicious cheddar cheese food of 100 uses.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. About this time of the year, we like to give you June brides-to-be a little special advice. Not advice on how to make your first biscuits, but advice on how to serve them so they'll taste extra good. Just try spreading them with delicious Parquet margarine. Your meals are sure to get off to a grand start when you choose a spread that's as delicious and satisfying as Parquet. And you'll be getting off to a right start on your food budget, too, because Parquet margarine is downright economical. Remember, too, that Parquet is tops in food energy value, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So do as millions of homemakers do. Buy and serve delicious, nourishing Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Millions prefer Parquet to any other brand. Now let's see what's happening to the great Gildersleeve. We find him opening his morning mail, and among the circulars from plumbers, investment houses, and people who want to sell him a used car is a letter postmarked Wistful Vista.
Well, Wistful Vista.
Is it from Fibber McGee, Uncle Mort?
I suppose so, Leroy. Wonder what the little squirt wants now.
Is it from Mr. McGee?
No. Listen to this, children.
Who's it from?
The First National Bank of Wistful Vista.
Uh-oh.
You're wrong, Leroy. Listen, dear Mr. Gildersleeve, upon checking over our records, we find you have an unclaimed savings account with us, which we have taken the liberty of transferring to your bank in Summerfield. The amount, with interest to date, is $209.14.
We're rich. Yay!
I can't believe it.
What's going on in here?
We're rich, Bertie. Uncle Mort found some money.
My, this family gets crazier every day.
Stop it. Now, we're not rich, Bertie. We never will be.
You don't have to tell me, Mr. Gildersleeve. I gave up long ago.
But apparently I have come into a little money.
Where you going, huh?
I'm going to call Mr. Todd at the bank. Going to ask him if the money's come in. This might be McGee's idea of a joke, you know.
Some joke.
No worse than some of the... Oh, hello, Mr. Todd there. Mr. Gildersleeve. But if it is a gag, I'll take that little twerp McGee and squeeze $219.14 right out of his ears. Hello, Mr. Todd. I want to find out if you received a deposit from my account this morning from... You did? That's right, $209.14. Thank you. Stop it, you'll shake down the house.
What are you going to buy with all that money, Unc?
Well, I'm going to think it over. And in order to think, I need to be alone. And to be alone, I need a cigar. See you later, children.
Oh, that isn't fair.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this morning?
I'll tell you, Peavy. Give me 1,050-cent cigars.
What's that? Oh. Shall I put them in a bag, or will you just smoke them here?
Only joking, Peavy.
So is I.
But it just so happens I could almost buy 1,000 cigars today. Had a little windfall this morning. Savings account I'd forgotten all about.
You don't say?
Yep.
I've never been able to forget a penny. It must be a wonderful feeling.
Great. But I'm not blowing it all on cigars, Peavy. Let me have 3 of those 3 for a halves.
Yes, sir. That'll be 62 cents.
62 cents for 50 cents worth of cigars. That's inflation, Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. It's all taxes.
Oh, well, so long as I'm rich.
I wonder if you've considered investing this windfall, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Investing it? Well, I hadn't thought of that, but it might be a good idea.
Well, you could spend it, only most of the stuff you buy these days is junk. But after the war...
You're right. They're going to be reconverting pretty soon.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. The war isn't over.
Well, it's all over in Europe. If I take this money and put it into some company with good reconversion program, maybe I can get in on the ground floor or something nice and solid. Television, maybe.
Well, I wasn't thinking...
Air conditioning, maybe, Peavy. Or aviation. Everybody's going to own helicopters after the war.
I was thinking of something a lot solider than helicopters, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What was that?
I was thinking of war bonds. Care to buy one?
Oh. Well,
I'm sorry to bring this up, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I have a quota, and I thought that since you'd come into some money...
Well, Peavy, war bonds are a fine investment. Fine investment. Every citizen owes it to his country to invest in war bonds. It helps finance the war. It helps control inflation.
That's what I say.
Yes, sir. Put me down for a $25 bond.
That'll be $18.75.
Yes, sir. Glad to do my bit, Peavy. At the same time, a man's got to think of his future. So I'll just look around for some industrial investments, too. Reconversion is important, Peavy. They need capital.
Who?
Oh, various manufacturers. I'll find somebody that needs money. Don't worry.
I don't doubt you can do that.
Say, what am I worrying about? I got a financier right in my front yard. I'll bet Rumson Bullard knows plenty about investments.
What makes you think so?
Because he's retired. A fellow that retires has to have his money invested, and he has to watch it like a hawk, Peavy. If he loses it, he's got to go back to work.
Dear me.
Yes, sir. Should have thought of that in the first place. I'll go see Rumson Bullard right away.
What about the bond, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'll pay you later. It's me.
Oh, boy, I've decided what I want to buy, Unc.
Don't pay any attention to Leroy, Uncle Mort. I thought of something really practical.
Now, I'm not going to buy anything, so just save your breath.
Oh, Unc, I only want an electric saw. It only costs $16.50.
But we really need a sofa, Uncle Mort. I'm absolutely ashamed of ours every time Marshal Bullard comes over.
I didn't come home to argue with you children, and I'm not going to spend the money on fripperies. I'm going to invest it. Will you get out of my way, please, Leroy?
Me?
I'd like to go upstairs and put on a clean shirt if you'll permit me.
For corn's sake, you just got dressed.
Well, I'm going over and see Mr. Bullard for a minute, and I
Uncle
thought...
Mort, the furniture in this house is awful. The couch isn't fit to sit on alone, even.
The discussion is closed, Marjorie.
Well, I don't see why you should change your shirt just to go to see Mr. Bullard. You ought to see what he's got on.
I'm not changing it for him, Leroy. I just didn't notice when I dressed this morning how worn this shirt was. What's Bullard got on?
An old pair of pants like the ones you gave the clothing drive. And a dirty old sweater.
Is he doing some work in the yard?
No, he's just knocking a golf ball around out behind his house.
Golf ball? Well, that ought to be easy. I guess I won't change my clothes after all. Well, Mr. Bullard. Another addict of the grand old game, I see.
What? Oh, hello, Gildersleeve. You play golf?
Do I play golf? I'm afraid I'll have to plead guilty. Nice putting stance you've got.
Ernie Trafton taught it to me. He's the pro at the Stony Meadows Club out on Long Island.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. Is that where you played back east?
Mostly. That was my home club. Most of my friends played there.
A lot of Wall Streeters, I presume.
Wall Streeters?
Well, I imagine most of your friends were big stock market operators, weren't they?
Oh, no, just ordinary businessmen. Want to try a couple of putts?
Oh, thanks. I guess you've played the market in your time, haven't you, Mr. Bullard?
Well, I fooled with it a little, but it's bad medicine. Go on, hit the ball. The hole is that tin right over there.
Well, that's pretty clever, that little tin. Oh, yes, sir. But as I was saying, I'm thinking of reinvesting some of my investments. Some of my funds, Mr. Bullard, and I just thought that maybe as an old market manipulator, you might know a little inside information you'd be willing to pass along to a neighbor.
Well, I'll give you a tip.
I'm listening, Mr. Bullard.
Put your money in war bonds. And if you're not going to hit the ball, give me back my putter.
Well, I might as well putt.
Not bad. Wait, I'll drop another ball and see if I can beat you. There. Now.
We're about even. No, I think you're a little better. You were with United Refrigeration, weren't you, Mr. Bullard?
With them for 20 years, yes.
I was wondering, what would you think of United Refrigeration as an investment?
Gildersleeve, take my advice and stay out of the market. It's no place for amateurs, as I found out myself.
You'll never convince me you're an amateur, Mr. Bullard.
I'm not even that now. I'm out of it. Well, that is practically out of it.
I knew it. You've still got an interest in the company, haven't you?
Well, naturally.
Tell me, they'll be reconverting one of these days, won't they?
Of course they will. Well, that is, I suppose they will. I haven't any inside information.
Oh, no? Thanks very much, Mr. Bullard.
But what...
A word to the wise is sufficient. But don't worry, I won't tell anybody else. These millionaires are all alike. Cagey, trying to pretend he wasn't in the market. Just afraid some more smart people will get in there, too. Make it tough for him. But he certainly gave himself away. Yes, sir. Just grabbed myself a few shares of that United... Leroy! Confound that kid. I don't know how many times I've told him not to leave that bicycle on the side.
You called me, Unc?
Get this bicycle off the walk. It almost broke my neck just now.
Sorry, Unc.
I'm tired of hearing you say that, Leroy.
Well, there goes my electric saw. Darn no luck. Why did he have to trip over it? Gosh, if I found $200 practically lying in the street, I'd buy stuff for everybody. Expensive stuff, too. I'd buy everything I saw in Hogan's department store window.
I won't be able to get all this furniture immediately, but if certain plans work out...
Oh, Unky, darling. Furniture.
Now, my dear, there's nothing certain yet. Of course, it isn't certain the sun will rise tomorrow either.
How soon will you know?
Won't take very long if my calculations are correct. There might be a waffle iron for you, too, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you buy me a waffle iron, I promise you won't regret it.
Yeah, I know that, Bertie.
Waffle iron.
And if everything goes well, I might even get Leroy that electric saw. But don't tell him I said so.
Hee-hee, the old son of a gun. Well, I'll play along with him.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. And now a brief word picture of an appetite-arousing meal. In the kitchen, Mom has whipped up a big batch of pancakes. She flips them hot off the griddle. Johnny grabs one after another of those golden brown griddle cakes and stacks them on his plate. Pass the parquet margarine, please, he shouts, because that's the way they taste, extra good. And Johnny's right as can be. Pancakes, waffles, hot breakfast toast, and just plain slices of bread all taste extra good when you spread them with delicious parquet margarine. In fact, millions prefer parquet to any other brand. Millions like parquet's fresh, delicate flavor. They like the energy it helps to provide so economically. And they like the fact that every pound of parquet provides 9,000 units of vitamin A. So do as millions of homemakers do. Buy and serve delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve, the financier. For 3 days, he's been following the ups and downs of the stock market, and he's been like a kid on a roller coaster. Fortunately, there have been more ups than downs. Today, the 50 shares of United Refrigeration, which he bought at 4 1/4, have skyrocketed to 7.
7.5.
7.5. Now, when Gildersleeve gets hold of a good thing, he's not a man to keep it to himself. So when he sees his next-door neighbor, Mrs. Ransom, going by, he runs to the window and hollers.
Leila! Leila, where are you going?
Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Wait a minute, I'll be right out. Wait up, Leila. What's your hurry?
I'm on my way to the lending library. Miss Trimble just phoned me. I'm next on the list for Forever Amber.
Well, forget it, Leila. Come on up on the porch and sit down.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, come on.
I can't. I've been waiting 2 months for this book. I'll save it for you when I've finished, if you like.
Oh, I'm too busy to do any reading these days.
Well, if you're so busy, what are you doing home in the middle of the afternoon? Why aren't you down at the water department?
I'm letting my secretary handle that. I have more important things to attend to. Come on. Sit down for a minute, Leila.
You're being very mysterious, Throckmorton.
Well, I don't tell everything I know. But you'd better be nice to me just the same.
Now, why should I be nice to you? What have you ever done to deserve it?
Nothing. I just thought you might like to know that I came into a little money recently, that's all.
Let's sit right down here on the grass, Throckmorton, stop it.
Why should I?
Oh, please, there's a little boy coming.
Oh, him. Hello, Craig.
Where's Leroy? I want him to play with me.
Leroy? He's in the house somewhere, I guess. Why don't you go ring the bell?
Who's she?
Oh. Well, this is Mrs. Ransom. She lives next door, Craig. Leila, this is Craig Bullard.
How do you do, Craig? My, you're a fine big boy, aren't you?
Where's Mr. Ransom?
Well, Mr. Ransom is no longer with us. Now, if you want Leroy, just go ring the bell.
I want him to come out. I want him to play with me.
Well, just go ring the bell and he'll come out.
What are you doing?
We're sitting on the grass. What does it look like we're doing?
I want Leroy to come out and play with me.
All right, go get him. We're busy here. Gee, God.
Just go right up to the door, honey. Don't be afraid. Leroy! Oh, Leroy! Leroy isn't here!
He's there, all right, Craig. Just walk in. Now, where were we? Oh, yes.
Throckmorton, you were telling me about some money or something.
You stick with me, Leila, and you'll wear diamonds.
I couldn't possibly accept a diamond from a man I'm not even engaged to.
Well, I didn't mean that literally.
Oh.
But I can tell you how to make some money, Leila, if you'd like to.
Would I? How?
Promise you'll be nice to me?
We'll see.
Well, come here.
What for?
I want to whisper in your ear.
Whisper what?
A secret.
What's the secret?
United Refrigeration.
What?
United Refrigeration, Leila. It's a stock. I bought 50 shares at 4 1/4 3 days ago, and already it's up to 7.5.
Is that good?
Good? If it keeps on at that rate, Leila, I figure in 4 months it'll reach 132. That's where I sell. And make a tidy little profit.
Oh, I think it's so exciting. I've always been dying to make some money in the stock market, but my husband, Beauregard, he was always so conservative. All he left me was some little old municipal bonds. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell them and buy what you've got.
And you know what I'm going to do, Leila? I'm going to collect a little broker's fee right now.
Throckmorton, let go, silly. Here comes Judge Hooker.
Oh?
Well, a little gambling on the green, huh?
You mind your own business, Horace.
Oh, Horace, I'm so glad you're here. After all, you're my attorney.
Do you need one?
What Well, I suppose I ought to consult you as long as you're here. You know those little old municipal bonds that Beauregard left me?
Sound as the rock of Gibraltar, Leila. Not a thing to worry about.
Yes. Well, I've decided to sell them.
What?
I'm going to sell them and buy some stocks, the kind that Throckmorton has.
Leila, are you crazy?
Now, just a minute.
Gildersleeve knows absolutely nothing about the stock market.
Listen, people go around making such a mystery out of the stock market. It's as simple as ABC, Judge. Just buy when it's low and sell when it's high. That's all.
How do you know when a stock's going to go up? How do you know that it won't go down?
Never mind how I know. I know, that's all. I bought 50 shares 3 days ago at 4 1/4, and already it's up to 7 1/2.
What did you say was the name of the stock?
Ha! I'm not telling. But if Leila here wants to buy some...
Uncle Mort!
Yes, my dear?
Your secretary's calling from the office.
Tell her I'm in conference. Tell her I can't be disturbed. I'll call her back.
I've been telling her that all day.
And Marjorie...
Yes?
Do me a favor. Call up Mr. Todd at the bank again and ask him the latest quotation on United Refrigeration.
Ask him what?
Just ask him how my stock is doing. He'll understand. I've been in touch with him all day.
The market's closed by now.
Oh, ask him what time the market opens in the morning.
Now, Leila, my advice to you is let the stock market strictly alone.
Leila is taking her advice from me, Judge.
Well, come to think of it, Horace may be right, Throckmorton. Down home, everybody said poor old Colonel DeLacy never would have shot himself if it hadn't been for the market. And, of course, they're all as poor as church mice now, the DeLacy's.
Why, I know of a case right here in town. Man bought stocks on margin, got caught short, wound up committing forgery. In the pen right now. And his family's on relief. I hope you haven't bought this stock on margin, Gildy.
What did he say, Marjorie? Did you get him? What did he say?
He said the stock is at 9.
9? Hee-hee! That's up 1.5 points. What did I tell you?
And the market opens at 5.
5 o'clock in the morning? That's impossible. It opens at 9.
Oh, that's right. It's the market that opens at 9. He said the stock has dropped to 5.
5? What do you think, Judge? Do you think I ought to sell?
There's not a thing you can do till tomorrow, Gildy. My advice to you is to sleep on it.
Sleep on it? How am I going to sleep on a thing like that? I won't sleep a wink, Judge.
Now, Gildy, I wouldn't worry. I have a very simple rule that I follow in these cases.
Oh? What's that?
Buy when it's low and sell when it's high.
Oh, go on and laugh, you old ghost. One, 2, 3, 4. 4 o'clock. I'll never get to sleep. Why did I do it? Why did I do it?
7 1/2. 7 1/4. 7. 6 3/4. 6 1/2. 6 1/4.
Buy when it's low and sell when it's high.
Oh, shut up.
6. 5 3/4. 5 1/2.
Oh, no.
5 1/4. 5. 4 1/2.
What happened to 4 3/4?
4 1/4. 4. More margin, please.
But I can't.
More margin.
Well, give me time. Give me time. Peavy, I've tried everybody in this town. At least you're my friend. You'll lend me some money, won't you, Peavy?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Mr. Todd, please, you've got me with my back to the wall. If you say no, I'm ruined.
No.
But this bank... I'm an old depositor here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're not in business for our health.
Then think of my children. My little nephew, Leroy.
What do you read? I get your papers here. Please, mister, buy a paper. Please, I'm hungry.
And my little niece, Marjorie.
In the name of sweet charity, anything at all. A crust of bread, even. Not for myself, but for my poor old uncle. He can't even go out of the house. He hasn't any shoes.
Bless her heart. And then there's good old Bertie.
Nobody knows
How about it, Mr. Todd? Are you going to let these children starve? Are you going to let them sell birdie down the river?
Sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. We'll have to close you out.
Holy smoke, what's the matter?
Pete, what's your fault?
Oh, Lord Leroy, what's happened?
Oh, it's all right. Unc just fell out of bed.
What time is it?
About 8:30.
8:30. The market opens at 9. Get out of here. I've got to get some clothes on. I've got to get over and see Bullard. Oh, hello, Craig. Is your daddy in?
Where's Leroy?
Leroy is at home. Is your papa in?
I want Leroy to come over and play with me.
Look, Craig, I'm a little in a bit of a hurry. Yes, it's important. Is your father home? I want to see him.
What do you want to see him about?
Never mind what I want to see him about. Just go tell him I'm here.
Someone at the door, Craig?
A man.
Yeah.
Oh, hello there, Gildersleeve. Run along, Craig, and go and finish your breakfast.
Mr. Bullard, I don't know if you heard, but United Refrigeration's dropped 2 points.
Well,
I thought you'd want to know. I mean, we got to do something. I mean, you've got influence. If you threw your support behind it when the market opens...
What business is it of mine?
Well, you own stock in it, don't you?
United Refrigeration? I told you I got rid of all of that 2 years ago. As a matter of fact, I got rid of all my stock 2 years ago.
But I thought...
Yes, sir. I sold out all my holdings, and I put in every nickel I had into government securities.
Government securities?
War bonds. And between you and me, I've never regretted it. No blood pressure when the market drops, no more indigestion, and I can sleep like a baby at night.
Well, that's more than I can say.
After all, I don't know where you're going to find a smarter investment, but then I don't need to tell you.
Oh, no. No, indeed. Not us smart fellows. Well, thanks for the tip, Mr. Bullard. Thanks anyway. Got to be going now. Just thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Look out there. I told Craig not to leave that there.
Everywhere I go, bicycles. Mr. Todd, I've got to see you.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, feeling bullish this morning?
I'm feeling terrible. I want to sell out. I want to dump all my holdings.
You're sure you've considered this?
All night long.
Well, after all, you've only held the stock for 3 days.
You don't have to run a horse all season to know when it's a dog.
Oh, Miss Honrath, what's the latest quotation on United Refrigeration?
United Refrigeration opened at 4 1/4.
That's just what I paid for it.
Well, now, it might go up.
It might go down. Sell it before I go crazy.
Sell 50 shares for Mr. Gildersleeve's account. Now, might I ask you, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you're contemplating some other investment?
You darn right I am. War bonds.
A very wise choice. There's no sounder investment. How much shall I put you down for?
Oh, no, you don't. I'm buying these from a place I can trust.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, war bonds are war bonds, no matter where you buy them.
Well, I'm not taking any chances. I'm buying mine at the drugstore. And not only that, Peavy, it's your patriotic duty.
That's what I say.
This war isn't over yet. No, sir. We still got the Japs to beat.
That's what I say.
You hear all this talk about post-war conversion. I'll bet you don't hear any of that on Okinawa.
That's what I say.
Any man who doesn't put every cent he's got into war bonds, he's not only unpatriotic, but he's a darn fool. Because war bonds are the best investment in this world, bar none. So don't let anybody come in here and tell you ought to ease off on the war bonds and put your money into something else. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Well?
That's what I say.
Very well. And if I ever do it again, Peavy, I hope you'll give me a good swift kick in the shins.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that.
I mean it, Peavy. Well, goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. The bonds will be mailed to you. And thanks for the order.
Not at all, Peavy. Thank you.
The great Gildersleeve. It's a good name for him. What a character. Well, it takes all kinds, doesn't it? That's what I say.
I heard that, Peavy. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
And now here's special news about a really different kind of cheese food. A cheese food treat you can serve in 100 or more delightful ways. It's Pabstet, spelled Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. Pabstet is a different kind of cheese food because it spreads like butter at room temperature, slices neatly when chilled, and melts with luscious smoothness into an appetizing sauce that you pour over macaroni, hot vegetables, chicken, and fish for extra cheese flavor goodness. Pabstet toasts to perfection, too. Makes grand sandwiches and snacks for all occasions. Pabstet is extra nourishing, extra easy to digest, and the children simply love it. Treat your family to both tempting varieties, Golden Pabstet in the yellow package and Pimento Pabstet in the red package. Tomorrow, buy Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food of 100 uses.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Well, the season for picnics has rolled around again, and you'll certainly want to include in your lunch basket a variety of sandwiches spread with delicious parquet margarine. Parquet margarine spreads so smoothly, adds such appetizing flavor to sandwiches, it's sure to please your whole family. It's sure to please guests at your picnic, too, because parquet margarine is a favorite spread of millions, known far and wide for its truly fine, fresh flavor. Parquet margarine is also a splendid energy food, you know, and every single pound provides 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So add Parquet's nourishing goodness to your picnic sandwiches, just as you add it to meals at home for a real satisfying flavored treat. When you buy margarine, be sure to ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the delicious spread millions prefer to any other brand. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's look in on the great Gildersleeve's household. It's breakfast time, and while Marjorie and Leroy are at the table, Uncle Throckmorton has not yet put in an appearance.
Leroy, stop dumping sugar in your cocoa.
Who said so?
I said so. It's disgusting.
I have to put in quite a lot to get it the way I like it. Bertie won't let me put honey in it anymore.
Well, I should hope not. Pig.
Leroy, I think maybe you better call your uncle. He'll be late to the office.
Well, he's up. He's been up a long time.
How do you know?
I heard him fall down in the bathtub.
Maybe he hurt himself.
Nah, I heard him say some things after.
Oh, I think I hear him coming now. He'll claim he's in a hurry, Bertie. You better bring him to work.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, good morning, children.
Good morning, Unky.
Hi.
Breakfast coming right in, Miss Gildersleeve.
Fine, Bertie. Gee, I'm late.
Yes, you are. You look very sweet, though. I love that necktie.
Now, Marjorie, I didn't even have time to shave.
Really? I never would have noticed. Oh, Unky, there's something I wanted to ask you.
I thought so.
Shut up. I wanted to ask you last night, but I was asleep when you came in.
Oh, what is it, my dear?
Would it be okay for me to work at Hogan Brothers after school and on Saturdays?
What's this?
Hogan Brothers need a sales girl in their sub-deb shop. Can I do it?
Well,
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Orange juice, scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee.
Thank you, Bertie. I'll have to eat and run this morning.
Francie had the job 3 weeks, but she quit. She said it was easy.
Then why did she quit?
Would you kindly mind your own business, brother dear?
What is this sub-deb shop, Marjorie? What do they sell?
Clothes, of course. I know just as much about clothes as any girl around. Certainly no more than Francie. Her mother won't even let her pick out her own clothes. Can I have the job, Unky?
I'm sorry, my dear. I don't think it would be right.
But why?
I have a number of very good reasons. Pass the salt, please, Leroy.
Here.
Let me tell you something, my dear. Your uncle occupies a position of some distinction in this town. That's what Hogan's want to take advantage of.
But I haven't even asked Hogan's for the job.
Don't do it. They'll grab you faster than they grabbed Francie. They like the idea of the water commissioner's niece punching a time clock and saying, yes, madam, to heaven knows who.
Oh, Unky, just from 3:30 to 5:30 every afternoon and 9 to 5 on Saturday, that's nothing at all.
It's not the hours I'm objecting to, my dear. It's the whole idea of the job.
But it would be such good experience. And $22 a week, please, Unky.
No, Marjorie, I'm trying to bring you up as a girl who will make someone a nice wife. Be a good mother to some nice children.
But, Uncle Mort, don't you want me to have any career at all?
I do not. A woman's place is at home, married or single.
But that's so old-fashioned. Why, even married women work these days. Lots of wives work.
Well, if I had one, she wouldn't. Except a little around the house, maybe.
Do you think that's all a husband wants, a housekeeper?
I know that no normal man wants a wife who spends the day in an office or a store.
Well, I think you're mean. I'm trying to earn a little money so I won't be a burden to you and I can have a few clothes.
The discussion is closed, my dear.
Well, I still think you're mean.
Now, Marjorie.
Better get going, Leroy. It's 10 minutes of 9.
Dear gosh! Where'd I leave my arithmetic book, Marge?
I don't know. Don't expect me to keep track of it.
Did you have it, Uncle Mort?
What would I be doing with your arithmetic book, Leroy?
I don't know. I thought I left it right here on the mantel. Hey, Marge, wait for me.
Well, hurry up. Is this your book here in the Newell Post?
Oh, yeah, I left it there so I couldn't miss it.
Well, come on.
Say goodbye, children.
Go on.
I guess you got to go yourself, ain't you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I'm late. Oh, coffee's cold now.
You got time for a fresh cup?
No, I got to get going.
I got it right here.
Well, there's no use going to the office if I can't function after I get there. Half a cup, Bertie.
Yes.
Oh, a little more than that.
Yes, sir.
Bertie, what do you think Marjorie's got into her head now?
I don't know, Miss Gildersleeve.
Wants to get a job. Doesn't want to do housework when she grows up.
Is that a fact?
She doesn't understand what fun it's going to be someday to make a home for some nice young man. Take care of his clothes, cook his meals, keep his house looking neat and nice. She doesn't realize what a pleasure that can be for a woman.
No, sir, I guess you don't.
There's something else she doesn't realize, Bertie. She doesn't realize how hard men's work is. She doesn't know the strain it is to be responsible for an organization, to have to plan, make decisions. She just isn't growing up, Bertie.
No, sir, she's just a child.
Well, got to get down to the office. Yeah, another day at that desk. See if you can find some meat for supper tonight, Bertie. I'll be home at 5:30 and I'll be hungry.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, Miss Gildersleeve. I sure would like to be a water commissioner just long enough to get a little rest.
Hi there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Floyd.
You're a little late this morning, even for you.
Yes, my alarm clock isn't what it used to be.
My wife ain't either, but she still wakes me up. You coming in for a shave?
A shave? Oh, no, I've got time, Floyd. Is it very noticeable?
I'll say. You better come in and look in the glass.
Looks worse than I thought. My niece told me it looked all right, but she was trying to get something out of me.
Well, once over lightly?
And make it snappy.
Yeah. Your niece giving you the old malarkey, huh? What you want, money?
Not exactly. She wanted me to let her take a job at Hogan Brothers.
Wish I had a kid that could bring in a little dough. Could close up Saturday afternoons.
I'm afraid we have different standards on this question, Floyd. I disapprove of my niece working. I believe woman's place is the home.
Oh, well, I'm with you there, Commissioner. My wife goes out when I take her. But now, kid, that's something different.
I don't think so. I want her to get married, that's all.
Sure, I understand that. Let her be somebody else's headache.
My niece is not a headache. I simply want to bring her up to be a good wife and a good mother.
We ain't arguing, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're 100% eye to eye. But there's another angle. Where's a girl going to meet her husband these days?
I'm not worrying about that either, Floyd.
I had a cousin, a girl, my father's brother's family. And this girl, well, she wasn't exactly homely. Figure was okay. She was pretty good if you walked up behind her. But, brother, she had a nose I don't know where it come from. Nothing like it in our family.
I came in for a shave, Floyd.
Oh, sure. Well, this girl used to sit around the house waiting for her husband. And her mother give parties for her, and her old man practically told her to get married in so many words. And I'll hand it to her. She tried. But the fellas would take one look at that beezer and then run for home. Just lay down, Commissioner. Let me loosen your collar.
Make it snappy, will you please, Floyd?
You bet. Well, this kid finally took a job in a drugstore. And what do you think? Inside of 3 weeks, she married a soda jerker.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. Hooray. Look, Floyd, I'm late.
Of course, she was lucky to meet this guy. He's the only man in the world with a nose bigger than hers.
Well, I'm sure they're very happy.
You ought to see their kids. They look like baby elephants. Now, I don't say your niece has any problem like my cousin.
My niece has no problem, Floyd. She wants to work for fun.
Fun? Is she crazy?
No. Floyd, I've got to get to the office.
Oh, now, Commissioner, it don't make any difference when you get there. You know that.
Let me onto the chair, please.
Now, Commissioner, just relax. I'll have you shaved in 5 minutes.
Well, I'll relax on one condition. Don't talk anymore. Just shave me.
Okay. I can take a hint. Customer don't want conversation. All they got to do is say so. Got to please all kinds. Some like talk, some don't. I remember one customer.
Well, I'm good and late now.
Well, it isn't the great Gildersleeve finally arriving at his office. Good afternoon.
If you have business to discuss with me, Judge, kindly step inside.
You know darn well I have business to discuss with you. I've been waiting for you nearly an hour.
Well, my secretary is supposed to remind me of these things.
I reminded you last night.
That Bessie, I'm going to have to let her go. Yes, sir, I'm going to... Where is Bessie?
Some office. Well, if the boss never gets in till 10, you can't expect the help to do any better.
What was it you wished to see me about?
Well, it has to do with a change in the city's contract with the liability insurance people. They seem to feel...
I think I hear Bessie sneaking in. By George, I'm going to have to let her go. Bessie!
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Good morning, Bessie.
Bessie, is this the hour at which you're supposed to arrive at the office?
No, sir.
Have you any explanation? Can you tell me why you should get here an hour later than your employer? You're supposed to open the office, Bessie.
Oh, well, I didn't think you'd mind just this once. I had something quite important I had to do this morning.
Oh, you did? Had it anything to do with the affairs of the water department by any chance?
No, sir. I was meeting a train.
A relative, no doubt.
No, sir. Just a friend.
Well, perhaps you'd like to spend the rest of the day with your friend, would you?
Yes, sir, I would.
Perhaps you'd like to spend the rest of the week with your friend.
Yes, sir, I would.
Perhaps you'd like to resign from the water department.
Yes, sir, I would. What? Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie! Bessie, wait! Bess!
Now you've done it.
Well, I've been meaning to do it for years. She's the worst secretary ever born.
What do you do next?
Hire another girl. Take a couple of weeks to break her in, but anybody will be better than Bessie.
Where are you going to find another girl?
Summerfield Employment Agency. Good, reliable firm. And by George, I'll get a good-looking one this time. After all, she has to meet the public, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Horace, why don't I have them send over half a dozen girls and you and I spend a couple hours interviewing them? Is that a bad way to spend an afternoon?
No, it isn't, Gildy.
Yeah, you're darn right it isn't.
But I think you're going to find it a little difficult to arrange.
Nothing to it. Just call the employment people.
I called them myself last week. They're out of business.
Out of business? Why?
Well, in the first place, they couldn't find anyone that needed a job, and in the second place, they couldn't find anyone to answer the phone.
Oh!
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. And now here's something that's always with us, that problem of preparing good, tasty meals. You homemakers face that problem 3 times a day. And that's all the more reason you'll welcome Parquet Margarine, a delicious spread that can add fine flavor to every single meal you serve. Parquet's flavor is fresh, delicate, satisfying. That's why Parquet is one of America's favorite spreads for bread, toast, and rolls, and a flavorsome seasoning for hot-cooked vegetables, too. Parquet also adds wonderful nourishment to meals because it's so high in food energy value, and because every single pound provides 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So treat your family to delicious, nourishing Parquet at every meal. Buy the delicious spread that millions prefer to any other brand. Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Remember, millions prefer Parquet to any other brand. Well, things are in a fine mess with Gildersleeve. Seems he was a little hasty in firing his secretary.
I didn't fire. I let her go.
Anyway, now he's squarely up against the woman power shortage with all the monthly bills to get out. After a bad day of struggling with them alone, he comes home early and slumps down in his chair to read the evening paper.
Might just glance through the want ads. How can I read my paper? Leroy, what are you doing up there? Well, stop it. I mean, can't you do it more quietly? Okay. How can a man concentrate with that going on? Help wanted. Help wanted. Plenty of help wanted, but no help. New York 2, Cincinnati nothing. Leroy! I just finished telling you. Come down here. Come on down. Okay. I'd like to know what kind of arithmetic that is. Oh, solo mio.
Did you want me, Unc?
Did you have to shake the house down?
Oh, me?
Let it go, Leroy. Where's Marjorie?
Across the street at the Bullards.
She spends entirely too much time at the Bullards.
Been over there all afternoon, practically. I've been upstairs doing my homework.
So I've heard.
Oh, here's Marge now. Unc wants to talk to you.
I'll be right in.
Where have you been all afternoon?
You know where I was. You were over there.
Well, what's the idea of spending all your time over
Now, Leroy, I'll handle it.
Handle what?
Nothing, my dear. Nothing at all. Have you had a pleasant afternoon?
Wonderful. You know what? Marshall's going to teach me to play tennis this summer.
Oh, triple goody.
Well, that's fine, my dear. But I've been thinking.
He gave me my first lesson today. He says he thinks I have the makings of a good player.
How would he know?
It just happens that Marshall is a very fine tennis player. It happens he was on the tennis team at school, the last one he went to.
Ha!
Well, he was.
Don't cause me to laugh.
Leroy, if we'll be not asking too much, I'd like a few words with your sister.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Unc wants to talk to you, Marge.
I've been thinking, my dear, about what we were saying this morning. About you're going to work this summer.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Mort. It was just an idea. I don't care now, really. I'm sorry I made such a fuss.
Yeah, but you don't understand. I was going to ask you how you'd like to act as your uncle's secretary.
Your secretary?
Yes, temporarily anyway. I lost mine today.
Uncle Mort, I thought you were against women having jobs.
Well, this is different. This wouldn't be for pay.
What?
All right, I'll even pay you a little something.
Hey, no fair. If Marge doesn't have to go to school, why should I?
No one said anything about her not going to school, my boy. She can work for me in the afternoons till school is over, then she can work full-time this summer. Might even be able to use you, too. Afternoons, I mean.
What would I have to do?
Sharpen pencils, empty wastebaskets, stamp envelopes, whatever an office boy does.
How much would you pay me?
As much as I think you're worth.
Is that all?
On second thought, I'm afraid I'd better not try to do it, Uncle Mort. I'm afraid Marshall might not like it.
Marshall might not like it. What has he got to say about it?
Well, he offered to teach me tennis. Now, if I have to tell him I'm not going to do it just so I can take a job, just so I can make a little money.
You tell him you're going to do it because your uncle said so. That's why. And you, Leroy.
I was thinking of taking up polo, Unc.
You'll be down there right after school tomorrow, both of you, at 3:30 sharp.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in some time. Not since yesterday.
I'm a busy man today, Peavy. My time is not my own. I'd like a bite of lunch.
A little late for lunch, isn't it? 3:15. We don't usually serve lunch here after 2 o'clock.
What difference does it make? All you serve is sandwiches anyway. What have you got there?
Well, let me see. You seem to have the tongue on rye.
That the same tongue on rye that was lying there yesterday?
Not necessarily.
Well, that's good enough, I guess. I'm in a hurry. Let me have that.
No sooner said than done. Care for a little mustard on it? No extra charge.
Haven't got time.
Right, you are in a hurry, aren't you?
Terrible day, Peavy. End of the month. I've got to get out all the bills, and I'm short-handed.
How's the sandwich?
It's the one I thought. Been around for days.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Something to drink?
No, thanks. I'll be lucky if I get this down.
A little dessert, maybe.
Well, something I can take with me. One of those things there.
Oh, these? They're called nubs.
That doesn't answer my question. What are they?
Well, between you and me, they're Fig Newtons. They come 4 to the package, cellophane wrapped, sell for 5 cents. They're put up by a reliable concern.
Yes. Give me one of those.
They're a trifle smaller than the standard Newton, you see. Makes a nice mouthful.
All right. Give it to me.
By the way, you just missed your niece.
Marjorie?
Yeah, she was just in here with that Bullard boy.
Confound it, what is she doing in here? I told her she was to go straight to the office the minute school was out.
They had a soda and a Battleship Sunday.
Yeah, that's the younger generation for you. Hanging around drugstores when they should be accomplishing something. Now, you take Marjorie, Peavy. I offered her a nice little opportunity today.
That's all?
Yeah, working for me. Sort of a secretarial position.
You're going to hire Marjorie as your secretary?
Well, there's a war on, you know. Anything wrong with that?
Nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Nothing.
Well, what is wrong with it?
Nothing. I've just always thought it was a mistake to have relatives working for you, that's all.
Marjorie's not a relative. She's my niece.
I know, but even so, I had a younger brother, Mrs. Peavy's, as a sort of assistant here one summer, entered some time ago.
Oh, what happened?
Well, by the end of the summer, Mrs. Peavy and I were only speaking to each other through a third party.
Serves you right for being fool enough to hire him.
That's what I say.
How'd you ever get rid of him?
Well, fortunately, he set the house on fire and she threw him out. Everything was all right again then. But my advice to you, Mr. Gildersleeve, if advice is what you want...
Well, it isn't. I want my check.
Oh. Let's see, number 15, 20, 21. Kind of a hurry, aren't you?
I told you I was in a hurry when I came in here. Got to get back to the office. When I went out, I put a sign on the door, out to lunch. That won't look so good at 3:45.
Whom did you wish to see, please?
Oh, stop. Come on in, Marshall.
Hi, Leroy.
Did you have an appointment?
Pay no attention to him, Marshall. Where's Uncle Mort?
Out, I guess. There's a sign on the door. Take a letter, Miss Forrester. Dear Mr. Picklepuss.
Get out of there, Leroy. That's going to be my desk.
Okay, I'll take Unc's office.
Better not let him catch you. Sit down somewhere, Marshall.
That's okay. I'll just sit on the desk here.
Oh, Miss What's your name? If I want you, I'll ring for you.
Isn't he awful?
No, he's a good kid. A pest, but a good kid.
He's a pest, all right. Let him ring.
No kidding, Marge. Are you really going to work here?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Every afternoon?
I suppose so.
All summer?
What if I do?
But we'll never see each other. After school, I mean.
Miss Funnyface, I rang.
Oh, go away.
Remind me to fire you in the morning.
Well, if your mind's made up, I guess there's nothing more to be said.
Hey, Marshall, wait a minute.
Well?
Does it mean so much to you if I work here or not?
Well, I just happen to think that a woman's place is in the home, that's all.
But that's so old-fashioned. You sound just like Uncle Mort.
Well, maybe I am old-fashioned. But I don't like the idea of any girl that I'm the friend of. Well, I don't like the idea, that's all.
Surely a woman is entitled to a life of her own.
Sure, go ahead. I hope you enjoy it.
Marshall, wait.
Oh, look where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, hello, Marshall. My fault. I didn't see you.
Oh, no, it was mine. Excuse me. Well, I guess I'll be going then, Marge.
Oh, don't, not yet.
Yeah, I guess I better. See you around.
Marshall!
Marshall.
Let him go, my dear. This sort of thing should not be going on here in the office anyway. Not during working hours.
But I haven't started working yet. I've got to speak to him, Uncle Morris.
Now, you stay right where you are. We have a few rules in this office, young lady. One of them is keeping strict hours. I fired one secretary for that yesterday.
Well, I'm not your secretary yet.
Well, let's have that clearly understood at the start. Just because you're my niece don't mean that I'm going to show you any favoritism. If you're going to work here, you're going to have to abide strictly by the rules at all times.
Then I'm not going to work here.
What's that?
I never wanted to work here in the first place. That was your idea.
I'll thank you to remember that I'm your uncle and you'll do what you're told.
You may be my uncle at home, but at the office you're just a dictator.
Oh!
No wonder you can't keep a secretary.
Can't keep a secretary? You're fired.
What's going on?
You too.
What did I do?
You're fired. Fire 'em. Now what am I going to do? Got to get help here. Got to get help. Never should have let Bessie go. It may have been no bargain, but at least she never sassed me. Much. Yes, her Bessie was all right. A lot better than some. I wish I could get her back. She hasn't got a phone, that's the trouble. Well, I suppose I could go over there. Hate to go crawling to her, though. Well, I won't. I'll just bring her a bouquet of flowers.
Why, it's...
Yeah, it's me, Bessie. Mr. Gildersleeve. Mind if I come in?
Oh, no, I guess not.
Thank you. Well, these are charming surroundings you have here. I've never had the pleasure of visiting them before.
You mean you're not mad anymore?
Oh, I never was mad, Bessie. No, I just lost my head there for a minute, I'm afraid. War nerves, I guess. You shouldn't have taken it seriously. Oh, brought you these flowers. Just a little token that we're still friends, eh?
Gee, flowers. I don't know what to say, but thanks. I'll put them in water later.
Yes, Bessie. I've come to tell you that you can have your job back.
Well,
To ask you to take it back, in fact.
Oh, well, that's awful nice, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I don't know if I could now.
Why not?
Well, you see, there's this friend of mine I told you about, Stanley Wazansky. He's a sergeant, and he's been after me to marry him all this time, and today I sort of promised him, sort of.
Oh, Stanley Wazansky. Well, that's fine. Go ahead and marry him. What's wrong with that?
You wouldn't get sore?
Sore? Why should I? If you love him, marry him with my blessing and take the day off.
Oh, gee, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't hardly know what to say.
Take the weekend off. Have a honeymoon. And Monday morning, your job will still be waiting for you.
Just a minute, Bud.
Huh? Who's he?
Ain't you going to introduce me to your fat friend, Bessie?
Oh, well, this is Stanley, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do, Sergeant?
So you're Mr. Gildersleeve. I heard about you, and I heard how you treated Bessie.
Oh, well, that was all a misunderstanding. It's all been straightened out, hasn't it, Bessie? Yes, indeed. She's going right ahead with the wedding. And after that, she's going to get her job back. Yes, sir.
Oh, no, she ain't.
Huh?
No wife of mine is going to work, see?
All right.
With me, a woman's place is in the home, see?
You needn't push.
And I don't want you hanging around, neither. Now get out.
Why, you...
You heard me.
I heard you.
And take your crummy roses.
Oh! Why, you can't do that to me. I'll have you know I'm a veteran. Yeah, I guess you didn't hear me. Wait a minute. Listen.
Well, what's he doing hanging around here? Answer me that. Go ahead, answer me that. What's he doing hanging around here?
Well, maybe all is not lost. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, when meat takes a holiday on your menu, as it so often does these days, liven up your meals with the wonderful cheddar cheese flavor of Pabstet. For here's another fine protein food, and it's really different. Pabstet melts, slices, spreads, and toasts to perfection, so you can use it in 100 or more delectable ways. Blended into a smooth, luscious sauce, rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor, Pabstet adds extra goodness to macaroni, vegetable, egg, and chicken dishes. Pabstet is equally delicious in sandwich spreads, goes swell with fruit or pie for dessert. And it's a cheese food children love, especially since Pabstet is so nourishing and so easy to digest. Why not buy both delicious varieties? Golden Pabstet in the yellow package and Pimento Pabstet in the red package. Be sure to ask for Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food of 100 uses.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, present Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. One of the biggest problems any mother has is to serve foods that make a hit with the children. And that's why so many mothers like to serve delicious Parquet Margarine, a spread that really helps satisfy hungry young appetites. Parquet is a big favorite with children everywhere because it's the spread that tastes so good. Naturally, children love to spread Parquet on bread, toast, and crackers because it adds such flavor goodness to these wholesome foods. And Parquet adds good nourishment, too. Parquet is a top-notch energy food, and it's fortified by Kraft with 9,000 units of important vitamin A in every single pound. So treat your youngsters and the whole family to this nourishing spread that makes so many foods taste so much better. Buy the delicious spread millions prefer to any other brand. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. And now let's see how things are going with the Great Gildersleeve. Well, it's a matter of public record. In the Want Ad section of the Summerfield Indicator on May 26th appeared this item.
Wanted secretary. Must be experienced and neat appearing. Able to take dictation, do typing, filing, bookkeeping. Bring references. Apply water department between 9 and 10 a.m.
From the Summerfield Indicator of May 30th.
Wanted secretary at water department. No experience necessary.
From the Summerfield Indicator of May 31st.
Girl wanted at water department, $25 a week in car fare.
From the Summerfield Indicator of June 1st.
Girls make big money this easy way. Personal assistant to important executive in essential industry. Big future, generous salary, Saturdays off, 2 hours for lunch, vacation with pay. Apply now and get in on the water department picnic, June 16th. Prizes for all. Don't miss it. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Summerfield 2371. Phone day or night.
Evening, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, anybody phone, Bertie?
No, sir. Phone didn't ring all day.
Nuts. Oh, good evening, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
How long before dinner? I'm going to have to go back to the office and work tonight.
Dinner's in the oven right now, Mr. Gildersleeve. Won't be but a few minutes. I was just finishing setting the table here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to work late tonight. Till all hours, I'm afraid. Where the dickens
You'll
is...
find the evening paper right beside your chair there.
Oh. Yeah, I'll probably work till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe 3.
You'll be wanting coffee with your dinner then.
Buckets of it.
I thought you were going to get Miss Marjorie to help you down at the office, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that didn't work out. Where is Marjorie?
She's upstairs doing her homework.
Homework? Oh, where's Leroy?
He's doing his homework, too.
Both of them doing their homework?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Must have gotten their report cards today.
I guess you can come and sit down now, Mr. Gildersleeve. Things are just about ready.
Good, Bertie. Thank you. Marjorie, Leroy.
What do you want?
Dinner.
Okay. Come on, Marge. Dinner.
Who the... I'll go, Bertie. Oh, it's that Bullard kid.
Is Leroy playing?
I'm afraid not, Craig. It's Leroy's dinner time. Must be your dinner time, too.
I've had my dinner.
Oh. Well, Leroy hasn't had his yet, so...
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy'd be very glad to play with you, I'm sure. But it just so happens that we're just sitting down to dinner, so perhaps some other time.
I want him to play with me.
Look here, you're letting in the flies. Either come in or stay out.
I'll come in.
All right, but I warn you, we're sitting down to dinner.
Hi, guess what I did in school today? Oh, it's you.
Hi, Leroy.
Little friend of yours, Leroy.
Can you play?
No, I'm busy.
Leroy, come here a minute, my boy. See if you can find a way to get him to go home, will you?
Go home.
No, Leroy, not that way. Now, Craig, your mother's looking for you, I'm afraid.
No, she's not. My mother's not home.
Oh. Well, your father is then. Your father's looking for you.
No, he's not. He's looking for my mother.
What was that?
Mr. Gildersleeve, dinner's on the table.
Oh, right away, Bertie. Marjorie!
Right down.
Now, Craig, I don't know what you're going to do, but we're going to eat. Well, my dear.
Hello, Unky. Have a good day?
Horrible, horrible. Have to go back tonight.
Oh. Hello, Craigie.
Hi. Somebody at the door.
They've come for Craig, maybe.
Oh, hi, Mike. I suppose you're looking for Gorgeous. She's inside.
Well, I'm really looking for my kid brother. Is he here?
I'll say.
Hello, Marshall.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. Gosh.
Yeah, good evening, my boy.
Oh, good evening, sir. Gee, Marge, I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days, it seems like.
Yes.
I know. I've been busy.
I saw you after gym yesterday, but you didn't see me.
Yes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, supper's getting cold.
Yeah, right away, Bertie. So you've come for your little brother, eh, Marshall? Well, Craig?
Oh, yes. Get your things, Punk. We're going home. Say, Marge, what are you going to be doing after?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing particular. What are you going to be doing?
Nothing particular.
Yes.
Come on, Marshall. Let's go home.
Wait a minute. We could do our history together, Marge.
Well, I've done my history, but I guess I could go over it again.
Marshall, come on. I want to go home.
Keep your shirt on. I'll tell you what we could do.
Mr. Gildersleeve, shall I put it back in the oven?
Spare ribs? You leave it right where it is, Bertie. I'm going to eat if I have to eat alone. You'll pardon me, Marshall, if I partake of my supper, which has now been cooling on the table for some 15 or 20 minutes.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Bertie, so help me, those are the finest spare ribs I ever set tooth to.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them. They're kind of hard to get these days.
You know, Bertie, what you ought to do? You ought to open up a little place, a little restaurant, where you could serve nothing but spare ribs. Spare ribs and coffee. You'd make a fortune.
Oh, go on.
I mean it. Wouldn't she, Leroy?
Uh-huh. Here, you better let me bring you a finger bowl, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You better bring Leroy a tub.
I hate spare ribs. It's so hard to get me meat.
Well, if you weren't afraid to pick them up in your fingers.
But they're so greasy.
It's the only way to eat them, my dear.
Miss Priss. Look at me. I'm not afraid.
You don't have to rub it in your hair.
Now, children, there's something I want to speak to you about, both of you.
Doorbell.
And that's it. No more of your friends calling at mealtime. Do you understand? No more. Leroy, sit still.
There's somebody at the door.
Bertie is quite capable of answering it. Bertie?
I'm coming.
If that's a friend of Leroy's, Bertie, just tell him to go away.
Yes, sir?
I'll not have our meals made a shambles by these constant interruptions. Your friends haven't manners enough not to call at dinner time, yes, Bertie?
It's for you, Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Ransom.
Leroy. Will you excuse me, my dear?
Well, just this one.
I showed him to the parlor, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Well, Leila.
I'm afraid I've come at a very bad time, Throckmorton.
No, not at all. I was just finishing dinner. Have to hurry down to the office.
This evening?
Yeah, 2,000 bills to get out and no secretary.
Oh, dear. I was hoping we could have a nice long talk. Well, I'll tell you about it quickly then. I have the most wonderful idea.
Oh, what's that?
I'm thinking of going into the antique business.
Antiques?
Yes. You see, I've got that big old highboy over there that belonged to my grandmother Beecham. It's no use to me in the world, and it's just in the way, and I thought, well, now, why don't I just sell it?
But, Leila, you'd need more than one highboy. One sale, and you'd be out of business.
Well, it wouldn't just be antiques. I could do interior decorating, too. People have always told me I had a natural color sense and a knack for making things homelike, if I do say so myself.
Oh, you have, definitely. But starting a business.
Oh, this wouldn't be like a business exactly. But I do think women should do something these days, don't you? After all, with the war on. So I thought if I could open this antique shop and at the same time be helping the war effort.
Help the war effort? I don't get the connection.
Well, gracious, if you're going to do nothing but discourage me.
Leila, I'm not trying to discourage you. If you want to do something, that's great. But say, why don't you come to work for me?
Work for you? What kind of work, Throckmorton?
At the water department. You'd be my personal secretary. Secretary to the water commissioner. How would you like that? Will you do it, Leila?
Well, I don't know, Throckmorton. I kind of had my heart set on an antique shop. After all, there's my grandmother Beecham's highboy there.
Just for a week. Try it for a week, and if you don't like it, we'll call it quits.
Well...
All you have to do is address the bills.
Address bills?
And be my private secretary.
Well, all right, Throckmorton, I'll do it. Maybe this is a good way to start.
Sure.
But you'll have to pay me, understand? I'm terribly expensive.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we can come to terms, Leila. See you at the office then, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
9:15 then. 9:30?
Well, if I can make it.
Great, 9:30.
There's just one trouble about all this, Throckmorton.
What's that?
Doesn't solve a thing about my grandmother Beecham's highboy. Oh, but I'm keeping you from your dinner. We'll worry about that later. I'll be running along now. See you at 10.
Huh? Oh, yeah, see you at 10, yeah. Goodbye. I gotta get going. I'll have my dessert now, Bertie.
Coming right up, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, 7:45 this very minute. Pass the cream, will you, Marjorie? Leroy, pass... Wait a minute.
Well?
What am I hurrying for? I just hired a secretary. Hee-hee!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now that warm weather is here, you ladies will be serving more sandwiches and snacks. And a way to make them taste extra good and to make them extra nourishing, too, is to spread bread or cracker treats with delicious Parquet margarine. Parquet gives a real lift to summertime meals because Parquet's flavor is so fresh, so delicate, so satisfying. Parquet also helps provide food energy, something that's especially important in your family's summer diet when so many other foods you eat are low in energy value. Parquet margarine is a top-notch energy food, one of the very best, and it's fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So for real flavor enjoyment, for extra energy, for vitamin A, serve delicious, nourishing Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Remember, millions prefer Parquet to any other brand. Now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who, having engaged a secretary, feels like a real executive for the first time in a week. At least he did feel like an executive. Now, however, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, and Leila has not yet arrived at the office.
Water department, good morning. You want your water disconnected? You bet. What's your name, please? Delahanty? D-E-L... Pardon me, there's a call on our other line. Water department, good morning. Want your water turned on? Certainly. Wonder if you'd mind holding a line for just a minute. Thank you. Now, hello, Mrs. Delahanty. Oh, Mr. Delahanty. Pardon me. Sorry to keep you waiting, but Leila, where have you been?
Good morning, Throckmorton. I brought you some flowers.
Yes. Just a minute, Mr. Delahanty. Leila, take this call while I handle the other one.
But I don't know what it's about.
Just take it, will you, please? Now, you want your water turned on, you say?
Hello?
Was that name McCutcheon?
Well, what is it you want, please?
McCutcheon. Yeah, and the address, please.
Well, you didn't tell me what you wanted.
279 Lakeside. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure there's someone here who can help you, madam.
He's a man, Leila.
Oh.
You bet, Mr. McCutcheon. We'll have somebody over there this afternoon. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I think Mr. Gildersleeve may be able to help you if you... Oh! You have no right to speak to me in that tone of voice.
Leila?
Well, you may be a customer, but you're no gentleman.
Leila, give me the phone. Give me the phone. Hello, Mr. Delahanty. Yes, sir. You bet. Well, new girl, you know. Just started this morning. You know how that is.
Well.
Yes, sir. 316 Valley Road. Yeah, take care of it this afternoon. Sure, Mr. Delahanty. You bet.
I don't think I'm going to like it here, Throckmorton.
Why not?
Well, if you're going to be rude to me...
Me? Now, how have I been rude?
You haven't even said good morning. You never thanked me for the flowers.
I haven't had a chance, Leila. I've been on the phone ever since you came in. I think the flowers are lovely.
I don't think I'm going to like it here, Throckmorton.
Why not?
Well, if you're going to be rude to me...
Me? Now, how have I been rude?
You haven't even said good morning. You never thanked me for the flowers.
I haven't had a chance, Leila. I've been on the phone ever since you came in. I think the flowers are lovely. There's 2,000 bills over there that should have gone out last week.
Throckmorton, you haven't said a word about my dress.
Dress?
It's new. I bought it specially for the office.
Cute.
Do you really like it?
I should say I do. Now, about the bills.
I thought I should get something not too dressy so that people who came in would know I was tending strictly to business. But at the same time, I wanted something feminine so you could feel proud of me when you take me to lunch.
Lunch?
Well, it's a little early, but if you're hungry, let's go. I'm free tomorrow and Thursday, Throckmorton, but Friday I already have a day.
But, Leila, hello, Peavy.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve. Quite a stranger. What can I do for you this fine day?
Just a sandwich and a glass of milk, please.
Yes, sir. Seeing it's Friday, how about a nice tuna sandwich?
What else have you got?
That's all.
All right, tuna.
And a glass of milk. You haven't been ill, have you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Ill? No.
Here's a sandwich. And your milk. I guess it's just that you haven't been in for several days.
Well, I've been lunching at the Summerfield Grill.
Noisy place.
Yes, it is a little noisy.
That businessman's blue plate they put up is a fairly nutritious meal. Runs into money, though. It's 40 cents a day.
Well, I've been going a la carte, Peavy.
You don't say.
Yeah, a la carte for two.
Lady, I take it.
Well, my secretary. Yes, she's a lady.
That's what it takes.
But this is purely a business arrangement, Peavy.
Oh, naturally.
Well, it is. It just happens that, well, I've engaged Mrs. Ransom as my secretary for the time being.
Oh. I didn't realize Mrs. Ransom had secretarial training.
She hasn't.
No shorthand?
No.
Probably operates a typewriter, though.
No, she doesn't operate a typewriter.
Understand bookkeeping?
No! But nevertheless and notwithstanding, it's purely a business arrangement.
That's what I said. Aren't you going to finish your sandwich, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I'm going to the Summerfield Grill for the businessman's blue plate. The only place in town where a man can eat in peace and quiet.
Well, now,
Don't say it! Ye gods, Peavy!
Fat man shouldn't get excited like that. Oh, well, it's his blood pressure.
Where is she? Leila!
I'm in here, Throckmorton, in your private office.
In my... Oh.
Here I am, curled up in your big chair.
Well. Anybody call me?
No, but an awful man came in. He claimed he was your engineer out at the reservoir, but I just know you wouldn't have a man like that working for you.
Did he say his name was Uncle Charlie?
He didn't say. He was just a nasty old man with nasty old gray whiskers, and he used a type of language to which I'm hardly accustomed.
Yeah, that's Uncle Charlie, all right.
He frightened me, Throckmorton. I gave him a quarter and told him to go on about his business.
Oh! Uncle Charlie wouldn't like that, Leila. Well, I guess he'll be back. Anything else?
Some tool salesman called. I told him you weren't interested.
Tool salesman?
Uh-huh.
Wasn't the fellow from the Tri-State Tool and Valve, was it?
That sounds like the name.
Oh, my goodness, Leila, I've been after that man for a month. We need a new snifter valve out at the reservoir.
What kind of valve?
Sniff, never mind, Leila. Oh, well, back to the old grind.
Oh, you work awfully hard, Throckmorton. I had no idea you worked so hard.
Well, that's a man's life, Leila. Shoulder to the wheel, nose to the grindstone.
I suppose so. You know something? I was a little nervous when I first came down here to work for you.
Nervous? What about?
Well, you see, I happen to know what goes on between the average businessman and his secretary.
Where do people get these ideas? That's a lot of nonsense, Leila. That kind of thing only goes on in the movies.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, Throckmorton.
Well, there may be an occasional case. But if a man ever gets mixed up with a secretary, he'll never get any work done.
Absolutely. Anyhow, I decided I'd just let you know right off at the start that as far as I'm concerned, our relations will be strictly business.
Okay. Well, I guess I better call the Tri-State Tool people.
Oh, you really should relax for a few minutes after lunch, Throckmorton. You drive yourself too hard, you poor boy.
Yeah, but I got to get after that snifter valve, Leila.
Oh, I'll call the man for you. I like doing things for you.
Well, I wish you'd finish up those bills. After all, that's the main reason I got you in here.
Oh, but look at all the other ways I'm being useful. I sharpened all your pencils this morning. Did you notice?
Where are my pencils, Leila? I couldn't find them.
Oh, I'll put them right here in your desk drawer. Oh, that's funny. I don't see them. I must have left them out there by the pencil sharpener.
Oh, great. Well, thanks anyway.
I think I'm going to like being your secretary, Throckmorton.
Well, that's good.
I've always been afraid to work before because I was just sure some man would try to take advantage of a business relationship.
Well, nothing to be afraid of. Probably isn't one businessman in Summerfield to do a thing like that.
Well, I happen to know that's not true. You know that office building across the street from Dr. Peck, the dentist?
Yeah? What about it?
Well, the last time I went to Dr. Peck, there was some man kissing his secretary in the office across the way.
Wonder who has that office.
I don't know, but I got so interested I forgot to ask for Novocaine.
You know, you've given me an idea, Leila.
Really? What?
I think I'll take advantage of our business relationship.
Throckmorton, don't you dare.
Oh, just one little kiss. What harm can be done?
Don't you come near me, you hear?
Come on now, Leila. Oh, come here, you little bitch. Now I've got you. Now, give me a kiss first.
So that's the way it is, huh? I might have noticed.
Charlie, what's the idea of walking in here without knocking?
Knocking. I heard the Dad Buster's rummage going on in here, and I thought maybe somebody was robbing the place.
Oh, how humiliating.
Yeah, don't worry, Leila. Charlie won't say anything about this.
Throckmorton, you're disgusting.
What's that, sister?
I'm not your sister. If you will excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I shall continue with my regular duties.
Confound it, Charlie. You ought to have more brains than to come busting in here like that.
I thought you'd reached the age of sense, Commissioner.
I have not.
Who the dickens is that woman, anyway?
She happens to be my secretary, Charlie.
Your secretary? Well, I thought the last one was bad, but this one takes the cake. Did she tell you that I was in to see you a while ago?
She said something about it, yes.
She treated me as if I was some kind of a dad-busted bum. And that ain't all. Al Kingman just called me from the Tri-State Touring Valve. Said she threw him out on his piazza, too.
Well, that's not true. She just kind of postponed Al.
Postponed him? Commissioner, you can call her whatever you dad brain please. But a woman like that's got no place in the water department.
Now, Charlie, it's very hard to get help these days.
You're not fooling me a bit, Mr. Gildersleeve. If I hadn't happened to walk in, catch her red-handed, that'd be different.
But, Charlie...
Now, you just get rid of this overaged blonde and hire a woman that can tend to business.
You're talking a little loud, Charlie.
You'd better get another girl.
But I don't know where to find anybody else.
Then I'll ask you one more question. Do you know where to find another engineer?
Well, I could probably... Charlie, you wouldn't be...
The heck I wouldn't. You think it over, Commissioner. It's either me or... It's her.
Well, all right, Charlie, I'll get rid of her. Yeah, the question is, how? How to do it. How to do it.
I'm going home now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
Don't forget to lock the office.
Oh, wait a minute. Leila.
What is it?
I'm sorry I forgot myself this afternoon.
I'd prefer not to discuss it if you don't mind. Goodbye.
You're not thinking of quitting, are you?
No. I've made a bargain and I'll stick to it.
Oh.
Providing you can remember to be a gentleman.
No, I guess not. You're developing into a darn good businesswoman, Leila.
You think so?
Oh, one of the best. I never would have thought that. Well, you know.
Oh, you're just like all the rest. You think just because a woman is attractive, she can't possibly have any brains or executive ability.
Well, I was wrong. In fact, I was so wrong, I think maybe I'm being a little selfish in keeping you just as a secretary.
It seems awfully sudden for promotion, Throckmorton, but if you have confidence in
No, it isn't exactly that, Leila, but I've been thinking about that antique business you mentioned the other day. I think you could make a go of that, Leila.
Oh, I'm sure I could.
So why don't you try it?
Perhaps I will someday.
Oh, not someday. Now. Strike now while the iron is hot. Open up a business. Make yourself some real money. Get a few more pieces of furniture into your house, Leila, and stuff you can sell, of course. Then have a grand opening. Send out engraved invitations.
Hire a caterer and some music.
That's it. But you got to get organized now, Leila. Time is of the essence.
I'll do it. Of course, there's one problem.
What?
That grand opening and all might cost quite a bit of money.
$75 or $80 to take care of the whole thing.
Would it?
Sure.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so smart. You just know everything.
Yeah. Well, pretty near, anyway.
I'll bet you can even think of a way for me to raise that $75, can't you?
Yeah, I'll bet I can, Leila. Oh, how do I get into these things?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you busy?
No, Bertie, just balancing my checkbook. 18, 25, 31.
I was thinking about what you said the other day.
Oh?
I talked to my friend about it, and he knows where I can get a place.
Place?
Yes, sir. He thinks I could rent it for $25 a month.
25? What are you talking about, Bertie?
About what you said the other day. Don't you remember? You said I should open up a place and sell spare ribs.
Bertie, you want to keep working here, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then don't ever pay any attention to anything I say.
Good night, Bertie. Good night, everybody.
The music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Vern Smith speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. And now here's another Kraft quality food product that's sure to add flavor zip to your mealtime, lunchtime menus. It's Kraft Salad Mustard, a tangy golden salad mustard prepared to Kraft's own special recipe. It's a creamy, smooth blend of choice mustard seed, fragrant spices, and mellowed aromatic vinegar. And you can use this delicious salad mustard in foods and on them with taste-tingling results. Kraft Salad Mustard adds a delightful flavor tang to salad dressings, perks up those cream sauces you pour over hot-cooked vegetables and fish, gives an appetizing lift to egg and cheese dishes. Kraft Salad Mustard is a real flavor treat on sausages and cold cuts, too. And say, there's also another zestful variety, Kraft Mustard with nippy horseradish added. Your dealer has both kinds. They're both delicious. Ask for Kraft Horseradish Mustard and the tangy golden Kraft Salad Mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. First, a special message. This summer, 4 million emergency workers are urgently needed on American farms. You can help by devoting your spare time and energies to the task of cultivating and harvesting these vital crops. Plan now to be a Victory Farm volunteer. And now, here's good advice to everyone who's working extra hard these days. Help replenish some of that energy you use up each day by spreading delicious parquet margarine on bread, toast, rolls, and crackers. Parquet, you know, is one of the very best energy foods you can eat, and it's fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for delicious, satisfying flavor and for good nutrition, too, serve Parquet at every meal. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. And now, The Great Gildersleeve. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The water commissioner homeward plods his weary way. And leaves the world to darkness and to me.
Wonder what's for dinner. Tired tonight. Tired but happy. Grass needs cutting. Oh, well, perhaps I can interest Leroy in the problem. Anybody home?
Hello, Unky.
Oh, I didn't see you there, my dear.
How'd it go today?
Oh, pretty well. My secretary's back.
Bessie?
Yeah, Bessie's back.
Well, how come? Tell me about it.
Just hang my hat here and I'll be right in.
She didn't get married?
No, her boyfriend walked out on her. Terrible thing. good evening, Bertie.
I'll have your dinner ready in just a few minutes. Now, don't you worry.
Well, who's worried? Did I say anything about dinner? I'm in no rush.
No, sir, but I know when you get home, you like your dinner.
Ye God, you think I never thought about anything but eating. What are we having, Bertie?
Well, sir, there's a war on.
All right, don't tell me.
But I think you're going to like it.
Any mail come today, my dear?
I don't know.
Bertie, any mail today?
Yes, sir, there's a package came for you. It's up there on the mantel.
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things? Package, eh?
Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
What's the package?
I don't know.
What's in it?
I don't know. I'm just unwrapping it.
Who's it for?
It's not for you.
Well, who's it from? Look on the outside there. It usually tells.
Will you keep your hands off of it?
Okay.
The package was addressed to me.
I just thought you might like to know who it was from, that's all.
That we will find out all in good time. Well,
What is it, Uncle Mort?
a book.
Nuts.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. I just thought it might be something, that's all.
What is the book, Unky?
Well, it's something I subscribe to. The Book of the Century Club. This is the first one they've sent me.
Who got you into that?
Nobody got me into it. It was recommended to me by your principal, Miss Goodwin. Recommended very highly, in fact.
What's the name of the book, Unky? You haven't told us that.
Well, let's see here. It's called America What? Oh, sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
What's it about?
Well, it says underneath here, Civilization at the Crossroads.
Boy, I can hardly wait. Can I read it next, Unc?
Wouldn't hurt you to do a little reading, Smarty, instead of listening to those radio programs.
Aren't you right?
You too, my dear. Wouldn't do you any harm either.
I read all the time.
Yeah, movie magazines.
Well, I haven't seen you read a book in 5 years.
Well, I've been busy. I'm going to start tonight.
Miss Gildersleeve, dinner.
Ciao, Unc.
Go right ahead, children. I'll be right in.
Leroy, you don't have to trip us first.
America What? By Lloyd Q. Smith. Very interesting. 319 pages.
Finished, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, you can take it, Bertie. Just leave my coffee, will you?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you going any place tonight?
No, Bertie. Just planning to spend the evening at home with a good book. Why?
I wondered if it would be all right if I go to the movies tonight with Lily B. Seems like I ain't seen a movie since Romance on the Rancho.
Go ahead, Bertie. But what was Romance on the Rancho?
Oh, it was just a picture. It had that Jack Dunlap in it. He killed me, that man.
Oh? Who's Jack Dunlap?
Never heard of Jack Dunlap? I bet Miss Marjorie knows him.
Sure, he's married to Linda Delacourt.
Who's Linda Delacourt?
A starlet. They split up for a while, but now they're back together. He gave her a diamond collar for her Scotty.
You see what I mean, Marjorie? If you spent more time reading worthwhile books instead of all that movie stuff, everybody ought to do more reading. You too, Bertie.
Seems like I don't get much time for reading somehow.
Anybody can get time if they make time. Now, I'm a busy man, but I'm going to spend the whole evening reading a book. I expect to enjoy it, too.
Yes, sir. Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll take my enjoyment at the movies.
All right, Bertie, go ahead. Goodness knows you've earned it. Let's go in the other room, shall we, Marjorie?
Okay.
Yes. Let's see. Where did I... Leroy, are you reading my book?
Are you kidding?
Well, get up out of my chair. Doorbell, Bertie.
I'm coming.
She's coming.
Oh, good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Bertie. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, I think he's right in there.
Hello, Judge. Come in.
Well, little family gathering. Hello, Marjorie. Leroy.
Hi. Hello, Judge.
Get your hat on, Gildy. We're going down to the Jolly Boys Club.
Not tonight, Horace.
Oh, you got to. I just found out this morning it's Peavy's birthday.
Yeah? Well, what do you know?
Yeah, I called up 4 or 5 of the boys, and we're going to get him down there and give him a little surprise party. It'll be more darn fun.
Gosh, I'd like to.
Oh, come on.
He can't. He's got to do his homework.
What's that?
Miss Goodwin assigned him a book. He's got to read it and give a report.
Leroy, that's not true. I'd go if I wanted to, only I don't want to.
What's this about a book?
Well, is there anything so strange about it? I plan to spend the evening here with a book.
Alone?
Certainly.
Doesn't sound like you. Must be a fascinating book. What is it?
Well, I've got it right here. It's called America What?
America what?
That's it. America What?
Who wrote it?
Let's see. Lloyd Q. Smith.
Who's Lloyd Q. Smith?
Well, he's a writer. He's important.
How do you know?
Because this company only publishes important books. It's the Book of the Century Club.
The Book of the Century Club. What does it do? Publish one book every 100 years?
All right, it's a mighty good book, and I intend to read it.
Well, if you get tired of the book club, drop in at the Jolly Boys.
I have better things to do, Judge.
Night, Marjorie. Night, Leroy.
Night. Good night.
Say good night to your uncle for me. Bookworm.
Go on, you illiterate old goat. Well, if there are no more interruptions, I may be able to get a little reading done. Just get settled here. What are you reading there, my boy?
Huckleberry Finn.
Well, that's a good book. Why don't you read something, Marjorie?
I may later. I'm writing a letter now.
Yes, nothing like reading. Wonder if you'd mind getting me a couple of cigars, my dear, over there in the humidor. Always like to have them handy when I read. Leroy, would you be good enough to shove that footstool under my feet?
Oh, what's that?
Never mind, I'll do it.
I'm going down, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, Bertie, have a good time. Bertie?
Yes, sir?
I wonder if you have any apples out there. Might like an apple later to munch while I read. Relieves the monotony sometimes to have something to chew on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. There ain't an apple in the house.
Oh, yes. Well, let it go. Good night, Bertie.
Good night, sir.
Yeah. Kind of friendly and nice, isn't it? Everybody reading here and writing letters. Leroy, your uncle spoke to you.
What's that?
I said it's kind of friendly and nice here with everybody reading.
How can I read with you talking to me all the time?
Excuse me. Well, see what the book says here. Who are you writing to, Marjorie?
Aunt Hilda.
Oh, good girl.
I've owed her a letter for about 3 months.
Give her my love. You know, the thing about reading...
Oh, for course sake,
What's the matter with him?
He gets like that.
Well, what I was going to say, you spend all your time running around and seeing people you call your friends. But books are your best friends if you only knew it. Yes, sir. I remember an old professor of mine at college saying to me, Professor Griswold. He taught me English literature. Old Grizzly, we used to call him. Oh, Grizzly. George, I haven't thought of him in a long time. Grand old fellow and a great teacher. All the students loved him and looked up to him. I was a sort of a pet of his. He used to invite me over in the evening sometimes, and we'd sit there in his study in front of the fire and discuss good books. I remember him saying to me one time, Gildersleeve, he said, Marjorie, where are you going?
Well, if you'll excuse me, Uncle Mort, I think I'll go upstairs. I've been trying for months to get this letter written, so if you don't mind...
Not at all. Go right ahead.
I'd love to hear about your professor sometime.
Yes, go along. Seems I'm not very popular around here. Well, Griswold was right. Books are a man's best friend. At least they don't run out on you. Well, let's have a look at this one, see what the fellow says. Here we are, Chapter 1. The 20th century will one day be known as the century of communication. And it's from this point of view that I wish to make a brief survey of world events of the last 50 years. In Europe, the tensions and anxieties of the 90s had erupted into flames. In Asia, the Japanese Empire still slumbered unaware of its tragic destiny. And in America, what? Well, he's got something there. But what is it? I might just read it again. Griswold used to say, always read for the sense. Don't just look at the words. Good old prof. Yes, those were the days. Those were the days. Well, try this again. The 20th century will one day be known as the century of communication. I follow it so far. At least from this point of view, I wish to make a brief survey of world events of the last 50 years.
If I may interrupt for a moment, we don't want to wake Mr. Gildersleeve, but we would like to bring you now a message of some importance from our sponsor, the Kraft Cheese Company. The next time you homemakers leaf through your favorite magazines, notice especially the large number of recipes and menus that call for fortified margarine. No doubt you'll want to try some of these recipes and menus soon. And Kraft's Parquet is the fortified margarine you'll surely want to use, because Parquet's flavor is so fresh and delicate, its texture so smooth for easy spreading and for blending with other foods. Parquet is a favorite with women everywhere, preferred by millions to any other brand. And remember, every single pound of Parquet is fortified with 9,000 units of important vitamin A. It's also tops in food energy, so buy Parquet soon. See if your family, too, doesn't prefer this delicious Kraft quality spread to any other brand. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, Gildersleeve has fallen a victim to the Sandman. A happy smile makes a dimple on each pudgy cheek. He must be dreaming.
Finest college in the good old USA.
Oh, he's dreaming of his alma mater.
Hi, Throckmorton.
Oh, hi, Charlene.
You want to sit next to me?
Do I want to sit next to the queen of the campus? I sure do.
This morning, students, we shall begin to consider the most fruitful period of our poet's career, when Keats began to pluck with his magic fingers the same inspired lyre which Homer, Milton, and Dante had plucked centuries before.
Hey, Charlene, what are you doing tonight?
Anything you say, Throckmorton.
What is more gentle than a wind in summer? What is more soothing than the pretty hummer that stays one moment in an open
That
flower?
Catlers are having a weenie roast tonight. You want to go?
That sounds swell.
I'll pick you up right after supper.
Now we ask ourselves, what is the poet's meaning in the passage we have just heard? Mr. Gildersleeve, can you tell us?
Me?
You're the only Gildersleeve in this class, are you not?
Well, I want to... Yes, sir.
Well, then give us your notion of the poet's meaning in this passage.
Was it, something about life?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I would like to see you in my study at 8 o'clock this evening.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I regret that I have found it necessary to send for you. The fact is, however, that your work in my class thus far would be a disgrace to a sophomore in high school.
But, Professor...
Your knowledge of English literature is infinitesimal. Your appreciation of poetry is microscopic. In addition, you're inattentive and your spelling is atrocious.
Professor...
Unless you can show a marked improvement in your work, I shall be compelled to place you on probation.
Probation? That would mean I'd have to resign as assistant manager of the golf team.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
What you for? Zerp? Must have dropped off there for a minute. Where's... Oh, yes. I was reading. Book. Yes. The 20th century will one day be known as the century of communication. By George, that's a good thought. Deep, but good. Kind of stuffy in here. Maybe I ought to get a little air. I'll just... Foot's gone to sleep. Pins and needles.
Did you call, Uncle Mort? I thought I heard something.
Oh, no, Marjorie. I was just thinking out loud. I believe I'll go for a little walk.
Oh, all finished reading?
Well, just for the moment. Big mistake to read too much at one time, my dear. Read a little, then reflect. Read and reflect. That's what my old professor used to say. Old Prof. Griswold. Griswold. Dried up old fossil. The air is nice tonight. Nice moon, too. The Jolly Boys. By George, that's a terrible quartet. Hooker's always flat. Yes, sir, they really need me. Maybe I ought to just... No, I'll get back to my book. Hey, that moon. I wonder what Eve Goodwin is doing. Might be good to get her slant on the book. Hello, Eve.
Why, Throckmorton, what a surprise. Won't you come in?
Well, for a minute. Guess what I've been doing,
Come
Eve?
into the parlor and see how you like it. I've changed everything around.
Looks fine, Eve. What do you think I've been doing?
I've got the sofa where the table used to be, and of course that meant moving these chairs to face the other way. I think it's much nicer, don't you?
Great. What do you think...
Throckmorton, I wonder if you could do me one favor.
Oh, nuts. Favor? Sure. What is it?
I'm just dying to know how the piano would look over here against the wall.
The piano?
It's only an upright, but it simply won't budge for me.
Well, let a man try it. You sure it isn't nailed down?
Oh, no.
The darn thing must be solid lead. There. Now she's coming.
Oh, careful, Throckmorton. Oh, there, that's just the place. How do you think it looks?
Perfect.
Well, I'm not so sure. But let's sit down for a minute anyway, shall we?
Eve, guess what I've been doing?
What?
I've been reading.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been reading a book.
I'm afraid the piano isn't right there.
Forget the piano, ye gods. I tell you, I'm reading a book.
Well, it's nothing to get hysterical about. What are you reading?
The latest book of the century selection. America What?
Oh, are you reading that, too?
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
My copy came yesterday morning, and I finished it last night. I just couldn't lay it down. Could you?
Well, it slipped out of my hand once. I haven't quite finished it.
Oh, well, you'll enjoy it, Throckmorton.
Oh, I am already. I got quite a ways into it. And then I thought maybe it would be fun to, well, discuss the fellow's idea a little.
Which ones?
Oh, on life.
Well, he has some very fascinating ideas on life. Did you come to the chapter on the woman of tomorrow?
No, but it sounds good. Let's discuss that.
I must warn you, his ideas on women are quite advanced.
Oh, you can't scare me. So are mine. Look, Eve, there's a wonderful moon out tonight. Why don't we discuss this book out on the back porch?
No, Throckmorton.
Oh, come on, Eve. I thought you were crazy about books.
I am. Books mean a great deal to me.
Then why don't we go out on the porch? Gosh, it's your fault I got into this thing. I mean, it was your idea for me to join the club. Now you've got me all excited about this book, and you won't even discuss it.
I'm perfectly willing to discuss it, Throckmorton. What is it about the book that you find most interesting?
Well, the whole idea. America, what?
Well, do you think Smith's ideas are right? Do you agree with what he says about America?
Well, yes and no.
How much of the book have you read, Throckmorton?
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Do you think you've read half of it?
Well, maybe not half.
A chapter? A page?
It's none of your business. I don't see what there is to laugh at.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Well, I'm going home. A man comes over for a little intelligent conversation, and first he has to move pianos, then he gets a regular examination. Ye gods!
Judge, look who's coming.
Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to read this evening.
Hello.
Hello, Gildersleeve.
Hi. I can't stay, gentlemen. I just dropped in to wish Peavy many happy returns of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I wish you'd have a Coke with me before you go.
Sure, Commissioner. Have a Coke with the birthday boy.
Well, just one, thank you, Chief. How old are you anyway, Peavy?
Well, we was just having an argument about that, Mr. Gildersleeve. The judge claims Peavy is 90 years old. I claim he's at least 108.
You fellas have been joshing me all evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. I wish you could have been here earlier to hear some of the humorous conversation.
Well, here's your Coke, Commissioner.
Thanks, Chief. Happy days, Peavy.
Thank you. I might just venture to repeat a remark Floyd made a short while ago. It struck me as very funny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peavy.
Let him tell it, Judge. It's his birthday. What was Floyd's witty remark, Peavy?
Well, he was drinking my health, and he said, "Here's to you and your drugstore. May all your troubles be aspirin tablets." The point being that aspirin tablets are small.
Oh, brother. Don't tell me Floyd's been getting off stuff like that all evening.
Yes, sir, he has.
Hey, how's it happen we got the pleasure of your company, Commissioner? Judge Hooker said you were curled around a good book for the night.
Yeah, what happened, Gildy? Did you find your brain was a little out of practice in digesting heavy thinking?
Nothing of the kind, Judge. I simply interrupted my reading to pay my respects to my old friend Peavy here.
I appreciate it, Mr. Gildersleeve. What was the book, if I may inquire?
Yeah, what were you reading, Commissioner? A cookbook?
Yep. I was reading the current selection of the book of the Century Club, Floyd. It's about politics.
Oh? It's for the Democrats or the Republicans?
Neither. It's about world affairs. Very interesting.
Oh.
World affairs. Good subject.
Yes, you'd enjoy it, Peavy. I'll lend it to you when I finished it. Sooner, if you want.
Yeah, well,
Look, fellas, world affairs is a mighty important subject, but aren't we going to play any cards tonight?
Yeah, let's get down to business here.
The trouble with you, Floyd, and you too, Chief, is you don't bother to inform yourselves on world developments.
Who don't? In my barber shop, I hear 6 commentators every day.
That's not what Gildersleeve's talking about, boys. Gildersleeve is now a deep thinker.
Listen, Hooker, I consider my brain the equal of yours any day.
Gildersleeve, I resent that.
What? Hello. Are we going to squabble on Peavy's birthday?
Yeah, about a lousy book.
Well, he started it.
Now, Commissioner.
I wonder if a song wouldn't clear the air, gentlemen. I have a suggestion. There is a tavern in the town.
No, Peavy. Look, I got the song. Just the song for your birthday. Darling, I am growing old.
Yeah, that's it. Only let the Commissioner sing the lead, huh? Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right. And Hooker, for heaven's sake, try to stay on the key. Let's have the key, Floyd.
Darling,
I am growing old. Silver threads among the gold shine upon my brow today. Life is fading fast away, but my darling, you will be always young and fair to me. Yes, my darling, you will be always young and fair to me.
Gee, that's not so bad.
Well, get on with your poker game, boys. I guess I'll get back to my book. Good night, Peavy.
Just one round, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, seeing it's your birthday, deal me in, Floyd.
Okay.
Good night, America. What?
on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Vern Smith speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. Good cooks not only know the ABCs of cooking, they also know their Z's. The Z's stand for zip, zing, zest, the kind of lip-smacking results you get when you perk up foods with tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. It's creamy smooth, delicately spiced, can be used in all sorts of tempting ways. For extra zip, add Kraft salad mustard to an appetizing cream sauce for hot-cooked vegetables or leftover meats. For extra zing, blend Kraft salad mustard into tasty sandwich spreads. For extra zest, add tangy Kraft salad mustard to French dressings, gravies, pickle relish, and barbecue sauce. So put extra zip, zing, zest into your meals. Buy Kraft salad mustard. Also try this other popular variety, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Remember to ask for Kraft quality mustards.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. First, a special message. This summer, 4 million emergency workers are urgently needed on American farms. You can help by devoting your spare time and energies to the task of cultivating and harvesting these vital crops. Plan now to be a Victory Farm volunteer. And now, here's good advice to everyone who's working extra hard these days. Help replenish some of that energy you use up each day by spreading delicious parquet margarine on bread, toast, rolls, and crackers. Parquet, you know, is one of the very best energy foods you can eat, and it's fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for delicious, satisfying flavor and for good nutrition, too, serve Parquet at every meal. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now for the Great Gildersleeve. A thing that's always puzzled Gildersleeve is how Birdie, working as she does in the back of the house, always knows what goes on out front. Yesterday morning, for instance, the family was sitting quietly at breakfast. Gildersleeve with his mind on his troubles, Marjorie with her mind on hers, Leroy with his mind on a cinnamon bun, when suddenly Birdie came charging in from the kitchen.
Mr. Gildersleeve! Mr. Gildersleeve!
Don't scare me like that, Birdie.
What is it?
Yeah, what? Look there. Where? Across the street in front of the Bullards.
Well, I'll be.
It's the undertaker's wagon.
We don't usually call them wagons, Birdie.
See, there's a man getting out the driver's seat.
By George, you don't suppose. I wonder who. I hope nobody.
I went over and asked Leroy.
Leroy, come back here.
What's the matter?
We don't ask about things like that. Now, sit down.
Okay. Gosh, man wants to find out something. The only way is to ask.
Now, ain't that a shame? And the Bullards was giving a party today, too.
A party?
Oh, here comes Judge Hooker. Maybe he knows something.
It's a slim chance.
He stopped to look.
That man's opening up the back of the wagon.
That's not a wagon, Birdie. I don't think we should all be standing here staring out the window. What's that he's taking out? Chairs. That's all it is.
Oh.
They've rented chairs for the party.
Gee.
Gold ones, too. I got to get over there and talk to Lily B.
Doorbell.
I'll come in.
It's the judge.
Good morning, Judge. Come in.
There seems to be quite a bit of activity across the street, Bertie.
Yes, and I was watching it. Mr. Gildersleeve is right there in the dining room.
Good morning, Gildy, Marjorie, Leroy.
Hi.
Hi.
What's going on?
Going on where?
Across the street.
Is something going on I hadn't noticed?
Don't tell me you haven't seen Luther Peabody's hearse parked over there.
I am not my neighbor's keeper, Judge, and I don't go running to the window every time a hearse drives up.
Huh.
From the looks of things, however, I should say that the Bullards are planning some sort of social affair.
Oh? Were you invited?
Were you?
No.
Neither was I.
It can't be much of a party.
It's just for kids, isn't it, Marge?
Don't ask me.
Marshall Bullard's giving a dance for the kids in his class. Marge knows all about it.
Oh? Is that so, my dear? You haven't said anything to me about it.
I really couldn't say, Uncle Mort. The whole thing is a matter of the greatest indifference to me.
Yeah, she just couldn't sleep last night, that's all.
That is not true. Why don't you mind your own business?
Now, children.
She's just sore because Marshall...
I wouldn't go to his old party if he came crawling to me on bended knees.
You'd go so fast.
And as for you, I think you're a nosy, contemptible little boy.
How do you like that?
Well, we seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest.
Nosy, contemptible. I'll punch her right in the nose.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll go upstairs to her and apologize.
What?
Go up and apologize to your sister.
Apologize for what?
Well, I don't know. But go up and see if you can't make her feel better.
Make her feel better? How do you think I feel after what she called me?
Go, Leroy.
Okay. I may be contemptible, but nobody's going to call me nosy. I'll have to take that from anybody.
I'm sorry, Horace.
Oh, these little squabbles occur.
Poor girl's upset, I'm afraid, and I don't blame her. Who do the Bullards think they are, anyway? I suppose my niece isn't good enough for them.
Maybe they just forgot to invite her, Gildy. Maybe it was an oversight.
Oversight my eye. Bullard probably decided he didn't want his son seeing so much of her. Well, I don't want her seeing so much of him. Hereafter, let him keep away from here. Let him just keep off the property.
Get out, Leroy. Get out. Okay, you don't have to be rude about it. I didn't want to come in anyway. Aunt made me.
Leroy?
She threw me out. I didn't do a thing. She just threw me out.
Come down here, my boy. I want to speak to you. And tell Marjorie to come on down, too.
I'll says to come downstairs. Never mind why. He says if you don't come down right away, he'll come up here and get you.
Oh! Leroy, I said nothing of the kind.
Be right down, Unc.
Yes. Judge, never have any children.
I wasn't planning to.
They're a constant worry, particularly girls.
You want me, Unc?
Well, I wanted Marjorie, really.
I told her.
Look, Leroy, try and be a little nice to your sister today.
Yeah, I try and be nice to her.
Well, she's upset. Let you and I see if we can't cheer her up. Ah, there you are, my dear.
What are your eyes all red for?
Shut up, Leroy. Marjorie, I've been thinking. What would you like to do this evening? What do you think would be more fun than anything else?
I don't know.
Well, think. Anything you'd like. Just name it.
By golly, Gildy, that's going to be quite a party. Look what they're carting in now.
Judge, would you do me a favor?
What's that, Gildy?
Go away.
Well, I guess I can take a hint.
Now, Judge.
I guess I know enough not to stay where I'm not wanted.
It's not that, Horace, but right now...
I bid you good day.
Oh, good day. Now he's sore.
No wonder you're never invited anywhere.
Oh! Well, my dear, have you decided yet? What are we going to do for a good time this evening?
I don't know.
Anything at all. Anything you'd like. We'll show those Bullards we can have a good time without them. What'll it be?
I don't know.
Don't just sit there and say you don't know. Think.
I tell you, I don't care.
I know something, Unc.
It's Marjorie we're trying to cheer up, Leroy, not you.
Oh, Marge'd love this, Unc. She'd be crazy about it.
Well, what is it?
What do you say we all go out to Nippersink, to Schultz's Park?
You mean go on the shoots?
Sure. They got one out there that's a pip.
Well, I don't know, Leroy.
Marge'd love it, wouldn't you, Marge?
I guess so. I don't care.
You see, what did I tell you? Can we go, Unc? How about it? Can we go?
We'll see.
Yippee, did you hear that, Marge? Unc said we can go.
Did I?
Gosh, Unc, you're the best uncle anybody ever had.
What?
I don't know any other kid in town whose uncle would take them to Schultz's Park.
Yep.
Their father, maybe, but not their uncle.
All right, Leroy, we'll go.
Hey, just for that, Unc, I'll mow the lawn. The front part. Sit right where you are, Unc. Don't move. Don't disturb yourself. I'll go. Gee, isn't it swell we're going to Schultz's Park, Marge?
Leroy. Oh, good morning, Throckmorton.
Hello, Leila.
Marjorie, honey.
Now, Marjorie's all right, aren't you, my dear? Yes, sir. We're all going out to Schultz's Park tonight and have the time of our lives, aren't we?
Sure. Then you're not going to the Bullards' party, Throckmorton?
Are you?
No, I decided not.
Neither am I. As a matter of fact, I wasn't invited.
Oh, well, I'm glad neither was I. That's what I came over to talk to you about. I think it's a perfect outrage. I mean, I don't know them terribly well, but after all...
I understand they're just giving the party for young people, Leila.
Well, gracious. I may not be 14, but that doesn't mean
Now, don't get upset, Leila. Marjorie wasn't invited either.
I was too invited.
What's that?
I said I was invited. I'm just not going.
You didn't tell me you were invited. I give up. What's this all about? What are we doing going to Schultz's Park when you could be...
She loves Schultz's Park. She'd rather go there than go to Marshal Bullard's old party, wouldn't you, Marge?
Leroy, if you please. Well, my dear?
I wouldn't go to Marshall's party if it were the last party on earth.
Why, Marjorie?
Because when a girl you formerly thought was your friend turns out to be nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing.
She's talking about Francie.
You keep out of this.
1,000 pardons.
Well, who's Francie?
My best friend. That is, she was my best friend. Frances White.
That mousy little thing?
Do you really think she's mousy? Some of the boys seem to think she's kind of attractive.
Oh, gracious, I don't know who'd look at it twice.
Well, forget Francie. That's water over the dam. That's the end of a friendship, that's all. But Marshall...
What about him?
Well, I thought it was kind of funny when all I got was a regular invitation in the mail.
What'd you want him to do, drive up in a gold limousine?
Oh, will you keep out of this?
Leroy, I think it might be just as well if you stepped outside.
What did I do?
You too, Throckmorton.
Huh?
Both of you. I think this is something we can talk over better if it's just between us girls.
Well,
Marjorie and I have some secret things to discuss. They're not for your ears. Now, run along.
Please, Uncle Moore.
All right, my dear. Come on, Leroy.
Now, Marjorie.
Wait a second.
Now, I don't know what Marshall's done, Marjorie, but I can tell you this. You won't get anywhere by staying away from that dining. Well, what should I do? Go and make him suffer. Throckmorton, you're listening.
Get along, Leroy.
Where are we going?
Out on the porch. And by the way, my boy, while you're resting...
I only said I'd mow the front, remember?
Nonsense. You've only mowed 3 strips.
But it's hard.
It wouldn't be if you'd mow the way I tell you. Now, you bend down and throw your weight behind it.
You show me.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'm going, Uncle Moore. I'm going after all.
Going where?
To the dance. Mrs. Ransom told me just what to do.
Leila.
And I can hardly wait.
Marjorie, I don't like that look in your eye. What did she tell you to do?
Don't you tell him, Marjorie.
I won't.
What's come over Miss Sourpuss?
I'm going to the party after all.
Yes, Leroy. Our little Cinderella is going to the ball. I guess that means her poor old uncle will be spending the evening alone. Unless I can persuade the fairy godmother to keep me company. How about it, Leila?
Oh, I'd love to.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me?
You?
What about Schultz's Park?
Schultz's Park.
You promised, remember, Unc? You promised.
Well, it wasn't exactly a promise, Leroy.
Not a promise. I already mowed half the lawn.
Well, it was Marjorie that I promised anyway. Now Marjorie's going to the party instead. And besides, Now, don't you start crying.
That's no fair. I practically killed myself mowing the lawn practically, and then you tell me...
Well, gracious, I certainly don't want to be the cause of it.
I thought...
Hold on, everybody, hold on. I know what we'll do.
What?
I don't know.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. 6 letters, P-A-R-K-A-Y, spell parquet, and 3 little words tell why your whole family will like it. They'll like it because it tastes so good. And that's plenty good enough for the millions of families who daily enjoy Parquet. In fact, millions prefer Parquet to any other brand because it tastes so good. Try it. Discover for yourself how good Parquet tastes when you spread it on bread, toast, and rolls. See if you, too, don't prefer Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor to any other brand. And don't forget, there's wonderful nourishment in Parquet margarine, too. It's tops in food energy value, and Kraft fortifies every pound of Parquet with 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So buy this nourishing spread that tastes so good. Ask for Parquet margarine made by Kraft. It's preferred by millions to any other brand. And now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. We find him partaking of a cold supper in the company of his nephew, Leroy, since Bertie is off to help Lily be at the Bullards.
Well, my boy, this is just like camping, isn't it?
How would I know? I've never been camping.
Oh, that's right. I guess you haven't. We'll have to go on a camping trip one of these days, just the two of us. Pass the ketchup, please.
I suppose we'll go to Schultz's Park someday, too.
Now, Leroy, a decision has been reached, and we'll stand by it, won't we?
Ha!
See here, young man. Well, look at Marjorie, long dress. You'll be the belle of the Bullard Ball, my dear.
Do I really look all right?
Oh, beautiful. Doesn't your sister look nice, Leroy?
Yeah. Gosh, she looks grown up or something.
Leroy, what a sweet thing to say. I don't suppose you meant it.
Yeah, something looks different.
It's my hair. This is the way Greer Garson wears hers. Do you think it's too early for me to go over?
Oh, I don't suppose so.
Francie's father dumped her over there about 5 minutes ago.
Francie, I've got to get over there right away.
You don't have to worry with Greer Garson's hair.
Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Leroy.
Goodbye. Have a good time.
So long.
Well, my boy, you'll be going to parties like that pretty soon. I have to send you to dancing school one of these days.
Oh, me? Marge must have forgot something.
But you sit there and finish your beans. I'll go.
Oh, hello. I want Leroy to play with me.
Oh, for corn's sake, Craig Bullard.
Well, come in, Craig. Lots of excitement over at your house today, isn't there?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Yeah, I heard you. Is it true you're going to have an orchestra over there, Craig?
Hi, Leroy.
Hi.
Why, George, if he was my kid.
I've got $5, Leroy.
What was that?
I've got $5.
Well, where'd you get $5, my boy?
He's kidding. He's always claiming he's got a lot of money.
I've got $5. See?
Well, what do you know? Didn't swipe it, did you?
I didn't have to. They gave it to me.
Oh? Who gave it to you?
My mother gave me $2. My father gave me $2. My brother gave me $1. He stinks.
Now, Craig, that's not a nice thing to say about Marshall, is it?
He's my brother.
Yeah, I guess he's got me there.
Hey, how'd they happen to give you all this dough, Craigie?
They gave it to me for staying away from the party. They thought I wanted to go.
Hey, now, is that fair? Everybody's getting something out of this party but me. Craig, Marjorie, Bertie, everybody but me. Can't we go to the amusement park, please?
I told you, Leroy, some other time.
Can Leroy and I go to the park?
No, Craig.
I've got $5.
Leroy hasn't.
I think Craig was offering to take me, Unc. Weren't you, Craigie?
Nope.
This is not a financial question, Leroy. I don't want you going to the park without me.
Oh. Well, gosh, I don't see why everybody should get a reward but me.
I'm not made of money, and I'll not have you squandering it.
Who's squandering it? I'll spend it on something worthwhile. I know. I only need around $2 to fill my war stamp book. $1.60, I think.
Well, we'll discuss it some other time, my boy. Now, you and Craig think of some nice way to play.
Okay. Say, Craigie, you know that magic trick you like?
Which one?
Where the penny goes into the matchbox. Come on upstairs. I'll show you how to do it.
Okay.
Come on, Craig. I think you'll like this trick.
Okay. Wait a minute. Mr. Gildersleeve, would you hold my $5 while I'm up there?
Oh, of course!
Simply don't understand why there's never any hot water in this house when I want to shave. Well, I guess Marjorie must have taken a pretty long bath. What the... can't be Leila. Leroy! Oh, Leroy! Leroy! Darn kid never hears when you want him to. All right, all right.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy!
I must apologize for disturbing you. You were shaving, I see.
What?
Lather on your ear.
Oh?
I say I must apologize for disturbing you.
Not at all. Come in, Peavy.
Oh, I can't stay. The fact is, I...
No, why didn't you answer it?
I didn't think it was for me.
Well, if you think... What were you saying, Peavy?
Well, I just delivered some ice cream across the street, and now I can't get my car started.
Oh? Out of gas?
No, it seems to be the battery. I just thought if I could use your phone...
Well, let me try pushing you first, Peavy.
Oh, no, I see you're all dressed up. Must be a woman in it someplace.
Well, maybe there is, and maybe there isn't.
That's what I say.
Come on, Peavy. Where's your car?
Right out front here.
Well, let's go, huh? How are things over at the Bullards, anyway, Peavy? Sounds like quite an exclusive affair.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. There's all kinds over there, including riffraff.
Oh? You don't say. Who, for instance?
Well, I've got to be discreet, Mr. Gildersleeve. Some of my best customers are riffraff.
Yeah, I'll have to hand it to you, Peavy. You're pretty cagey.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, yes, you are. Is this your jalopy?
This is my shining chariot, yep.
All right, get in your shining chariot and turn on the ignition. I'll shove.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't thank me till she starts, Peavy.
I'm afraid that'll be too late. When this car starts, she starts.
Well, never mind. Just get in and steer.
All right.
Ignition on?
Yes, sir.
Put her in neutral, I get her rolling, then put her into high.
Okay.
Hey, what you doing?
Leroy, you go to bed.
I can't. I've got a guest.
Well, send him home.
Okay. Go home, Craig.
Darn kid, he hasn't got the manners of a tomcat. Here we go. Have you got her in gear?
I think so.
Well, for heaven's sake. Pull over my white pants. You comfy, Leila?
It's nice out here. Only I feel kind of sad, Throckmorton.
Sad? Why should you feel sad on a nice night like this?
Oh, looking across at the boys and girls circling around over there and laughing and flirting. I declare, it just seems ages since I've been to a party.
But, Leila, what's the best part of a party? Isn't it sneaking out with somebody and looking for a hammock? Well, we got the hammock.
It's not the same, Throckmorton. We haven't had the fun of sneaking off.
Oh, well, all right. Let's pretend then. You pretend you're Lady Whatchamacallit, and I'm Lord So-and-so. And we have a rendezvous. Now, you're here waiting.
I don't like that idea. You should be waiting for me if you're any kind of a gentleman.
I'm a lord, Leila.
Oh.
Well, okay. I'm waiting for you. I'm pacing up and down, then, anxiously awaiting my lady fair.
Oh, this is fun.
Well, hurry up. I can't pace all night. I got flat feet.
Silly.
Ah, but hark! Methinks I hear the footsteps of my love approaching. 'Tis she. Leila, my darling.
Throckmorton.
Come here, Leila.
Now, Throckmorton.
Hey, Uncle, that's you.
Leroy, what are you doing out of bed?
I can't sleep on account of the music.
It's nonsense. Music will put you to sleep in no time if you'll just let it.
I did, and then it stopped and woke me up.
Go back to bed, Leroy, and go to sleep.
Okay. Hello, Mrs. Ransom. I didn't see you.
Hello, Leroy.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Leroy. Now, where were we? Oh, yes.
No, Throckmorton.
Got to start all over. Would you like me to tell you a story, Leila? All right. What kind of a story?
A true story.
True story.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me see. Once upon a time, there was a handsome water commissioner.
I said a true story.
Well, once upon a time, there was a water commissioner. And one day he met a beautiful lady named Leila.
That's more like it.
She was the most beautiful lady he'd ever seen. She had blue eyes and lovely silken blonde hair and a beautiful, smooth, white complexion. And when the water commissioner saw this beautiful creature, he forgot everything. He just took her in his arms. But Leila, please. Leroy, I told you to go to sleep.
I can't. There's a fly in my room.
Well, kill him.
I tried, but he's too quick.
And put your head under the covers.
I'm afraid I'd smother.
Wait a minute, Leroy. I think I know what's the matter here. Come over here for a moment, young man.
I'm sorry, Unc. I just can't seem to get to sleep.
If I gave you $2, do you think you'd be able to doze off, Leroy?
I sure try, Unc.
Here.
Gee, thanks. I'm not going to spend this money, you know.
Yeah, I know. Now go to bed.
I'm going to use it to fill up my war stamp book. Then pretty soon I can get a bond. And you know, a bond buys 750 machine gun bullets.
That's fine, Leroy.
Or a bond will buy gas to fly a B-29 15 minutes. Or it'll buy 2 tires for a Jeep.
Yeah.
Or it'll buy...
I know, Leroy. Now go to bed before I take back the $2.
Okay. Good night, Unc.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Ransom.
Good night. You know, Throckmorton, I don't like the way that boy said good night to me.
Huh?
He sounds as if he thought something was going on.
Oh, no. Leroy is just a child, Leila. Besides, there's nothing going on. That little devil.
Oh, I just love that song.
Yeah, so do I. Good night, sweetheart. Sleep will banish sorrow. Tears and parting may make us forlorn. But with the dawn, a new day is born. So I'll say, good night, sweetheart, though I'm not beside you. Good night, sweetheart, still my love will guide you. Dreams enfold you, Leila. Leroy! Sitting in a hammock on a nice night in June with a pretty girl is easy to forget there's a war on. But the Japanese are a long way from being licked. I suppose you've all seen the pictures of the Saratoga, and you know what a terrible pasting she took from those Jap suicide bombers. We've got to realize that the Japs are going to fight more and more desperately as we close in on them. That's why our men need every advantage in material and equipment that we can possibly give them. That means bonds. Let's see that no American is left fighting with his bare hands because we didn't dig down in our pockets for the money to buy guns. It's not a question of how much we think we can spare, but how much they need. Nimitz and Marshall say $14 billion. Let's give it to them. Good night, everybody.
Music
on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Vern Smith speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
When some foods get scarce, do our American homemakers take it sitting down? No, ma'am. That's when many resourceful women are right on their toes, reaching into the pantry shelf for some tangy, golden Kraft salad mustard. Why, there are dozens of appetite-rousing ways you can serve Kraft salad mustard with whatever foods are available. Kraft salad mustard blends with luscious smoothness into keen-tasting cream sauces for hot-cooked vegetables, adds delicious flavor to cheese fondues and Welsh rabbits, puts an extra tempting tang into French salad dressings, gravies, pickle relishes, and barbecue sauce. So perk up your meals with the zestful flavor of Kraft salad mustard. Get this other delicious variety, too, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both kinds and please the whole family. Ask for Kraft prepared mustards.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry in a new season of fun for everyone. Brought to you by Kraft, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products.
No, Leroy. No, no, no. For the 1,001th time, no. Do you get it? No.
What did he say, Leroy?
He said no.
Where is he?
Out on the front porch on the swing.
What's he doing?
What do you think he's doing? Just lying there.
Let me try him. You stay here.
Well, it looks as if they were closing in on Uncle Throckmorton. But before they corner him, here's a special message from Kraft. Get a picture of this. A steaming hot dinner roll fresh out of the oven with its fragrant aroma tempting your appetite. But wait a moment. The picture isn't complete. Not until that roll is covered with a delicious spread, slowly melting into each fluffy morsel. And that's the spot for smooth, delicate-tasting parquet margarine. Parquet's fresh, light, taste-tempting flavor has made it the favorite spread in millions of American homes. It's smacking good on hot rolls, toast, bread, pancakes, and waffles. And if you haven't tried parquet, believe me, you have a taste treat waiting for you. Get a package of delicious, economical parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine at your food store tomorrow. Just taste it, and you'll know it's good, because parquet margarine is made by Kraft. Now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, where we left him taking his ease on his front porch, stretched out comfortably in the swing.
Got to oil this thing. It squeaks.
Unky, darling.
Yes, my dear?
Unky, mind if I sit down?
Go right ahead.
Oh, don't move. I don't want to disturb you.
Sit down, sit down. There's plenty of room. Just move my feet.
Well.
Yeah, I know. I got to oil it.
Unky, darling.
Yes, my dear?
Would you like this pillow under your head?
I had it under my head. It's too hot.
Oh. Would you like me to swing you a little?
That would be nice.
Unky.
Yes?
You're sure I'm not crowding you?
Oh, for corn's sake, ask him.
Ask him what? What's he talking about? Come out here, Leroy.
You
Leroy, you dope.
What did I do?
I was just getting around to it.
Now, listen to me, both of you. There's no use getting around to anything, because you're not going to get around me.
Do you know what he's talking about, Marge?
I know what you're up to.
Uncle Mort, really, I don't know what you're thinking, but all
Never mind. Now listen to your uncle.
Listen to your uncle.
You too.
I'm listening.
I've explained to you, children, this is my vacation. And I've told you both 9 million times we are not going to Grass Lake.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly. What don't I understand?
The Bullards are going. They're going this afternoon.
The Bullards are nothing but social climbers, if you want my opinion. And you may tell them I said so. No, don't do that. I don't see what the Bullards have got to do with it anyway. Ye gods, you practically lived at the Bullards all summer. It wouldn't hurt you to see a little less of them. Particularly that Marshall.
Very well, if that's the way you feel about it.
But it might interest you to know that it wouldn't surprise me if I married Marshall one of these days.
I'll bet it'd surprise Marshall.
Oh, shut up.
Leroy, you talk much too much. Hand me that newspaper. I'm sorry if I said anything about Marshall. Marshall's all right, in his way. It's that kid brother of his. Phew, that Craig.
Unc.
Yes?
Never mind.
What is it?
I was going to ask you something, but if I asked you, you'd say no, so I guess I won't ask.
If it has anything to do with Grass Lake, your assumption is correct.
Gee, I haven't been swimming all summer, hardly. Some boys get to go swimming all the time.
Yes, yes.
Last time I was in swimming was the 4th of July. Yep, 4th of July. That was the last time. The last swim I had, 4th of July. Some vacation, no swimming. All I do is hang around the house. I've probably forgotten how to swim. Don't blame me if I fall out of a boat someday and drown.
Then stay out of boats. Go away, Leroy. Go find something to do.
What?
Don't ask me.
That's just the trouble. There's nothing to do around here.
Don't tell me that. Why, I could be busy every minute if I wanted to. I just don't want to. Don't give me that look, Leroy.
Huh?
Don't sit there looking like a sick spaniel. Go do something, or I'll find something for you to do.
Okay.
Ye gods, I'll be glad when school starts again. Man works hard all year. He's entitled to a little relaxation. Instead of running around all over the country. Grass Lake. I'd like to see anybody get me off this porch. I'd like to see anybody get me out of this swing. Bertie, on the porch.
I brought you something, Mr. Gildersleeve, a pitcher of nice cold lemonade.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I said to myself, it's such a hot day, I said, I bet Mr. Gildersleeve would like something cold to drink in case he gets thirsty.
Well, you were right, Bertie. Set it right down here on the porch where I can reach down and grab it.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to bring you a glass. I'll go get you one.
Who wants a glass? Here, I'll drink it out of the pitcher.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, that's no way. My goodness, look at that man drink.
Boy, that hits the spot. I think I'll hit it again.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, suppose somebody was to come along now and see you. Let me go get you a glass. Folks will think we don't live right.
That's nonsense, Bertie. The best people drink out of pitchers. Tastes better that way. Do you mean to tell me you've never drunk well water out of a bucket? Old oaken bucket?
No, sir.
All cool and dripping right out of the well?
No, sir, I haven't.
Neither have I, but I've always wanted to.
I heard about a lady once. She drank well water and it had pollywogs in it.
Oh, go on.
It's a fact. She was sitting up one night playing dominoes, and all of a sudden they heard a croak. They had to rush her to the hospital and operate.
Bertie.
They took a frog out of her that big.
Bertie, that whole story is nothing but plain superstition.
Maybe so, but it's a fact.
Did you know the lady this happened to?
No, sir, but I knew a carpenter that put a new roof on the house she lived in. That was some years after she moved out.
Oh, I see.
And do you know they told him that to look at that woman, you never would have guessed that she once had a frog inside of her. So my advice is, stick to lemonade.
Yeah, I'll do that, Bertie. Thanks for the advice, and thanks for the lemonade. I'll finish it later.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been thinking.
Pretty hot weather for that, isn't it, Bertie?
Yes, sir, that's what I was thinking. It's so hot and all, and here it is Labor Day weekend, last weekend of your vacation.
Yeah, don't remind me.
You ain't had no vacation at all, hardly.
Oh, I don't know.
You ain't. You really ain't. And you work so hard all year.
Yes. Yeah, that's true, Bertie. Yeah, it's quite true.
Just lying here on the swing all the time. That ain't no kind of vacation.
But I like lying here. I find it restful.
I know, but that's no
These are
way
strenuous times, you know, Bertie. A man has to husband his strength. Big things ahead, big problems, reconversion and all that. Wears you out just to think about them.
Then you hadn't ought to think about them. You know, maybe if you was to get out of town, maybe if you was to go to some nice place for the weekend. You know, some nice place like Grass Lake, maybe.
Bertie, who sent you out here with that lemonade?
Who sent who out where? With what lemonade?
You get out of here, Bertie, and you take that lemonade with you. Hey, no, wait a minute.
Yes?
I might have one last sip.
You'll have a sip, he says.
There. Take it away now. Take it back to Marjorie. And you tell her for me, Bertie, I'm not stirring off this porch.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not either. No, by George, I'm not. Well, if it is... Hey, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is it hot enough for you?
I was just about to ask you the same thing.
What's your hurry? Come on up on the porch.
Well, I can't really stop, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got to be getting down and open up the shop. I'm pretty late as it is.
That's nonsense. Come on up and be sociable.
Yeah. Lying on the swing, I see.
Yeah, just taking it easy, Peavy. The only way to enjoy life, especially on holidays.
I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy and I planned a little jaunt for the weekend.
Mistake?
That is, Mrs. Peavy planned it. I'm going along. Driving out to visit a Cousin Clara. That is, she's a cousin of Mrs. Peavy's, no relation of mine.
Sounds like a whale of a time.
I wouldn't say that exactly. As a matter of fact, if I knew any way to get out of it...
Peavy, any man who takes his car out on the road this weekend is a darn fool.
That's what I say. Well, I may do it, and I may not. I don't know. I'll never forget the day the war ended.
Why? What's the war got to do with it?
Well, when I heard the news, it came right in the middle of supper. Miss Peavy cooked me some rhubarb that evening. I'm very fond of rhubarb. Stewed rhubarb. I got the Studebaker down off the blocks, and I backed her out into Elm Street.
Oh? Well, what happened?
Well, the light turned green, and my goodness, there was drivers. I ran her right back up to drive and put her back on the blocks again. I never saw anything like it. So, as I say, we may be driving out to Cousin Clara's, and we may not. What are your plans for the holiday, Mr. Gildersleeve?
My plans, Peavy, are to spend Labor Day right here in my own front yard, on my own front porch, and not stir off it.
A very wise decision. Of course, you haven't my problem, though I shouldn't refer to her as a problem. Mrs. Peavy and I usually see more or less eye to eye on things. More or less. Oh, who's the little fellow coming up to walk there?
Huh? What? Oh. That Bullard kid.
Cunning little tyke, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Cunning like a fox. Oh. Hello, Craig.
Can Leroy play?
I guess so. This is Mr. Peavy, Craig. You know Mr. Peavy.
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy's upstairs, I think. You can go up to his room and see if you want.
I want him to come out and play.
You'll have to take that up with Leroy. He's upstairs. Mr. Peavy and I are trying to talk now, Craig, so...
Tell Leroy to come down.
Look, Craig, you little so-and-so.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, he's only a child.
Well, he started it.
Perhaps you don't understand, Craig. Mr. Gildersleeve and I were trying to talk about something important, so why don't you just run along and...
I want Leroy to play with me.
Yes, I know, but Mr. Gildersleeve's already told you that Leroy's upstairs. So if you'll just go
I want him to come down.
Listen, little boy, I don't care what you want. You go on about your business. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think I'll be going on about mine.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Peavy.
I'll leave you with your little friend. I hope you have a nice holiday, you two.
Yes, you coward. Well, what are you looking at? Well, don't just stand there and stare. Kid gives me the willies. Well, say something.
I want Leroy to play with me.
All right. Oh, Leroy.
Yeah, what do you want?
Hurry down here, my boy. Company. Dirty trick. But now maybe I can get a little peace and quiet.
Uncle Mort, guess what?
Marjorie, never frighten a man like that.
I'm sorry, Unky. I didn't know you were asleep. Oh, Unky, guess where I've been?
You seem out of breath.
I've been over at the Bullards.
No.
And guess what? They've asked me to go to Grass Lake with them.
Well, how'd you work that?
They're leaving this afternoon. And guess how long they're staying? Till Monday night. Can I go? Is it all right? Please say I can go. Please be a nice uncle and say I can.
Well,
They've got it all arranged about the rooms at the hotel, I mean. Marshall's going to sleep with somebody. Mr. Bullard's going to sleep with somebody else.
Well,
I don't know. But Mrs. Bullard and I are going to share a room together. They've got it all arranged. Can I go, please?
Well, I don't see why not. Certainly. I think that'd be fine.
Oh, Unky, you're so wonderful.
That takes care of her.
Oh, I could love you to death.
No, Marjorie, do you want to break the swing?
What's come over her?
Nothing, Leroy, nothing. Get up, my dear. And let's keep this quiet.
I won't say a word.
Say a word about what?
Oh, nothing. Where's Craig? I thought you were playing with Craig, Leroy.
He's upstairs.
What's he doing?
Hiding.
But you're not looking for him.
Nope.
Leroy? George, I've got to hand it to you. Why didn't I think of that?
Listen, I asked the question. What's going on here? What's she feeling so good about?
Well, I'm not feeling good, particularly. I mean, why shouldn't I feel good? After all, it's natural, isn't it, to feel good? Oh, here comes Judge Hooker. Hello, Judge.
Morning, Marjorie. Leroy, Gildy. Well, this is a glorious day, isn't it?
Glorious?
Glorious beginning for a glorious weekend. Gildy, what are your plans?
My plans?
Never mind what they are, because they've just been changed.
My plans, Judge, are to spend the weekend right here where I am.
Why, you won't stick in the mud. You can't stay here on Labor Day. Now, listen, I got an idea. It's wonderful. Why don't we all drive out to Grass Lake?
Yeah,
They're having a golf tournament out there, and we could post a
Stop
reservation.
it. What's this about Grass Lake? Why has everybody got to go to Grass Lake?
Well, Labor Day weekend, Gildy. You always go somewhere Labor Day weekend.
Why go to Grass Lake?
Where else is there to go?
Well?
It's a golf tournament, Gildy, open to everybody.
I've given up golf. Haven't played it in a year. Not that I couldn't beat you, you old goat.
Prove it.
Yeah.
I don't need to.
Come on, Unc, show him. I'm betting on you.
It's much too late. Everybody in town is going to Grass Lake. We couldn't get reservations.
I phoned this morning. They had one double room left, and I reserved it, just on the chance. Of course, there's the problem of the children.
Oh, you don't need to worry about me. I'm already going with the Bullards.
What? Hey, that's a big jip. She gets to go and I don't. That's no fair. She always gets to go everywhere and I don't get to do anything. That's a jip.
Be quiet.
I don't care. It's a jip.
Please come, Uncle Mort. It'd be such fun if we were all there.
Big jip.
Come on, Gildy. Now, don't be a wet blanket. We'll find a place for Leroy.
I can sleep in my Boy Scout sleeping bag.
We'll have more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I heard what the judge said, and I think you ought to go.
Yeah,
come on, Gildy. For the love of Mike.
Quiet! Listen, all of you, let me make myself perfectly clear. I have not the slightest intention of going to Grass Lake now or ever. Do you understand? We are not going to Grass Lake. And that's final. So, we went to Grass Lake. But that's another story. And before we get into it, here's something of importance from our craft representative.
Mr. Lang?
Yes?
You're just the man I want to see. Why can't I always buy parquet margarine when I go to the store? The war's over, isn't it?
Well, sure, everyone knows the war is over, but everyone doesn't know that our American food is still helping to feed a good part of the world. That accounts for temporary shortages of parquet in food stores. And today, lots more people, you know, are buying parquet margarine because it tastes so good when you spread it on bread, hot toast, and rolls.
I guess everyone in my family will agree to that. They think parquet is tops for flavor.
And do they know what a wonderful aid parquet margarine is to good nutrition?
Nutrition? You mean like food energy?
Yes, of course. Parquet margarine is one of the richest energy foods you can serve. And it's also a dependable source of important vitamin A the whole year round.
It's so economical, too.
Right you are. And the good news is that more and more parquet margarine is becoming available in food stores throughout the country. So look for and buy this delicious spread with the fine, fresh flavor. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. let's return to the great Gildersleeve.
Well, as I say, we drove out to Grass Lake, Leroy and the judge and I. It's a 4-hour drive. We made it in 8. You know, Labor Day weekend.
Come on, Gildy. They're honking at you.
I can hear them. The thing is stalled.
Step on the starter.
What do you think I'm stepping on? Oh, shut up!
Is the ignition on?
Of course it's on.
Well, then you flooded it.
Hey, Unc, that's a good humor, man.
Not now, Leroy.
I'm hungry.
Try it again.
Hey, come on.
Listen, you want to make something out of it?
Just get the car going, Gildy. Get the car going.
That's easy enough to say.
Well, if you hadn't flooded it like a fool...
Oh, I suppose you could drive it better.
Well, I certainly hope so.
Very well, Horace. You know so much, you take the wheel. Go ahead, I wash my hands of it.
Where you going, Unc?
Around to the other side.
Hey, Unc, the good humor, man. Oh, nuts.
All set?
Go ahead. I'd just like to see you.
Just as I thought. The ignition wasn't on.
Who turned it off?
I never touched it. I was back here all the time.
Well, go ahead, Judge. If you're going to drive, drive. Well, we started off. I'd like to say at this point that the judge is without doubt one of the worst drivers in the whole of North America. Every time we came to a curb, stop the car, stop the car.
Boy, that was close.
Look, Horace, either I drive this car or I get out and walk.
Have it your own way, Gildy. Have it your own way.
Shove over.
Get off of my foot.
Well, if you'd get out and walk around instead of making me crawl over you.
Hey, Unc.
What?
There's a man. He's selling popcorn.
That's nice. All right, all right.
That's right. Strip the gears.
They're my gears.
Hey!
Watch it, Gildy, watch it.
Listen, who's driving this car?
You ask me, nobody.
Yes, it was a lovely trip. We started before lunch, and we got there too late for supper. It was after dark, and you couldn't see a thing. But there we were at beautiful Grass Lake. Pile out, Leroy. Leroy, wake up back there.
Uh-huh. What?
We're there. Hooray! Judge, you take the grips, and I'll get the golf bag.
No, Gildy, I'll tell you. Why don't you take the grips, and I'll take the golf bag?
Judge, do we have to make a whole great big thing out of this?
No, Gildy, of course not.
Then don't be an old woman. Let's get this darn trunk open.
Your uncle is evidently a little short-tempered, Leroy, as a result of his long trip.
Leroy, you take your sleeping bag.
Let's have it.
I suppose they have a bellhop in this broken-down hotel.
Well, as a matter of fact, Gildy, we're not staying at the hotel.
Oh, what?
No, we're staying at Honeymoon Cottage.
Judge, you didn't tell me this.
Well, it's perfectly all right, Gildy. It's owned by the hotel. Hotel was filled up, but it's right next door.
Honeymoon Cottage, huh? All right, come on. Honeymoon Cottage. What memories it holds for me. And that room, that dear little room where we spent the night. They called it a double because it had a double bed. That's all it had.
Holy smokes, is this where we sleep?
Quaint, isn't it?
You didn't mention the double bed, Judge. You didn't tell me about that.
Well, I'll tell you, Gildy, Labor Day...
You old goat, you knew about this all the time. Do you expect the two of us to sleep in that thing?
Unless you want to sleep on the floor.
Leroy is the lucky one. He brought a sleeping bag. Leroy, how would it be?
Oh, no, you don't. This sleeping bag is mine. I got it for my birthday, and I'm sleeping in it. I'm going to take it out on the lawn and sleep there.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why not?
Because guests will be walking on you. You're going to sleep right in here with us.
Oh, Corn, what's the use of having a sleeping bag?
I'll tell you, Leroy. There seems to be a little balcony outside the window here. You could spread your sleeping bag out there.
Hey, not bad.
Somebody at the door, Gildy.
Yeah, I'll go.
Can Leroy play?
What? You here?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, he can't. It's past his bedtime and it's way past yours. Now go back to your room. Ye gods.
That was the little Bullard boy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, Judge. We drive all the way up here, 125 miles, and what do we get?
Can Leroy play?
I give up. Let's go to bed. go to bed. Ha! To bed, but not to sleep. Ever try to sleep with an old goat like Judge Hooker? All knees and elbows. And his feet, cold, like two dead flounders. Kept telling him to get 'em off of me. Get 'em off of me, Hooker.
What's that? What's that?
Shove over. You're hogging the bed.
How can I be hogging it? I'm falling out.
Well, somebody's hogging it.
How's a little quiet in there? How can anybody sleep?
Pipe down, Leroy. Pipe down. Well, I turned my pillow over and I tried again. The judge didn't have any trouble, though. He was asleep in no time. Oh, fine. I lay there and listened to that for a couple of hours. And then, finally, I began to doze off. I began to dream. Oh, shut up.
I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me.
Oh, shut up.
Gildy, what's the matter?
Oh, shut up.
Gildy.
Oh, be quiet, Judge. You want to wake the whole hotel?
What's going on in there?
Nothing, Leroy, nothing. Go to sleep. The judge just had a bad dream, that's all. Turn over, Horace. Try sleeping on your little tummy.
Yes.
And try to keep your knee out of my face.
Yes.
Then it began all over again. A long struggle to get back to sleep. I tried to think of pleasant things. I tried to think of my bed at home. No good. Tried to think of Leila. Tried to think of the way she looked. Somehow I couldn't quite remember. Then suddenly I met someone that I'd never met before. And oh, she was beautiful. She was awfully beautiful. Funny, neither of us said a word. I guess because no words were needed. It seemed as if we'd known each other all our lives. I just took her hand, and she took mine. And we walked together down to the shore of the lake, where the moon was shining. And there I took her in my arms.
Gildy, let go, let go.
Eve, what you for?
You're strangling me.
Oh. Sorry, Judge, sorry.
Say, for corn's sake, what's going on in there?
Nothing, Leroy. Go back to sleep.
Fat chance.
Fat chance. There was no more sleep that night. 5:30, daylight began to ooze in under the shades. I couldn't stand it. Got up quietly and began to dress.
Now what, Unc?
Shh. Don't wake up the judge, Leroy. Get your things on. We're getting out of here. We're going back to town.
What?
Don't start a fuss. I'll make it up to you some way, my boy. I'll make it up to you.
Okay. Shh. Some night, hey, Unc?
Yeah, some night, Leroy. We got dressed and packed our things as quietly as we could. Then we tiptoed to the door and opened it. We got everything.
What about the judge? How'll he get back to town?
Oh, he'll get back. He has friends. Look at him lying there. I hate a man who sleeps with his mouth open. Close the door, Leroy. Softly. Softly.
Wait a minute, Gildy. I'm coming with you.
Oh! Why, the old goat. So, it was back to town. Back to good old Summerfield. Yeah, there were traffic jams 5 miles long. But we didn't care, did we, Leroy?
Nah, they were all going the other way, the dope.
Yeah, that's right. We made wonderful time. And before we knew it, there we were. Home, sweet home. And that, my dear, is why you never saw hide nor hair of us at Grass Lake.
But, Uncle Mort, I don't understand. Leroy never once got a chance to go in swimming?
Yeah, but Sunday I had a banana split and a strawberry soda and a cherry phosphate. And today I had a battleship sundae and 2 root beer floats.
Mm-hmm. And that cake, Leroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Leroy and I have reached an understanding. That's why he's always going to do as I tell him hereafter. Aren't you, Leroy?
That's right, Unc.
And never beg to go places or be allowed to do things when I don't want him to.
That's right.
And always do the chores that have been assigned to him without being told.
And pick up my things and always keep my room neat.
Mm-hmm. This is too good to last. You better tune in next week, folks. Leroy, are you feeling all right?
I don't know, Unc. I'm not sure.
Good night, everybody. Leroy, you come with me.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
And now, something special. We mean that very special kind of cheese food women are finding so useful in meal planning. It's Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food that melts, slices, toasts, and spreads to perfection. There are 100 tempting uses for Pabstet, and there are 2 delicious varieties, Golden Pabstet and Pimento Pabstet. Buy both kinds for a variety of main dish and luncheon time treats. Be sure to add Pabstet cheddar cheese food to your shopping list tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.